Traversing the Doloa continent, Wang Feng, who initially wanted to live a lazy life, unexpectedly activates a check-in assistant system. Ding! The storyline of the Doloa continent has officially begun. Host check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining Meteor Tears. At the same time, with the help of the system, Wang Feng begins to acquire various powerful martial souls. There's a strong attack-type martial soul, the Pangu axe, a powerful and mysterious weapon martial soul that surpasses the Haotian hammer. There's a support-type martial soul, the mysterious chaos Qinglian. It can transform into various forms, gathering all support types, capable of attack, defense, and assistance. There's a third, unparalleled physical martial soul, the 7 deadly since fallen angel martial soul, controlling the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings, dominating everything. Chapter 1. Lazy Fish. First check-in. Meteor Tears. Outside Holy Soul Village. As dawn broke, a thick white mist covered the various not-so-tall wooden houses in the village. A small boy dressed in simple linen clothes leisurely ran out from the misty village entrance. He had a wheat-colored complexion, bright eyes, and was breathing evenly as he jogged toward a small hill ahead. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something, stopped at the foot of the hill, and looked at a large rock. On the rock lay another small boy, about the same size as him. This boy was handsome and quite pleasing to the eye, but at this moment he looked lazy, lying on the rock with his legs crossed, chewing on a piece of blue silver grass, which was commonly found outside the village, with a satisfying expression. "Brother Feng, you get up so early every day. Are you going to train with me today?" He smiled at the boy on the rock. "Xiao-san, just leave me alone. I'm in the middle of a good nap. Let me snooze for a bit longer. It's getting hotter, so after you finish your training, come wake me up," the boy on the rock said lazily without opening his eyes, as if he already knew who had come. "Brother Feng, could you not call me Xiao-san?" Tang-san forced a smile. Brother Feng, whose full name was Wang Feng, was a well-known lazy bug in Holy Soul Village. While other 5 or 6-year-old boys at this age usually got up early to train and prepare for awakening their martial souls, or got up early to work in the fields with their parents, Wang Feng often lay around all morning, doing nothing. However, Wang Feng was quite pitiful when he was born. The village elder said that his mother died during childbirth. His father, later deeply saddened, fell ill from overwork and died within a year. Thus, Wang Feng was taken in by the village elder. As time passed, Wang Feng gradually became aware of things, and besides visiting his parents' graves every year, he did not dwell on the sadness of their early demise. Although he was lazy, Wang Feng was indeed exceptionally intelligent. Thinking of this, Tang-sen looked at the boy lying on the rock with some admiration. In recent years, Wang Feng somehow managed to significantly increase the yield of food and vegetables in Holy Soul Village, causing the once barren village to gradually become prosperous. Wang Feng also erected the pillar of the village entrance, which the village elder claimed might have been left by a legendary soul saint, claiming that this was the soul saint's handprint, and spun a whole bunch of stories, saying that anyone who came to admire and touch it would have a chance to become a soul saint. This attracted many from surrounding villages, even tourists from Notting City, coming to admire the village. In just 2 years, the originally remote and barren Holy Soul Village transformed into something resembling a small town. Even his father said that this kid Wang Feng was as clever and sensible as anyone, but just too lazy. "Not calling you Xiao-san," Wang Feng pondered. "How about calling you to San?" Tang-san was speechless. "Let's just stick with Xiao-san. Brother Feng, I'm going to train now." Saying this, Tang-san waved his hand and quickly climbed the small hill. Though small, he was very nimble. The hill, over 100 meters high, was like flat ground to him. In just a few minutes, he reached the top. As the saying goes, 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work, and 90 parts depend on the golden finger being the protagonist of the Doloa continent, is just different. Wang Feng had a sour expression, watching Tang-san's agile movements. How could this be the ability of a 6-year-old boy? As for himself, he couldn't even catch his breath after running for a bit, let alone climb up. "We're both traversers, Xiao-san. You're a strong person reborn," Wang Feng sighed. "But I'm different. I'm a weak person reborn. How did I, a simple otaku for the 21st century, end up in the world of Doloa continent? It's one thing to traverse, but to end up as a minor character? No golden finger for me either. How am I supposed to play?" Yes, Wang Feng was also a traverser, but compared to the protagonist Tang-san, he was significantly lacking. He had no outrageous background, no ding-ding system, and certainly no impressive martial soul, of course. Wang Feng desperately yearned for these things, but he had none. So Wang Feng had been a lazy fish for 6 years, barely using the wisdom from his past life to improve Holy Soul Village a little, making life a bit more comfortable for himself and the villagers. Soon, the official storyline of the Doloa continent will begin, and the tool man Su Yin should be arriving soon. If I awaken some scythe martial soul or home martial soul, I might as well headbutt a tofu block and die on the spot. Wang Feng chewed on the blue silver grass, watching Tang San practicing his Xiantian Gong and purple extreme magic eyes on the small hill. There was immense envy in his eyes. Every day he lay on this rock, watching Tang San train, hoping to secretly learn a move or two. Unfortunately, he wasn't a genius and had no insight. After watching for over a year, he still couldn't grasp anything. Instead, he watched Tang San gradually grow stronger, while he felt a mountain of envy pile up. The fanfics about Doloa I read in my previous life, just casually befriending Tang San, and he would teach you all the Tang Sect's ultimate skills, such nonsense. Wang Feng thought to himself, and suddenly felt a surge of anger towards those despicable authors. Tang San was not just a 6-year-old, his soul was that of a genius who had already outsmarted many high-ranking members of the Tang sect, and could create the Tang sect's supreme dark weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, mastering the Tang sect's highest inner strength. He was still an adult soul. Even his father Tang Hao kept the Xiantian treasure record a secret at the age of 6. How could he tell an outsider? He had just recently traversed to the Doloa continent, and even if he was a blood brother, Tang Sin might not pass anything on to him. I really want to go back, Sai. No phone, no computer, can't scroll Douyin, can't play games, don't know if S9 won against G2 or FPX. Wang Feng sighed. For the past 6 years, he had been thinking about going back constantly. If he had a golden finger, Wang Feng felt he would definitely be ambitious, roaming the Doloa continent, fighting across the seas, marrying a few beautiful girls, making a name for himself, leaving behind a legendary story, but no, forget it, be a lazy fish. Before long, as the sun rose on the horizon, the dazzling purple clouds fell upon the earth, as if draping it in a bright garment. Wang Feng also felt a faint warmth. Xiao San should be finishing his training soon, right? Just as Wang Feng muttered this, he saw Tang San energetically walking down from the small hill. Brother Feng, why are you still chewing on blue silvergrass? Tang San looked at Wang Feng, who was still lying on the rock, basking in the early morning sun, and said helplessly, "What? You still look down on blue silvergrass?" Wang Feng chewed a few more times. "This is, after all, the most ordinary little grass," Tang San said thoughtfully. "However, even though it is ordinary grass, its vitality is the most vigorous and tenacious. In this regard, blue silvergrass is not ordinary. I don't mean to look down on it." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at Tang San in astonishment. As expected of the protagonist, he is different from the other kids and can express such profound thoughts. "That's right, so I've decided, Xiao San, from now on your martial soul will be blue silvergrass." Wang Feng said lazily. "Brother Feng, you're too much." Tang San forced a smile. "You're cursing me. After all, this is the most ordinary plant," and Tang San still hoped his martial soul would be a little better. However, a martial soul can only manifest after awakening, so Brother Feng, what you say doesn't count. Tang San smiled as he left, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Brother Feng, remember to come back to the village for dinner." Wang Feng silently watched Tang San leave, letting out a faint sigh, feeling a bit sour in his heart. It was at this moment that, ding, the plot of Doloa continent officially begins. Congratulations to the host for checking in for the first time, obtaining the item, Meteor Tears. Note, the item will be delivered to the host in a real way, expected to arrive tonight. Please pay attention to receive it. Next check-in location, Soul Village, Spirit Hall. If you can achieve innate full soul power check-in, it will trigger an additional mysterious martial soul. I hope the host works hard to improve. Boom. As this voice echoed in his mind, Wang Feng jumped up from the boulder like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, his face flushed with excitement. Chapter 2. The Power of Meteor Tears. Wang Feng jumped directly off the giant rock. An auxiliary check-in system? I knew it. The golden finger might be late, but it will never be absent. Isn't Meteor Tears the golden finger of the protagonist in Star Change? For the first time in 6 years, Wang Feng felt this excited. As a little otaku, various anime and novels are naturally not unfamiliar. Star Change is also a very famous novel. The protagonist Qin Yu's golden finger is Meteor Tears, which is said to be the energy gathered by the goddess of life before her death. In the early stages, it can greatly increase the speed of absorbing the world's energy, while also possessing strong recovery abilities. The protagonist Qin Yu relied on this item to repeatedly break through the limits of the human body and become increasingly powerful. Moreover, as he grows stronger, he can slowly develop more abilities. With this thing, even if I don't know the ultimate techniques in Tang San's Xintian Baolu, as long as I repeatedly push my limits in training, my body will become incredibly strong. After the excitement, Wang Feng quickly calmed down and began to think. Since I have a golden finger, I can't be lazy for now. With the hope of becoming stronger, Wang Feng was filled with motivation, feeling strength coursing through his entire body, as if the future was bright. Thus, Wang Feng continued to lie on the giant rock, flipping over and chewing on blue silvergrass while thinking again. The auxiliary check-in system said that Meteor Tears would only arrive at night. It's no use rushing now. I should think about how to train. Wang Feng suddenly felt a bit fortunate. When he was on Earth, he watched countless training videos, such as abs ripper, Russian push-ups, and special forces devil training, often getting so excited that he tossed and turned in bed, only to later throw them into his favorites to collect dust. Training? No way. That stuff is hell to practice. Without a few years of effort, don't expect any achievement. And if you're not careful, you might even develop bad habits. But with Meteor Tears, it's different. The time is greatly reduced, and not only is the efficiency improved, but there is also absolutely no risk. According to Grandpa Jack, Tao Ge should come to the Spirit Hall in Holy Spirit Village for the awakening ceremony in a month. Wang Feng thought secretly that if he checks in at the Spirit Hall in Holy Spirit Village and can check in with innate full soul power, he will receive extra rewards. This means that within this month, I need to reach innate full soul power, just like Xiao San. However, Xiao San has been cultivating for several years to awaken with innate full soul power during the awakening ceremony. While thinking this, Wang Feng took a break, went back to Holy Spirit Village for a meal, then hurriedly ran out again. Until nightfall. As night fell with a cool breeze, Wang Feng looked at the starry sky outside a small grove, quietly waiting. Meteor Tears should fall like a meteor, right? Wang Feng stared into the darkness. Suddenly, a light burst forth, piercing the dark sky, a meteor streaking from the distant horizon towards Wang Feng's position. It's here. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he stared directly at the meteor, coming straight for him. Oh no, could it really smash me to death? Am I going to be the first person to be killed by a golden finger? However, Wang Feng was overthinking it. The light shot directly into his heart, causing a series of glowing patterns to appear on his chest, splendid and beautiful, like a blooming sunflower. Wang Feng felt his heart thumping a few times, faintly sensing a surge of power. Could my heart be merging with Meteor Tears? Wang Feng looked at the slightly glowing area of his heart and thought, could it be turning into a nuclear reactor? While he pondered, Wang Feng's heart surged with excitement, and he began to run madly forward, wanting to test whether his body had changed. But after running for a while, Wang Feng felt his legs go numb and started to feel dizzy. His body hadn't strengthened. It seemed he needed to reach a certain limit to trigger the power of Meteor Tears. Wang Feng gritted his teeth. The path in this small grove was quite rugged, making it more tiring to run than usual. After running at high intensity for about 10 minutes, Wang Feng felt a bit breathless, completely unable to catch his breath. This golden finger can't be fake, right? Wang Feng felt that with every step he took, another will within him was tempting him, as if saying, stop. If you keep running, you'll die. Don't persist. It's useless. Get lost. I want to be strong. I want girls. I want martial spirits. I want innate, full soul power. I want to show off. You can't tempt me. Wang Feng shouted in his heart. I have a golden finger. I can't give up. I, Wang Feng, am not a useless piece of trash. While roaring in his heart, Wang Feng continued to run. It was as if he wanted to vent all the frustration from his 20-plus years of mediocrity in his past life, and all the lemons he had encountered since crossing over to Doloa continent. Wang Feng's pace slowed down. His legs began to give way, his face red, and his pupils dilated. This was a sign of exhaustion. At this point, he had already been running for nearly an hour, for a 6-year-old body that had not trained. This was nearly the limit. Tiny beads of sweat flowed down his body, soaking his clothes, and his short hair felt as if it had just been washed. Wang Feng felt his consciousness blurring. I have truly exhausted the will of 2 lifetimes. I can't stop. Wang Feng felt a bit dazed. He didn't even know how long he had been running. It should be close to 2 hours. He felt he had reached his limit. In this state, his vision had long since blurred. Boom! His slow-moving feet tripped over a rock, and Wang Feng fell to the ground. As he fell, he felt an endless fatigue wash over him like a tide, making his body feel no longer his own. In this extreme state, Wang Feng had a sense of intimately contacting death. This was indeed the case. A little boy with no training suddenly running at such high intensity could easily suffocate or collapse from fatigue. However, just then, a gentle energy slowly radiated from Wang Feng's heart to all parts of his body. That feeling was 1,000 times more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. The muscles and joints worn down by the sudden high-intensity exercise quickly began to recover, as if reborn from the flames, under the cleansing of this energy. Even the cells seemed to be rejuvenated and filled with vitality. This feels amazing. Wang Feng almost shouted out loud. Just how uncomfortable it was a moment ago. Now it felt just as great. Moreover, he could almost personally experience the feeling of his body becoming stronger under the energy overflow of Meteor Tears. After a dozen minutes, Wang Feng opened his eyes, and with a sudden effort from his limbs, he pushed himself up. After surpassing the limits of his body, this Meteor Tears is indeed powerful. Even if I don't know any techniques, it's enough to make me even stronger. Wang Feng cracked his knuckles, feeling his visible increase in strength. But it seems that as I grow stronger, pushing beyond my physical limits will become harder. This warm current should be the key to innate full soul power. Could it be soul power? Forget it, keep training. I want to continue surpassing my limits. In the small grove, the sound of heavy breathing continued. The next morning, as dawn broke, Tang Sen had already finished washing up. He controlled his breathing and calmly ran out from the village entrance. Looking at the familiar small hill in the distance, Tang Sen smiled slightly. Then his gaze fell on the giant rock not far away, stunned. Where's Brother Feng? Tang Sen exclaimed in surprise. Usually at this time, he could almost always see Brother Feng lying on that giant rock like a fish that had been caught and dried, with a blue silvergrass in his mouth. Why is he missing today? This is strange. Tang Sen thought to himself as he looked around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in the small woods ahead, leaning against a tree trunk, still chewing on a blue silvergrass, squinting his eyes in a leisurely manner. Brother Feng, why the change in posture today? Tang Sen walked over and curiously asked. Those uneven marks on the boulder should have been flattened by you lying down, right? Wang Feng lifted his head, opened his eyes, and looked at Tang San. At that moment, Tang San felt that this Brother Feng was somewhat different. It was indescribable. Although Brother Feng's eyes still appeared lazy, they now held a sharper quality, like his father who, despite being lazy for years, would occasionally reveal a piercing gaze while forging, leaving Tang San feeling shaken. It even gave him a slight sense of oppression, as if his figure had grown taller. Little San, a person must always strive for higher ground. I think it's time for me to move to a different place, Wang Feng said lightly. After a night of training, just as the sun was about to rise, he had finally surpassed his own limits for the second time, once again being washed clean by the energy overflow from the Meteor Tears. He had become stronger. So, are you going to train with me today? Tang San smiled and pointed to the little hill ahead. But Brother Feng, you haven't trained in a long time. You should start with basic jogging. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly patted Tang San's shoulder heavily, his tone somewhat low. Little San, actually for these past few years, I didn't tell you that I conquered that little hill a long time ago. Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Nonsense. Brother Feng, you've been lying down watching me train every day. Did you conquer the air? That little hill is at least over a meter tall and quite rugged. Even if you train with me every day, you might not be able to climb it. Tang San knew that due to his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, his physical fitness had already surpassed that of his peers, which is why he could easily climb up. After thinking for a moment, Tang San cautiously said, well, Brother Feng, it's already bright. You think I'm talking nonsense? Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and with a calm smile, he confidently walked toward the little hill. Watch closely, little San. Your Brother Feng never brags. Wang Feng laughed heartily, and with both hands gripping the rocks like pincers, he pushed off the ground and quickly climbed up the little hill. Seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before him. At that moment, he was filled with shock and confusion, as if he couldn't understand the events unfolding. The surrounding environment suddenly became exceptionally strange, making it hard for him to believe. As time passed, Tang San gradually calmed down, and he began to carefully observe the changes around him. He realized that everything was not a coincidence, but rather some force at play. Tang Sen pondered silently, trying to uncover the truth behind it all. He decided not to be merely astonished by the sight before him, but to actively explore the mysteries within. Thus, Tang Sen began to move slowly, trying to approach those mysterious things in search of answers. However, his heart was still filled with doubts and unease. Chapter 3. Defeating Tang San? 2. Unbelievable. In Tang San's view, Brother Feng's tiny figure was climbing up with a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was much slower than his own, it was important to note that his current strength was comparable to that of an adult. When did Brother Feng become so powerful? Tang San was filled with questions. Moreover, it was clear that Brother Feng was not climbing for the first time. He seemed very familiar with every edge and corner of the 100-meter-tall hill, showing none of the awkwardness of a first-time climber. Each stone he stepped on seemed calculated, and his route appeared simpler and more convenient than the usual path he took. He climbed slower than Tang San, but spent less time. Incredible. Could it be that he had been climbing this little hill for many years? Tang San's mouth was agape as he thought. He was also a genius. But at that moment, seeing Brother Feng climb so quickly made him feel a bit ashamed. He had always relied on his excellent physical fitness and had never considered how to climb mountains efficiently. With Brother Feng's climbing route, he could save more time and effort than usual. Tang Sen looked at the figure already standing at the top of the hill with admiration. With his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, he could clearly see that Brother Feng was standing at the summit, not even out of breath, with a long breath and excellent stamina. But he had never seen Brother Feng climb this hill or even train at all. Tang Sen felt somewhat puzzled. None of the other children his age could climb this little hill. Even if they could run up, they would mostly be exhausted and lying on the ground, unwilling to move. Was Brother Feng's physique so exceptional? Had he really conquered this little hill long ago? Tang Sen contemplated. However, no matter how he thought, he could not imagine that this was merely the result of Wang Feng's training from one night. To maintain this pretense, Wang Feng had climbed this little hill in the dark beforehand, and after watching Tang San train for years, he had memorized the hill's layout clearly. Now, with his body surpassing its limits and the changes brought on by Meteor Tears, not only had his physical fitness changed, but his memory and other aspect had also begun to strengthen. Naturally, he could achieve the current results, using an efficient route to quickly ascend to the summit. He moved with the agility of someone who had been climbing for many years. After all, climbing with a scientific route. What was Brother Feng doing? Before long, Tang Sen saw Brother Feng at the top, performing various strange movements. At times, he would raise a finger to support himself on the ground, flatten his body, and then push himself back up. At other times, he seemed to be sitting in mid-air, with his calves and thighs at a 90-degree angle. Sometimes he would do handstands, raising his arms high, and then quickly shift to support himself with 2 fingers, going back and forth in a repetitive cycle. The more Tang Sen watched, the more shocked he became. These movements, seemingly simple, actually consumed a great deal of energy. In just a short time, Tang San watched Brother Feng perform those bizarre movements in groups, totaling over 100. If he hadn't used the Xiantian skill, relying solely on his physical fitness, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Brother Feng. Tang San marveled at how these movements had such a strong training effect. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Wang Feng was secretly laughing. He naturally noticed the shocked expression on Little San's face. Little guy, although you also traveled here, you're not a modern traveler. My explosive Russian-style burpees, which train the whole body, and the enhanced version of squats that every man must practice, can't help but dazzle your eyes. Wang Feng thought to himself, chuckling. After all, these were various training methods refined through modern techniques. Those who understood would know. In the past, Wang Feng could only envy those masters in videos who could perform various impressive feats with their bodies. Now, after just one night, he could almost reach that level. Although it was only the body of a 6-year-old child, the sense of achievement was something Wang Feng had never experienced before. The golden finger is amazing. Wang Feng chuckled softly. However, as his physical fitness improved, it would become increasingly difficult to surpass physical limits. But every time he surpassed them, his body would be cleansed and refined by the energy overflow from the Meteor Tears. He would still need to increase training intensity in various ways. In one night, being able to surpass his physical limits twice was because Wang Feng's body had been weak before. He couldn't sustain for long before hitting his limits. But after these 2 changes, his body had improved considerably to exceed his physical limits again, to the point of being on the verge of mental collapse and feeling pain all over his body would be much harder. At this moment, Tang Sen also climbed up, looking at Wang Feng with admiration. Wang Feng, with slightly defined muscles in his arms, gently supported himself and stood up steadily. Little San, what do you think? Wang Feng smiled lightly. Impressive. Tang Sen sincerely said, I used to misjudge you. It turns out that Brother Feng lies on the boulder every day to bask in the sun, not because he is lazy. I think you must disdain ordinary training, right? Wang Feng coughed a few times. It's true, back then, I was just a salted fish. However, Tang Sen truly admired that Brother Feng, without practicing any martial arts, could reach such a level just by exercising. This kind of perseverance and talent is indispensable. What impressed me the most was the climbing route Brother Feng took just now. Something I had never thought of in all these years. Tang Sen felt a bit ashamed. It's fine. Wang Feng patted Tang Sen's shoulder. Have you learned it? Tang Sen nodded. That's good. Suddenly, Wang Feng changed the subject, smiling as he said, Little San, there's less than a month until the martial soul awakening. Grandpa Jack should have mentioned it to you, right? I know, Grandpa Jack occasionally brings it up, but my dad seems to be against it. So I didn't dare to mention it, Tang San said softly. All right, let's have a match in a month, Wang Feng said solemnly. A match? Tang Sen looked at Brother Feng in surprise. Suddenly, Wang Feng looked deeply at the sky and said in a somber tone, To be honest, over the years, from my observations in Holy Spirit Village, I found that only you, Little San, can compare with me. Other kids your age are too weak. Sometimes, I feel too strong and it's very lonely, you know? Tang Sen looked at Wang Feng speechlessly. However, he knew that Brother Feng was smart and sometimes liked to talk nonsense or philosophical ideas, and he also liked to brag. So he didn't find anything strange about Brother Feng's tone. So, let's have a match then, Wang Feng said with a laugh. Sure, Tang Sen nodded seriously and said, But Brother Feng, you won't be able to beat me. Don't worry, I won't let you feel too lonely. Tang San was very clear about his current strength. He had learned the ultimate skills from the Xiantian treasure record and had also practiced the first level of Xiantian Kung Fu. Not to mention one Brother Feng. Even 10 of him would probably struggle to defeat him. Undeniably, Brother Feng's physical fitness was quite good, but it was just average. All right, it's settled then. Wang Feng chuckled and then quickly climbed down the mountain. Tang San shook his head. In a month, you want to defeat me, who has been training for several years. Brother Feng, this is your request. Don't worry. Little Sam will prepare various ointments for you in advance to repay you for these 2 years, making the conditions in Holy Spirit Village better and letting my dad and I eat better and live better. Hey, if I could defeat Little San in a month, I should also have innate full soul power, right? Wang Feng thought to himself as he ran down the mountain. In order to ensure he could check in with innate full soul power the second time, Wang Feng didn't know exactly how far he had trained, whether he had reached innate full soul power or not. That was why he made this request. As long as he trained to the point where he could defeat Tang San, logically, he should also have innate full soul power, right? The logic seems sound, right? With this goal in mind, Wang Feng continued to train vigorously. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Chapter 4. Tang Hao Shock outside Holy Spirit Village in a dense forest. It was quiet, very quiet. A bird was gently flapping its wings and pecking at the insects in the branches of a tree that stood over 10 meters tall. Just then, a figure flashed by, only stirring up a slight breeze. The bird didn't even notice and continued to flap its wings. In the next moment, a striped snake, about 2 to 3 meters long, suddenly appeared behind the tree trunk, silently staring at the bird. In the distance, in a bird's nest, a few chicks were chirping at the bird. However, the bird thought it was just the chicks being hungry. So it walked a few steps to the nest and fed the insects it had caught into the mouths of the chicks. Just at that moment, hiss! Suddenly, the striped snake opened its large mouth and bit at the bird with incredible speed. The bird was about to be swallowed by the striped snake, and the chicks in the nest were chirping loudly as if trying to warn the mother bird, but was already too late for the mother bird to react. In this moment of crisis, whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept through. The striped snake froze suddenly, as it found its 7 inches position had been grabbed by a boy who had appeared out of nowhere. It didn't even have time to react. Little thing, the boy said, smiling as he grabbed the striped snake. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the boy's smiling face, making his fair skin look exceptionally handsome. The boy had bare arms, revealing a fairly strong physique. Although he was only about 2 meters tall, he already gave off a very powerful impression. The striped snake was pinched at its 7 inches, its head shaking everywhere, and suddenly, it made a strange turn and bit down on the boy's arm. Oh, quite stubborn. Looks like today's breakfast is you. Should I roast you or stew you? The boy said, scratching his chin, seemingly not taking the striped snake seriously at all. Crack! The striped snake opened its sharp fangs and bit down on the boy's arm. However, the 2 sharp, poisonous fangs seemed to bite into a stone, shattering instantly, and the boy's skin only had 2 indentations, without any trace of injury. Striped snake, if you were a big python, you might have been able to bite me. With your little body, you'd last less than 3 seconds in my stomach, and you still want to bite me? Wang Feng looked disdainfully at the ordinary striped snake. More than 20 days had passed since the day he made the agreement with Little San. These 20 days of hard training had pushed Wang Feng to his physical limits nearly 4 times. Each improvement was extraordinarily significant. At least, Wang Feng could now feel that even in front of adults, he could easily knock them down with a punch. Remember, he was only 6 years old. However, as the training progressed, it became increasingly difficult to surpass physical limits. The most recent time had already been 6 days ago, and the most terrifying thing, aside from the pure physical quality, was the increase in physical strength. Wang Feng felt that his skin and muscles were exceptionally tough. Even a slightly dull knife couldn't cut through his skin. The poisonous fangs of the striped snake were also quite sharp, yet they could only leave 2 indentations. Pure strength should be more than twice that of an adult male, but my body weight is relatively low. The density of my muscles and the sense of power are exceptionally strong, leading to my incredible speed. Wang Feng murmured to himself that the greatest improvement over these 20 days was the increased control over his body as the training intensity rose. If looking purely at the data, Wang Feng could hold a 30-pound stone and do 200 squats in a row without breaking a sweat. He could continue to do nearly 200 burpees, which are said to exercise all body muscles, without feeling fatigued. It's worth noting that in his past life, even a highly fit Special Forces soldier would struggle to do 200 in a row. With strength twice that of an adult male, terrifying endurance, and unparalleled speed. This was the result of 20 days of training. If it were in his past life, achieving this effect would have taken 10 years, because Wang Feng was only 6 years old. And the warm current in my body, Wang Feng scratched his head, not knowing how to use this. This should also be the key to innate full soul power, right? He wouldn't know how it compared to Tang, San, until they fought. Just then, the bird ran to Wang Feng's feet and pecked a few times. Chirp, little guy. Be careful. Wang Feng glanced at the little bird, lightly pushed off the ground, and instantly transformed into a phantom, disappearing to a distant branch of a large tree. Following that, Wang Feng leaped again, landing precisely on the branch of the tree ahead with graceful elegance. Soon, Wang Feng skinned and deboned the striped snake he had caught and happily roasted it, treating it as a morning snack. Wang Feng let out a small burp and then continued with his training for the day. That little sand guy should have already learned the random wind hammer method with his dad these days, right? Exercising in such a simple way makes it hard to surpass the current physical limits. I don't necessarily need to learn this chaotic hammering technique, but using the hammer for blacksmithing can still provide some training. While thinking about this, Wang Feng first ran around the small forest for 100 laps. By the time he felt a bit warm, he quietly ran back to Holy Soul Village. I remember that in the original work, Tang Hao liked to sleep in the morning. Wang Feng quietly arrived at the blacksmith shop of Xiao San's family. At this moment, Holy Soul Village was quiet, and most people had not yet woken up. Xiao San should have just gone out to exercise. Wang Feng had been to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop many times, so he was familiar with it. He looked at the iron hammer, which was taller than him by a few centimeters. Wang Feng gently grasped the hammer. So heavy. Wang Feng gasped slightly. It weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, and even an adult might not be able to swing it. This Hao truly deserves to be the former Hao Yan de Law. However, this isn't a problem for me. Wang Feng used one hand to directly lift the hammer, weighed a few times, and found it quite suitable. Training with those 20 to 30-pound rocks was no longer enough. But rocks that are too large are inconvenient to lift for training. After all, he is only 6 years old. Although this hammer is also quite large, it feels very suitable. Then, Wang Feng looked at a huge piece of raw iron. Uncle Hao, let me borrow your hammer for a moment. Wang Feng grinned and took away a piece of raw iron, walking out of the blacksmith shop towards the outside. He certainly couldn't swing it in the shop. If he woke Tang Hao directly, with Tang Hao's temper, he would definitely kick him out. However, Wang Feng did not know that just as he stepped out, Tang Hao in the inner room opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed through his murky eyes. This kid Xiao Feng, can he lift my hammer? And even take away a piece of raw iron? What does he want to do? Tang Hao stood up from his bed, with his vigilance. Even if he was not as strong as before, how could he not notice a 6-year-old boy? Thinking this, Tang Hao quietly walked out, following Wang Feng without being noticed, until he arrived at a remote and open area. Then, Tang Hao saw that Wang Feng actually picked up his hammer and started striking the piece of raw iron. Clang! A crisp and beautiful sound rang out. This kid has a good head on his shoulders, but his body is quite weak. He hasn't come to visit for the past few days. Why did he suddenly think of blacksmithing? Tang Hao was somewhat puzzled and felt a bit of interest. He watched as Wang Feng suddenly lifted the 70 to 80-pound hammer, and his eyes widened in surprise. He can really swing it? Xiao San has innate divine strength and can swing 100 times in a row. With your weak body, you can lift it this far, swinging it once or twice. You'll probably collapse on the ground, right? Even if you want to train, you really don't know your limits. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao furrowed his brows slightly, planning to intervene and stop this kid Feng. After all, such a heavy hammer, if not handled carefully, could easily injure a child. And he usually doesn't concern himself with external matters. Even Tang Sen didn't know that Wang Feng had been undergoing special training these days and had already undergone tremendous changes. Let alone Tang Hao, who naturally was unaware. But just as Tang Hao was about to intervene, he suddenly froze at the sight before him. His pupils constricted sharply, and he couldn't help but be shocked, looking at Wang Feng's transformation in disbelief. His figure became more upright, and his aura was much stronger than before, as if he had been infused with new vitality. Tang Hao thought to himself, could it be that Wang Feng has been secretly training these days? Was he experienced? At this moment, Wang Feng seemed no longer the ordinary boy he once was. Countless questions flashed through Tang Hao's mind, but he didn't have time to ponder them. The situation before him no longer allowed him to hesitate. Wang Feng's transformation made him realize the seriousness of the matter. He had to take immediate action to prevent what might happen next. Tang Hao took a deep breath, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. Chapter 5. Kid Feng, this weirdo. Clang, clang, clang. The steady sound of hammering echoed. In Tang Hao's view, the little boy, who was only half his height, was lifting a giant hammer that was almost as tall as he was. He struck again and again at the piece of raw iron. The speed was not fast, but it was very steady. By the end, each strike's force was almost unchanged. This was extremely terrifying. It must be known that using a giant hammer to temper raw iron, controlling the force of each strike, is very difficult. Tang Hao, who was once a titled Duo, now living in Holy Soul Village and having forged iron for several years, naturally knew the challenges involved. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tang Hao stood in the shadows, counting each strike Wang Feng made. 50 strikes. It's hard to imagine that this usually lazy and clever kid, who liked to come over for meals and had been kicked out by him, had grown up. He actually possessed divine strength comparable to Xiao San. This truly astonished Tang Hao. Moreover, this kid probably had extraordinary talent, even stronger than Xiao San, because while Xiao San was also clever, he found it hard to control every ounce of strength like this kid Feng. The difference was significant. The further it went, the more so. If the first 10 strikes showed some problems with the force exerted by Kid Feng, leading to uneven strength from the 11th strike onwards, he had already controlled each strike's force with incredible precision. The more Tang Hao watched, the more amazed he became. This indicated that this kid possessed unparalleled comprehension and control over every muscle in his body. He was able to grasp the blacksmithing techniques so quickly without anyone's guidance. Xiao San's comprehension was good, and his control over his body was also decent, but he only learned to control the strength of each strike after hammering for a day. However, even so, Xiao San's timing was far from enough. It would take at least 10 more days to see any results. Tang Hao's gaze flickered as he focused on Kid Feng. It seemed as if he could see Wang Feng's heart, which seemed to possess endless strength, surging forth with streams of blood, like the source of power. His feet seemed glued to the ground, and the power surging from his heart transformed into streams of colored energy, emanating from the earth, growing from his calves, then traveling to his thighs, flowing through his waist as an axis along his spine, arms, and finally converging in a hand gripping the giant hammer. Clang! A perfect strike landed on the raw iron, producing a pleasant and flawless sound. I haven't taught Xiao San these techniques yet, because for someone who only knows how to swing a hammer, it is still a bit early. And as for the chaotic hammering technique, it's even earlier. It needs some more time, Tang Hao murmured. But he didn't expect that this kid Feng would grasp these techniques on his own. A genius? Tang Hao felt that this might not be describable as genius. If someone teaches and they learn quickly, that's clever. If someone teaches and they learn immediately, that's a genius. But if no one teaches and they comprehend it themselves? A genius among geniuses? Just swinging 10 strikes, he could immediately understand the techniques I have summarized over the years. Tang Hao looked at the small figure that was still tirelessly swinging the giant hammer. He suddenly felt a long-lost special sensation. Back in the day, he was also a genius, but now Tang Hao felt a sense of long-lost disparity. Though it was very small, he didn't mind, and quickly let it go. However, for him, who had been stagnant and exceptionally dejected over the years, it added a few special feelings. Of course, Tang Hao did not know that Wang Feng could grasp these techniques so quickly because he possessed the knowledge reserves from his previous life. In other words, these techniques were common knowledge on Earth. Not to mention, he had also read Dalua Dalu. As a traveler, in addition to the golden finger provided by the system, Wang Feng naturally had to leverage the advantages of being a traveler. Otherwise, how could he still be considered a traveler? Wang Feng did not want to bring shame to the predecessors of the travelers. Being farsighted, having strong adaptability, unique insights, and a certain level of knowledge reserves, etc., are all advantages of traveler. With the golden finger, these advantages will be maximized. So, Wang Feng is just quickly mastering these techniques. It's not something he comprehended on his own. However, at this moment, he is completely focused on hammering the raw iron and is completely unaware that every move he makes is being observed by Tang Hao. Naturally, he is considered a genius among geniuses. With each hammer strike, Wang Feng feels a significant rise in his internal temperature. The power consumed by this strike is greater than any previous training. The recoil from the force also brings a tremendous load to Wang Feng's body. In one breath, 500 strikes. That should be the limit. Wang Feng regulates his breathing. He knows that in any training, breathing is the most important aspect. Although he doesn't know any special breathing techniques. But steady and rhythmic breathing allows each strike to reach its maximum potential. His stamina and endurance are already extraordinary. After more than 100 strikes, his breath is still steady, surpassing Xiao San in this regard. Moreover, Xiao San cannot deliver full power with every strike, controlling his strength with such precision. The effect of this strike is equivalent to Xiao San training for 10 strikes in these past few days. Tang Hao continues to count steadily. In these past few days, Xiao San has just begun learning to swing the hammer. Striking 100 times is his limit. Then he would take a break and continue with another 100 strikes. But for someone like Feng, who delivers a full-powered strike with each swing, at most he could manage 50 or 60 strikes before becoming fatigued, and it would take time for him to recover. 150 strikes should be Feng's limit. However, this method of striking consumes a lot of energy, and it would take half a day to recover completely. Tang Hao observes, the reality is just as he thought. The further he goes, the greater the consumption. Tang Hao observes accurately. After 150 strikes, although Wang Feng's breathing remains steady, it has become slightly chaotic. The sound is uneven. Seeing this, Tang Hao nods and quietly leaves. This Feng kid, usually looking lazy with a frame that seems to be falling apart, unexpectedly has such impressive hidden strength. Whether in talent or physical fitness, he is so strong. The people in the village must have misjudged him, thinking this kid is just clever, never expecting he would be this formidable. Tang Hao shakes his head. He has no intention of discussing this with the villagers. It's enough that he knows. He doesn't even bother with Xiao San, let alone Feng. When he gets tired, he will stop and obediently bring back the hammer and the quarter-finished raw iron. Tang Hao thinks to himself, I'll just go back and take a nap. Tang Hao calculates that with Feng's power per strike, 150 strikes can just about complete a quarter of that piece of raw iron. That is already terrifying. Xiao San took 10 days to barely refine 2/3 of a piece of raw iron. This Feng kid can refine a quarter in one go. Give him 4 days, and he might directly complete the refining. That is too exaggerated. However, what Tang Hao doesn't know is that after he leaves, Wang Feng does not stop as he thinks he would. Instead, he grits his teeth and perseveres. 150 strikes only leave him feeling fatigued. But his limits are far beyond this number. If Tang Hao were to see this scene, he would definitely intervene. Continuing to strike like this would reach the critical point that the body can withstand, risking injury. Because, as mentioned before, with each strike, Wang Feng also faces a significant impact of force. But unfortunately, Tang Hao cannot see this. He has returned to the village. He is already quite far from that secluded place and cannot hear the subsequent sounds of hammering. Clang, 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 clang. 500 strikes. After finishing the last strike, Wang Feng is utterly exhausted, and his consciousness begins to blur. However, he still hasn't surpassed his limits. Wang Feng looks at the raw iron, which has shrunk significantly. It is not scorched by fierce fire, but merely hammered by him, glowing red all over. The meteor tears surge forth, indicating that I have not yet surpassed my limits. Wang Feng grits his teeth, feeling as if his body has no strength at all. Limits, this is the limit, but he wants to surpass the limits. Beautiful girls, powerful martial spirits, glamorous displays. Yes, I must persist. The unwavering will keeps Wang Feng going. With that thought, Wang Feng continues to swing the giant hammer. Clang, clang, 600, 700, clang, clang, until finally, Wang Feng's consciousness is completely blurred, and his body instinctively continues to hammer the raw iron. He doesn't even know how many times he has struck. But when that piece of raw iron is finally refined successfully, Wang Feng collapses. This time, he truly has not a single drop. No, not a shred of strength left. If Tang Hao were still here, he would probably be shocked to the point of dropping his jaw, because this 6-year-old boy actually refined a piece of raw iron in one go. Boom! As Wang Feng collapses to the ground, a smile appears at the corner of his mouth, because a familiar warm current slowly surges from his heart. The power of the meteor tears. It proves that he has once again surpassed the limits of his body. The next morning at breakfast. At this time, Tang Hao wakes up leisurely, eating the breakfast that Tang San has already prepared. However, he finds that today, Xiao San is actually fiddling with herbs. Tang Hao pauses for a moment, then asks Xiao San, "What are you doing messing with herbs? Are you injured?" Tang San shakes his head carefully and says, "No. Today I made an agreement with Brother Feng to have spar. I'm afraid he might get hurt, so I prepared some ointment for him." As a disciple of the Tang sect, he naturally knows how to prepare simple ointments. Hearing this, Tang Hao falls silent. He recalls the scene from yesterday of the Feng kid swinging the giant hammer. The Feng kid should be slightly stronger than Xiao San, but in a child-esque fight, being a bit stronger doesn't guarantee victory. Xiao San is usually steady. This idea must have come from the Feng kid, probably wanting to test his own level. Tang Hao is a smart person and has guessed some of the reasons. However, he can't be bothered to ask, it's just kids fighting. Xiao San is always steady and well-behaved, so a spar shouldn't be a bad thing. Well, just be careful, Tang Hao says lightly. Seeing this, Tang San lets out a breath. If his father agrees, it would be troublesome, but this matter still needs to be reported to his father. Then, father, I'll go out first. Tang San puts away the prepared ointment and walks outside. Tang Hao nods slightly. Just after Tang San leaves, Tang Hao walks to the stove and suddenly catches a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He sees a piece of refined raw iron. Suddenly, Tang's body jolts, looking incredulously at this already refined raw iron. This piece of raw iron is exactly the one he saw Wang Feng hammering yesterday. Instinctively, Tang Hao wants to rush out of the house to pull Tang San back, but after thinking about it, he decides against it. Forget it. Xiao San prepared the ointment. It could be considered as preparing it for himself. That Feng kid, what a freak. Tang Hao murmurs to himself as he walks towards the inner room and then collapses into sleep. Chapter 6. Tang San Shock. I bet there are no pebbles in your arms. Tang San walks out of the Holy Soul village with a light step. While walking, he thinks about how to make Brother Feng lose gracefully without hurting him as much as possible. My ultimate skill is the Tang sect's hidden weapons. But since there are no forged hidden weapons right now, even ordinary pebbles can unleash great power in my hands. Tang San feels the pebbles in his pocket and sleeves. These are just used occasionally to practice various hidden weapon techniques, to avoid becoming rusty. But since they are not true hidden weapons, their power is limited. However, they still have considerable harm to children. A single pebble, if controlled well, can easily create a big bump. Later, I won't even need hidden weapons. Basic punches and kicks will suffice. The Xintian skill can also be omitted. Judging by how Feng climbed the mountain that day, his physical fitness is slightly worse than mine. If I use the Xintian skill, Combined with the improvements from these days of hammering iron, one punch down, Brother Feng might not be able to handle it. Tang San thinks that relying solely on physical fitness, along with basic punches and kicks, should be sufficient. This is just Tang San's normal thought process. There's no intention to look down on Feng Ge. Although it's just kids fighting, Tang San has always been a person who takes things very seriously. Since he said he wouldn't let Feng Ge feel lonely, Tang San would definitely keep his word and think about these things. Before long, Tang San arrived in a spacious forest. Once again, it was that small grove. Tang San saw Feng Ge standing in the distance, hand behind his back, facing away from him, looking at the sky. He exuded an aura of a master. However, he was too short. Although he had the demeanor, it seemed a bit comical. Tang San couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be fair, Feng Ge's back looked somewhat like a strong person. It was just too small. The breeze began to rise, and the branches rustled. Feng Ge's clothes were new, unlike his own, which had faded from washing. Yet, his silhouette was proud and aloof. "You've come." A faint voice came from Feng Ge's mouth. "I've come." Tang San nodded. "I knew you would come." Wang Feng continued calmly. "Of course I would come. Didn't we agree on it?" Tang San asked in confusion. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly turned around, staring intently at Tang San. After a long time, he slowly said, "It's been almost a month." "Yes, a full 20 days. Tang San nodded. Wang Feng sighed. "Such a long 20 days. Tang San was even more puzzled. It's a short 20 days. But inexplicably, Tang San felt a rare bitterness in Feng Ge's tone, coupled with the current situation. It made Tang San feel an indescribable heaviness, and for a moment, he couldn't say anything. After all, 20 days was just a blink of an eye for him. But what Tang San didn't know was that for Wang Feng, these 10 days felt like several years. The hardships of training during this time had been eroding one's will at every moment. Fortunately, Wang Feng knew about the Meteor Tears. Otherwise, he would have been done for with this reckless training long ago. "Hey, Xiao San, even though you haven't read Gulong's novels, you still delivered that line quite well." "Ha ha ha!" Wang Feng suddenly burst into laughter, instantly dissipating the heavy atmosphere. His previous line was a short dialogue between Fu Hongxue and Yin Nanfang from Gulong's novel. He didn't expect that Xiao San would actually catch on. This laughter made Tang San's forehead involuntarily twitch. Feng Ge was indeed unpredictable, sometimes heavy, sometimes playful. "Come on." Wang Feng's tone suddenly changed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San kicked off the ground and quickly rushed towards Wang Feng, launching a hook punch aimed at Wang Feng's side face. At this speed, a peer would definitely be knocked down without being able to react. Even adult men would find it hard to defend. However, at the moment the punch was about to hit Wang Feng's cheek, in a flash, Wang Feng's head moved back slightly, as if entering bullet time. It was this inch that narrowly avoided the punch. The punch missed, and without any pause, Tang San used his elbow as a weapon, continuing to attack Wang Feng's shoulder. Wang Feng merely smiled faintly and shifted sideways a few inches, narrowly avoiding the elbow strike. Seeing this, Tang San was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Feng Ge to always evade him just before he struck. Coincidence? Tang San frowned and then mixed various attacking moves in an orderly manner, wave after wave, rushing towards Wang Feng like a tide. From a distance, one could see a small boy making precise and orderly attacks toward another small boy with a smile on his face. Yet this smiling boy remained completely unharmed, not allowing the attacking boy to even touch a corner of his clothing. 10 minutes later, after another punch missed, Tang San stepped back and stared at Feng Ge in shock. If the first two attacks were coincidences, then the subsequent period was somewhat terrifying. His offensive never ceased. Even two adult men would be knocked down by his onslaught without any ability to fight back. Yet Feng Ge hadn't been hit by a single move. It was as if he could see through all of Tang San's attacks. There was only one possibility. His speed was much faster than mine. Tang San's heart raced. He knew his physical fitness, but the reality was as such. In Wang Feng's eyes, all of Tang San's attacks seemed to have slowed down by at least 3 to 4 times. He could even dodge them with his eyes closed while chewing on blue silvergrass. All of Tang San's attacks, to him, felt like they had entered bullet time in a game. He could dodge however he wanted. At this point, Wang Feng had a vague understanding of his own strength. It seemed he needed to use the Xiantian Gong to increase his speed and strength, resolving the fight within 3 punches. Wang Feng's speed ignited Tang San's fighting spirit. Tang San took a deep breath, circulating the Xiantian Gong in his body, and charged towards Wang Feng again. This time his speed had at least doubled. charging like the wind. Wang Feng slightly narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, could this be the Xintian Gong? I also have a force of energy within me. I wonder how it compares to the internal power produced by Xiao San practicing the Xintian Gong. Every time the body surpasses its limits, meteor tears would overflow with a surge of energy circulating throughout his body and finally settling in his abdomen. Normally, Wang Feng wouldn't use this special energy. While thinking, Wang Feng still didn't use it this time because he felt he could still dodge Tang San's speed. But this time, Wang Feng didn't dodge. With a clear understanding of his own speed, Wang Feng wanted to test his strength. Perfectly, the Xiao Sin using Xintian Gong was an ideal target. A punch came in. Wang Feng first sidestepped, his eyes flashing with light. Not dodging or evading, he swung his right fist directly at Tang San's punch. Seeing this, Tang San was shocked. He didn't expect Pangu to not dodge this time. He even chose to collide with him. Just as he was thinking this, bang, the two fists collided. A muffled sound erupted from the impact. In the next moment, Tang San's expression changed as he felt an immense force coming from Feng Ji's fist, causing his own fist to go numb. Stumbling back, Tang San took 10 steps before stabilizing himself. His heart was filled with shock. His punch was stronger than that of an adult, weighing around 200 pounds, plus the current circulation of Xintian Gong. His strength had greatly increased. This punch alone was at least 400 pounds, although he had anticipated that the speedy Pangu wouldn't have much weaker strength. He never expected that he couldn't withstand it at all. This meant that Feng Ji's punch definitely surpassed his by a lot. Could it be that I was mistaken? That day when Pangu climbed the mountain, he didn't show any strong power, but his physical fitness couldn't possibly possess such strength. Tang San was shocked. It was unbelievable that Pangu was even stronger than him using Xintian Gong. Feng Ji's concealment was too good. Recalling the years he had seen Feng Ji's lazy demeanor every day, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, what Tang San didn't know was that Wang Feng had only used 50% of his strength. Wang Feng calculated in his heart that his physical fitness far surpassed Tang San's. But the key to innate, full soul power wasn't just physical fitness. It was the energy within. Wang Feng had read most of the novel De Lua Dalu, and although he had forgotten much of it now, he remembered the earlier parts quite clearly. Tang San's innate, full soul power came from internal power generated by practicing the first level of Xintian Gong, which later transformed into soul power. Therefore, the energy within him was the key to innate full soul power. However, with innate full soul power, there should be no escape. The energy within me, during the fourth limit breaking, although a lot of meteor tears overflowed, the quantity did not increase. It only became of higher quality. Wang Feng was clear that this should be due to the rules of the Dolua continent, as one needs to have soul rings to obtain more energy. Just like Tang San, who has been unable to break through the first layer of Xintian Gong. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said seriously, Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be this strong, but I'm going to get serious now. I won't concede easily. This assertive statement left Wang Feng slightly stunned. Could it be that Xiao San is going to use hidden weapons? Tang San, the genius of the Tang sect, is most skilled in hidden weapons. As Tang San's hand moved toward his chest and sleeve, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Xiao San, what are you touching your chest for? Are you planning to throw stones at me? Hearing this, Tang San paused, not speaking, only feeling that Brother Feng was extremely perceptive. Wang Feng naturally knew that Xiao San hadn't crafted any hidden weapons yet, so he could only use stones as hidden weapons. Thinking of this, Wang Feng calmly smiled and said, I bet you don't have any stones in your pocket. Just concede, Xiao San. Tang San shook his head and said in a deep voice, Sorry, Brother Feng, you bet wrong. I have a handful of stones in my pocket. Wang Feng thought to himself, It seems not everyone can be as difficult as Yin Shuangying. The road ahead is long, and I will seek up and down. In the instant the words fell, Tang San moved, but he didn't attack directly. Instead, he quickly moved around Wang Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air came from all directions. Accompanied by a stone, precise like a marble, it shot toward Wang Feng. Countless stones spread out like a giant net, leaving Wang Feng nowhere to evade. In an instant, he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. Chapter 7. Xiao San, be confident. In such a dangerous situation, Wang Feng remained completely still, only counting the stones flying toward him in his heart. 1, 2, 3. 27 pieces. This should be the rain of pear blossoms from the Xintian treasure record. Wang Feng thought to himself, Xiao San hadn't crafted any matching hidden weapons using stones. I'm afraid he couldn't even unleash 1,000th of the original power of rain of pear blossoms, only form without spirit. However, it was just right to deal with a child. After taking this move, a bruised face was inevitable. Having watched the Law Continent, Wang Feng recognized this stone technique as the hidden weapon master skill from the Xintian treasure record, Rain of Pear Blossoms. However, at this time, Tang Xin was only 6 years old, and Xintian Gong was only at the first layer. He certainly couldn't perfectly execute the various hidden weapon techniques from a Xintian treasure record. Meanwhile, watching Brother Feng standing still as if he were stunned, Tang San's mouth subtly curled into a faint smile. Since being reborn in the Doloa continent, he had spent most of his time practicing Xintian Gong, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Xian Jade Hand, and other various techniques from the Xintian treasure record. Although he only occasionally practiced many hidden weapon techniques due to his young age, it was enough. Tang San was naturally proficient in these hidden weapon techniques, and as his proficiency in Xintian Gong, Xian Jade Hand, and other techniques increased, along with different materials for hidden weapons, they would gradually become stronger. Although he hadn't practiced for some time, using stones to perform Rain of Pear Blossoms was still manageable. Tang San thought, although Brother Feng is extremely smart and guessed I would use hidden weapons, he could never have imagined that I wouldn't just randomly throw stones. This was stones used in the technique of Rain of Pear Blossoms. I will definitely win this challenge. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of unexplainable pride. Perhaps because of the immense pressure Brother Feng put on him, being able to defeat Brother Feng gave him a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Tang San thought to himself, Brother Feng is indeed very strong, far beyond my imagination. Unfortunately, I have too many trump cards. Thinking of Brother Feng's power, Tang San felt a slight tingling on his scalp. He had to use Xintian Gong, not to mention forcing himself to use the hidden weapon technique, Rain of Pear Blossoms. Tang San quietly watched Brother Feng standing still in the distance, as if he could already see Brother Feng with a bruised face. Then, he couldn't help but take out the ointment, ready to apply it as soon as Brother Feng concedes. However, at that moment, the 27 stones shot out like 27 beams of light toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng moved. He extended both hands, his expression slightly serious as he began to wave in midair. The rapid hand movements created countless afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. With each wave of his hands in the air, several stones flying toward him were pinched between his fingertips. In less than a second, when Tang San just took out the ointment, he was instantly stunned, because he saw Brother Feng still standing in place, only raising both hands. Those delicate, small hands had, between his 10 fingers, surprisingly pinched 27 stones. Brother Feng actually caught all the stones in that instant. Tang San was dumbfounded. He knew how fast and powerful the stones he threw were. Unreservedly speaking, even a tree stump at such a close distance could have made indentations. To the naked eye of an adult, the stones were several times larger than real hidden weapons and still couldn't be seen clearly, let alone catching them all in an instant with his hands. Haha, Xiao San, take my self-created ultimate skill, fairy scattering flowers. Wang Feng laughed loudly, suddenly jumping up and shooting the stones in his hands toward Tang San. However, Wang Feng didn't know the technique of Rain of Pear Blossoms. He simply threw them out without any method. He didn't even create a dense net with the stones. He just threw them directly, but the speed and power were not inferior. Tang San was greatly surprised. Fairy scattering flowers? Could it be that Brother Feng also knows hidden weapon techniques? That's impossible. Could there really be hidden weapon techniques that can match me in the Doloa continent? But as he watched the stones flying toward him, he thought to himself that it was just a way to fool him. As a master of hidden weapons from the Tang sect, Tang San saw at a glance that the stones thrown by Brother Feng were completely unmethodical, just thrown out randomly. Yet whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even if they were just thrown randomly, their speed was even faster and stronger than before. Tang San was horrified, quickly dodging. He skillfully avoided 23 out of the 27 stones, but 4 of them hit him directly. Indeed, with Brother Feng's strength, even if the stones were just thrown casually, their power was still greater than mine. Tang San's expression changed, feeling a sharp pain in his left shoulder, right waist, chest, and left calf. Surely they were swelling up. His face turned slightly red, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Tang San knew. He lost. Tang Sen stepped back a few paces, leaning against a large tree, barely managing to stand. While feeling utterly shocked, a hint of bitterness arose. It had been a long time since he tasted the flavor of defeat, even if this was just a child's fight. Tang Sen looked at Brother Feng, who was walking toward him, his face not flushed, breathing steady, with a rosy glow after exercise, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Feng, I lost. You do seem to be stronger than me. Tang San felt a bit disappointed. At this moment, Wang Feng approached and patted Tang San on the shoulder, smiling. Xiao San. Be confident. Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, feeling the disappointment in his heart vanish instantly. What is there to be afraid of in losing? Brother Feng is right. Be confident. I am a genius of the Tang sect. There is no need to feel down. With failure, I will only become stronger. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but look at Brother Feng with a hint of gratitude. Brother Feng is really nice. He won but didn't gloat and even comforted me. Just as Tang San was about to express his gratitude, he heard Wang Feng laughing. Be confident. Remove the word seem. Tang San's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling even more pain. At this moment, Wang Feng picked up the ointment from the ground, surprised. Xiao San, it seems I need to praise you. I didn't expect you to be so foresight. You even prepared ointment for yourself? Wang Feng knew this ointment well. It was likely that the little third party was worried about getting hurt and prepared it for himself. Tang San's mouth twitched. Haha, I was just teasing you. Wang Feng burst into laughter. I'll apply the medicine for you. Tang San nodded with a smile, feeling much calmer inside. At this moment, he was in pain in several places. He had exhausted his strength while dodging stones and didn't want to move at all. After Wang Feng applied the medicine for Tang San, he regained some strength. Brother Feng, you weren't using your full strength just now, were you? Tang San hesitated and asked. No, I only used about 80%, Wang Feng replied casually. In fact, he had only used 50%. Tang San was taken aback. If 80% could crush him, what would 100% do? At that moment, Tang San felt a surge of fighting spirit. Brother Feng is so strong. Isn't it just right? Am I, Tang San, weak? Over the more than 10 years in the Tang sect, and these years of reincarnation, my life has been too smooth, and I haven't experienced failure. Now Brother Feng tells me that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. I, Tang San, must become stronger. At that moment, Tang San thought to himself. Wang Feng didn't know what Tang San was thinking. He just supported him back to Holy Spirit Village. Defeating Tang San with my innate full soul power is guaranteed, Wang Feng thought to himself. Next, I just need to wait for Brother Tao to come to Holy Spirit Village. After parting ways, Tang San limped back to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he returned, he heard his father's voice. Back? Rest well. You don't need to forge today. Tang San was taken aback. It had been a long time since he saw his father not sleeping in the morning, as if he had guessed something and was waiting for him. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Hao was swinging a giant hammer, striking the raw iron without looking at Tang San. Tang San opened his mouth and said solemnly, I lost. Brother Feng is much stronger than I imagined. Tang Hao replied lightly. He glanced at the piece of raw iron that had been brought back and thought, it would take just one strike with my hammer to shape a piece of raw iron faster than your 10 days of work. If you didn't lose, that would be a miracle. This Feng kid is not simple. Chapter 8. Su Yuntao Holy Spirit Village. After Wang Feng helped Tang San back to the village, he didn't go to Tang San's house but returned to his own home. Walking on the ground, Wang Feng surveyed the surroundings of Holy Spirit Village, noticing the changes over the years. The ground was paved with stones, unlike the pure dirt road from a few years ago, making it smooth and easy to walk on. These stones were transported from Notting City, which must have cost a lot. Originally an ordinary Holy Spirit village, it had started to build many novel structures in the past 2 years. Colorful flowers were planted on both sides of the road. In the center of the village, there was a stone pillar with a handprint on it. This pillar was a suggestion Wang Feng had made to village chief Jack, and it had been redecorated. Surrounding the stone pillar was a unique circle of stone carvings resembling dragon heads. From the dragon mouths, streams of water spouted, encircling the stone pillar like a miniature garden. In front of the stone pillar, there was also a sign. This sign introduced the origin of the stone pillar. At noon, many visitors were curiously watching Holy Spirit Village, then walked to the center to admire the stone pillar and then looked at the sign. They saw a line of small characters written on it. Many years ago, there was a girl named Xiao Sun in Holy Spirit Village. She was innocent, lively, and lovely, and there was also a boy named Xiao Yan. The two grew up together, childhood sweethearts, until one day they both reached the age of martial soul awakening. Xiao Yan was the hope of the village. He was exceptionally talented, and everyone had high hopes for him, believing he could awaken a powerful martial soul and become a strong soul master. However, on the day of martial soul awakening, Xiao Yan did not awaken a martial soul. He did not have the qualification to become a soul master. Even many other children awakened their martial souls. Only he did not. Xiao Yan became the waste that everyone in the village looked down upon. A waste without a martial soul. However, at this time, the girl Xiao Sun awakened a powerful martial soul, a rare, innate, full soul power. The story ended here, abruptly. Many visitors, seeing this, had their curiosity piqued, but only saw a line of words below. But, you may not expect. The Soul Saint handprint on this pillar was not left by the girl Xiao Sun, but by Xiao Yan. If you want to know the story behind this, please visit Holy Spirit Village. Upon seeing this, many visitors were instantly stunned. How infuriating! How can it not be fully introduced? One visiting tourist said angrily, "Hey, look, there's a line of small characters in that handprint. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not bully the young when they are poor." Wow, so passionate. Could it be that Xiao Yan left it? He must have become a soul saint later, but how did he do it? No way. I have to stay in Holy Spirit Village for a few years to find out the story behind this soul saint handprint. Wang Feng smiled as he watched many tourists walk in from outside the village and then stop in front of the stone pillar, eventually staying obediently. Holy Spirit Village is such a remote place with only agriculture. Even if the yield increases, it won't earn much money. Wang Feng chuckled to himself. Now Holy Spirit Village can live so well, naturally not just because of the increase in various crop yields. It is also because of the influx of tourists. In the previous life, that was the development of tourism. And this Soul Saint handprint was an idea Wang Feng had come up with at that time, and then wrote a story. A Dolo-continent version of Soul breaking the sky perfectly. Anyway, the original Dolo-continent didn't specifically mention who the Soul Saint of Holy Spirit Village was in the later chapters. Wang Feng thought it wouldn't be a problem to make up a story randomly. With tourists coming in, Wang Feng had Grandpa Jack work on building a vacation house made of wooden houses in a scenic area with mountains and water, while leaving behind segments of stories to keep these tourists intrigued and also allow them to spend money in Holy Spirit Village. Gradually, the life in Holy Spirit Village became much better. Otherwise, how could a modern kid from the 21st century like Wang Feng get used to the hard life in a village like Holy Spirit Village, which resembled rural life from the 70s and 80s? Just then, Wang Feng suddenly heard a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, who was currently standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the sign next to the stone pillar with dissatisfaction. The young man was dressed in a white outfit, with a black cloak behind him, and had a fist-sized character for soul right in the center of his chest. There was a trace of arrogance in his demeanor. Many villagers looked at this young man with curiosity because his aura and attire were different from ordinary people. Why did Brother Tao come? Grandpa Jack said it would be a few more days until the martial soul awakening, right? Wang Feng looked at this young man in surprise. Although he had never seen him before, based on his attire and that unique aura, Wang Feng concluded that the young man was none other than the famous worker in Doloa continent, Su Yuntao. Thinking of this, Wang Feng walked over and lazily said, "My lord, what's wrong with the story?" Su Yuntao turned around, looking at a lazy-looking child who seemed unafraid of anything, showing none of the fear and awe that other village children exhibited upon seeing him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This story is clearly nonsense, merely piquing people's curiosity, but it is extremely uninteresting, Su Yuntao said, shaking his head while pointing at the stone pillar. Disappointed? Why disappointed? Wang Feng asked. In this story, Xiao Yan has no martial soul, but it later implies that he becomes a soul saint, which is obviously impossible. Su Yuntao replied with a faint smile. A person without a martial soul cannot even become a soul master, let alone a soul saint. Isn't this story just made up? Hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tao is still Brother Tao, with that familiar taste. Just like when Wang Feng first watched Doloa Continent. When Tang San awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, Brother Tao confidently said it was a useless martial soul. Although he didn't appear much later, he must have been slapped in the face, so what? Wang Feng said slowly, Since you think it's nonsense, Your Excellency, you can leave Shenghun village. This child is quite interesting. Su Yuntao chuckled. I came here for an important matter. Be careful if you try to chase me away. The village chief might spank you. Looking at the little boy, Su Yuntao said calmly, Do you think I'm curious about this made-up story of the Soul Saint and came to your Shenghun village in advance? Wang Feng shrugged and sighed. So you're not curious after all. What a pity. I have the complete story here that records how this little yin became a Soul Saint. Since you have no interest, I want to show it to you. After saying that, Wang Feng turned around and walked into the village. Huh, you have the complete story? Su Yuntao was taken aback. Watching the child's back, he stepped forward a few steps, reached out his hand, hesitated, as if wanting to stop the child. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly turned around. Su Yuntao quickly withdrew his hand, putting it behind his back, with a nonchalant expression. What's the matter? What else do you have to say, child? Wang Feng looked at him strangely and shook his head, saying to himself, In a few days, I will awaken my martial soul. I wonder what martial soul I will awaken. After saying this, Wang Feng turned around and left without looking back. This child. Su Yuntao watched the child's departing figure, pondering for a few seconds. Just right. I will stay here for a few days. Let us see if there are any good seeds in Shenghun village that can become soul masters. A few days later, Grandpa Jack brought Wang Feng, Tang San, and the other 7 children to the spirit hall of Shenghun village. In Shenghun village, the spirit hall was not the dilapidated little wooden house from the original work, but rather built from jade white stones, giving it quite a hall-like feel. Xiao Feng, if your martial soul is not good, it's okay. Grandpa Jack said kindly as he stood outside the village with the children. First, he patted Wang Feng, whom he had raised for several years, and said, Without a martial soul, you can't become a soul master. You can stay in Shenghun village. We need you here. Wang Feng felt a bit annoyed. This old guy just wants to keep him in Shenghun village. After all, many changes in the village over the years were ideas he put forward. Now that the villagers were living better day by day, they naturally wanted to keep him around, even if they pampered him with good food and drink. It will be fine. I say, Grandpa, I haven't awakened yet, Wang Feng said unhappily. Brother Feng, you are so lazy. Your parents don't have martial souls, so you definitely don't have one either. Don't worry. A little boy smiled at Wang Feng. You brat, looking for a beating? Wang Feng glared at the little boy. The boy shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. In this month, after a period of intense training, along with the transformation from Xinglei, although Wang Feng hadn't undergone drastic changes, his aura had changed quite a bit. From his previous lazy demeanor, he had gained a bit of sharpness. Since the village's children were already afraid of him, with just a glare, they would probably have nightmares at night. I see among you, Xiao San has the most hope of becoming a soul master and awakening a powerful martial soul. Grandpa Jack looked at the silent Tang San beside him, recalling the situation from a couple of days ago when he visited Tang Hao's home, and couldn't help but shake his head. That stubborn old man, Tang Hao. As for Xiao Feng, Grandpa doesn't expect you to become a soul master. You can awaken an ordinary martial soul, like blue silvergrass, a hoe, or a sickle. That would satisfy me. At least it would have some use. Wang Feng thought to himself, so you have so little confidence in me? But he also felt it made sense. Martial souls are generally determined by one's biological parents. Most are inherited. His biological parents in this world were indeed ordinary farmers with very common martial souls. Unlike Tang San, whose parents were extraordinary. All right, come in with me. When you meet Master Zhanhuan, don't be afraid, but also don't speak carelessly, lest you annoy Master Zhanhuan. Grandpa Jack reminded the children several times, then led them into the spirit hall. Before long, they entered and saw a young man standing in the center of the spirit hall. As if hearing their footsteps, the young man turned around to look at them. This young man was Su Yuntao, the master of the battle spirit from Nodding City. Grandpa Jack respectfully said to the young man, but after just finishing, he was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward a few paces, whispering, Master Su, have we not treated you well these past 2 days? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Indeed, 2 days ago, Master Su Yuntao had come to Shenghun village to see if there were any children with the potential to become soul masters. However, now he looked like he hadn't rested well. No, I'm just a bit tired. Let us get started, Su Yuntao said impatiently. Watching this scene, Wang Feng almost laughed out loud. Brother Tao looked just like him when he stayed up late reading novels in his past life. When he came the day before, his hair was neat and he radiated a refreshing aura. Now his hair was messy and oily, and he had dark circles under his eyes. It was clear that he had spent the last 2 days collecting the stories he made up about soul breaking the sky and had stayed up late reading them. As for Su Yuntao, he was also quite annoyed and just wanted to finish this test quickly so he could continue reading the story. It was really strange. It was obviously just a very mundane story, yet he had inadvertently become addicted to it over the past 2 days. That little brat. He even said he has the complete set of stories. Su Yuntao glanced at the children, and when his gaze fell on Wang Feng, he was taken aback. "Isn't this the little brat? I'm Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master." Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng calmly, trying to intimidate the child. As expected, upon hearing this, the other children's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Even Tang San showed curiosity. However, the only one who didn't care was that little brat, who glanced at him and said casually, "Master of Battle Spirit, you're so impressive. Can you start now? Our martial souls are eager to come out." Hearing this, several children immediately laughed, and even Tang San chuckled knowingly. Brother Feng is indeed Brother Feng, fearless and carefree. Su Yuntao choked a bit. "This little brat. Forget it, considering you have the complete story of soul breaking the sky. I won't bother arguing with you. I've already passed through 6 villages, and there isn't a single person with soul power, let alone a slightly better martial soul." Su Yuntao shook his head, clearly indicating that Wang Feng wouldn't be any different. Then, without saying much, he took out 6 black circular stones, waved his hand, and arranged them on the ground in a hexagon. He then took out a crystal ball and walked inside from left to right. Su Yuntao pointed to the hexagon on the ground, and a faint light emerged from it. The first child stepped inside. Su Yuntao shouted, "Lone Wolf." 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from him, and at the same time, Su Yuntao's figure quickly expanded, exuding a sense of power. Many children were stunned, stepping back in fear and awe. Su Yuntao quickly approached the hexagonal stones, clapping his hands to produce several green lights. A golden light flashed, enveloping the child. Extending his right hand, Su Yuntao called out, and the child hurriedly extended his hand, revealing a small sickle. However, when he touched the crystal ball, there was no reaction at all. Su Yuntao shook his head. The child walked out with a disappointed expression. Next, the following children entered one after another. The later it got, the more disappointed Su Yuntao became, until it was Tang San's turn. The golden light was brighter than the previous few. "Golden legend," Wang Feng muttered. He looked at Tang San's left hand, thinking to himself, the Haotian hammer should be in Tang San's left hand, right? He saw Tang San tightly clenching his left hand, but he only opened his right hand, revealing a blue silvergrass. Seeing this blue silvergrass, Tang San's face darkened. "Brother Feng, are you poisonous?" Tang San thought silently. Actually, blue silvergrass is nothing special, but Feng Ge had previously said that his martial soul was blue silvergrass, which left Tang San feeling quite helpless. Of course, Tang San also didn't believe that the martial soul was determined by Feng Ge. It was just that it was too much of a jinx. However, Tang San slightly squeezed his left hand and felt that this hand seemed to have condensed a form of martial soul, but he didn't want to show it. It was still blue silvergrass when Su Yuntao shook his head, but in the next moment his eyes widened. After seeing Tang San place his hand on the crystal ball, an incredibly dazzling blue light filled the entire room. "Innate full soul power," Su Yuntao exclaimed. After losing his voice, Su Yuntao took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at Tang San, his eyes were filled with shock and disappointment. Wang Feng stared at the crystal ball, thinking, if I fully mobilize the energy within me, this crystal ball should explode, right? Chapter 10. 9-star begonia? Mysterious green, Lotus martial soul. It might explode, Wang Feng didn't know. But Tang San's innate full soul power shocked Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao seemed to see the curiosity in Tang San's eyes and couldn't help but sigh and explain, to become a soul master, soul power is of utmost importance. Even the worst martial soul can cultivate through meditation as long as it has soul power, becoming a soul master. None of the previous children had soul power, but you were born with level 10 soul power, which is the so-called innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes were very complex. Innate full soul power is a talent that occurs once in 100 years, yet it is a blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang San nodded. Innate soul means your qualification to become a soul master. The higher the qualification, the faster the cultivation speed. Su Yuntao looked at Tang San and continued. The occurrence of innate full soul power on the continent is extremely rare. So far, you are the first and the last one I have ever seen. I will never encounter a second one, but unfortunately, your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. I said, Master, am I transparent? How could there not be a second one? This Taugu really is something. I've been standing here for so long, and can't you at least let me finish the test before saying this? Xiao Feng, stop messing around. Before Su Yuntao could speak, the village chief Jack shot Wang Feng a glare, saying, Can you compare with Xiao San? It's already impressive that you can awaken a martial soul. Do you think innate full soul power is something common? Wang Feng, seeing Jack scold the little brat. Su Yuntao also laughed and shook his head. Innate full soul power is rare. For Sacred Soul Village to have one is already a rare sight. The implication is that, little brat, don't think too much. However, Tang San thought to himself, this is not rare. It's just because I practice Xiantian Gong. Otherwise, an ordinary child wouldn't possibly have innate full soul power. How could there be internal energy cultivated within me for no reason? Unless one is truly a super genius, born with soul power without needing to cultivate. Tang San thought to himself, such a super genius might indeed be rare. At this moment, Wang Feng became dissatisfied. So, Master Su Yuntao, does this mean that I could completely possibly have innate full soul power? Although Wang Feng didn't know whether the energy within him would stimulate the energy ball's reaction, he felt very unhappy to be denied like this. Tang San couldn't help but walk in front of Wang Feng, paused for a moment, and said, Fengge, be more confident. Remove the word possibly. Chapter 1. Tang San knew that he was not a super genius, but due to practicing Xiantian Gong. However, Fengge had not practiced Xiantian Gong. Fengge had extraordinary talent and physical fitness, but soul power is related to the energy within. Moreover, during the previous spar, Tang San had not noticed Fengge using any energy similar to internal energy. It was purely the terrifying strength of his physical fitness. Therefore, Tang San felt that true innate full soul power was unlikely. Wang Feng. Oh, Xiao San, you've improved. You can argue back now. Wang Feng's lips twitched. As expected of the protagonist, his learning ability is remarkable. All right, I won't waste time with you, little brat. Come in and test your martial soul first. Su Yuntao glared at Wang Feng. Feng snorted in his heart and directly walked to the center of the hexagon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving a mysterious martial soul reward. Please close your eyes. Feel the mysterious martial soul. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Wang Feng was startled. He then closed his eyes. Boom! Immediately, his mind seemed to explode. He fell into endless chaos. In the center of the chaos, a mysterious lotus quietly bloomed, exuding an ancient and grand aura. That is, Wang Feng stared at that green lotus. In a vague sense, it seemed to show him a supreme world. The next moment, the green lotus suddenly flew towards Wang Feng and instantly entered his forehead. Boom! His consciousness exploded instantly, and Wang Feng's mind echoed with endless reverberations, hearing and seeing nothing. Until a long time passed, Wang Feng finally came back to his senses and heard a calm voice by his ear. Another useless martial soul, a well-known wildflower. As the voice rang out, Wang Feng finally opened his eyes and looked at the martial soul in his hand. A mysterious miniature green lotus quietly bloomed in his palm. It looked somewhat like a 9-star begonia, but the shape of the petals was completely different, and it had 12 leaves wrapping around the 24 petals in the center. Exceptionally beautiful, it was a type of flower-shaped martial soul he had never seen before. Su Yuntao shook his head, saying it looked quite nice. Perhaps it was somewhat useful, but it was still not much better than blue silvergrass. However, Tang San looked at the green lotus, slightly surprised. A lotus flower? This Feng Ji's martial soul is very similar to the lotus flower he had seen in his previous life. However, the green lotus had a special beauty. No wonder Master Su Yuntao couldn't recognize it at all. Tang San thought to himself. In the world of Doluo continent, Tang San had not seen any plants resembling a lotus flower. However, saying it was a lotus flower was not entirely correct. Tang San pondered. Perhaps it is not necessarily a useless martial soul. Not bad, not bad. Jack the grandfather smiled and said, Xiao Feng, if you can plant this flower in our village in the future, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Wang Feng suddenly laughed. This is definitely not a useless martial soul. nor is it an ordinary lotus flower. The things given by the system cannot be simple. Plus, just now, the mysterious green lotus he saw in that dark, chaotic world when his consciousness was there. This must be the chaotic green lotus, Wang Feng thought, trembling in his heart. In his previous life, as a super novel fan, he naturally understood that this was an unimaginably terrifying thing from the background of ancient Chinese mythology. A treasure from the primordial era. His martial soul turned out to be such a terrifying thing. Wang Feng looked at the blooming green lotus, his body trembling slightly. In ancient mythology, there are countless versions, but this chaotic green lotus is indeed extraordinarily powerful. According to legend, the Pangu ancestor god was born from the lotus seeds of this chaotic green lotus. But when Wang Feng looked at the green lotus platform, there were only 4 lotus seeds. It is estimated that this chaotic green lotus is somewhat different. In ancient rumors, the subsequent several lotus seeds transformed into 36 types of creation green lotus, which later transformed into 3 great treasures, the 3 treasures of the jade rui, the Tai Buddha dust, and the Qingping sword. The other 3 lotus seeds transformed into 12-grade merit gold lotus, 12-grade karma fire red lotus, and 12-grade annihilation black lotus. They are all supreme, innate defensive spiritual treasures. Each has different functions. The 5 large lotus leaves transformed into 5 flags, respectively. The Wujing Huangqi, 1,000 golden lotuses. Nothing can break. The Qinglian Bao's flag. The light of the relic calms the mind. The Lidi Guangqi, chaotic yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements. The Susi Yunji flag. Strange phenomena swirling, the world is bright. The Zhenwu Zhao Daioki, hazy heaven and earth, blocking the sun and moon. In simple terms, it has various effects such as control, release from control, regaining clarity, confusion, and so on. The lotus pod of the blue lotus has transformed into the Qiankuan Ding, capable of refining the essence of items. In simple terms, it can elevate the grade of items. Its roots absorb the innate aura of slaughter, transforming into the god-slaying spear, capable of injuring even a sage's primordial spirit. Wang Feng's eyes turned red as he gazed at this mysterious blue lotus. Although he didn't know if it would truly be as monstrous as the legends say, and this wasn't the real entity of the blue lotus, just a martial soul form. But even as a martial soul, it only needs to unleash some of its power. What mutated 9-heart begonia or 7 treasures glazed pagoda could even compare to this thing? Moreover, it is a comprehensive martial soul. As the soul master level increases, this blue lotus will unleash special and different powers. Wang Feng's heart burned with excitement and curiosity, wanting to explore the power of this mysterious blue lotus, to see if it was truly as exaggerated as he imagined. Just imagine, if this blue lotus could transform into the forms Wang Feng envisioned, like the 3-treasure jade rui, the Qingping sword, or even the 16-rank pure world blue lotus. Or transform into the 12-rank world-destroying black lotus, or even the 5-element banner, Qiankuan Ding, and god-slaying spear, each with different abilities and forms, possessing different powers. Who could withstand that? Su Yintao looked at the overly excited Wang Feng and couldn't help but shake his head. How could a nameless wildflower martial soul make someone so excited? All right, are you still going to test your soul power? Su Yintao frowned and asked. Or should we just forget it? He thought about giving this little brat some face. Forget it? Wang Feng was stunned, waved his hand, and said, no need. Just test it casually. Saying this, Wang Feng casually placed his palm on the crystal ball. Boom! A golden light burst forth, dazzling the eyes of everyone present. Su Yintao was instantly frozen in place, petrified. Chapter 11. Mysterious Human Form, Martial Soul. Self-comprehension? The dazzling golden light filled the entire martial soul hall. Su Yintao stared in shock, stuttering as he uttered a few words. Innate full soul power? At the same time, inside the room, Grandpa Jack and Tang San were also incredibly surprised by this scene. Especially Tang San. Brother Feng also has innate full soul power? Tang San felt immense shock. He knew that his own innate full soul power was due to his slight cultivation of a Shintian skill, not because he genuinely possessed full soul power innately. But Brother Feng couldn't possibly have cultivated anything. Over the years, Tang San had seen Brother Feng being extremely lazy, barely exercising, let alone cultivating. He also had no means to cultivate. Natural talent. Innate natural talent. Tang San's eyes widened in amazement. He was a transmigrator who had cultivated the Shintian skill to achieve innate full soul power. But Brother Feng truly was such a talent, a genuine super genius. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly compete with me and also possess innate full soul power, although his martial soul is not better than mine. However, Tang San's heart stirred, and he gently opened his left hand behind his back, revealing a small hammer martial soul. It seems I have two martial souls, but I don't know what this one is. Perhaps Dad should know. Thinking this, Tang San couldn't help but look at Brother Feng. But he found Brother Feng still examining his newly awakened mysterious Lotus martial soul, seemingly completely unconcerned about the innate full soul power. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Of course, Tang San didn't know that Wang Feng had reached innate full soul power in just 1 month. He wasn't originally talented, nor was he a super genius. It was through this month of training to the brink of death, relying on the energy that surged from Meteor Tears, that he attained the current innate full power. However, at this moment, Wang Feng was not too concerned. Instead, he was extremely curious about this blue Lotus martial soul. It seems that this energy ball is about to explode. Suddenly, Wang Feng caught a glimpse of the energy ball testing soul power, which seemed to have developed some cracks. He quickly jolted, controlling the remaining energy within him to stop entering the energy ball. Otherwise, it would definitely explode. Innate full soul power is enough. If it really exploded, it would be troublesome. What if people caught him later to study it? Wang Feng pondered. One must be cautious when showing off. Just enough is fine. Moreover, since Wang Feng had not yet researched this blue Lotus martial soul, he didn't know if it would truly be as he imagined. Even if it was, he wasn't strong enough now and probably couldn't fully unleash all its power. Ding, congratulations to the host for checking in with innate full soul power. Reward, mysterious human form martial soul, which requires the host to comprehend its power on their own. Check-in location, Shrek Academy. If you can reach level 30 and possess a 10,000-year soul ring or above for check-in, there will be special rewards. After the familiar voice sounded, Wang Feng's body slightly trembled and a trace of black light flickered in his eyes. Mysterious human form martial soul? Self-comprehension? Wang Feng was somewhat astonished. Although after 2 checks, Wang Feng had roughly sensed that the things provided by the system, while incredibly powerful, all required him to slowly develop and study them before they could be used. It was definitely not as simple as he imagined. Just like Meteor Tears, and this creation blue Lotus martial soul was the same. Wang Feng sensed that if he wanted to unleash the power of this blue Lotus martial soul, he would need to put in extraordinary effort. After all, this thing is truly not simple. But the self-comprehension aspect completely left Wang Feng dumbfounded. At least give me a hint, right? Twin martial souls, or a human form martial soul. Without any hint at all, how am I supposed to comprehend it? Wang Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, fortunately, this creation blue Lotus martial soul had already given him enough surprise. All right, little brat, you also have innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's face turned slightly red. Remembering what he had just said, he felt extremely embarrassed. Have I exhausted all my luck in this life? A village produced 2 with innate full soul power, and I encountered both. Su Yuntao thought back to when he only had 2nd-level soul power and silently sighed. Su Yuntao looked at Grandpa Jack and said, "These 2 kids are not simple. Although their martial souls are lacking, which is a pity, they can still become soul masters." All right, I'm leaving now. Su Yuntao felt his pride being crushed. Suddenly, he thought of the stories Xiao Yan and inexplicably became more eager for the story's follow-up. Lost in thought, Su Yuntao walked directly to the door, but suddenly turned back, looking at Wang Feng, and asked, "Little brat, do you really have the complete story?" "Yes." Wang Feng smiled and said, "Want to hear it?" "No problem, but you have to agree to one condition." "Say it." Wang Feng gestured for Su Yuntao to lean in closer. Wang Feng whispered a few words into Su Yuntao's ear. After finishing, Su Yuntao was stunned. "Are you sure?" Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng with a strange expression. "Of course." Wang Feng replied. "No problem. This request, I'm very willing." Su Yuntao smiled and said, 3 months later, is the enrollment for the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I will come to find you then. I hope you are prepared by then." Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out a stack of paper he had prepared earlier and handed it to Su Yuntao. Seeing this, Su Yuntao quickly took the folded paper, coughed a few times, and treasured it in his arms. "All right, Grandpa Jack, I'm leaving first." Su Yuntao waved goodbye to Village Chief Jack. and a cheerful smile returned to his face. Grandpa Jack hurried over to see Su Yuntao off. Brother Feng, what did you just ask Master Su? He looks so happy. Tang San asked curiously. It's nothing. I just said that in 3 months, I would have a duel with him. Wang Feng said casually. After all, one must aim higher. Xiao San, battling with you no longer provides me with experience points. You are no longer useful. Tang San's face darkened. Over the years of interacting with Brother Feng, he knew that Brother Feng occasionally came up with words with special meanings, filled with imaginative ideas. Tang San could roughly understand the meaning of this experience. He hummed softly and thought to himself, once I start practicing the Xintian treasure record and refine some real hidden weapons, I'll ask Dad about the second martial soul. At that time, Feng Ge, you might not be able to surpass me. Wait, what did Feng Ge just say? You want to fight Master Su? Suddenly, Tang San remembered something and couldn't help but exclaim, Feng Ge, are you sure? He is a level 26 soul master, and he has the beast martial soul, the lone wolf. Aren't you just asking to be beaten up? Just now, Su Yuntao's impressive aura from the lone wolf was something Tang San felt very clearly. A real soul master. Feng Ge, we are only 6 years old. Do you really want to challenge an adult soul master? Especially a level 26 battle soul master with a beast martial soul? 3 months. Tang San shook his head. In 3 months, with his current strength? He could only manage a few exchanges with Su Yuntao. Besides, in 3 months, he would also improve his strength. Remembering the smile on Su Yuntao's face when he left, Tang San silently mourned for Feng Ge for a few seconds. It seems I really need to prepare some ointment for Feng Ge in advance this time. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was thinking that Tao Ge probably wouldn't have many opportunities to show up in the future. As a tool, he naturally had to be used to the fullest. If he could defeat him and then leave the novice village, that should be about enough, right? Chapter 12. The first form of the chaotic blue Lotus martial soul. After sending off Su Yuntao, old Jack returned to the martial soul hall and looked at Wang Feng and Tang San. Good. Old Jack's kindly face was filled with surprise as he looked at the two children. One had grown up by his side since childhood, while the other he had watched grow up. Although their martial souls might not be great due to environmental reasons, but innate full soul power. Not to mention, they would definitely become stable soul masters, right? Thinking about the fact that Holy Soul Village could produce 2 soul masters today, old Jack couldn't help but smile widely. I really didn't expect that, little Feng. You also have innate full soul power. Old Jack looked at Wang Feng with an incredulous expression, as if he had seen a monkey jump out of a rock. Wang Feng looked at Grandpa Jack's ghostly expression and felt a bit awkward. But then again, according to the original story, he should be one of those few kids, a somewhat clever supporting character, whose style was originally different from Tang San's. It's no wonder old Jack was so surprised. There are still 3 months until the registration for the Nodding Junior Academy. Although our village only has 1 quota, it doesn't matter. Old Jack looked at the 2 children, his smile never fading. Little Feng is one thing, but little San, come on. I'm going to visit your house and talk to your father. Okay, Grandpa Village Chief. Tang San nodded. Saying that, old Jack took Tang San and walked outside, heading towards Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Wang Feng didn't follow. He figured Grandpa Jack would probably have a big argument with Tang Hao, and he wasn't interested in watching that. Wang Feng ran outside the village, into the familiar little forest. There's still 3 months, and Tao Ge is a level 26 battle soul master. With my current strength, it will be very difficult to defeat him, Wang Feng thought silently. Using Su Yuntao to test my strength and give myself some pressure is Wang Feng's consideration. However, Yuntao is from the Martial Soul Hall. Wang Feng didn't want to expose too much. He didn't necessarily have to defeat him. Just having a talent that exceeds innate full soul power, if exposed, could likely attract the attention of the Martial Soul Hall. Wang Feng could confirm that the energy within him was beyond innate full soul power. It should be at least level 20 or even higher. Wang Feng wasn't sure about the specifics. If the Martial Soul Hall found out about this, they might send someone to capture him for dissection. After all, in Doloa 1, it seemed that only Qian Renxue had surpassed innate full soul power to reach level 20. But Qian Renxue was the daughter of a big shot in the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong. What right did a small village boy like me have to surpass innate full soul power at level 20? It would be strange if they didn't capture me for research. Therefore, I can only use the strength of innate full soul power to fight against Su Yuntao. Wang Feng clenched his fist. Physical fitness is the foundation. The Blue Lotus martial soul should be the key. With this thought, Wang Feng looked around, took a deep breath, and gently opened his right hand, his consciousness moving slightly. A blue lotus quietly bloomed. Seeing this blue lotus, Wang Feng slowly infused a small portion of the energy within him, which is his soul power, into the blue lotus martial soul. As streams of soul power flowed in, the mysterious blue lotus suddenly emitted a unique brilliance. In the center of the lotus platform, among the 4 lotus seeds, a smaller one quietly bloomed, releasing endless golden light. Wang Feng watched closely as the energy within him continuously flowed into it. The light was dazzling. This lotus seed seemed to have received nutrients, rapidly expanding and quickly blooming from the lotus platform. Golden, pure, and dazzling gold. The soft and orthodox golden light enveloped Wang Feng's entire body, symbolizing warmth, healing, and a special power. It made Wang Feng feel extremely joyful. Is this the first form of the blue lotus, the 12th grade golden lotus? Wang Feng took a slight breath, looking at the small golden lotus blooming from the 4 lotus seeds of the blue lotus. It had a refreshing aura. After the golden lotus appeared, Wang Feng felt the energy within him starting to rapidly deplete. It was easy to imagine that allowing this blue lotus to evolve into its first form would require an unimaginable amount of soul power. However, this is normal. The more powerful the martial soul, the higher the requirements for soul power. Tang San's Haotian hammer, with his current innate full soul power, would probably be difficult to wield for even 20 seconds. 10 seconds might leave him exhausted. But Wang Feng was sure that the soul power required to use the blue lotus martial soul was even more astonishing. In the myths of ancient China, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit is an innate spiritual treasure. I'm not sure what its specific effects are, as I've never been to the ancient world. But as a manifestation of a martial soul, the golden lotus gives me a very peculiar feeling. Perhaps Wang Feng calculated the energy within him. 30 seconds was the limit. Without further hesitation, he looked around, searching for something he could experiment with. Suddenly, Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Not far away, there was an injured little bird lying there. Let us experiment. Wang Feng walked over and looked at the injured little bird and was taken aback. Isn't this the little bird I saved from a venomous snake's fangs a few days ago? It hasn't been long, and it's injured again? Wow, it's really tough. Its wings and abdomen are injured, and its internal organs can be seen. It's not far from death, right? Wang Feng was speechless, pondering for a second, then directly controlled the golden lotus at the center of his palm to release its power toward the little bird. The golden light enveloped the little bird like smooth silk. The next moment, Wang Feng widened his eyes, watching as the little bird was wrapped in golden soft light. He saw the scratches on the little bird's wings healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds on its abdomen were also rapidly mending, and its previously closed eyes opened. In just a few seconds, the little bird returned to its original state. Wang Feng crouched down, drenched in sweat, looking as if he had been drained. The energy within him was almost passively absorbed into the golden lotus in the following seconds. Originally, he could only control a small portion of his energy for use because he had no soul rings. The rest of the energy couldn't be utilized. But as the golden light wrapped around the little bird, all the energy within him was directly absorbed. Not a drop was left. At the same time, the golden lotus, having lost its soul power, quickly reverted to the lotus seed form, revealing the appearance of the blue lotus again, quietly floating there. The little bird chirped happily and flew up, flitting around Wang Feng. Can it really return to its original state? Wang Feng was astonished, looking at the little bird, which seemed to have even more vitality than before. Is this the same little bird that was barely alive just moments ago? The first form of the golden lotus can heal and revive even a bird in such a state. Moreover, Wang Feng noticed that the little bird seemed to have become much stronger. It flew gracefully, and its bright eyes were filled with vitality, as if it had been granted new power. A little bird flew to a nearby branch and began pecking furiously at the tree trunk with its beak, quickly making a small hole. However, it seemed to be very excited, flapping its wings wildly in the air. Is it in heat? Wang Feng was utterly astonished. Could it be that he had used too much power of the golden lotus? Just now, it was the first time he had used it without any experience. Unleashing it all at once, Chapter 13. The power of the Golden Lotus is more than this. Self-learning. The first form of the Golden Lotus's power should not be limited to this. Wang Feng no longer looked at the little bird, but pondered. I still do not have a spirit ring. If I had a spirit ring, the first form of the Golden Lotus should generate other abilities. In other words, this is just the ability carried by the Golden Lotus itself. Only after obtaining a spirit ring will the other abilities of the Golden Lotus be unlocked, which means true spirit skills. Indeed, it is very powerful. Wang Feng felt the mysterious blue lotus martial spirit within him. The first form of the Golden Lotus alone possessed such terrifying recovery ability. If he reached higher realms later on, in the second, third, fourth forms, etc., he could only imagine what other abilities would arise. He walked toward the small lake in the distance, wanted to take a cold bath to calm his burning heart before continuing his training. However, Wang Feng did not know that shortly after he left, the little bird excitedly chirped and vigorously flapped its wings toward a twig the size of a thumb. Whoosh, a flash of light. The twig snapped in two. If Wang Feng had been there, his jaw would have dropped in astonishment. Even though the twig was very small, to be able to break it with just its wings meant it was no ordinary bird. It had already evolved into a true spirit beast. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary spirit beast. It had awakened its intelligence. Watching Wang Feng leave, the little bird stood on the branch, blinking its eyes and not taking its gaze away for a long time. Wang Feng had accidentally unleashed the full power of the first form of the Golden Lotus for the first time, far exceeding his own imagination. It was not just about recovery and healing. It could also endow the ability to cultivate and awaken intelligence. Wang Feng reached the edge of a small lake, took off his shirt, and leaped into the water. It might take some time to obtain a spirit ring, since hunting spirit beasts was not easy. Wang Feng swam in the water as agilely as a fish, but his mind was constantly thinking. He knew that his current physical quality and defense were very strong. Ordinary knives might not be able to hurt him. His strength was so great that it made Wang Feng's scalp tingle. However, in terms of speed, power, agility, and so on, it was probably more than twice that of an average adult man. Compared to the special forces of his previous life, he was slightly stronger. That was why he could crush the little third. But compared to those truly top-tier soldiers, there was still a significant gap. In the Doloa continent, wanting to hunt spirit beasts with just this level of power was not enough. The first form of the Golden Lotus did not have offensive power, which meant that in the early stages before reaching level 20 and obtaining the second form, he might only rely on hand-to-hand combat, and without any clues. Comprehending the mysterious humanoid martial spirit was somewhat unrealistic. While thinking this, Wang Feng swam around the small lake 10 times before coming ashore. He began his normal training. First, he ran 10 laps around the small woods, then jumped onto a branch to practice agility, moving from one point to another without breaking any twigs. Next was the obstacle course in the woods. Over the past month, Wang Feng had set up nearly 10 traps of various sizes in the small woods for training. Some were ground traps, others were stones flying toward him, and there were obstacles made from various farming tools. The layout formed a curved route around the small woods. It was very terrifying. Even the special forces from his previous life, entering this obstacle course, would likely end up bruised and battered. But Wang Feng moved through it as if he were strolling, completely unscathed. The reflexes he developed were key to being able to catch the little third S stones earlier. Then Wang Feng began to carry a smooth tree trunk, about 4 to 5 meters long, and started various training exercises. This tree trunk weighed at least 100 pounds, and the heavy load training brought a significant burden, making it difficult to control. However, it was firmly secured on Wang Feng. He did frog jumps, push-ups, used it as a dumbbell, ran with the weight, and also did essential squats. In any case, Wang Feng tried all the exercises he could think of from his previous life. However, as his physical quality improved, it became increasingly difficult to reach his physical limits. Mainly, his stamina was too strong. Sometimes he could train for half a day without feeling tired. The modification for Meteor Tears was primarily in defense and endurance, which were the strongest. It might also be due to the direction of his training. He needed to strengthen his power, Wang Feng thought, and it would be best to engage in long-term weight training that would bind him all over, even during eating, drinking, and sleeping without taking it off. Speaking of strength training, right? The chaotic wind hammer technique. With this thought, Wang Feng's body shook. The chaotic wind hammer, even without Tang Hao saying it. He had read the original work and naturally knew. The The most powerful aspect of this hammer technique lies in borrowing strength to use strength, utilizing full force in a single strike, then using the rebound force to change posture and exert that rebound force again, gradually enhancing the power of each strike. To be honest, it seemed a bit unscientific. Like a perpetual motion machine, theoretically, each strike could be stronger than the last. But the further it goes, the greater the consumption, and the more terrifying the power released. It seems that even Tang Hao, the title de law, could only strike 81 times. Wang Feng couldn't remember clearly. But even the power of 81 strikes would increase geometrically. One could imagine how monstrous it would be in the end. However, wanting Tang Hao to teach him this unique skill, Wang Feng thought about it and decided against it. Little Third only received the chaotic wind hammer technique after awakening the second Haoyan hammer martial spirit, and Tang Hao only reluctantly taught this unique skill to Tang San. He only taught it to his own son like that, let alone himself. But can I try it myself? Wang Feng's eyes lit up. I just need to practice in this direction, right? Borrowing strength to use strength. Each strike stronger than the last. I am at least a transmigrator, with broader vision and understanding, and I have been modified by Meteor Tears. Why can't I become self-taught? This technique of borrowing strength is already widely known in Huaxia. So, Tang Hao can create such a hammer technique, but Wang Feng cannot? Why must I learn his chaotic wind hammer technique? If I were just a salted fish, that would be fine, but I already have a golden finger, so why can't I try? Finding the direction, Wang Feng swung the tree trunk and jumped up excitedly. Then he went to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop to borrow a hammer. Wait a minute, Uncle Hao, do you have any larger raw iron here? When he arrived at Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, he could still see Tang San hammering raw iron. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was watching and seemed to be giving pointers. Old Jack had probably finished talking with Tang Hao. Upon learning that his son also possessed the Haoyan hammer, Tang Hao imparted the basics of the chaotic wind hammer technique to Tang San. Wang Feng glanced at Tang San and roughly knew that he must have learned it. How big of a raw iron do you want? Tang Hao looked at Wang Feng. About 50 pounds? Wang Feng asked, preferably a few more pieces. Wang Feng wanted to use these raw irons to forge refined weighted armor for himself. 50 pounds of raw iron, once tempered, would probably weigh around 20 to 30 pounds, right? Made into armor, wearing it for training would greatly increase the training load. Yes, Tang Hao took out several pieces of raw iron. What are you going to do with these, you brat? Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Wang Feng picked up 4 pieces of raw iron, weighing about 200 pounds in total, swung the hammer, and ran off in a hurry. Brother Feng must be wanting to train himself, right? However, with such weight on him, it wouldn't be easy to move. Besides, he doesn't know how to blacksmith. Tang San looked at Wang Feng leaving, unable to help but feel curious. Tang Hao glanced at his son, thinking, the kid Feng is indeed not skilled in blacksmithing, but he is much stronger than you. Just by using a hammer, he could strike a small piece of iron or into raw iron with full force. His endurance is amazing. I wonder how many strikes he has hammered. Pangu is going to fight that master Su Yuntao in just 3 months. I really don't know what he is thinking, Tang San said with a smile. Oh, Tang Hao was taken aback. This Su Yuntao, as he said, he 26th level battle soul master? A 6-year-old child wants to fight a battle soul master? Yes, that is why I find it a bit unbelievable. Tang San thought, if I can forge some hidden weapons, perhaps I'll have a chance to spar with Su Yuntao. Hidden weapons need to be used in secret to maximize their power. Fighting openly would reduce their effectiveness. If I had secretly thrown a stone that day when I lost to Pangu, he might not have been able to react. Interesting. When that day comes, tell me about it. I want to see, Tang Hao casually said. Okay. Tang San was surprised, not knowing why his father would be interested in this matter. All right, Xiao San, you don't need to knock anymore. I'll demonstrate the technique I just mentioned again. Pay attention to my body posture. A few days later, Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the hammer, and murmured, the way Dad teaches forging is so amazing. I can only swing the hammer 8 times in a row, and that's already my limit. I wonder what Pangu has been doing these days. However, thinking of this technique of using force through leverage, Tang San felt incredibly excited. I'll go find Pangu and see what he has been up to. He often comes to buy raw iron. Could it be that he has forging? Tang San couldn't help but feel curious. But forging isn't that simple. In the village, only Dad has a furnace and a bellows. Relying solely on simple hammering won't yield much. After finishing today's training tasks, Tang San went directly to the village chief's house to find Pangu. To his surprise, Grandpa Jack told him that Pangu wasn't home. He was out playing in the wild, and he only comes back laughing at night. Could it be that Pangu is in that small forest? Tang San's heart stirred, and he headed toward the small forest outside Wang village. After walking a distance, suddenly the ground shook slightly. Listening closely, clang, clang, clang. The familiar sound of hammering echoed. Tang San was stunned, and then slowly walked toward the source of the sound. Before long, he saw a familiar figure, drenched in sweat, swinging a hammer to strike the fixed raw iron. Seeing this, Tang San was taken aback and said, Pangu, this isn't how you should forge. Then he focused his gaze, and upon looking he was dumbfounded. Chapter 14. This is too difficult. What is this? Tang San looked at the distance in surprise. He saw Pangu swinging the hammer, striking a piece of raw iron. With each swing, sparks flew in all directions. After the hammer struck the raw iron, the rebounding force made Pangu spin in place, and then, carrying that force, he struck the raw iron again. The power erupted even stronger than the previous strike, sending even more sparks flying. Isn't this the technique Dad taught me? Tang San looked at the sweating Pangu in shock. Using leverage, utilizing the force from striking the raw iron, then quickly swinging the hammer again to achieve a more powerful strike. It can quickly forge the raw iron. It can also train oneself. Did Dad also teach this to Pangu? No, it seems a bit different. Tang San stared closely at Pangu. The posture was different. Pangu's posture was completely different from what Dad taught, and it was somewhat stiff. Moreover, Pangu hadn't been to the blacksmith shop these past few days. Could it be that Pangu figured this out by himself? Clang! The crisp sound continued to ring out. The more he watched, the more surprised Tang San felt. 6 strikes, 18 strikes, 26 strikes. Tang San looked at the piece of iron that had turned red from being rapidly hammered and felt a bit astonished. The power of each strike was increasing. This is too strong, right? Tang San murmured. This strength is not just about the number of swings. It's about this technique. To self-learn such a brilliant technique from forging, Pangu is really clever. Tang San felt a bit of admiration. It's like he's been following the path that Dad has walked, but Pangu is different. He is forging his own path. After continuing for a while, Pangu was getting stronger. This was already the 30th strike. Tang San thought to himself, that day Dad only managed to swing 36 times in one breath, without gasping for air. I didn't expect Pangu to be able to do almost the same. Moreover, Pangu's striking method seems to achieve the same effect. However, Pangu's limit should be around 40 strikes. The more Tang San watched, the more he admired him. Pangu's physical fitness is indeed abnormal. He must have gotten stronger again. No, I also need to go back and practice more. I need to forge my hidden weapons in advance. With that thought, Tang San hurriedly walked over. At this moment, Wang Feng thought the posture is wrong. Just now, the left shoulder should have shifted back 3 centimeters. The lost rebounding force would be less. The calves are too tense, causing uneven force transmission. Although this strike increased quite a bit, it didn't increase proportionally. This strike is unqualified. Clang! He took another look at the hammer. The sound was sometimes crisp and sometimes dull. Tang San didn't observe closely enough. He could only see that Wang Feng's striking power was indeed increasing. But he couldn't see that Wang Feng's posture was becoming smoother, and his control over power was becoming more perfect. If Tang Hao were to observe again, he would probably be able to see that Wang Feng was visibly improving at this moment. When the strike went down, it exceeded the force area of the raw iron by a bit, which wouldn't he do. With each strike, Wang Feng's mind was rapidly thinking. Then, relying on his control over his body, he quickly adjusted and improved. Since a few days ago, relying solely on one goal, Wang Feng has undergone various changes in stance. Until now, he has been able to achieve an effect similar to the chaotic wind hammering technique, but it's still not enough. Fortunately, he has Meteor Tears, so he is not afraid of physical injuries. As long as he can endure, he can continue his research. This kind of research is very physically demanding and can harm a body. Only Wang Feng, who possesses Meteor Tears, dares to do this. At first, it was indeed very difficult. After hammering for 2 days, Wang Feng could only rely on his physical strength to force each hammer to be stronger than the last. He couldn't understand the technique of using leverage, nor could he find any special postures. Unlike Xiao San, who had Tang Hao teaching him hand in hand. However, over these 2 days, Wang Feng gradually grasped the key. Continuing this research and change for 2 months, I should be able to develop a relatively complete hammering technique. perhaps temporarily inferior to the chaotic wind hammering technique. But as long as I keep researching, it's not impossible to surpass it. A sense of pride arose in Wang Feng's heart. After all, as a transmigrator standing on the shoulders of giants, possessing a golden finger, if I can't surpass it, wouldn't that be too weak? However, this hammering technique is indeed very physically demanding. After 36 strikes, it becomes difficult to maintain. Each hammer becomes increasingly difficult, increasing geometrically. When I forge these 2 pieces of raw iron into simple protective gear, I can probably bear a weight of about 150 pounds. The difficulty of training will increase significantly, and so will the effectiveness. Wang Feng thought as he pondered. Until evening, just before dark, Wang Feng finally reached his physical limit and collapsed to the ground, his vision filled with stars. The power of meteor tears slowly flowed out, cleansing his entire body, and a long-lost strength resurfaced. It felt as if every cell in his body was cheering and dancing, giving Wang Feng an unparalleled sense of comfort. Not to mention, this method of improving while forging truly allows his body to reach its limits quickly. It feels like he has become stronger again. Wang Feng exhaled. Now, my current limit should allow me to swing 5 or 6 more times. If I were to use the same amount of strength continuously, I could swing hundreds of times without gasping for air. But this kind of increasing strength with each strike. Really, after dozens of swings, I just can't do it anymore. I'll rest first and continue tomorrow. Wang Feng returned to the village. For the next 2 months, Wang Feng continued to practice through research on the hammering technique until his physical fitness could allow him to swing 64 times in one breath. This speed of improvement is simply unimaginable. Without meteor tears, it would probably take several years to achieve. Other aspects have also improved significantly. For example, if he were to compare his current state with Tang San's 3 months ago, Wang Feng could defeat him effortlessly with just 10% of his strength. However, over these days, Xiao San should have grown too, right? The time is almost up. Tao Gu should be coming soon. Wang Feng put on the iron blocks that had already been tempered on his calves, along with an iron vest, bearing nearly 200 pounds of weight. Even for an adult man, it would be difficult to walk 100 meters under such a load. Yet Wang Feng seemed remarkably light as he jumped, as if he had long since adapted to it. Half a month prior, he had secretly forged and tempered this weighted armor at the blacksmith shop before putting it on. He usually only took it off when bathing, wearing it even while eating and drinking. He had already grown accustomed to it. The weight was distributed across various parts of his body, calves, arms, and back, with each area weighing about 50 pounds, crafted into simple protective gear. This made Wang Feng appear slightly more robust. Once everything was ready, Wang Feng slowly walked towards the village outskirts. Outside the village, Su Yuntao yawned, his gaze somewhat wandering. These days, he had become somewhat obsessed with the story of Soul breaking the sky. However, a month ago, he had only finished reading a little more than half of it. Just as the characters Xiao Yin and the Soul Master rival Xiao Yin were about to engage in a fierce battle. Anxious, Su Yuntao had come to Holy Soul Village to find this little ghost for the rest of the story. But then he thought, how could a dignified 28th level Soul Master casually lower himself to Holy Soul Village? So he waited and waited until the promised day finally arrived. Su Yuntao touched his chest and frowned, saying, a few days ago I got injured while hunting soul beasts, but it's nothing serious. I can take this little ghost down with one hand, and then he'll have to give me the rest of the story, right? I can't hurt him. Though, after all, this little ghost's martial soul is useless. He only has innate full soul power. I hope he is trained a bit these days so that I won't accidentally hurt him. It's really tough for me. Su Yuntao. Chapter 15. Wait. Let me take some things off. When Wang Feng arrived at the village outskirts, he happened to see Su Yuntao. Right on time. Wang Feng smiled as he looked at Su Yuntao. Tao Gu didn't seem to have changed much. His expression was still indifferent, and his posture remained relaxed. Seeing Wang Feng, who appeared to be much more robust than 3 months ago, Su Yuntao slightly nodded and calmly said, it's been 3 months, little ghost. You've grown quite strong. Is there more of the story? If you have it, I'll go easy on you later. In Su Yuntao's view, this 6-year-old little ghost wanting to fight him was simply ridiculous. He had no understanding of what a true soul master was. If it weren't for that story, Su Yuntao wouldn't have agreed to such an absurd request from a child. Fighting a child was akin to playing house. Soon, he would let this little ghost know how terrifying it was in soul breaking the sky. Su Yuntao thought to himself. He really liked the phrase soul breaking the sky, feeling it had a strong momentum. Oh, Wang Feng looked at him in surprise. If you defeat me, then there will be more. If not, or if it's a draw, there will be no follow-up story. Then what are we waiting for? I have limited time, Su Yuntao said, with his hands behind his back, and then walked off into the distance. Naturally, they could not fight at the village entrance, so Wang Feng followed him. Before long, they arrived in open space. Little ghost, will you use a weapon? Su Yuntao said indifferently. I suggest you use one. As for me, I'm fine without. A little ghost with innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao really thought one hand was too much. No need, Wang Feng smiled and said. All right, let us begin. I'll let you strike first, Su Yuntao said proudly. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Feng suddenly dashed towards Su Yuntao. His speed was incredibly fast. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. He expected this little ghost to be so quick, likely due to training over the past 3 months. In just a few blinks, Wang Feng reached Su Yuntao, pivoted on one foot, and his body seemed to pause as if gathering strength. Suddenly, his momentum changed. His right hand formed a fist, and with a slight whoosh, he struck Su Yuntao's abdomen. This punch was lightning fast. Su Yuntao, with thoughts of letting the other party have the upper hand, had no intention of resisting. Given his years of training, he thought he could easily handle a punch from a 6-year-old child. What did he have to fear? However, the next moment, his expression changed. His whole body was sent flying by this punch, as if it had been hit into a shape. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly bulged out. A sharp pain surged in his abdomen, making him feel as if he had been struck hard by a 200-pound hammer. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom! With one punch, Su Yuntao was sent flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his body in mid-air, barely stopping himself from hitting the ground. Instead, landing on one hand, he spat out a mouthful of sour water, struggling to stand up as he looked at the little ghost, his mind filled with questions. What has happened? Is this the power a 6-year-old child can produce? Is this the terror of innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao felt an immense shock in his heart. Innate full soul power was a once-in-a-century occurrence. How could his physical quality be so strong? I underestimated you, little ghost. Su Yuntao took a deep breath. Just now, he used his soul power, relying solely on his physical attributes to withstand that punch, which had knocked the acid from his stomach. He felt he couldn't take it anymore, especially since he had been caught off guard. Again, a glint flashed in Su Yuntao's eyes. Now that he knew this little ghost's physical strength was formidable, he no longer harbored any contempt. After saying that, Su Yuntao activated his soul power, kicked off the ground, and his whole body drifted as he sidekicked Wang Feng. The powerful force created a real howling wind. This kick was incredibly fast. Wang Feng did not dodge, but simply raised his palm as if to block. Oh no, it seems I used too much strength, Su Yuntao thought to himself. Just as he thought that, the kick landed directly on Wang Feng's palm. Instantly, a wave of numbness spread throughout his body. Meanwhile, the little ghost remained standing in place, directly blocking this kick with his palm. The next moment, Wang Feng seized the kick, recalling how he used a hammer to strike iron blocks, using the rebound strength to leverage his own force, and he treated Su Yuntao's foot like a hammer, twisting and throwing it away. With such a throw, the power was immense. Su Yuntao spun several degrees in the air before slowly stabilizing, eventually balancing himself and landing on a branch. What was that move just now? Su Yuntao was incredibly surprised. It felt as if all his strength had been removed, and he had been thrown out with even greater force. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures, one large and one small, were also watching this battle. It was Tang Hao and Tang San. What is this? Tang Hao's gaze sharpened as he whispered, Little San, did you teach your forging techniques to Fengzi? He,'s one of the top powerhouses on this continent. Just now I saw Fengzi's move clearly. That was the technique of the chaotic wind hammer. He even perfectly applied it in combat, but it's somewhat different. The way he uses it varies greatly from mine, yet the technique is similar. No, Dad. Tang San shook his head and recounted what he had seen over 2 months ago when Pangu was forging. After hearing this, Tang Hao was astonished. This Fengzi. Tang Hao looked at Wang Feng, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. Self-learning and comprehending the core techniques of the chaotic wind hammer. This involves every aspect of the body. Just learning it is already difficult, let alone figuring it out on one's own. If it weren't for Tang Hao having watched this kid grow up, He would truly suspect that this boy was a lost disciple of the Haotian sect. If it were some ancient monster, perhaps they could create their own techniques. But you're telling me that a 6-year-old child, in less than 3 months, could self-create and perfectly apply the chaotic wind hammer techniques in battle? Tang Hao found it hard to believe. Yet the reality before him, along with his son's account, made it impossible for Tang Hao to dismiss. This Fengzi was a true genius. Tang Hao could only shake his head. Tang Xin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Fenggu gave him that kind of feeling. The intelligence and insight he displayed were not something a 6-year-old child could possess. Even Tang San sometimes doubted whether Fenggu was also someone who had crossed over like him. However, thinking about Feng Ji's lazy demeanor over the past few years, Tang San shook his head. Perhaps he really was an unparalleled genius? Dad, can Fenggu defeat Master Su? Tang San asked curiously. He thought about the hidden weapon crossbows he had crafted these days. If he didn't hold back, he should be able to defeat Su Yuntao without using his martial soul. But in a fair fight, that seemed unlikely. The gap between them was too great. Tang Hao slightly shook his head. It's difficult, Xiao San. You must understand that at the peak of strength, no technique is useful. As you said, Su Yuntao's martial soul is the lone wolf. Once it is activated, his strength and speed will greatly increase. It would be too easy to defeat a 6-year-old child. Just the speed and strength shown by that boy Feng just now were quite different. Moreover, he doesn't even have soul ring. He hasn't been able to fully utilize the power of his martial soul, which you said is just a flower. Its usefulness is not as great as the benefits brought by a beast martial soul. Plus, Su Yuntao also has soul skills. If nothing unexpected happens, once Su Yuntao activates his martial soul, Fenggu will surely be beaten up. But this is already quite impressive. Forcing Su Yuntao to use his martial soul is quite a feat for a 6-year-old child. Tang Hao's analysis was quite correct, and Tang San nodded in agreement. His father's thoughts were very comprehensive. It seemed that his father was not just an ordinary blacksmith. As expected, Su Yuntao's repeated attacks were all countered by Wang Feng using the leverage techniques he had understood. He was furious. A level 27 soul master was actually fighting back and forth with a 6-year-old child. How embarrassing. Little brat, very impressive. No wonder you have innate full soul power. After being thrown out again, Su Yuntao took a deep breath and stood calmly in place. The next moment, roar, 2 soul rings suddenly rose from his body. A terrifying giant wolf phantom appeared behind Su Yuntao. Lone wolf, activate, Su Yuntao shouted in a low voice, and suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him. In the next instant, Su Yuntao charged towards Wang Feng again. The speed was incredibly fast, almost like a phantom. This time, Wang Feng did not react in time. Bang! With one kick, Wang Feng was sent flying several meters, feeling a slight pain in the palm that was struck. As expected, after activating the beast martial soul, Su Yuntao's strength had increased by at least 1 tier. His physical attributes had greatly enhanced. Wang Feng stood up. However, it seemed that Su Yuntao was injured. So, he still hadn't fully unleashed his power. But after all, Su Yuntao was a level 26 battle soul master. At only 6 years old, relying purely on physical attributes, he was simply no match and would be crushed, unless he used some energy. However, Wang Feng did not want to do that. Wait, Wang Feng suddenly raised his hand. What, are you admitting defeat? Su Yuntao frowned. No. Wang Feng shook his head, then took off his clothes, undid the iron armor on his body, and smiled, saying, I'm just taking off some stuff. After saying that, Wang Feng removed the steel vest and the iron armor on his arms and calves, throwing them on the ground. Boom! Nearly 200 pounds of steel hit the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Wang Feng's figure also shrank significantly, looking much more agile. Seeing this, Su Yuntao, Tang Hao, and Tang Sen all looked at each other in shock at the powerful ability of Chapter 16, the Golden Lotus. The dull sound echoed on the ground. The iron gear collided with the rocks, creating sparks. The 3 of them were left dumbfounded. These iron protective gears must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds, right? Tang Sen looked at Fenggu, who had become somewhat leaner and more agile. Since he had been forging iron for the past 3 months, he could easily estimate the weight of these iron protective gears. He initially thought Fenggu had gained weight over the past few months. He didn't expect him to be carrying such heavy iron protective gear. This means that just now, Fenggu was fighting against a level 26 soul master while wearing nearly 200 pounds of gear, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. He had actually forced Master Su Yuntao to use his martial soul. Tang Sen thought, So, this kid has been taking the raw iron he got from me to forge a set of iron armor for himself? Tang Hao rubbed his head. This kid Feng is a bit arrogant. He dared to battle a great soul master while wearing this armor. At such a young age, wearing protective gear that weighed at least 3 times more than he did, wound tea that harm his body? Tang Hao frowned, thinking, any exercise has side effects. A reckless training regimen like Feng's could impose great strain and injury on his body. This is really reckless. Tang Hao shook his head. However, no matter how Tang Hao thought, he wouldn't know that Wang Feng had Meteor Tears, which continuously repaired the damage caused by excessive training in his body. If it weren't for Meteor Tears, Wang Feng wouldn't dare to do this. Su Yuntao, on the other hand, had a very ugly expression as he glared at Wang Feng. A 6-year-old child wearing at least 200 pounds of armor was able to fight back against him and even forced him to use his martial soul. Is this really a 6-year-old child? That armor must weigh at least 2 or 3 times more than him, right? Is he an ant? Su Yuntao's mouth twitched violently. He never expected this kid to be hiding his strength. Master Su, I'm coming. Wang Feng took a deep breath and lightly jumped a couple of steps in place. After wearing the 200 pounds of iron gear for nearly 2 months, he had completely adapted to the weight. At this moment, taking it off felt so comfortable, as if the entire world had become light and airy. In the future, he would need to gradually increase the weight. This feeling would be even more enjoyable. Wang Feng thought to himself. Su Yuntao said nothing. His body transformed into a blur and charged towards Wang Feng. The howling wind seemed capable of tearing leaves apart. However, this time, Wang Feng smiled slightly, lightly tapping his toes to dodge the kick. Although he didn't reach that extreme bullet time speed, Wang Feng was able to clearly see Su Yuntao's trajectory. Take this, Buddha Mountain's shadowless kick. Wang Feng shouted, kicking out along Su Yuntao's side. The speed was incredibly fast, not much inferior to Su Yuntao at that moment. Bang! At the critical moment, Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul suddenly appeared, and a blue light enveloped him. Soul skill. Iron back. Su Yuntao shouted, bending his waist, with a faint blue light emanating from his back. Boom! Wang Feng's kick landed on this layer of blue light, creating ripples like water. The kick had no effect at all. Instead, Wang Feng felt a dull pain in the top of his foot. He couldn't help but think, is this the soul skill? The original work of Duluala didn't detail Su Yuntao's soul skills, so Wang Feng naturally didn't know. But at this moment, just the supporting character from the original work, Su Yuntao, truly possessed soul skills. As expected, once the soul skill was activated, it was extraordinary. It felt as if there was a layer of steel on Su Yuntao's back, making Wang Feng's kick incredibly painful. Wang Feng pondered in his heart. Next, soul skill. Swift spirit. Su Yuntao shouted again. A faint howl of a lone wolf echoed, and Su Yuntao's legs bent slightly, becoming more flexible, with a layer of faint white energy fluff appearing. Swish! Su Yuntao's figure moved, and a true phantom appeared. His speed increased. In almost an instant, he was behind Wang Feng, so fast that even Wang Feng didn't react in time. Pangu is going to lose. Tang Hao said lazily. This kid is indeed impressive. Relying solely on physical attributes, he can stand his ground against Su Yuntao after he activates his martial soul. However, soul skills are not simple moves. They are key to enhancing a soul master's strength. Although these 2 soul skills were average and Su Yuntao was injured once they were activated, they were not something this kid Feng could resist. Tang Hao nodded slightly, thinking, but that was still quite impressive. If it were me, Master Su probably wouldn't even need to activate his martial soul to easily defeat me, let alone after activating it and using soul skills. However, just at that moment, Wang Feng's palm flickered slightly, and a golden lotus quietly bloomed. He gently covered it with his body. Let me test Su Yuntao's strength, which I know surpasses my imagination. Even if I can match him with my physical fitness, once his soul skills are unleashed, it's going to be difficult. This move is unavoidable. But a faint golden energy instantly entered Su Yuntao's body. Wang Feng immediately retracted the golden lotus. Suddenly, that kick, carrying a sharp wind that could tear through the air, almost stopped just inches away from Wang Feng's back. It halted. Su Yuntao unexpectedly came to an abrupt stop. Following that, his face turned bright red, and the lone wolf spirit suddenly appeared behind him, his whole body seemingly covered in a faint golden glow. Su Yuntao seemed unable to hold back and let out a loud groan. That sound was as if he was about to burst forth. Tang Hao. Tang-san. Su Yuntao felt an overwhelming rush throughout his body, not knowing what was happening. Then, the aura around him suddenly became more refined. Huh? Did he break through? Tang Hao stood up in surprise, feeling that his soul power seemed to have risen by a level. How could this happen at such a moment? It seemed rather strange. Tang Hao looked at Su Yuntao, feeling a bit odd, because at that moment, Su Yuntao was already on his hands and knees, a bit excited and trembling. Could it be the hidden characteristic of the lone wolf spirit? Tang Hao felt something was off. When soul power increases, does it feel like being in heat? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze fell back on Wang Feng. In that brief moment, there was a strange power faintly emanating from that kid, vanishing in an instant. Tang San and Su Yuntao couldn't sense it, but Tang Hao could. Could it be that this kid was playing tricks with his spirit? If that's the case, then this kid's spirit is quite extraordinary. Tang Hao shook his head, deciding to let it be. This is the kid's own ability, and he didn't need to interfere. Meanwhile, Wang Feng felt quite amazed. This first form of the Golden Lotus ability, besides healing, can also temporarily increase someone else's soul power. However, using this Golden Lotus is truly exhausting on soul power. That tiny bit just now directly caused half of the soul power in Wang Feng's body to disappear. I really can't use it recklessly. Wang Feng had learned from experience. He didn't activate it fully, otherwise it would be like that day again, leaving him completely drained and sprawled on the ground, which would be too obvious. Chapter 17. Once gained the title of Doloa, Wang Feng only used it with an experimental mindset. Watching Su Yuntao's changes, Wang Feng once again raised his estimation of the first form of the Golden Lotus. After about a few minutes, Su Yuntao slowly stood up, coughing a few times to alleviate the embarrassment from earlier. A smile appeared on his face. Huh? I didn't expect I could break through and increase my soul power at this moment. This battle wasn't in vain. Little brat, let's call it draw. Su Yuntao thought it was just a temporary increase in soul power due to the fierce battle and didn't suspect Wang Feng had anything to do with it. He couldn't imagine. After saying the word draw, Su Yuntao felt a bit embarrassed. As a dignified, great soul master, he had to rely on his spirit and even use soul skills to barely subdue this little brat. Otherwise, he would have definitely been knocked to the ground by this little brat. Just thinking about it was humiliating. No wonder he has full innate soul power. Even if his spirit is useless, his soul is solid. That little brat must have trained quite hard these days. Su Yuntao thought to himself, after all, carrying those 200 pounds of iron gear felt very strenuous for him. He still had to give him some praise. With that in mind, Su Yuntao walked over and patted Wang Feng's shoulder, a slight smile appearing on his stern face. Little brat, at 6 years old, you can draw with a great soul master like me. You should feel proud. Even if your spirit is useless, if you keep going like this, you might really become a strong person. Wang Feng, looking at Su Yuntao's confident smile, felt that he had achieved his goal and pretended to be pleasantly surprised, saying, Really? Master Su, I thought you were just being polite because you saw me lose, not wanting to hurt my feelings. Wang Feng's purpose in battling Su Yuntao wasn't to defeat him. It was merely to test his own strength, gauge where he stood, and explore the capabilities of the Golden Lotus. He also wanted to understand the specific effects of the Golden Lotus in a Soul Master battle. After all, that little bird the other day was just an ordinary little animal. Soul Masters are humans. Cough, cough, keep working hard. Su Yuntao's face turned even more awkward. I should head back now. By the way, make sure to tell me the follow-up story of Soul shattering the sky next time we meet. No problem. Wang Feng smiled and replied. After Su Yuntao finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After this battle, he felt that his soul power had increased by a level, and the injury on his chest seemed to have healed as well. The increase felt a bit strange, but mostly it was a surprise. Chapter 1. Section 1. Wang Feng secretly chuckled. Brother Tao has been completely used by me. My physical fitness should be comparable to Brother Tao with his spirit possession, equivalent to a great soul master. If I use level 10 soul power, I should not fear a great soul master. Even if I can't win, I won't lose. On the contrary, the effect of the first form of the Golden Lotus far exceeded my expectations. Wang Feng sighed in his heart. It can heal and also raise soul power levels. Moreover, there is a strange ability that can be used positively and negatively. Just like just now, if Su Yuntao had been enjoying himself, if I had acted, he would have definitely lost without a doubt. One could say it was already terrifyingly strong, and it was merely the inherent ability of the pure Golden Lotus. In just 4 months, for me, a former slacker, I have already walked the path that Brother Tao took over 20 years. That's enough. Wang Feng picked up the iron protective gear from the ground, and next, he should leave Holy Soul Village and head to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. After all, meals must be eaten bite by bite. One must take steps carefully. Taking too big of a step might lead to trouble. While thinking this, Wang Feng returned to Holy Soul Village. 2 days later, Wang Feng and Tang San arrived at the center of the village, carrying a small bundle. Today was the day to go to Notting City. Behind them stood many villagers from Holy Soul Village. Little Feng, when you go to Notting City, don't forget us, okay? My little Chuyer is still waiting for you. An ant waved at Wang Feng. Wang Feng was speechless, looking at the child in the ant's arms. Little Feng, when you go to Notting City, remember to come back and visit. Our village is your home. A big uncle walked over, holding a basket of fruits, and handed it to Wang Feng and Tang San. All right, Uncle Lee. Wang Feng waved his hand. This isn't a long journey. Notting City is just half a day's walk. Don't make it sound like I'm going far away. In the past 2 years, the village has developed significantly, and Wang Feng has played an indispensable role. Although he only made a small contribution, most villagers were very grateful to Wang Feng. They often warmly invited him to eat at their homes. 3 months ago, after his spirit awakening, they even held a small banquet specifically for Wang Feng and Tang San. However, Wang Feng found it troublesome and directly refused. You kid, always like this. You children are going on a long journey to Notting City, and if you don't have any relatives or friends there, you and Tang San need to look out for each other. Don't let anyone look down on our Holy Soul Village. A woman stepped forward and scolded them a bit. Got it, Aunt May. Wang Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, once you become a soul master, make sure to come back and see us. To be honest, over the past few years, the villagers have had a good relationship with him. They were just a bit lazy. Although they invited him often, Wang Feng rarely visited, mostly lost in his own thoughts. Tang San looked at Brother Feng with a bit of envy. Brother Feng is truly impressive. If it were him, it wouldn't work. These aunts, uncles, and aunties were mostly here to send Brother Feng off, and, they brought themselves along as well. Before long, old Jack hurried over. Little Feng, Little Sam, let's go. Old Jack said with a serious expression. Tang San nodded. Wait. Wang Feng suddenly called out. Little Feng, do you have something else? Old Jack asked. Wang Feng smiled a few times and suddenly walked up to the stone pillar in the center with the soul saint handprint. The crowd was a bit confused, not knowing what this kid was up to. Wang Feng jumped high and landed on top of the stone pillar, then with a small slap, he directly left a handprint on it. Bang! A clear handprint appeared on the stone pillar. Wang Feng landed steadily on the ground and said seriously, all right, from now on, our Holy Soul Village has not only given birth to a soul sage, but also to a titled Dolua. After saying that, Wang Feng walked up to Tang San and said, Little San, you should also leave a mark. Who knows, when we become titled Dolua one day, this could be a holy land for thousands to worship. The fees will naturally be higher. Tang San had a black line on his forehead. Brother Feng, you really have a thick skin. You're not even a soul master yet. Do you even know what a titled Dolua is? A little boy behind him said with a grin. Wang Feng glared at the little brat and said, what do you know? The little boy. Old Jack also felt embarrassed and shot a glare at Wang Feng, pulling him directly out of the village entrance. Under the gentle sunlight, the 3 figures were elongated. The crowd looked at the small handprint and couldn't help but smile. In the distance, at the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao also chuckled softly at the handprint. This kid Feng has quite an ambition, but even if he becomes a titled Dolua, so what? In the end, he won't even be able to protect the person he loves. A deep sigh quietly echoed, but it couldn't reach the ears of the 3 who were walking away. Chapter 18. I am here to learn knowledge. The Junior Soul Master Academy teaches some basic things, like the cultural history of our continent, some introductions to martial souls, and simple knowledge about soul beasts, etc. The schooling system lasts 6 years. If by the age of 12, there is no achievement at all, one can only become an ordinary soul master. Those ordinary professions are waiting for them. This is related to the strength of the martial soul. But you don't have to worry. With innate full soul power, you will quickly become a soul master. Even if your martial soul is a bit trashy, it doesn't matter. On the way, old Jack slowly explained the matters of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to Tang San. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy teaches even more profound things. Jack shared the information he had gathered in advance with these 2 little guys to prevent them from arriving at the academy and not understanding anything. However, graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is much harder. Old Jack held up 2 fingers and said, "You need to reach level 20 and obtain a second spirit ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master." Wang Feng listened carefully. Honestly, when he watched Doloa Continent, he mostly ignored these introductions because he wasn't interested. He thought the author was just padding the story with unnecessary details, which made it uninteresting. So, he had long overlooked most of the introductions and naturally couldn't remember them. After all, when reading a novel, one usually focuses on the key points. However, now that he had crossed over to this point, Wang Feng listened to these introductions with great interest. Reaching level 20 to graduate from the Intermediate Academy? That's easy. Tang Xin said in surprise. Wang Feng nodded. He felt that the energy within him should have already surpassed level 20. But he didn't have a spirit ring to unleash it. Easy? You little sly boots. Old Jack knocked Wang Feng on the head. It's not that easy. Although you have innate full soul power for the first spirit ring, you can ask the Academy's mentor to help you hunt for it. But the spirit ring at level 20 must be hunted by yourself. Soul beasts are incredibly dangerous. Countless ordinary soul masters have been injured or even died because of them. Do you think it's easy? Only those noble children have family warriors accompanying them, making it much safer than for us. If you want to rely on yourself to hunt soul beasts, that alone blocks many soul masters' paths. Wang Feng pouted. He hadn't seen many soul beasts and was somewhat curious. He wondered how strong these soul beasts were compared to soul masters, what the gap was like, and if they tasted different from ordinary wild beasts. Were they all crispy and chicken-flavored? It seems that even after 6 years in this world, my nature as a person from Huaxia hasn't changed much, Wang Feng thought to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed for thinking about food. Grandpa Jack, since there are junior and intermediate, there should also be advanced ones, right? Tang Xin asked curiously, not thinking as much as Wang Feng. Advanced? Jack was taken aback and sighed. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is not something we commoners can aspire to enter. It's very difficult. You should know that in the Heaven Do Empire, there are only 2 Advanced Soul Master Academies, enrolling less than 100 students a year, most of which are taken by those noble children. However, those who graduate from there are soul masters that everyone fights to recruit. And the Empire hasn't even granted them noble titles yet. Nobles? Wang Feng chuckled. This world of Doloa Continent has an overall structure similar to the Middle Ages, with the existence of nobles. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is probably akin to Peking University, Tsinghua University, Harvard, and Cambridge in his previous life. And the conditions to enter are exceptionally high. Ordinary people, indeed, find it very difficult to get in. Advanced Soul Masters, Tang Xin muttered a few words, really wanted to go see for himself. Moreover, even if one enters the Advanced Soul Master Academy, graduating is not simple. Old Jack continued. Just a single spirit ring can hinder the development of many soul masters. Without family support or help from strong forces, hunting soul beasts to obtain spirit rings while also training to improve oneself is extraordinarily difficult. Some people are born with a noble fate, as if everything is prearranged for them, lacking nothing. Meanwhile, we commoners face immense hardship with every step. Old Jack gently shook his head. Although he was just the village head of a small village and might not have a high level of experience, every word he said could benefit Tang San. Even Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. What old Jack said applies not only to Doloa Continent, but to the real world as well. Wang Feng thought, some are born with a golden spoon, having everything without lifting a finger, while others, even after decades of hard work, cannot attain the wealth that they have. They also have family heritage and training, which is 1,000,000 times more realistic compared to Doloa Continent. For countless young people, they might spend their whole lives just to afford a house and a car. Many things they can only yearn for, dream about, and fantasize about through snippets of words online. Without resources, connections, or status, a lifetime of struggle may only be the starting point for others. Just like how Brother Tao has worked hard for more than 20 years, only to reach his current starting point. Wang Feng thought like this in his heart. The condition for becoming an advanced soul master is level 30 and obtaining the 3rd spirit ring. Crossing this hurdle leads to the soul sovereign, also known as the earth soul master. Moreover, there are also limitations on spirit rings and age. Not just any spirit ring will do for graduation. Old Jack continued. Even if you enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy, the actual graduation rate is probably only about a quarter. As for what comes after, let us not discuss it. It's too far off. The further you go in cultivation, the stronger the spirit rings you need, and the more dangerous it becomes to hunt stronger soul beasts. Otherwise, how many people can truly reach Tidal Doloa? You could count them on one hand. After saying this, old Jack stopped talking. After all, he didn't know much and could only pass on simple foundational knowledge to the two little kids. As for the rest, it was up to them to explore on their own. In the afternoon, the three of them arrived at Notting City. You must work hard to become soul masters. When the semester ends, I'll hire 2 carriages to personally bring you back, old Jack said with a smile as they walked into Notting City. The development of Holy Soul Village was good, so old Jack felt some confidence in saying this. Wang Feng hadn't come to Notting City much before. It was too far, and he was too lazy to run. Moreover, as a country person coming to the city, it's easy to be looked down upon. At that time, Wang Feng had no golden finger, and with Holy Soul Village being so shabby, he was too lazy to come to Notting City to feel out of place. But now, Wang Feng walked into the city boldly, observing his surroundings. There are quite a few pedestrians on the street, and the ground is flat, making it comfortable to walk. Although Holy Soul Village has improved a lot in the past 2 years, the three of them are still dressed simply, without any extravagant clothes. Indeed, they look quite bright. Wang Feng shook his head and glanced around, only to see a few pretty young girls. He couldn't help but sigh. Their faces, free from all kinds of cosmetics and full of collagen, are pure and natural, and even if they're not particularly good-looking, they are indeed pleasing to the eye. Wait, I'm here to study, not to look at pretty girls. Wang Feng coughed a few times and pulled his gaze back. However, looking a couple of times won't cost me anything, right? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Feng casually glanced again, then hesitated and pulled his gaze back again. With this back and forth, Wang Feng tilted his head left and right, as if his head was saying, "No, I came here to learn knowledge. I don't want to look." And his eyes were saying, "No, you do want to." It felt like his head and eyes had separated. Wang Feng shook his head, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Chapter 19. This little kid is too amazing, right? After all, after 4 months of various devilish training, Feng's willpower has become much stronger. At this moment, old Jack also brought the two to the Junior Soul Master Academy. The tall archway, built from hard rock, had 2 iron gates below, looking quite impressive. However, compared to various buildings Wang Feng saw in his previous life, it was just average. In the center of the archway, there were 4 big characters, Notting Academy, resembling some ordinary middle schools in small cities of Huaxia in his previous life. Wang Feng was observing when a mocking voice, with a hint of familiarity, rang out. "Work-study student? Which village are you from? Can a little poor village like yours produce a soul master? The little muddy pond can only have earthworms. Can it produce a dragon? Do you have proof? Show it to us." Old Jack's expression changed, and he hurriedly took out the proof and handed it to the 2 guards of the academy. After reading the proof, one of the guards suddenly laughed a few times. Innate full soul power. Is the blue silvergrass fake? It's a once-in-a-century innate full soul power. In the years I've been here, not even the descendants of those noble families have produced an innate full soul power. How can your little poor village produce an innate full soul power? After saying that, the guard threw the proof on the ground, looking disdainful. Hearing this, old Jack's expression changed again, and a surge of anger rose in his heart, but he dared not express it. After all, this is Notting Academy. Tang Sen also frowned, looking coldly at the two. At that moment, old Jack was about to pick up the proof, but Wang Feng suddenly stopped him. Wang Feng laughed and said, "Poor little village?" Wang Feng stepped forward, took out a gold soul coin from his pocket, and then tossed the gold coin lightly in his hand. Upon seeing the gold soul coin, the eyes of the 2 guards widened. A gold soul coin could cover the expenses of an ordinary family in Notting City for several months. They didn't even earn this much in a month. "Pick it up for me nicely. This gold soul coin is a tip from me, young master." Wang Feng said boldly, "Our Holy Soul Village has never heard of you. You 2 dogs, having offended our Holy Soul Village, don't even think about making a living in Notting City in the future." Though only 6 years old at this moment, walking out and tossing the gold soul coin in his hand, he exuded an impressive aura. The 2 guards exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. A gold soul coin is not something a child from a remote little village could casually produce, right? Could it be that these 3 are important figures? Is Holy Soul Village actually quite powerful? Coupled with the earlier proof of innate full soul power, the expressions of the 2 guards changed dramatically. But there was still some hesitation. At this time, Wang Feng continued loudly. You two little academy guards actually ignored the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. I see you want to go against the Spirit Hall, right? Hey, this nodding academy is getting more and more impressive. Even two little gatekeepers dare to go against the Spirit Hall? It seems that we don't need to come to this academy. Xiao, San, Grandpa. Let's go seek refuge with the Spirit Hall instead. With that, Wang Feng turned around. This hat was thrown down, frightening the two little gatekeepers to the point of turning pale. Go against the Spirit Hall? Even if it's just a nominal title, it's terrifying. Wait, did he say they should go to the Spirit Hall instead? Could it be that they were originally recruited by the Spirit Hall before coming to the academy? If they leave now, and the academy blames them later, it would be disastrous. The two did not hesitate at all and hurriedly bent down to pick up the proof, wearing flattering smiles as they approached Wang Feng. At this moment, both of them felt that these three were definitely not simple figures. This child, with every word and action, had an imposing aura, even stronger than some noble offspring. And then there was the gold soul coin. Little brother, we were wrong to look down on you just now. The guard quickly said with a flattering smile, please don't take offense. We absolutely did not intend to go against the Spirit Hall. Seeing this, Tang San and Old Jack were both stunned, feeling a wave of astonishment. They never expected Wang Feng could change the attitude of the two with just a few words. This is too impressive, right? Is it? Wang Feng seemed completely unconcerned, carefully examining the gold soul coin in his hand, as if he hadn't seen the guards at all. But inside, he was sneering. In the original story, these two little guards were the kind of troublesome characters. They made things difficult for Grandpa Jack because he didn't bring any gifts. This is somewhat similar to the social customs of Huaxia. The gatekeepers can be the most troublesome. Wang Feng remembered clearly that later, when these two guards wanted to make a move on Old Jack, they were knocked down by Tang San. And it wasn't until a certain figure appeared that things were settled. However, Wang Feng did not want to engage with the two little guards, lowering his own status. He also didn't want to allow the guard to dare to make a move on Grandpa Jack, only to intervene himself later. So he took the initiative to speak. After all, as a transmigrator, can I outsmart you two little guards with just a little thinking? First, by taking out the gold soul coin. I made these two little gatekeepers not dare to underestimate me. And then by placing a huge hat on them, I made them fearful and not dare to have any doubts. Moreover, in recent years, Holy Soul Village has developed quite well, and it can no longer be considered impoverished. Wang Feng himself had saved up a little stash, though not much, only a few gold soul coins. It's just that Old Jack mostly stayed in the village. And the villagers of Holy Soul Village are simple and honest. So how would they know about the twists and turns of the city? Wang Feng pretended not to hear, just pointing at Old Jack. The guard understood and hurriedly bent down, apologizing humbly. Elder, we are truly sorry. It was our mistake just now, and we hope you can forgive us. Old Jack had never seen such a scene before. As the village chief of a small village, he kept a low profile after entering the city. At this moment, seeing the guards who were previously arrogant and disdainful now respectfully apologizing to him was simply unbelievable, almost like a dream. He felt incredibly excited inside. No, it's fine, Old Jack said, his old face turning red, feeling a surge of vanity. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly looked at Wang Feng. But I still feel a bit unhappy and want to go back to the Spirit Hall. What should I do? Wang Feng smiled at the two guards. Seeing this, the two guards shivered. Their hearts were already completely under Wang Feng's control. The two exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each took out a few silver soul coins from their pockets, handing them to Wang Feng, whispering with flattering smiles. This, what do you think? Upon seeing this, Tang San and Old Jack gasped in surprise, their minds filled with questions. What is going on? These two guards actually took out silver soul coins to give to Wang Feng? This is too impressive. However, Wang Feng didn't even look at the silver coins, coldly saying, a few silver soul coins to dismiss a beggar? Do you think I lack this little money? My pocket money for an hour is worth more than this. Old Jack thought to himself, what do you have pocket money? However, the two guards felt their hearts tremble. Wang Feng waved his hand at the two and casually tossed a gold soul coin, saying, Scram, this gold soul coin is a reward from me to you. Upon hearing this, the two were ecstatic and hurriedly accepted the gold soul coin, feeling even more convinced that this child must be a big shot. They definitely couldn't offend him. Thank you for your generosity, young master. If there's anything in the future, just let us know, the two guards said in unison, with utmost respect, as if they were about to kneel before Wang Feng. Their expressions were akin to addressing their ancestor. Wang Feng felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, experiencing a taste of what it was like to be a wealthy tycoon in his previous life. No wonder so many people wanted to be rich. It was exhilarating to use money to impress others. Anyway, Wang Feng didn't care about this gold soul coin at all. Tang Xin thought silently, wow, what amazing means. Brother Feng, is he really only 6 years old? He's even more formidable than the sly elders of my Tang sect. Old Jack scratched his head, still trying to understand the situation. Not far behind them, a slender middle-aged man was also watching this scene, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This child is really impressive. Chapter 20, do you know? The middle-aged man slowly approached and said in a deep voice, "Three of you wait, this matter was not handled correctly by Nodding Academy. I apologize to you on behalf of the Academy." After speaking, the middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the two guards. He had already seen what happened earlier. He initially planned to step in and help the three who were being bullied. Who would have thought that this child, who looked only 6 years old, would be so capable? His methods were as seasoned as a person in their 20s or 30s. At the back, the two guards had intended to give the silver soul coin to the child, but were directly rejected instead, and the child even gave them a gold soul coin. It was like using a big stick and a carrot to buy off the two guards. If there were any matters in the future, these two guards would likely treat this child as if he were their own father. When Tang San and Old Jack saw the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, they were momentarily stunned. The two guards, on the other hand, were timid and dared not say another word. "No, it's not necessary. They have already apologized," Old Jack said, looking at the middle-aged man. Although his appearance was ordinary and he wore a simple gray robe, he had a special aura about him, which likely indicated that he was an important figure at the academy, so he quickly waved his hand. Tang Xin carefully observed the middle-aged man, noticing the two guards' timid demeanor, and seemed to understand something. The middle-aged man glanced at the certificate and smiled lightly. "You came to enroll in the academy, right? Just leave these two children to me. I'll take them inside." Old Jack quickly nodded. That would be troublesome. So, Old Jack instructed Wang Feng and Tang Xin a few times. Wang Feng squinted slightly, looking at the middle-aged man. Undoubtedly, this middle-aged man should be the master, whose full name was Yu Shaojiang, a person of great importance to Tang San in Doloa continent, and also Tang San's lifelong teacher, holding significant meaning for Tang San in his early years. Wang Feng assessed the master, and the master was also observing Wang Feng in return. What sharp eyes! The master felt a jolt in his heart. The child's gaze surprisingly gave him a strange sense of pressure, as if he could see right through him. However, thinking about it, it might be because he hadn't rested well in the past few days, and his mind was somewhat dazed. How could a child possibly see through him? Yet, innate full soul power, blue lotus martial soul? He had never heard of a blue lotus martial soul before. A plant-type martial soul with innate full soul power? Could it be a twin martial soul? Just like another child with a blue-silver grass martial soul? The master pondered. The so-called blue lotus martial soul was a name that Su Yuntao suggested for Wang Feng when opening the certificate, since it was an unknown flower. At that time, Wang Feng pretended to hesitate about what name to choose. So, Tang Xin directly made one up. Therefore, the blue lotus was not named by Wang Feng, but by Tang San, and Su Yuntao naturally agreed. After giving his instructions, Old Jack left. Wang Feng and Tang San followed the master inside. "Thank you for your trouble, teacher," Tang Xin said. The master smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not a teacher. I'm just a free person at the academy. You can call me master. That's what everyone else calls me. Not a teacher." Tang San was taken aback, then quickly replied, "Then you must be a very powerful person." "Oh, why do you say that?" the master asked curiously. "Because only a very powerful person deserves the title of master, right? Moreover, you can represent the academy, which shows that your status here is very high," Tang San said earnestly. "Although you're not a teacher at this academy, you must be more capable than the teachers here." After hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. Wang Feng scratched his head. Indeed, the trajectory of history and the fated meeting would eventually bring Tang San and the master together. However, the way Tang San flattered him was quite good. Saying it so seriously, he might not even realize he was flattering him, which was the most remarkable part. "You can't call someone teacher casually," the master said with a smile. "Are you born with full soul power, or is it that you have a twin martial soul?" A glint flashed in the master's eyes. "Your future is limitless. I'm just a free person at the academy who leeches off food and drink. I don't have the ability to be your teacher." As soon as these words fell, Tang San was instantly stunned. Wang Feng felt a slight sigh in his heart. To be fair, the master's insight was indeed extraordinary. He was a traveler who had seen Duluo continent and knew the situation, understanding that Tang San had a twin martial soul. The master was not himself and didn't have any special insight or godlike perspective. Just by theoretical analysis, he was able to reveal Tang San's secret. That was already impressive. No, you absolutely have the ability. Tang San fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said solemnly, I would like to call you my teacher. Oh, why? The master asked. Because you can see that I have a twin martial soul. I think in the entire Junior Soul Master Academy, no mentor could see that, Tang San said slowly. Would you be willing to teach me martial soul cultivation? This was a conclusion that Tang San arrived at after deep consideration. The matter of the twin martial soul was known only to his father. This mysterious middle-aged man could see it at a glance, which was simply incredible. Just based on this, Tang San felt that this master was extraordinary. The master laughed again. Good. After so many years, you're the first one willing to be my disciple. Well then, I shall take you in as a disciple for a while. Your name is Tang San, right? Do you know why I can see that you have a twin martial soul? Tang San thought for a moment and shook his head. How would he know such a thing? The master suddenly looked at Wang Feng and said, I wonder if this little friend, who also possesses a twin martial soul, knows? Upon hearing this, Tang San was greatly surprised. Brother Feng also has a twin martial soul. Tang San looked at Wang Feng in shock. Could it be that Brother Feng really had another martial soul? Me? Wang Feng smiled. To be honest, if the master's insight into Tang San's twin martial soul was based on analysis and judgment, then for himself, the master probably guessed it somewhat. Surprisingly, he actually guessed correctly. He did indeed have another humanoid martial soul, but he didn't even know about it. I guess it's because you saw the certificate. Wang Feng pointed at the certificate in his hand and said lightly, It must be because you were curious about how two useless martial souls could possess innate full soul power, leading to your deduction, right? As for how you deduced it, I wouldn't know. How he deduced it, Wang Feng truly didn't know. After all, he had forgotten most of the content and settings of Doluo continent. He only remembered the general story and characters. Who reads a novel and remembers all the detailed settings years later? Wang Feng couldn't remember. He only clearly remembered various show-off scenarios, beautiful girls, and impressive martial souls. Wang Feng noticed that the master had only glanced at the certificate a few times. So he made a guess. However, upon hearing this, the master was suddenly taken aback. This child could observe such subtle details? He had only glanced at it a couple of times, yet he could deduce the reason why he could see the twin martial soul. This little brain is somewhat impressive. Chapter 21 My Soul Ring, I Make the Decisions. Certificate? Tang San had not yet reacted. Yes, it is indeed a certificate. The master smiled and said, This little friend is quite clever. I deduced it from the certificates you were given. I have tested over 671 individuals with a blue-silver grass martial soul. And among them, only 16 had soul power, which is less than 3%. Moreover, none of them exceeded the first-level soul power. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I have researched, innate soul power is proportional to the essence of the martial soul. The blue-silver grass clearly does not meet this criterion, so there must be another martial soul within you. Of course, I know you want to talk about exceptions. There are exceptions to everything. However, your blue-silver grass is evidently a non-exception. In the nearly 100 years of the two great empires, only 2 instances of twin martial souls have appeared, while there have been 19 individuals with full innate soul power, all of whom are powerful beings. Some even reaching the great soul master level. Among them, came from humble backgrounds but also possessed full innate soul power. And this situation was due to mutated martial souls. However, your blue-silver grass does not have a mutated martial soul, so I'm certain that you possess twin martial souls. The master finished speaking slowly and looked at Tang San. Tang San was stunned by what he heard. However, Wang Feng thought to himself that this theory only applies to people from Doluo continent and does not apply to those outside of it, like Tang San and himself. The master believed that Tang San had twin martial souls, which allowed him to have full innate soul power. But in reality, Tang San's twin martial souls were inherited from his parents, and the majority of his full innate soul power was due to practicing the Shintian skill. Otherwise, the strength he awakened initially would not have attracted the internal energy that allowed him to master the testing orb of soul power. Following this, the master also explained a theory about mutated martial souls to Tang San. After finishing, Tang San knelt down on the ground and bowed his head to acknowledge the master as his teacher. Wang Feng quietly watched, neither stopping him nor following suit. Tang San had his own path, and the master was indeed his best choice in the early stages. But he had his own route. Brother Feng, do you want to become a disciple? I believe the master can definitely help us cultivate our martial souls. Tang San asked after the master helped him up. The master also smiled at Wang Feng, curious about what this mysterious Qinglian flower martial soul would be. The master never believed in the notion of useless martial souls. There are only martial souls that are suitable or unsuitable. No, Wang Feng shook his head and said, the master is very powerful, but he can't help me. Upon hearing this, Tang San frowned. The master was not concerned. Although this child was extremely intelligent and had a special aura that did not resemble someone from a village or a noble family, it was unlikely he understood martial souls better than himself. In that case, I will personally introduce you to a teacher later, the master said, still looking at Wang Feng with appreciation. This child has his own choices, and it was not appropriate for him to say too much. After all, you have full innate soul power, and the first soul ring still requires a mentor to help you kill soul beasts. Tang San nodded in agreement. Old Jack also mentioned that the first soul ring needs a mentor's help to be acquired. However, Wang Feng still shook his head and said, thank you, master, but want to make my own decisions regarding my soul ring. I wish to hunt soul beasts myself and obtain my first soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. The master was also stunned. Hunting soul beasts by oneself? Brother Feng, soul beasts are very dangerous. I know your physical condition is strong. Tang San wanted to say, although you can almost match Master Su in a battle. But in reality, Master Su used techniques, and you almost lost in an instant. Hunting soul beasts would be dangerous even for Master Su, let alone for a 6-year-old child. The master was even more surprised. My soul ring, I make the decisions. And I will hunt soul beasts myself? Was this really something a 6-year-old child would say? In fact, Wang Feng had even more shocking words he did not express. He wanted to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. If he said that, both the master and Tang San would probably think he was crazy, so Wang Feng kept that to himself. You need to think this through, the master furrowed his brow and said, soul beasts are not ordinary wild beasts. Their power far exceeds your imagination. The first soul ring is extremely important for soul masters. You may not understand much about soul rings. Even if you're lucky enough to hunt a soul beast, it is likely to be a low-level soul ring. As he spoke, the master looked at Wang Feng and saw the unwavering determination in the child's eyes. He sighed lightly, knowing that this child had probably made up his mind. The kind of gaze was something the master was very familiar with. After a few seconds of silence, the master took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, how about this? You should consider it a bit more. And it's best to learn about soul rings and soul beasts before making plans. If you have any questions about soul beasts or martial souls, you can come and ask me. He truly admired this child, which is why he said such things. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother to say another word. Wang Feng grinned and said, thank you, master. I just happen to want to learn about soul beasts and soul rings in these few days. The master nodded. This was also part of the curriculum for junior soul master academies. Soon after, the master took the two to the academic office to register their identities, receive uniforms, and assign dormitories. Tang San was assigned to the 7th floor of the dormitory, which was just filled. This is a bit problematic. Wang Feng, the 7th dormitory's rooms are already full, Director Su of the academic office said with a troubled expression. Wang Feng naturally knew that the 7th dormitory was for work-study students and had poor conditions. Director Su, just switch to another one, Wang Feng said. You think switching is that easy? Director Su looked at Wang Feng speechlessly. The only available beds are in the 6th dormitory, which is for noble offspring. How could a work-study student like you be arranged in the 6th dormitory? Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Why can't I? I told you. You are a work-study student and don't qualify to live in that kind of dormitory. It's against the academy's regulations, Director Su said impatiently. Is that so? Wang Feng took out a gold soul coin, fiddled within his hand, and said, could you say that again? Director Su looked at the gold soul coin in shock, coughed a few times, and said, actually, it can be considered. That's more like it. Wang Feng tossed the gold soul coin onto Director Su's desk and exclaimed, Director Su, how did a gold soul coin fall on your desk? Director Su was taken aback. Hiss. Director Su slightly gasped, thinking, how is this kid more skilled than I am? However, he hurriedly took the gold soul coin and said seriously to him, all right, you kid. Not bad. You have a future. Go to the 6th dormitory. I will instruct the teachers there to arrange it for you. Wang Feng took the uniform and walked out with a smile. Not long after Wang Feng left, a young man in the room scoffed. This kid is really asking for humiliation. He thinks he can go to the 6th dormitory just because he has a little money? Another companion chimed in, and he even took that master as his teacher? What kind of invincible theory? It's ridiculous. And this talk about the 10 core competencies of martial souls is simply absurd. Director Su glared at the young man, saying, the master is a friend of the dean. You should refrain from making comments. After all, in the world of martial souls, the master is a well-known figure and stronger than you. The young man awkwardly smiled and continued. But that kid wanting to go to the 6th dormitory is truly lacking self-awareness. If he goes there, won't he have to be a pet to those noble offspring who are inherently stronger than work-study students? What a disgrace. And to specifically bring out a gold soul coin to suffer for it? I really don't understand these little brats. Director Su did not respond, thinking to himself that this little brat would probably be severely taught a lesson in the 6th dormitory. However, Wang Feng and Tang San had already walked away and could not hear the last few sentences of their conversation. Chapter 22, I'll make you call me daddy. Wang Feng and Tang San walked out and headed directly towards the dormitory building. Brother Feng, after we clean up, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal together. Tang San said at the entrance of the dormitory building. Sure, Wang Feng nodded, and he saw Tang San walk into this dormitory building first. This dormitory building has 3 floors and a total of 7 rooms for all the students to live in. Room 6 is on the 2nd floor. When Wang Feng reached the door, he heard several voices coming from inside. Xiao Laoda, the teacher responsible for our room 6, just said that a work-study student seems to have been assigned to us. A work-study student? Aren't they only supposed to live in that pigsty of room 7? Why are they being assigned to our room 6? Isn't that good? We usually lack someone to serve tea, wash clothes, and clean the floors. We can have this work-study student do those chores for us for free. Wouldn't that be great? What if he doesn't comply? Doesn't comply? A newly enrolled work-study student dares to not comply? I'll make him call me dad. Xiao Laoda, when I came in just now, I saw a really cute little loli. Let's go find her to play tomorrow, he. Various chattering voices echoed in the room. Wang Feng frowned repeatedly, then directly raised his foot. Bang! He kicked the door open. The half-steel door made a loud noise as it crashed against the wall behind it. In an instant, the several children inside froze. They were all between 7 to 11 or 12 years old, both boys and girls, dressed in relatively luxurious robes. Clearly the children of wealthy families. At this moment, they all stood still, staring blankly at Wang Feng outside the door. I am that work-study student. Who just said they will make me call them dad? Wang Feng looked around and said with a smile. The children inside instantly reacted, their previously blank expressions turning to anger. This work-study student dared to be so arrogant? Kid, are you from the countryside? A tall boy at the forefront looked at Wang Feng, his face filled with anger, but more so with mockery and disdain. Do you know the rules? Do you know whose territory this room 6 is? Do you know what grade I am in? It was as if he were asking a soul-searching question. The boy looked somewhat handsome, around 11 or 12 years old. Wang Feng could tell at a glance that this child was the leader of room 6, also known as Xiao Laoda by the other kids. The boy looked at Wang Feng with a face full of arrogance. Xiao Laoda, stop wasting time with him. A mere work-study student dares to kick the door. He's too bold. Let me teach him a lesson, the boy said and stepped forward, looking at Wang Feng with a fierce expression. Lu Long, take it easy. Xiao Laoda sneered a couple of times and instructed, don't cripple him. We will need him for the dirty work in the dormitory in the future. Don't worry, Xiao Laoda. I know what I'm doing. The boy named Lu Long showed a proud smile on his face. The other children in the dormitory also began to laugh mockingly. They looked at Wang Feng as if they could already see the pathetic expression of this foolish work-study student begging for mercy after being beaten down. Kid, state your life. I, Lu Long, do not hit nameless people. Lu Long's body trembled slightly, and a yellow glow appeared, revealing a nearly 2-meter-long stick in his hand. This was his martial spirit. Shut up with your trash talk. Wang Feng raised his middle finger, making a provocative gesture. Although these people didn't know what the gesture meant, it seemed to naturally infuriate them. Lu Long's expression changed, and he lightly jumped, half leaping towards Wang Feng to strike. In midair, he left a yellow trace. looking like he was about to land on Wang Feng. If that hit, there would definitely be bruises. The children inside laughed even louder at this scene. Only Xiao Laoda frowned slightly. Lu Long was being too ruthless. What if something went wrong with this work-study student? However, in the next moment, Wang Feng made his move. In the blink of an eye, his right hand shot out swiftly, like an eagle clawing at its prey, directly grabbing Lu Long's stick martial spirit. Lu Long was taken aback, and his momentum was instantly halted. At the same time, Wang Feng's left foot paused, and with a whoosh like a phantom, he kicked directly at Lu Long's abdomen. Lu Long's face turned purple, and his body curled up like a boiled shrimp as intense pain immediately caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. At this moment, Wang Feng released his grip on the stick. Lu Long crashed to the ground with a bang. The battle ended incredibly quickly. It was almost in the blink of an eye that Lu Long was defeated. The other children were still unclear about what had just happened when they saw Lu Long fly backward. With such little strength, he thought he could have me serve tea and water? Wang Feng looked at the children in the room and laughed, saying sorry. If I don't beat you until you call me dad, I want to be called Wang Feng. Hearing this, the faces of the children changed dramatically. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from behind the children. He soared into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, his legs slightly bent, limbs spread wide like claws. Directly charging at Wang Feng, the speed was incredibly fast, much quicker than Lu Long's earlier attack. It's Ling Feng. His martial spirit is the Shadow Crow. Here, beside Xiao Laoda, is the strongest, exclaimed a girl with a few freckles but a beautiful face. Ling Feng's speed was exceptionally quick. Almost the instant Wang Feng finished speaking, he was already close to him. Wang Feng sneered, slightly shifting his body, bringing his right shoulder forward to meet Ling Feng's claws. Without any attempt to dodge, he allowed Ling Feng to grab him. Then, he turned his body, taking advantage of the incoming force. He quietly unloaded that strength using the method he had comprehended from hammering iron, then shifted from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, using his waist as the axis. He quickly punched towards Ling Feng's chest. Bang! Wang Feng's speed was even faster than that of Ling Feng, who possessed a beast martial spirit known for its speed. This punch landed squarely on Ling Feng's chest. With a bang, Ling Feng flew backward in the same manner as Lu Long, crashing to the ground. In an instant, the dormitory fell silent. All the children stared in shock at this work-study student. They never expected that their two strongest members in Room 6 would be defeated so easily. This was too effortless. Even Xiao Laoda, with his spirit rings, couldn't achieve such ease. Wang Feng slowly walked in from the doorway. He then hooked his right foot to slam the door shut with a bang. This sound seemed to echo in the hearts of the many children inside. They all gulped. Except for Xiao Laoda, they all took a step back. Kid, don't get too cocky. At this moment, the most composed Xiao Laoda stood up, looking coldly at Wang Feng. I'm a true soul master. A soul master with spirit rings. Are you sure you want to go against me, Xiao Qinyu? Chapter 23. He is the leader of our Room 6. A soul master with spirit rings. As soon as the words were spoken, the children in the room looked towards Xiao Qinyu, their expressions a bit excited and thrilled. Ling Feng and Lu Long also got up, some holding their stomachs, others clutching their chests, walking back with cold smiles on their faces. With the boss's intervention, there was naturally no problem. However, Wang Feng still stood there, smiled, and said, I don't want to repeat the same words to your father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu immediately became furious. This kid was too arrogant. A work-study student, relying on a bit of strength, defeated Lu Long and Ling Feng, who had no spirit rings and still didn't take him seriously. Xiao Qinyu, a level 6 student, with a wolf martial spirit, an 11th level 1-ring soul master. Xiao Qinyu coldly said, state your martial spirit and level. It's the rule. Wang Feng smiled lightly. My martial spirit is the blue Lotus. As for my level, I have innate full soul power. I have no level or spirit rings. After saying that, Wang Feng slightly turned his palm, and a beautiful blue lotus appeared. The level and spirit rings need to be registered at the Spirit Hall after becoming a soul master to officially have them. Therefore, Wang Feng did not have a level or spirit rings. Innate full soul power? Boss, is he a congenital full soul power? In an instant, everyone in the room was shocked. They looked at Wang Feng with immense surprise. Congenital full power. Even if they've seen pigs run after eating pork, they never expected to encounter one. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has congenital, full soul power. Lu Long sneered, but unfortunately, he has no rank or soul ring at all. What kind of blue lotus flower martial soul is this? I've never even heard of it. It must be some trash martial soul, just good looking. Most plant martial souls have no fighting power. Besides, the boss isn't afraid of him at all. Without a soul ring, what can he use to fight the boss? When the boss's wolf soul comes out, he'll definitely be knocked down. Ling Feng echoed, hearing everyone encouraging him. Xiao Qinyu was initially shocked by this congenital, full soul power, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. This kid doesn't even have a soul ring. Although he has congenital, full soul power, it's just a type of plant martial soul. What is there to be afraid of? After Wang Feng revealed his martial soul, it seemed he had no intention of using it and directly put it away. Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu's confidence soared. He thought to himself that this kid must know his martial soul wouldn't have any effect, and just put it away. Little did he know, Wang Feng was simply too lazy to use his martial soul against him. Xiao Qinyu sneered and let out a low growl. A circle of white soul rings appearing beneath his feet. Immediately, a wolf-shaped martial soul rose from behind him and attached to him. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a green light. His claws began to sharpen and become pointed. This was indeed the martial soul manifestation. Wang Feng glanced over and curled his lips, saying, "What a trash soul ring, only 10 years old." Although Wang Feng didn't remember most of the settings in the Doloa continent clearly, he still remembered some things about soul rings. He recalled that the lowest level was the white soul ring, the year indicator, and it was also the most trashy. Xiao Qinyu, you're just a working student without even a soul ring, and you dare to mock me? Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu was furious. He gathered power in his claws and charged toward Wang Feng, throwing a punch directly. Xiao Qinyu was confident that if this punch landed, this kid would definitely be knocked down. However, Wang Feng shook his head this time and didn't use any techniques. Instead, he slightly bent his legs, as if he were taking a horse stance, and then threw a punch. Boom! With that punch, Xiao Qinyu was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the room quality in the 6th dormitory wasn't bad. It didn't break, but shook the entire dormitory. Xiao Qinyu lay on the ground, dazed, struggling to get up. Just then, a figure walked in front of him, stepping beside him, and said calmly, "Are you planning to be beaten by me again and call me daddy? Or will you obediently call me daddy?" Xiao Qinyu jolted. Looking at his completely softened fist, he recalled the power of that punch just now and felt inexplicably fearful. It seemed that this working student was not someone he could defeat. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he looked at the other kids. Instantly, the other kids snapped awake and stepped back a few paces, their faces reddening as they looked at Wang Feng. "Forget it. I'm not as weak as your son." Wang Feng waved his hand and said, "From now on, I'm the boss of the 6th dormitory. Do you have any objections?" No. You will be our new boss from now on. Boss, you're so handsome." A few kids didn't dare to voice any dissent. Lu Long and Ling Feng were even more alert, clearing out the best bed in the room. This position was near the window, perfect for seeing the campus outside. "Boss, if there's anything in the future, just command us." Lu Long and Ling Feng grinned. Wang Feng shook his head. After all, they were just kids. Whoever is strong is recognized as the boss. Xiao Qinyu also stood up and looked at Wang Feng, staring at him intently. Wang Feng felt a bit uneasy. He then said seriously, "I, Xiao Qinyu, am willing to respect you as my boss." Wang Feng felt goosebumps all over. This is so cringy. All right, in the future, don't provoke me without reason. Don't worry, I won't beat you up either. Wang Feng yawned, pointed at the bed, and said, "Clean up the bedding and go to the cafeteria to eat." With this commotion, Wang Feng was indeed a bit hungry. After speaking, Wang Feng walked out the door towards the cafeteria. "Brother Xiao, our boss seems really powerful, right?" Ling Feng said softly. "Didn't he even use his martial soul and still defeated us? Perhaps this is what congenital full soul power is," Xiao Qinyu said. "I just realized the boss is really handsome." The freckled little girl exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, the other kids rolled their eyes. They thought to themselves, "I am the most handsome." Well, in every child's heart, they might all think they are the most handsome. At this moment, after Wang Feng left, a teacher and a young man walked in. "Teacher Yuhi, if that working student gets beaten too badly, don't assign him any cleaning duties," the young man said with a sigh. Su Run is really desperate. For a single gold soul coin, he dares to let a working student enter the 6th dormitory. With those mischievous and arrogant little brats in the 6th dormitory. 1T they beat that kid down until he can't get up? If something happens, the school 1T be able to explain it. All right. The teacher named you, he nodded. The two entered the 6th dormitory, and the young man frowned as he scanned the room. Where is that working student named Wang Feng? Seeing this, the teacher in charge of the 6th dormitory, he darkened his expression. Did you guys beat him? Where is he? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu and the others exchanged glances. No, he will be our boss from now on. Xiao Qinyu hurriedly said, how could I dare to beat him? Chapter 24, Xiao Wu's Challenge. Swish. Upon hearing this, the young man and he were taken aback. Boss. Yes. We left the best bed for the boss. Lu Long and Ling Feng pointed to that bed and chimed in. The young man and he were even more confused. It seemed like it wasn't a joke. How did he manage to do that? He looked at the young man. The young man, feeling embarrassed and curious, replied, I don't know. But he was extremely surprised. These Xiao Qinyu and the others have strength and status that are not simple. To become their boss, he must have impressed them in some way. Otherwise, how could it be possible? The two were puzzled, and at this moment, Wang Feng leisurely arrived at the cafeteria. Just at the entrance, he ran into Tang San and a charming little girl standing beside him. The little girl had a rosy complexion, exuding health, dressed simply but very neatly, with long hair styled in a long braid cascading down her waist, softly chatting with Tang San. Brother Feng, seeing Wang Feng approach, Tang San immediately smiled and waved. His shout caught the little girl's attention, and she turned to look at Wang Feng. This must be Xiao Wu, right? Wang Feng looked at the charming and cute little girl and couldn't help but sigh. She is so young. As Tang San's future wife, to be honest, Wang Feng didn't really like Xiao Wu in the original story. The reason is simple. He prefers older girls. Thus, Wang Feng had no intention of flirting with Xiao Wu. Moreover, having read the awakens novel and watched the anime, he felt it would be strange to flirt with Xiao Wu, considering she was Tang San's wife. And Tang San even had a daughter with Xiao Wu. Stealing a wife? Wang Feng shuddered at the thought. There are plenty of single, beautiful girls in Doluo continent. Wang Feng wouldn't stoop to such things. Besides, he genuinely prefers older girls. Are you Brother Feng? Xiao Wu, with her watery eyes, looked at Wang Feng and said, Tang San told me you're from the same village. I defeated Tang San, and he said there is someone stronger than him named Brother Feng. It must be you. Tang San felt embarrassed. Being defeated by a girl was somewhat humiliating, especially since he had no experience, and it was also his first time interacting with a girl. That's right, it's me, Wang Feng nodded. After we finish eating, I want to have a match with you, Xiao Wu said with a grin. I don't want to fight you. Wang Feng shook his head. He knew that Xiao Wu's true form is a soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, who loved to fight in the early stages and bully Tang San. However, he really wasn't interested. Why? Xiao Wu was taken aback and snorted. You're not afraid of me, a girl, are you? Not really. Wang Feng shook his head. Mainly because you can't beat me. Tang San, who was nearby, quickly added, Xiao Wu, Pangu is really strong. You definitely can't beat him. He wanted to say that Pangu could even have a back and forth with a level 26 Soul Master, and Xiao Wu was simply no match for him. But upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu became even more unconvinced. You haven't even fought. How would you know? I don't care. I'm a girl, and I want you to challenge me. Pangu, you must fight me. Xiao Wu had a strong competitive spirit. In fact, children tend to have a strong sense of competition. Even Tang San, a time traveler with the body of an adult man, also had a competitive spirit. Wang Feng smiled and said, all right, let us fight when you have a soul ring. You said it. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. I have innate, full soul power. Just let me eat first. Wang Feng patted his stomach. After discussing it, the group walked into the cafeteria and had a relatively hearty lunch. In the meantime, the master came to see Tang San, attracting the attention of a group of work-study students from Tang San's dormitory, who couldn't help but look over. The master's reputation was quite prominent in the academy. Tang San, you are apprenticing under the master? One of the work-study students, Wang Sheng, couldn't help but say, you need to think this through. The master only has a soul power level of 29, and his martial soul is quite weak. He is almost 50 and still hasn't broken through to the great soul master. It seems he has no hope. He is only in the academy because he's friends with the dean and just mooches off the food here, so he has no future. Shut up. Tang San shot him a cold glare. If you say anything like that again, I might really hit you. After saying this, he stood up and walked out alone. Wang Feng shook his head. After all, these people were just ordinary work-study students, not time travelers, so it was normal for them to say such things. However, Xiao looked at Tang San with shining eyes. After finishing their meal, Wang Feng went to the Academy's library to look up various materials about soul beasts. He spent the entire day in the library, engrossed in researching various information. Although there wasn't much and the records weren't detailed, possibly not as thorough as the master or other mentors, Wang Feng didn't need to understand everything. He just needed to know the types of soul beasts and their general ages. The next day, Tang left the academy with the master, and Wang Feng knew they were likely heading to the soul hunting forest located 400 miles northeast of Notting City, where the Empire raised soul beasts. It seemed the master was going to help Tang San hunt a soul beast to obtain his first soul ring. On that day, Wang Feng also went out. However, instead of going to the soul hunting forest, he headed to the spirit hall. There were thousand-year soul beasts in the forest. Although rare, Wang Feng still needed to go in and take a look. But to enter, he needed a hand token issued by the spirit hall. Without a token, he could only go to the spirit hall to ask Su Yuntao for one first. The spirit hall in Notting City was naturally much more magnificent compared to Holy Soul Village. The entire building was brown, and the main gate had a carving of a long sword that looked quite imposing. "Little kid, this is the spirit hall. You can't just barge in," a guard said sternly at the entrance. "I'm looking for Master Su Yuntao. Is he in? If he is, please tell him that a kid named Wang Feng is here to see him," Wang Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the guard looked at Wang Feng with suspicion, frowned, but still did as he was told. "You're looking for Su Yuntao? What does a kid like you want with him?" Suddenly, a woman stepped forward, looking at Wang Feng in surprise. This woman was tall and curvy, and she had a bit of beauty, looking about the same age as Su Yuntao. "I need a token." Wang Feng glanced at her and, not knowing who she was, casually said, "To hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest." As soon as Wang Feng finished speaking, the woman couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You a little brat? Hunting soul beasts? You must be looking for Su Yuntao to help you, right? Doesn't he have time to help a little kid like you hunt soul beasts?" After saying this, the woman laughed and walked inside. Wang Feng. Not long after, Su Yuntao came out, looking at Wang Feng with an odd expression. "Little brat, you really came. What do you want?" Wang Feng repeated what he had just said to the woman. Immediately, Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng speechlessly and said, "I thought it was someone else that CC was talking about. Turns out it's just you, this little brat. I can't give you a token. Hunting soul beasts is too dangerous for you. With your skills, you wouldn't be able to handle a soul beast." At this point, Su Yuntao suddenly smiled and said, "However, if you join the spirit hall, not only will I give you a token, but I can also find someone to help you hunt a soul beast. How about that?" Chapter 25. Entering the Soul Hunting Forest. The target is a 1,000-year beast. Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng. This child had innate, full soul power. But his martial soul was not outstanding, and the two factors balanced each other out, making him not worth inviting to join the spirit hall. However, what truly caught Su Yuntao's attention was his strength. A 6-year-old child could manifest their martial soul and utilize soul skills, which was enough to suppress and defeat him. Although he wasn't too sure if other innate full soul power holders were like this. Since apart from this little brat and that child with the blue-silver grass martial soul, Su Yuntao hadn't seen any other innate full soul power holders. Yet, he was impressed by the strength of this innate full soul power child. However, Wang Feng shook his head and smiled. "No need. I just want to hunt soul beasts myself." Joining the spirit hall, Wang Feng felt it was completely unnecessary. With what he had now, if he couldn't hunt soul beasts by himself and had to rely on others, that would be too weak. Moreover, Wang Feng wanted to train himself through hunting. After all, with Meteor Tears, as long as he had breath, he wouldn't die. If he didn't have Meteor Tears, perhaps Wang Feng would consider joining a certain faction. But now, it was entirely unnecessary. Also, Master Su, I'm already at level 10 soul power. I need soul rings to improve. According to the rules, your spirit hall should give me a token, Wang Feng said with a smile. As long as a soul master reached the peak of a certain stage, they needed soul rings to advance, and they could request a token from the spirit hall to enter the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. Wang Feng sought out Su Yuntao because such a token required a guarantor. Su Yuntao frowned. This little brat was a bit overly confident. He wanted to help him, but he was ungrateful, insisting on hunting soul beasts by himself. "If you don't give me the token, I won't tell you the story behind soul breaking heaven." Wang Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's expression changed, and he snorted, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a token, handing it to Wang Feng. Here you go, you little brat. If you get hurt later, don't come looking for me. The token flew through the air in a trace, and Wang Feng accurately caught it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the token was dark and had a downward-facing sword carved in the center. This is the lowest level token. Don't lose it. Otherwise, it will be a hassle, Su Yuntao warned. Also, it needs to be returned to the spirit hall after use. However, Su Yuntao thought this kid would probably get scared after going to the spirit hall. Once he experienced the power of soul beasts, he would definitely come back to beg him. No problem. Wang Feng held the heavy token, then packed some simple food and water into his backpack, and headed straight to the soul hunting forest. It was morning, and by the time he reached the soul hunting forest, it would probably be afternoon. He might even have to spend the night in the forest, so he needed to prepare a bit more. This little brat. Su Yuntao shook his head and turned back into the spirit hall. Wang Feng ran all the way. He initially thought about hiring a carriage, but after considering it, he decided to exercise a bit and didn't hire one. Instead, he kept running without stopping. By the afternoon, after 7 or 8 hours, Wang Feng arrived at the market outside the soul hunting forest. It's so lively. Wang Feng looked at the bustling marketplace surrounding him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of the various shops and stalls that always gathered outside train stations in his previous life. I have a token, just missing one. I need a recovery-type soul master with ample supply, level 20 or above. Super strong power-type soul master, like a martial spirit, tough skin, and durable, seeking a team. I'm a support-type soul master. My martial spirit is a green hat that can provide strong protection. Anyone interested? Hey, do you want to see my martial spirit first? Good green hat? You can get lost. Wang Feng surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if he were dreaming back to his previous life amidst this lively atmosphere. The prices here were equally exorbitant. Little Sen should be looking for soul beasts with his master inside, right? Wang Feng thought to himself as he walked straight towards the entrance of the hunting soul forest, which loomed like a city wall. There were patrolling guards nearby. Reaching the entrance, Wang Feng took out his token and handed it to the guard. Kid, are you alone? The guard frowned and said, You're so small. Are you really going in? It's dangerous without an elder accompanying you. If something happens inside, no one can take responsibility. Wang Feng nodded. I'm alone. Let me in. The guard returned the token to Wang Feng, said nothing more, and directly opened the large door. The 10-meter-high steel door creaked open slowly. A unique forest scent rushed towards him, revealing countless towering trees and exotic flowers and fruits, presenting a primitive forest scene before Wang Feng's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng put away the token and walked inside. This was the hunting soul forest. His blood began to boil slightly. Walking through the densely wooded area, he noticed several paths worn down by previous explorers, and Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. 1,000-year soul beasts. I'm coming, Wang Feng murmured. 1,000-year soul beasts were equivalent to soul masters of level 40 or above. Hunting such high-level soul beasts was akin to climbing to the sky for Wang Feng. Almost impossible. Even for the talented heirs of large families, no one dared to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts at level 10 before becoming a soul master. Just as Wang Feng stepped into the hunting soul forest, at the other end of the forest, Little San was with the master. According to my theory, the first soul ring that a level 10 soul master can bear has a limit of about 400 years. The master said as they walked through the hunting soul forest. So this time, we need to find a soul beast close to that value, as much as possible. Plus, you have innate full soul power, so you must not waste this talent. Little San nodded and touched the jade belt at his waist, feeling grateful that the master was so good to him, even gifting him this soul guide tool. I must not let the master down. The 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. This was the name Little San gave to this jade belt. This bamboo was 10 years old, characterized by its toughness, which matched his blue-silver grass martial spirit quite well. But that was far from enough. The master patted a green bamboo in front of him. Along the way, the master had explained a lot about soul beasts, soul rings, and their years to Little San. Let us search a bit longer. We should spend the night here. The master continued. All right. Little Sin suddenly remembered something and asked, Master, how many years of soul ring can Fonga hunt by himself? Hearing this, the master paused for a moment, thought for a while, and shook his head. It's difficult. If he can hunt 100-year soul beast by himself, That would already be quite impressive. Beyond that, 200 years, 300 years, or even 400 years. There are certain risks, even for a 30-level attack type soul master to hunt. He told me he is very strong, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, perhaps. Maybe around 100 years. That should be his limit. Moreover, it also depends on the type of soul beast. If it's a very aggressive beast-type soul beast, it's even harder. Don't worry. The teacher will help you find a suitable martial spirit. The master's stern face revealed a hint of a smile. After all, that is how the teacher's role was manifested. Little San felt that the master's words made sense. However, Little San thought that Pangu should be able to hunt stronger soul beasts, possibly around 200 to 300 years, but anything higher would be impossible. It would definitely be life-threatening. Fortune favors the bold, Little San sighed slightly. To obtain more powerful soul rings, naturally the risks increase. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the hunting soul forest, a loud crash suddenly echoed through the dense forest. A giant green snake, about 5 meters long, fell heavily to the ground. The snake's body thrashed in defiance. 5 meters long, it should be a 500-year mandala snake, right? Although its scales were extremely hard, its weaknesses were too obvious. Wang Feng leaned against the giant green snake. The short sword in his hand, stained with venom from previous battles, glinted menacingly. Soon, the mandala snake calmed down, and a yellow soul ring rose from it. But Wang Feng didn't even look back and walked away. This was just a small test of his skills. Chapter 26. 1,000-Year Soul Beasts. Star Moon Fox. Golden Lightning Leopard. This 500-year mandala snake was the third soul beast Wang Feng encountered upon entering, and it was the strongest one. Unfortunately, the mandala snake wasn't very aggressive. Its body was extremely tough, and it was highly poisonous, posing no significant threat to him. Wang Feng shook his head. Over 500 years was already impressive, but he had no intention of claiming it. The mandala snake hadn't cost him much effort. What a pity, if only Little San were here. This would be perfect for him. Wang Feng recalled that in his memory, Little San's first soul ring was a 400-year mandala snake. Perhaps he could absorb this 500-year one, but it wouldn't be here for long. In another hour, the soul ring would likely disappear. Wang Feng didn't think much of it. Little San was the protagonist of Doloa continent, and no matter what, he would definitely obtain a soul ring, so he didn't need to worry. Without further thought, Wang Feng left the place and continued deeper into the hunting soul forest. After about an hour of walking, the night began to darken slightly. Suddenly, from a distance, a low growl echoed. This sound made all the weaker soul beasts around tremble in fear, all of them prostrating on the ground. This sound, Wang Feng's body shivered slightly, and he felt a hint of fear from the roar. 1,000-year soul beast. Definitely a 1,000-year soul beast. And not just any 1,000-year soul beast. At this moment, Wang Feng was about to rush over when suddenly, a whoop, another massive howl echoed from afar. This howl was no less impressive than the previous roar. Instantly, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. 2,000-year soul beasts. Wang Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Although he hadn't considered absorbing 2 soul rings consecutively, he could still choose. Wang Feng suppressed his excitement and walked lightly forward. Soon, the roars grew louder, and a faint pressure emanated from the distance. Wang Feng quietly climbed a large tree. Peering through the dense leaves at the scene ahead, he saw a soul beast, pure white like a fox, towering at least 3 to 4 meters tall, very large. There was a star-shaped mark on its forehead, and it radiated a purple glow, gazing at an even larger soul beast opposite it. This was the Star Moon Fox. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Based on the simple information he had studied in the Academy Library yesterday, the Star Moon Fox was a 1,000-year soul beast, entirely snow white, with a purple star mark on its forehead, possessing extremely strong recovery abilities. Its other abilities were unknown. The first form of the Golden Lotus already possessed super strong recovery and healing abilities. If combined with the soul ring of this Star Moon Fox, Wang Feng pondered silently. The fact that its other abilities were unknown indicated a lack of detailed information in the library, which was unavoidable. But in reality, Wang Feng felt that the first form of the Lotus no longer needed stronger healing abilities. Because after that battle with Tianhe Xintao, Wang Feng realized that the ability of the first form of the Golden Lotus depended on the soul power he exerted. According to the amount of soul power used, it can restore soul power, heal injuries, enhance soul power, increase hormones, and other different effects. Previously, Wang only activated less than 1/5, and he was able to help Su Yuntao enhance his soul power. Wang Feng had only tried to fully activate it once, which was with that little bird, so he wasn't quite sure what other effects there would be. The more soul power used, the stronger the effect of the first form of the Golden Lotus. Therefore, Wang Feng hoped that the soul ring he desired could have such effects. For example, if the Golden Lotus could also enhance a soul master's strength, speed, and endurance, that would be even more perfect. It would be truly a versatile support. Now let's take a look at the other soul beast Wang Feng was observing. Upon seeing it, Wang Feng was immediately shocked. It was a golden leopard. Even under the moonlight, it still shone brightly. The soul power emitted by this golden leopard was a deep purple. Golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng felt a slight tingling on his scalp. It was also a 1,000-year soul beast. This golden lightning leopard was extremely fast, like lightning. And the most terrifying thing was its strong attack power, especially since this golden lightning leopard could also release lightning, which could paralyze its opponent directly. It was an extremely aggressive soul beast. However, this golden lightning leopard was at least a soul beast over 5,000 years old. Wang Feng looked at the deep purple soul power on the golden lightning leopard. Over 5,000 years. Could he absorb it? No. Could he defeat this golden lightning leopard? If he could absorb this golden lightning leopard soul ring, then the first form of the Golden Lotus should be able to provide various enhancements. It would be the most suitable for him. That Star Moon Fox seemed to be only around 3,000 years old. It couldn't defeat this golden lightning leopard at all. Wang Feng's mind was racing. With his current strength, he absolutely couldn't defeat this golden lightning leopard, let alone defeat it. It would be good enough to escape alive. Although he had a golden finger, neither Meteor Tears nor Chaotic Green Lotus had given him powerful attack capabilities for the time being. Unless the Chaotic Green Lotus awakened its other forms, but that was impossible right now. Roar! The Star Moon Fox let out a low growl, and the wounds on its body quickly healed. Then, I can only rely on the power of this Star Moon Fox. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, already formulating a plan in his mind. According to the records, the Star Moon Fox is an extremely intelligent soul beast, even if it hasn't reached 10,000 years. It has a certain level of intelligence, albeit not very high. At this moment, the much larger golden lightning leopard let out a huge roar. A golden horn on its head suddenly released a lightning bolt the size of a thumb, directly striking towards the Star Moon Fox. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast. The Star Moon Fox seemed to have sensed it in advance and leaped high to avoid it. But one of its legs was still hit. Instantly, it was a bloody mess, and the Star Moon Fox let out a painful howl. Swish! Taking advantage of its injury, the golden lightning leopard attacked. Almost in an instant, the speed of the golden lightning leopard suddenly disappeared. It leaped high, its claws shimmering in the night light. Whoosh! 2 streaks of cold light flashed by, and the Star Moon Fox's entire body trembled with purple soul power, and 3 bloody marks suddenly appeared on its lower abdomen. Boom! Its body was directly sent flying by the golden lightning leopard's claws. It drew an arc and crashed onto the branch where Wang Feng was. Wang Feng glanced at the distant golden lightning leopard, his eyes slightly cold. So strong, he couldn't even see the speed of this golden lightning leopard. A soul beast over 5,000 years old. He was no match for it now. But it seemed that this golden lightning leopard was also somewhat exhausted, likely due to the continuously recovering Star Moon Fox inflicting some injuries on it. Wang Feng looked at the Star Moon Fox below, a smile creeping onto his lips. An opportunity seemed to have arrived. Chapter 27. 6,000-Year Soul Ring. Little Fox, hang in there. Hiding in the branches, Wang Feng spread his palm, and the lotus seed at the center of the green lotus quietly bloomed into a golden lotus. Let's see if my guess is correct. Wang Feng took a deep breath, activating the power of the golden lotus towards the Star Moon Fox below the big tree. Streams of pure golden light surged into the Star Moon Fox's body. The Star Moon Fox, which had been lying on the ground, had its eyes already squinted, seemingly unable to open them. But as the power of the golden lotus surged in, it suddenly opened its eyes wide, just in time to see Wang Feng, a little human. An expression of disbelief appeared in the Star Moon Fox's eyes. The power within it began to surge. In an instant, the injuries on the Star Moon Fox began to heal at a visible speed. It slowly stood up again. The soul power on it had become much denser than before. It had become stronger, increased. Wang Feng took a deep breath indeed. He knew that the ability of the Golden Lotus could not only enhance a soul master's soul power, but also strengthen a soul beast's power. It seemed to enhance even more. Excited, this was his previous guess. Since it could enhance a soul master's soul power, what if it could enhance a soul beast's cultivation age? The facts proved that Wang Feng's assessment was correct. He didn't know exactly how much it was enhanced, but the soul power on the Star Moon Fox had indeed become much denser. Roar! The Star Moon Fox charged towards the golden lightning leopard again. The two giant beasts fought once more. However, a moment later, boom! The Star Moon Fox was once again sent flying back. But this time, the golden lightning leopard seemed even more exhausted, still roaring angrily at the Star Moon Fox. It couldn't understand why this Star Moon Fox, which it had just defeated, was back again. What was going on? This time, it couldn't possibly stand up again. Unfortunately, not long after, the Star Moon Fox stood up again. The purple soul power on it became even denser. Upon seeing this, the golden lightning leopard was furious and jumped up and down. What was going on? How could it have recovered again and grown stronger? Wang Feng, crackle. The two soul beasts engaged in another fierce battle. Boom! The Star Moon Fox was once again slammed against the giant tree. The towering tree swayed as if it were about to break. But this time, the golden lightning leopard was already somewhat unsteady, seeming to be on the verge of exhaustion. Roar! It looked at the strange Star Moon Fox with red eyes. Impossible. If it could still stand up, then my leopard body from a few years ago would have been wasted in less than 2 breaths. The Star Moon Fox immediately sprang back up, lively and agile. The golden lightning leopard looked at this extremely strange Star Moon Fox with a somewhat desperate expression. Its aura seemed to have strengthened again. Although it hadn't surpassed its own strength, it was still far from it, but was already incapable. On the tree, Wang Feng was also a bit exhausted. He continuously activated the golden lotus to heal the Star Moon Fox, enhancing its strength. Wang Feng was starting to struggle. This was already the 3rd time. He had reached his limit. If this time, the Star Moon Fox still couldn't defeat the golden lightning leopard, then it would be a solid waste. Boom! Just as he was thinking this, the big tree trembled, and Wang Feng angrily cursed. Damn! This Star Moon Fox is too weak, come on. He looked over, and the anger on his face instantly turned into joy. Hey! This time, it was the golden light thunder leopard. Upon seeing this, Wang Feng's heart surged with joy. Without any hesitation, he leaped down holding his short sword. With one strike, he plunged it directly into the completely exhausted head of the golden light thunder leopard. Boom! In the next moment, a massive energy aura suddenly exploded from the golden light thunder leopard. A deep purple soul ring gradually rose from its body. Seeing this, Wang Feng's heart raced. 6,000 years. A 6,000-year soul ring. Such a powerful soul ring, and it's my first one. Can I bear it? However, at this moment, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he did not rush to absorb it, because the Star Moon Fox behind him was intently watching him. Wang Feng turned around to look at the Star Moon Fox. It also seemed very tired, as this golden light leopard was too strong. It had effectively used 3 lives, each stronger than the last, just to barely defeat it. Yet at this moment, it still had the energy to spare. You want to deal with me? Wang Feng said coldly. This was within his expectations. After all, soul beasts and humans are inherently enemies. Even though he had no strength left, defeating this Star Moon Fox was somewhat unrealistic. But at the very least, he could escape. At most, it would just be a waste of effort. However, the Star Moon Fox crouched down, looking at Wang Feng with curiosity. It seemed to have no intention of attacking. Wang Feng remained still. The Star Moon Fox stood up and walked towards him. Wang Feng frowned slightly, but did not retreat. The Star Moon Fox circled around Wang Feng, then lay down on the ground, still showing no intention to attack. It glanced towards the golden light thunder leopard, as if to say, "Aren't you going to absorb the soul ring?" Wang Feng was taken aback and looked at the Star Moon Fox. After pondering for a moment, he no longer hesitated, sat cross-legged, and looked at the soul ring on the golden light thunder leopard, a glint of heat flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the soul-hunting forest, Xiaosan, this is a mandala snake that is at least 500 years old, Master said solemnly. Looking at the massive soul beast corpse on the ground, it should have been killed by a battle soul master around level 30. Look at its wounds. The head is penetrated, and even the weakest 7-inch spot has fatal scars, indicating that the attack was extremely swift and sharp. Tang Sen looked at the giant snake over 5 meters long, nodding slightly. He thought, A 500-year-soul beast would be difficult for me to kill even with all my strength. I wonder who did it. What a shame. It seems that Battle Soul Master probably didn't absorb the soul ring of this mandala snake. This mandala snake is the most compatible soul beast for your blue silvergrass. But the soul ring has already disappeared. The master shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. Just then, a sharp cry suddenly echoed ahead. A mist covered the view in front. Not good, there's another mandala snake. The master's expression changed. His gaze sharpened as he looked into the mist, where a green giant snake appeared, its voice suddenly rising a few notches. This is bad. It's a mandala snake over 400 years old, probably related to the dead mandala snake. Tang Sen also looked at the mandala snake. It was over 4 meters long, emitting a strong, fishy aura, and was currently in the distance, flicking its tongue at the two. Xiao San. Now, I'll teach you a theory. More rings, more bones, one wave of skill. Fewer rings, fewer bones, run away. Simply put, if your soul rings are fewer than your opponent's, and you clearly can't win, save your strength and retreat immediately. The master briefly explained, just like now, 3 blasts. Fart like thunder, shake the heavens, and split the earth. 3 blasts. A loud crashing sound echoed. 2 figures quickly dashed out. After a long while, with a loud bang, the mandala snake's figure fell to the ground again. Xiao San, great. This time your soul ring has a chance to be absorbed. The master, with a slightly pale face, looked at the mandala snake with excitement. You managed to hit its vital point quickly. Hurry up and absorb this mandala snake's soul ring. Over 400 years, it's just right for the maximum age I estimated for the first soul ring. Tang San's face showed a hint of excitement. The teacher had told him a lot along the way. A soul ring over 400 years. I must succeed in absorbing it. This will help prove the teacher's theory. Tang San sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself, which would determine whether I could learn the Tang sect's ultimate skills. At the same time, while Tang San was absorbing the soul ring of the mandala snake, Wang Feng was absorbing the soul ring of the 6,000-year soul beast. The golden light thunder leopard. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Feng took a deep breath, fully concentrating his spirit on his blue lotus martial soul. Meanwhile, he used his fingers to drive the soul power, slowly guiding the shining purple soul ring to settle on his head. As the soul ring approached, a pressure like Mount Tai descended upon Wang Feng. The pressure brought by the 6,000-year soul ring seemed to unleash a tsunami in an instant, crashing against Wang Feng's mind and body before he even absorbed it. It should be noted that Wang Feng did not kill the golden light thunder leopard. In fact, he had used a rather cunning method to borrow a knife to kill the leopard. He delivered the final blow. This golden light thunder leopard, being a 6,000-year soul beast, already possessed a certain level of intelligence and surely harbored deep resentment towards him. The soul ring carried a deep sense of grievance. Wang Feng let out a muffled groan, his face turning red, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It was too strong. The 6,000-year soul ring was too powerful. A normal soul master could only absorb a 5,000-year soul ring at the 4th ring. It was truly terrifying. Wang Feng murmured to himself. This was not even the absorption yet. Merely the pressure brought by this 6,000-year soul ring and the resentment of the golden light thunder leopard was nearly overwhelming him. If he absorbed it, would he not explode? The reality was just that. Wang Feng could guarantee that with his current physical constitution, absorbing a 6,000-year soul ring would lead to certain death under normal circumstances. Even if his physical constitution were doubled, it would still be impossible to absorb this 6,000-year soul ring. A typical soul master might die 10 times over before they could absorb it. But I have meteor tears. A smile curled at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. This thing is the tear of the god of life from star transformation, fused with my essence. It possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities and can later increase the speed of absorbing heavenly energy, among many other effects. Simply put, it means Wang Feng is very hard to kill, unless his soul consciousness is completely extinguished. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to die from mere physical harm. Come on. Wang Feng forcibly suppressed the boiling blood within him, activating his blue lotus martial soul, guiding the soul power to let this 6,000-year soul ring slowly descend from above. Enveloping his body, in an instant, a flood of energy surged into him as if it were boundless. Boom! Wang Feng's mind instantly exploded. His body at this moment felt like a small coastal county, and the energy flooding into him was like a torrential flood pouring down from the sky, sweeping through this tiny county like the wind sweeping away clouds. Everything in the city, vehicles, streets, pedestrians, shops, etc., was swept away and submerged in an instant. First, Wang Feng's skin broke out in countless blood vessels, slightly splitting open, creating numerous gaps. Then the internal muscle fibers, cell tissues, etc., were rapidly destroyed by this violently surging energy. Even his bones could not fully withstand it, producing crisp cracking sounds, eroding and breaking apart. Wang Feng's entire body, from limbs to organs, down to cellular nerves, quickly ruptured. If viewed from afar, Wang Feng would seem like a person made of blood. The extreme pain brought about by this destruction instantly overwhelmed most of Wang Feng's consciousness, leaving only a single soul will to circle around that blue lotus martial soul in the sea of consciousness. The Star Moon Fox, crouched nearby, watched Wang Feng with an expression of regret that was surprisingly human-like. This human, although he saved him, is incredible. Yet he is too weak. Wanting to absorb the 6,000-year soul ring from the Golden Light Thunder Leopard is completely impossible. If he were about 10 times stronger, perhaps there would be some possibility. At this moment, in Wang Feng's sea of consciousness, a green lotus emits a faint glow, gently floating and rotating. In an instant, it seems as if a torrential flood has found an outlet, washing over Wang Feng's body and surging into this green lotus. On the lotus platform, the smallest lotus seed slowly blooms into a golden lotus. The violent energy directly forms a vortex resembling a purple ocean, pouring into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus shines brightly. The originally slightly opened bud quietly blooms, seemingly growing many more petals. The golden lotus leaves becoming fuller and thicker. Crackle. Golden lightning surrounds the golden lotus, producing thunderous sounds, looking extremely cool. Finally, the lotus leaves of the golden lotus add a touch of divine majesty. Swish! The golden lotus quietly moves, its speed incredibly fast, almost like a phantom, surging through Wang Feng's sea of consciousness, as if it is joyfully wandering. Meanwhile, Wang Feng's body is almost completely shattered and disintegrated. Only the position of his heart glows softly, like tear-shaped meteoric tears, surging forth a stream of pure energy from the center of his body, flowing into Wang Feng like the return of myriad seas. This energy drives the stored energy within Wang Feng's body, roaming throughout him. Every time it passes a place that has been almost completely destroyed, it is as if a time cloth from Doraemon's pocket is laid over it, instantly restoring it to new. But the difference is that the restored body becomes even stronger in various parts. The violent energy contained in the 6,000-year soul ring, although it has almost destroyed Wang Feng's body, has also given him a chance for rebirth. As the energy from meteoric tears surges forth and restores him slowly, Wang Feng's body rapidly recovers and becomes even stronger. Inch by inch, his muscles become dense and seamless, filled with explosive power, and his broken bones are like steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, while his skin becomes whiter and smoother. Even his entire body grows a few centimeters taller in the process of reconstruction. At 6 years old, he is almost as tall and robust as a 10-year-old child. The Star Moon Fox outside stares wide-eyed. It circles around Wang Feng. At this moment, looking at Wang Feng, his entire body seems to be wrapped in a layer of transparent energy, as if he is about to break free from a cocoon and be reborn. It also senses a surge of life-filled energy, as if it is mending this human child. That life-filled energy gives the Star Moon Fox a feeling of reverence. At the same time, Wang Feng's consciousness gradually recovers. But the resentment of the golden lightning beast seems to transform into a black golden lightning leopard in the sea of consciousness, roaring madly towards Wang Feng's consciousness, as if it wants to devour his remaining soul consciousness completely. However, Wang Feng's consciousness suddenly freezes. At this moment, 7 different colors of mysterious energy surge out from this consciousness. Surrounding Wang Feng's consciousness, it transforms into 6 pairs of illusory black energy wings. Wang Feng's final consciousness, wrapped in these 7 different energies, gradually transforms into a little figure identical to Wang Feng. But all over, it is shrouded in endless black mist, with evil and ghostly energy, giving this little figure a cold and sinister aura like that of an evil god. In an instant, the golden lightning leopard, filled with resentment, suddenly goes silent as if it saw a cat. Trembling, the little figure wrapped in black mist raises a hand towards the golden lightning leopard. Instantly, the consciousness of the golden lightning leopard is directly taken into its hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it is crushed to dust. Chapter 29. Where's my soul power? At the same time, in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng suddenly opens his eyes, and his pupils instantly turn pitch black. A terrifying aura suddenly erupts from him. 6 pairs of enchanting black energy wings rise from his body. Due to the reconstruction of his body, his originally strong and bare body is now covered with 7 different patterns, deriving from his limbs to his heart, forming a circular pattern resembling a black sun. Wang Feng lets out a low roar unconsciously, as if venting, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura, solidifying like a tangible force, spreads outwards. The star moon fox instantly crouches on the ground, trembling, completely unable to comprehend how the child that just radiated a life force suddenly became so evil, filled with an aura that terrifies it. Even the entire soul-hunting forest, in that instant, all soul beasts, whether awake or asleep, are suddenly awakened, all crouching down and trembling. But only the soul beasts. The many soul masters in the soul-hunting forest feel a chill rise in their hearts, as if a cold ice has entered their chests, trembling unconsciously, not knowing what has happened. Tang San, who had just broken through by collecting the soul ring, also inexplicably feels a chill run through his body and unconsciously looks in a certain direction. "Teacher, do you feel that?" Tang San asked the master in a low voice. "How strange. There seems to be a very cold and powerful aura. Could it be a soul beast?" The master nods but furrows his brow, as he does not know what the situation is. The two are not clear about what is happening, but at the same time, in the distant Tiando Empire royal family, a boy about 15 years old, dressed in luxurious robes, seems to be meditating. There is a 6-winged angel seal on his forehead. Although the boy is small, he is extremely handsome, possessing a face that drives countless women mad, with skin as white as snow, enough to captivate for a lifetime. And his appearance is already taking shape, making one wonder what he will look like. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, and a sacred golden light flashes in his eyes. Behind him, a 6-winged angel appears behind him. An unparalleled sacred light fills the entire hall. It is the aura of an angel. But why is it so evil and terrifying? He instantly retracts the 6-winged angel martial soul, and an incredible look appears in his eyes. The 6-winged angel symbolizes sacred light, the representative of the divine in the world, and only he has awakened this level of martial soul. But now, he senses the aura of his kin. However, it gives him an incredibly evil and trembling sensation. The aura of his kin can only be sensed so clearly by him. This aura is wrong. It might be a super martial soul, even stronger than my 6-winged angel. How can that be? He murmurs, the astonishment in his eyes growing stronger. Who could it be? A voice like heavenly music echoes in a palace. In the soul-hunting forest, after Wang Feng's roar, the darkness in his eyes quickly recedes, and the 7 patterns emitting an extremely evil and sinister aura from his body quickly fade away, eventually sinking back into his originally strong body. The 6 pairs of 12-winged energy wings behind him also vanish in an instant. Wang Feng collapses to the ground, falling into a hazy sleep. His awakened consciousness is overtaken by fatigue, leaving only a lingering doubt. Was that my mysterious humanoid martial soul just now? But what exactly is that martial soul? The next day, in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng is awakened by a moist sensation. Suddenly opening his eyes, Wang Feng sees a snow-white fox, which is now sticking out its delicate tongue and licking his face. Wang Feng, suddenly alert, sits up from the ground and looks around. In his line of sight, there is only this star-moon fox, while the dead golden lightning leopard has only a skeleton left. Seeing Wang Feng wake up, the star-moon fox blinks at him. "You stayed here all night?" Wang Feng looks at it. The star-moon fox nods. "Thank you." Wang Feng takes a deep breath. Last night, just as he was about to be swallowed by the resentment consciousness of the golden lightning beast, it seemed that he awakened the mysterious humanoid martial soul given by the system. That is, the humanoid martial soul he received as a bonus for checking in with full innate soul power at the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village. What exactly is it? Wang Feng is filled with uncertainty. He touches his chest. He doesn't know how to activate this martial soul. It seems to be hidden within him. Could it only manifest at critical moments? Or does it require special means? However, that extremely evil aura is something Wang Feng feels very clearly. It seemed that after being possessed by that martial soul, the whole person would become extremely cold and heartless, like a god controlling time and all things from above. Wang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. No, that's not me. Right, my strength. Wang Feng took a deep breath and examined himself. Upon this examination, Wang Feng was stunned. Where's my soul power? He felt an emptiness within him. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. There was not a trace of energy left. Where did the soul power go? His body had surpassed its limits. Relying on the Meteor Tears, he had accumulated quite a bit of soul power. At least he should have had innate full soul power at level 20, right? How come there is not even a sliver left now? Moreover, he had completely absorbed the 6,000-year soul ring. The soul power should have increased even more. Could it be that after his body exploded yesterday, it was completely consumed by the reconstitution from the Meteor Tears? Wang Feng muttered. Last night, the feeling of being shattered all over by the power of the 6,000-year soul ring was truly excruciating, something Wang Feng would probably never forget in his life. Then, just as he expected, the Meteor Tears erupted with life energy, allowing his body to reorganize. Terrifying, but this really set him up. No, my body, Wang Feng frowned, feeling his own body. Incredibly powerful, unparalleled strength. He lightly leaped. Whoosh! Wang Feng jumped several meters high. Hiss! Because he was completely unaccustomed to the power. Wang Feng crashed into a large tree. Have I turned into Superman? Wang Feng looked at the towering tree beside him. Whoosh! A leg swept horizontally. Crack, crack, crack. This tree, which required two people to embrace, was instantly split into two by his kick. This casual kick of mine must have been at least 6,000 pounds of force, right? Wang Feng murmured. In his previous life on Earth, it was rumored that Master Bruce Lee could kick with nearly half a ton, which is 1,000 pounds of force. And Bruce Lee's physical quality was considered extraordinary even at that time. Now, just a casual kick from himself is at least 6,000 pounds? What does that even mean? 6,000 pounds is equivalent to 3 tons. A car from my previous life could be kicked away effortlessly. If Tao Go were here, would I kick him up high? Wang Feng hesitated to think. It should be possible, right? Chapter 30, Compressing Soul Power. First soul skill, deification. Terrifying. Although the soul power was gone, the physical quality had undergone a tremendous change. Wang Feng closed his eyes, listening to the world. He could clearly sense the movement of insects and ants over 1,000 meters away. Even Xiao San, who was currently practicing the Xintian treasure record, couldn't achieve even 1/5 of this level. This must all be due to the influence of the 6,000-year soul ring, the reconstitution of his body, and the changes it brought. His body had truly undergone a rebirth through fire. After the baptism of the life energy within the Meteor Tears and the terrifying pressure brought by the 6,000-year soul ring, plus the countless times he had trained before, exceeding the limits of his body as a foundation, and the energy stored within him, it all contributed to the changes he was experiencing. Ha ha ha, with my current physical quality, I can probably crush most soul masters around level 40. Right? A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. At this moment, his body had grown much taller, about 6 or 7 centimeters, looking around 11 or 12 years old. As for soul power, a faint smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. I wonder how many levels I can improve after a morning of meditation. He hadn't practiced for a while, because the Meteor Tears had released energy several times, combined with some energy from the Qinglian martial soul. He should have surpassed innate level 20 soul power. So, there was no need to practice at all. Little fox, keep an eye on me. I want to meditate for a while. Wang Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. He touched the Meteor Tears in his heart. This time, he would practice personally. The Meteor Tears not only possessed powerful healing, but, as his body gradually grew stronger, could also accelerate cultivation and absorb energy. Plus, at this moment, he had a nearly perfect body. He wondered how fast meditation and cultivation would be. Level 10? Level 20? Even without soul power, what difficulty could it pose for me? Wang Feng sat cross-legged and began to meditate, using the most basic meditation method from the academy. However, in an instant, it felt as if the energy of half the soul hunting forest surged wildly. Moreover, it all flowed in one direction, that is, towards Wang Feng's body. It was as if he was at the center of an energy storm. The Star Moon Fox watched him, anxiously pacing back and forth in place. What's going on with this kid? He just started cultivating like this? Level 1, Level 2, Level 6, Level 7, Level 10. In less than 2 hours, a deep purple soul ring suddenly emerged from Wang Feng's body. It radiated a dazzling deep purple, the first soul ring. Immediately after, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, until another 2 hours had passed. The fluctuations of soul power on Wang Feng's body gradually came to a halt. For hours, shooting straight to level 18. Wang Feng roughly estimated that he had reached around level 18 of soul power. No, the ability of the Golden Lotus itself consumes a lot. Level 18 is not enough. I need to compress the soul power a bit. Wang Feng thought to himself, with my current physical quality, I can compress the soul power by 2 times. My body can completely handle it. It's important to know that even at level 20 of soul power, the first form of the Golden Lotus power wound lasts for several uses. Therefore, Wang Feng thought about compressing the soul power. Compressing soul power is related to the physical quality of the soul master. Ordinary soul masters cannot compress their soul power because the burden is too great. They wouldn't even think of this. Wang Feng thought this was one of the reasons why every 10 levels a soul ring is needed to continue increasing soul power. But at this moment, Wang Feng's body could withstand it. If I can compress the soul power by 2 times, it will be enough. Wang Feng's eyes brightened, as if he had found a new path. After compressing soul power, the total amount remains unchanged, but the quality changes dramatically. Simply put, one soul skill can be used more times. However, because the increase in soul power is not linear, but incremental, each level is stronger than the last. The further you go, the difference at each level is enormous. For a powerful attack type title Doloa of the same type, just one level can determine the outcome. So it's easy to imagine. Therefore, compressing it becomes even more difficult. The body can hardly bear it. If I compress the soul power of level 20 by 2 times, I wonder if it can compare to a level 30 soul master. I wonder if anyone has ever done this in the Doloa continent. Wang Feng took a deep breath, not absorbing soul power anymore. As a transmigrator to the Doloa continent, naturally, he couldn't follow the usual path. He had to try to come up with his own ideas. After all, his modern perspective, knowledge reserves, and various aspects of acceptance and imagination were all very strong. If the conditions weren't right, it would be one thing, but Wang Feng believed he had those conditions now. His current physical quality, along with Meteor Tears, were all things he could rely on. He looked at the sky. Wang Feng closed his eyes, controlling the soul power within his body, moving it throughout, and finally converging it into his heart and into the Meteor Tears. The soul power flowed into the Meteor Tears, and after a moment, it surged out again, becoming even more refined. But each time he compressed it, there was varying degrees of pressure on his mind and body. Viable. It seems that the Meteor Tears also possess the ability to refine and compress soul power. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thus, Wang Feng absorbed soul power while compressing and refining it. Until noon, the sun was high in the sky. Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of green light passing through. He spread out his palm, and a green lotus quietly bloomed. The first form transformed. The lotus seed turned into a golden lotus, as if it had fully matured. It was extremely beautiful. Each lotus leaf was exceptionally plump and dripping. The twofold soul power compression was completed. Feeling the essence of the soul power within him, which had shrunk significantly but became more refined, a confident smile appeared on his face. Although the amount was roughly equivalent to level 16, it was even more durable than level 26 soul power. This was something Wang Feng achieved by leveraging his physical quality and the Meteor Tears. For normal soul masters, the concept of compressing soul power simply does not exist, because once they reach level 20, the amount of soul power can no longer be increased. Wang Feng, however, forcibly utilized the Meteor Tears to carry out the refined compression of soul power, combined with his explosively strong physical quality to reach this level. I'm afraid no one can replicate Wang Feng's genius-like thoughts and actions. This compression of soul power becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, but the improvements are also immense. Twice, 3 times? Wang Feng thought to himself, because the higher the level, the more soul power is required. But this is my cultivation approach. When I reach the level of a title, Delaw, if I can compress my soul power by 2 times, TSK, I might be able to annihilate gods, right? Of course, this is just Wang Feng's speculation. He doesn't know the specifics. However, it is the path of cultivation that he has contemplated. Now, let me try this 6,000-year soul ring, the first form of the Golden Lotus, and the soul skills it grants. Once I compress it to level 20, I should be able to activate the second form of the Qinglian, right? Wang Feng murmured. In fact, another purpose of compressing soul power is that this Qinglian is too powerful. To activate its second form, it probably requires a significant amount of soul power. With standard level 20 soul power, Wang Feng estimated he might not be able to activate the second form. As he stirred the newly compressed soul power, the Golden Lotus in his palm flickered with strands of golden lightning. The more robust Golden Lotus exuded a gentle power, but the surrounding thunder and lightning added a unique divine might to it. Immediately, the Golden Lotus radiated a brilliant light. A petal of the lotus gently floated out, transforming into countless points of light that landed on Wang Feng. In an instant, a surge of power wildly erupted from Wang Feng. Seeing this, a look of ecstasy appeared on Wang Feng's face. Just as I thought, the 6,000-year soul ring of the Golden Lightning Leopard has enhanced the Golden Lotus, providing an all-around increase in strength, speed, and endurance. The amplification level should be tenfold, which means double. Wang Feng radiated a faint golden light, as if he were coated in gold. Moreover, this is a group enhancement. Looking at the newly grown lotus petals, Wang Feng felt somewhat monstrous. He vaguely remembered that in the Doluo continent, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, had a 1,000-year soul ring with the soul skill White Tiger Vajra transformation, which was similar to enhancing all-around attributes like strength, speed, and defense by double. However, his could only be used on himself, and lasted for half an hour. But mine, I must say, is truly worthy of a 6,000-year soul ring's soul skill. I feel that it can last at least an hour. I feel a surge of excitement. Wanted to go all out. Wang Feng pondered about what to name this first soul skill. Fury? How about reinforcement? That sounds good. Such terrifying group amplification, with a long duration, can truly be described as divine transformation. This is just the soul skill. Not to mention the unique abilities possessed by the Golden Lotus. It can restore soul power, heal injuries, and enhance soul power, etc. However, this ability requires consuming a large amount of one's own soul power, much more than a soul skill. Moreover, the soul power restored by the Golden Lotus is slightly less than the soul power consumed, so it can't be used as a perpetual motion machine. Wait, it seems there are other effects? Wang Feng suddenly froze. He looked at his palm and saw strands of lightning floating like hair. Could it be? Wang Feng suddenly turned to the side, just as the curious Xingyue fox approached him. In an instant, the moment he touched it, the Xingyue fox's entire body seemed to be electrified. Its snow-white fur standing on end. Its eyes looked soft and numb. Could it be that this divine transformation not only grants attribute enhancements, but also has a paralyzing attack? The paralysis effect seems quite good. Wang Feng was astonished. This is too much. Chapter 31. The Bewildered Wang Feng. The first soul skill is somewhat strong, which truly surprised Wang Feng. However, such a powerful soul skill also comes with significant consumption. With Wang Feng's compressed twofold 16th level soul power, if he wants to unleash it on a large scale, it would probably leave him exhausted after 3 or 4 uses. Moreover, this amplification should only be effective for those whose levels are similar to his own to achieve full effects. Wang Feng contemplated. Saying this, Wang Feng applied divine transformation to the Xingyue fox. The Xingyue fox was enveloped in golden light, its size slightly increasing, its fur becoming even brighter, and a more powerful aura surged forth. It was surrounded by layers of electrical threads and lightning. However, he couldn't make its strength double. It might only be around a 30% increase. Nevertheless, the paralyzing attack effect seems to remain unchanged. Wang Feng felt a third of his soul power vanish. The strength of the Xingyue fox should be just under 3,000 years. Not considering other factors, just in terms of level, it would be equivalent to a 35 or 36 level soul master. and the added divine transformation effect would greatly diminish. This is quite normal. While auxiliary soul masters can provide various enhancements to soul masters, it also depends on the situation. Wang Feng was unsure if such rules exist in the Doloa continent. He could only confirm if he has a chance to observe in the future, but he now feels it is unlikely. Just imagine, if a soul master of over 10 levels could casually amplify the attributes of a soul Doloa, the continent would probably be in chaos. Because this would mean that a soul master of over 10 levels could influence the combat of an 80-plus level soul Do, or even a title Doloa. That's too exaggerated. It's completely impossible. It would take at least a level 60 auxiliary soul emperor to provide effective support to a soul Doloa. Wang Feng speculated that his divine transformation effect could at least be effective for soul masters around level 45. There would be a certain degree of enhancement, but beyond that, his soul power is too weak, and the divine transformation skill he unleashes would likely not provide effective amplification for soul masters of similar level. The enhancement would be a complete doubling. Most importantly, the paralysis effect would not weaken. This is already quite monstrous. After some research and contemplation, Wang Feng finally understood his first soul skill. One must say, this trip to the soul forest has greatly benefited Wang Feng. Obtaining a 6,000-year soul ring has caused a revolutionary change in his physical quality, and the first form of the Golden Lotus has gained powerful auxiliary skills, which can be said to have fully developed its capabilities. Wang Feng is even confident that the first form of the 12-grade Golden Lotus can be regarded as the most perfect auxiliary martial spirit. The divine transformation soul skill has complemented almost all auxiliary abilities, restoring soul power, healing injuries, enhancing soul power limits, and boosting hormones. Then, the divine transformation soul skill enhances various abilities of the soul master, adding attack effects with control abilities. What else is missing? The only drawback may be the enormous consumption of soul power. Fortunately, I can use Meteor Tears to compress and purify my soul power. At the same level, as his soul power progresses, it will increasingly surpass that of the same level. All right, little fox, I'm leaving. Wang Feng took out a brand new set of clothes from his bag and put them on again. After his body burst last night, his clothes were long gone. Fortunately, Wang Feng had prepared spare clothes. He wasn't going to go out naked. However, because his body has grown taller and stronger, the clothes were somewhat ill-fitting, stretching tightly over his muscles, revealing intricate muscle lines that had a strange beauty. This made Wang Feng feel a bit embarrassed. Compressing soul power will make my cultivation path exceptionally difficult. But now, with a reborn-like body and Meteor Tears, my speed won't be slow. After changing his clothes, Wang Feng waved at the Xingyue fox. Owo! The Xingyue fox called out to Wang Feng twice, as if to say goodbye. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Wang Feng said with a smile. Although compressing and purifying soul power slows down my cultivation speed, and the further I go, the slower it gets. Now, in one morning, he nearly reached level 16, but for the subsequent small levels, like level 17, he might need 1 or 2 days. For level 18, he would need at least 4 or 5 days. For level 19, at least 10 days. For level 20, even over a month. For level 21, at least 3 months. The time required for levels 22 and 23 would be even longer, because the difficulty increases geometrically. But likewise, for every level he increases, he is at least twice as powerful as a normal soul master of the same level. The higher he goes, the more powerful the multiples become. Sometimes, just thinking about it terrifies Wang Feng. However, within a year, Wang Feng is confident he can reach around level 25, and within 6 years, he can reach around level 32. At that time, after reaching the 32nd level of strength, it meant that Wang Feng had a certain level of power in this Doloa continent. Simply put, he had the capital to have a little fun. It was also just in time to graduate from the academy and clock in at Shrek Academy. Moreover, Wang Feng hoped that the second form would have a strong attack effect to make up for his current lack of offensive means. Otherwise, he would have to rely solely on physical quality for close combat techniques. Wang Feng waved to the Star Moon Fox. Next time he came to the soul hunting forest, he would probably be looking for the second soul ring. His requirement was not high, also 1,000 years. He would have to see what the second form was after reaching level 20 to figure out what kind of soul beast he should seek. First, he would return to the academy and then go to the Spirit Hall for soul power identification. At that time, he would be the true soul master. After leaving the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng dashed straight to Nodding City. This time, his speed was extremely fast. When he came, it took him half a day, 6 to 7 hours. However, this time, he returned to Nodding City in less than 2 hours. His speed was not much inferior to a speeding car in his previous life. Before he even entered Nodding Academy, the gatekeeper smiled respectfully at Wang Feng and said, "Young master, we have something to tell you." Wang Feng asked, "What is it?" The gatekeeper continued, "It's like this. The classmate who came with you from the same village yesterday just ran to the back mountain woods of the school. We heard that a senior student got into a fight with a working student and went to the back mountain woods to fight. Your friend seems to have heard the news and rushed over quickly. It might be dangerous." The gatekeeper said quietly, "That senior student is called Xiao Qinyu. He has influence in Nodding Junior Academy. He is the son of the Lord of Nodding City, and he is quite strong. He is a real soul master. Your friend has also gone. I'm afraid he will be at a disadvantage." After hearing this from the gatekeeper, Wang Feng was stunned. It should be Xiao San, right? The working student who got into trouble with the senior must be Xiao Wu. Wait a minute. What did you say that senior student's name was? Wang Feng asked in surprise. Xiao Qinyu. Wang Feng's expression became somewhat strange. Wasn't he this Xiao Qinyu the kid I beat up in the 6th dorm yesterday? However, he should not be able to beat the current Xiao San. Xiao San went to the soul hunting forest with Master last night and came back today. She must have also obtained a soul ring. Got it, I'll go take a look. Wang Feng waved his hand. Young master, please take care. The gatekeeper respectfully sent him off. Wang Feng smiled. These two guys have learned their lesson. If there is anything happening in the academy or in Nodding City in the future, these two will probably inform me. The fact that Xiao Qinyu is the son of the Lord of Nodding City makes Wang Feng feel a bit strange. This minor character in the Doloa continent had long been forgotten by him. Following the small path to the back mountain, Wang Feng quickly entered the woods. Before he got close, he heard a commotion in a clearing ahead. Little girl, your martial soul is a rabbit. If you lose, you might as well be our boss's pet. Our Xiao boss can take you in. Nonsense. Even if I taken a pet, I, Xiao Qinyu, wouldn't dare to call myself the boss. It has to be Wang the boss. Right. Our new boss of the 6th dorm. For some reason, upon hearing this, Wang Feng, who had not yet approached the woods, suddenly had a dark expression. It turns out, I have become the boss of these minor characters with roles. In the clearing, there were two groups of people. One group was much taller, clearly seniors, led by Xiao Qinyu. The other group was the working students led by Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was furious. Her face flushed red as she glared at Xiao Qinyu and shouted, "You really think I'm afraid? If you lose from now on, I'll make you all recognize me as the boss. Whether you're Xiao the boss or Wang the boss." Immediately, the senior students led by Xiao Qinyu burst into disdainful laughter. "All right." Xiao Qinyu laughed loudly. "You little girl really doesn't know where your courage comes from, daring to challenge us seniors. In Nodding Academy, go ask who I am. Let me tell you, besides Wang the boss, I, Xiao Qinyu, can walk sideways in this academy. Who dares to stop me?" "You talk too much." Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. "You seniors are just big mouths. Let us just fight." Saying this, Xiao Wu angrily stepped forward. However, Wang Sheng beside her pulled Xiao Wu back and said quietly, "Sister Xiao Wu, you're stronger. Wait a minute. Let me go first." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, looked at Wang Sheng, patted his shoulder, and encouraged, "All right, Wang Sheng, do your best." Wang Sheng nodded seriously and directly walked out. "It's Wang Sheng, huh?" Xiao Qinyu scratched his ears and said, "Lu Long, go knock him down. Give us some face." Lu Long, who was behind, walked out with a big smile. Wang Sheng was already his past defeated opponent. Not worth mentioning at all. He didn't even know how many times he had knocked him down. "Wang Sheng, seeing you. Are you already scared to the point of peeing your pants?" Lu Long shouted loudly, "I advise you not to struggle. We still have Wang the boss. Let me tell you, our Wang the boss is amazing. Combined with Xiao Ge, none of us are a match for Wang the boss. Do you still want to oppose us?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu was puzzled. Wang the boss? What Wang the boss? She only heard about Xiao the boss. The other working students also looked confused. Xiao Qinyu thought to himself, "Damn it, Lu Long, after getting beaten, you directly changed me from the boss to the brother." However, he didn't dare to say much. He was genuinely convinced by Wang the boss. In the 6th dorm, without using soul power, he could knock him down in 1 or 2 moves, simply terrifying. But in this situation, there was no need for Wang the boss to take action. Wang Sheng maintained a serious face and said nothing. "Xiao Wu, however, boldly shouted, "I don't care what Wang the boss you are, Wang Sheng. Knock this fallen flower down first." As soon as she finished speaking, before Wang Sheng could move, Lu Long's expression turned cold. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. And with a push of his foot, a long yellow stick appeared in his hand, directly striking towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng seemed to have some experience. His body also flashing with a yellow light, his tiger martial soul appeared behind him, and he expanded slightly. With a low roar, Wang Sheng fearlessly raised his arms to block in front of him. With a dull sound, the long stick hit his arms, suddenly leaving a bloody mark. But Wang Sheng directly grabbed towards that long stick. "Wang Sheng, are you too stupid? Do you think you're Wang the boss? You want to catch my martial soul? You're too slow." Lu Long sneered, and his martial soul disappeared from his hand. Then he turned his palm and appeared in another direction. One fierce strike after another came crashing down on Wang Sheng. Bang! 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 Instantly, a series of muffled sounds echoed as Wang Sheng was struck by the long stick. With each sound, more bloody marks appeared on Wang Sheng's body. The scene was almost completely dominated by Lu Long. Xiao Wu watched with furrowed brows, furious. Why was this Wang Sheng always on the defensive? No good. Wang Sheng lacks experience. He shouldn't clash head-on with Lu Long. The stick is a long weapon. He needs to find a way to get close to win against Lu Long. A soft voice echoed. Xiao Wu looked and saw Tang San coming over, her face brightening. "Xiao San, why are you only just arriving? You should have waited for me. You rushed into the challenge like this. Are you confident?" Tang San was speechless. He had been absorbing the soul ring all night and only rushed back from the soul hunting forest this morning. "What are you waiting for? They're already bullying me. These bastards want me to be their Wang the boss's pet rabbit. It's infuriating." Xiao Wu huffed, then frowned. "Tang San, do you know another Wang the boss in the academy?" "Wang the boss?" Tang San was surprised. "I don't know. I sent at Xiao the boss. I heard many classmates mention it on the way. You don't know either?" Xiao Wu looked at him in confusion. Tang San shook his head and looked at Xiao Qinyu, secretly thinking, this Qinyu is not a simple character. When I first returned to the academy, many classmates were discussing. It seems that this Xiao Qinyu is the son of the Lord of Notting City. In Nottingham, who else could be his boss? Boss Wang? Could it be Brother Feng? Tang San's heart stirred. Then he shook his head. Impossible. Brother Feng, like me, is a work-study student and has nothing to do with these people. How would he be their boss? "Oh no, Wang Sheng is about to lose," Xiao Wu said anxiously. At this moment, in the central arena, Lu Long jumped high, his long stick striking down like a heavenly blow towards Wang Sheng, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Tang San quietly stretched out his hand, picked up several pebbles, and shot them at Lu Long. Bang! 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 Just as Lu Long was about to hit Wang Sheng, he suddenly felt pain in his wrists, as if he had been struck by something. His arms weakened, and he could not maintain his balance. His attack instantly disappeared. Wang Sheng saw this opportunity. His eyes brightened, and he roared like a tiger, directly pouncing on Lu Long. Slap! Wang Sheng slapped Lu Long's back, smashing him to the ground. A few more kicks landed on Lu Long, leaving him with no chance to counterattack, leaving him in pain all over. In the distance, Wang Feng saw this scene and thought to himself, Little San is really insidious, using a sneak attack. However, Little San is skilled in hidden weapons, and probably no one else noticed. These little brats are really arrogant. Even after being beaten by me, they still don't get it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng slowly walked over. Meanwhile, seeing Lu Long defeated, Xiao Chunyu's expression darkened. "I'll come." A boy stepped out from behind. It was indeed Ling Feng. On the other side, "I'll come." Tang San stopped Xiao Wu, who wanted to intervene, and said solemnly, "Wang Sheng has exhausted his energy." Xiao Wu nodded. "Little San is still very powerful." "Ling Feng, you can't lose again," Xiao Chunyu said seriously. "Don't worry, Xiao Ge." Ling Feng walked out confidently. Among the upper grades, only Xiao Ge was stronger than him. "Oh no, now there's also Boss Wang." Ling Feng walked out with great pride. However, the next moment, boom, there was a loud noise, and before long, Ling Feng was sent flying back, landing directly at Xiao Chunyu's feet. Chapter 33. Brother Feng, are you their Boss Wang? Xiao Ge, this kid is a bit strong. He seems to have not even used his soul power. Just now, Ling Feng was caught by that kid and, after only a few moves, was kicked away. This year's work-study students are getting stronger and stronger. The people behind Xiao Chunyu began to murmur. Xiao Chunyu stepped forward, calmly looking at Tang San. This kid seems a bit different. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qinyu announced, Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf, level 11 battle soul master. After speaking, a white soul ring rose from him, and a wolf shadow appeared around him, making his body stronger and undergoing some changes. Tang Xin thought for a few seconds, realizing that Xiao Qinyu was quite clever, directly announcing his martial soul upon stepping forward. He had heard the master mention that this was a rule, and he had to do the same, otherwise it would be seen as disrespectful and could lead to enmity. However, now that I possess a 400-year Mandragora soul ring, I am naturally unafraid. Even with Brother Feng present, I should have the strength to fight. Tang San thought and calmly said, Tang San, 1st grade, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 11 weapon soul master. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow soul ring rose from Tang San. The crowd originally looked down on the words blue silvergrass, a martial soul universally recognized as useless. What good could it do? Even feeding livestock, it wouldn't be enough. Could it be used for battle? Clearly not. However, the moment that soul ring rose from Tang San, countless people were stunned, shocked expressions covering everyone's faces. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was also shocked. 100-year soul ring. As the son of the city lord, he only had a 10-year soul ring. He hadn't even reached 100 years. This work-study student actually has a 100-year soul ring? Could it be that, due to his outstanding talent, he was noticed by nobles or other forces? Did someone help him? Otherwise, how could he possess a 100-year soul ring? Still a 1st-grade work-study student, only 6 years old, and already a true level 11 soul master? Thinking of this, Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San with even more vigilance. Xiao Gu, it's just blue silvergrass. It's nothing but a useless martial soul, so don't be afraid. Boss has a powerful martial soul with strong attack power. Xiao Gu, even a 100-year soul ring can't save blue silvergrass, one claw from you. And blue silvergrass will turn into blue silver cut grass. Hearing the cheers of encouragement from the upper grade students behind him, Xiao Qinyu immediately shouted, Everyone shut up. Enough. The upper grade students immediately fell silent. Xiao Qinyu stared intently at Tang San. Let us begin. Chapter 1. Tang San stood still and said calmly. Although his words were light, he was actually very cautious inside. This Xiao Qinyu possesses a soul ring, which is completely different from the previous two. As Tang San thought, Xiao Qinyu stomped his foot, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground, and before he arrived, an exceptionally domineering force rushed towards Tang San. Xiao Qinyu's claw-like hand struck directly at Tang San, coming straight at him without any fancy attacks. However, Tang San was not afraid. The Xian Jade hand in his hand emitted a faint blue light. With the breakthrough of the Xiantian skill, this ultimate skill from the Xiantian treasure record also increased in power. You think you're boss Wang and dare to clash with me head-on? Seeing this scene, Xiao Qinyu sneered inwardly. Adding a bit more power, he struck directly with his palm against Tang San's Xian Jade hand. However, the scene everyone expected did not unfold. Tang San remained firmly in place, facing Xiao Qinyu head-on without losing ground. In the next moment, Tang San turned his palm into a claw, grabbing Xiao Qinyu's wrist, using his shoulder as a pivot, and directly flung Xiao Qinyu away. Fortunately, Xiao Qinyu was agile and quickly changed his posture in midair, landing steadily on the ground and retreating repeatedly. Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San with a gloomy expression, feeling a bit shocked. This is the second one, thrown out without using soul power. Although it's not as powerful as Boss Wang, it's still no easy feat. It's time to end this. Tang San shook his head. If it didn't use soul power, Xiao Qinyu couldn't even match him directly. This made Tang San easily judge that Xiao Qinyu's strength was far inferior to his. After speaking, Tang San shook his palm, and a half-meter-tall, robust blue-silver grass appeared in his hand. Bind. Tang San gently urged his soul power, and suddenly, the ground trembled as thick blue grass roots burst out from the ground, quickly wrapping around Xiao Qinyu's whole body in the blink of an eye. What is this? Xiao Qinyu struggled, but found he couldn't break free, feeling extremely horrified. Don't waste your effort. Tang San waved his hand, and the blue-silver grass binding Xiao Qinyu tightened further. My soul ring is from the Mandragora snake, which grants the blue-silver grass toughness and toxins, incapacitating you while also poisoning you, making it hard to move. Right now, I haven't applied the poison yet. Do you want to try? Tang San held the half-meter-tall, robust blue-silver grass, which grew wildly marked with patterns like a mandragora snake, looking extremely shocking. This time, not only Xiao Qinyu, but even Xiao Wu and her group were stunned. Little Sin seems to have become even stronger. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It had only been a day, and she didn't expect Tang San to already possess a soul ring. However, since she had been informed in advance, Xiao Wu felt surprised, but much better than Xiao Qinyu. No, I don't want to try. Xiao Qinyu hurriedly said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Since you admit defeat, then what about the agreement? Tang San asked. Agreement? Xiao Qinyu was taken aback, looking at Xiao Wu. Did that mean he had to acknowledge her as the boss? No. Xiao Qinyu blurted out, I already recognize Boss Wang. I, Xiao Qinyu, also have my dignity. How could I casually change my boss? Are you still unconvinced? Xiao Wu, hearing this, flared up and stepped forward, raising her chin to look at Xiao Qinyu. Then, let me introduce myself. Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, has a spirit, a rabbit, and is a level 12 one-ring soul master. A clear voice rang out. Not only was Xiao Qinyu stunned, but Tang San was also taken aback. Because, as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a yellow soul ring suddenly rose from her body. 100-year soul ring. At the same time, Xiao Wu's ears slowly elongated, standing upright from the sides of her head, looking just like two rabbit ears. Incredibly cute. Another 100-year soul ring? Everyone was shocked. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with even more surprise. After all, with the master's help, he had gone through great hardships to obtain a 100-year soul ring. How did Xiao Wu get her 100-year soul ring? Xiao Wu is a work-study student. However, Tang San didn't think too much about it. After all, it was Xiao Wu's secret. Why did she look at him as if he couldn't obtain a 100-year soul ring? Xiao Wu glared at Tang San. No, it's not that. Tang San awkwardly smiled. He then remembered that Xiao Wu also had innate full soul power. He thought he was impressive enough, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu was also hiding her true strength. But Xiao Qinyu shook his head and said, no. Even if you were a higher-level soul master than me, it doesn't matter. Unless you can defeat our boss. Hearing this, Xiao Wu huffed. Then let your boss come out. I want to see who your boss really is. Tang San was also secretly curious. Oh, the boss is coming. Right behind you. Xiao Qinyu suddenly brightened, pointing behind the two. The two turned back and were first stunned, then almost in unison said, Fengge, could it be you are the boss? The boy walking over was indeed Wang Feng. Chapter 34. The Clever Tang San. Xiao Wu and Tang San looked in surprise at the approaching child. It was indeed Wang Feng, but he had grown much taller. From Tang San's perspective, Fengge was almost a head taller than him. This was already the height of a higher-grade student, about a 10-year-old child. Moreover, he had grown 4 or 5 centimeters taller due to absorbing the power of the soul ring. Unexpectedly, Fengge had also grown taller. Furthermore, his skin had improved, looking even whiter than Xiao Wu's skin. Seeing Wang Feng approach, Tang San couldn't help but feel astonished, because he thought such a change in Fengge could only mean one possibility. That is, he had absorbed the power of a soul ring. Could it be that Fengge really hunted a 100-year soul ring all by himself? Tang San was incredibly shocked. Besides that, he couldn't find any other reason to explain the changes in Fengge overnight. It seemed that the soul ring might not be much worse than his. 300 years? Or the same 400-year soul ring as himself. It might even be higher, because the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the increase for the soul master. Fengge's change was even greater than his. This indicated that he must have absorbed a higher soul ring. 500 years? 600 years? How could that be possible? Tang San was stunned by his own speculation. Could Fengge hunt a 500 or 600-year soul beast by himself? That 400-year mandala snake had cost him an immense effort to kill. He never expected that Fengge would be the leader of these noble children. How did he manage that? He had always been in Holy Spirit Village without going out. Tang San was clever and almost immediately thought of many things upon seeing Wang Feng. In contrast, Xiao Wu only felt that Tang San's brother had changed quite a bit overnight, growing much taller and looking better. After all, Tang San had grown up with Wang Feng since childhood. However, Tang San didn't know that Wang Feng's change was not due to the soul ring, but was a body reshaping. It was a change brought by meteor tears. Boss Wang Feng looked at Wang Feng with tears in his eyes, deeply admiring this boss he had known for just a day. However, it seemed that this called Tang San also knew him, as the boss was a work-study student. Xiao Qinyu was shocked and thought it was bad. Coughing, Wang Feng walked up to Tang San and the others, giving Xiao Qinyu a knock on the forehead, and scolded, "You! How dare you trouble my friends?" "I didn't know," Xiao Qinyu said aggrievedly. If he had known that these two were such good friends of the boss, he wouldn't have caused trouble with Xiao Wu and Tang San. Let's just say it was a misunderstanding. Wang Feng glared at Xiao Qinyu again and continued, "From now on, you recognize Xiao Wu as the boss, understand?" "Okay." Xiao Qinyu nodded. Although this Xiao Wu was also a work-study student, she was stronger than Tang San, being a level 12 soul master. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu playfully said, "No. Feng Ge, since you are their boss, I have to defeat you to become their boss. Otherwise, it would be unfair, and they wouldn't follow me." After speaking, Xiao Wu gave Tang San a glance. After pondering for a moment, Tang San thought that although Feng Ge might also have a soul ring, it might not be the most suitable for him. On the other hand, his soul ring was the most suitable for him, and the increase in strength was significant. He should be able to fight Feng Ge. Plus, Xiao Wu might be able to defeat Feng Ge. "Feng Ge, Xiao Wu is right. Why don't we have a spar?" Tang San agreed. Wang Feng looked at the two, noticing the strong competitive spirit in Xiao Wu's eyes, as if she really wanted to fight him. Xiao San seemed to have gained more confidence after obtaining the soul ring. "All right, who will go first?" Wang Feng said, not wanting to be pretentious. And it was just right to test his current strength. "I'll go first." Tang San said first, his gaze calm as he looked at Feng Ge. It had been over 3 months since he last fought with Feng Ge. Now he was no longer the Tang San who hadn't awakened his soul power. The surrounding students and work-study students scattered, each squatting on the ground like eager huskies, excitedly watching, wondering what kind of battle would erupt later. Wang Feng walked to the other side, hands behind his back. Tang San took a deep breath. At this moment, Feng Ge still gave him an incredibly heavy pressure. Without thinking too much, Tang San steadied his mind, practiced his Xian Tiangong, and did not use his soul skills but charged directly at Wang Feng. His palms slightly sank into a jade color, quietly using his Xian Yu hands. "Be careful, Feng Ge." With a low shout, Tang San's rushing figure floated like a swaying leaf, difficult to grasp, seeming to embody a peculiar movement technique. The crowd couldn't see Tang San's figure at all, but without them noticing, he had already attacked Wang Feng. He stretched out his hands like claws, one claw striking towards Wang Feng's neck like capturing a lion or tiger. This was a special technique of Xiao San. When fighting him, it was easy to be caught if he didn't use soft techniques. Xiao Wu thought about how she had fought with Xiao San several times, mostly ending in a draw. Unless she used soft techniques, she couldn't defeat Xiao San. However, once Xiao San used this peculiar footwork to fight guerrilla warfare and escape, it would be very hard for her to win. Xiao Wu couldn't name it. But Wang Feng recognized the technique Tang San was using. It should be the capture techniques from the Xian Tian Bao Lu, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. And that footwork was the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track. Both are extraordinary skills. Compared to 3 months ago, Xiao San was clearly much stronger after obtaining the soul ring. Wang Feng remembered that in the original story, Xiao San relied on the unique skills of the Xian Tian Bao Lu to clash head-on with Dai Mubai, who was around level 30, forcing Dai Mubai to use his soul power. Although Tang San hadn't yet practiced those techniques to a deeper level, he was indeed remarkable. The crowd couldn't see Tang San's figure, but Wang Feng could see it clearly. His physical quality had far exceeded Tang San's imagination. It was completely beyond what the techniques from the Xian Tian Bao Lu could compensate for. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng slightly tilted his body and struck like lightning, directly grabbing Tang San's incoming wrist. Tang San was taken aback, his palm withdrawing slightly, curving gently, as he concentrated his strength, intending to break free from Wang Feng's grasp and counterattack. However, it was found that Feng Ji's palm was as solid as steel, and his skill was completely ineffective. What immense strength! Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly leaped up, using his claws as a pivot, leveraging Wang Feng's palm to jump high, landing directly behind Wang Feng, attempting to use his momentum to throw Feng Ge out. Yet, Wang Feng seemed to have anticipated this. A smile flickered in his eyes as he swiftly turned his body, and just as Tang San was about to land, he flicked his palm, sending Tang San flying away. He was thrown up over 10 meters into the air. Chapter 35, The Powerful Wang Feng. Seeing this, Tang San was shocked. Feng Ji's strength and speed seemed even greater. His own speed was already quite fast, yet Feng Ge could instantly perceive it and throw him out without giving him any chance to respond. to be thrown so high with such ease. He had grown rapidly over the past few days, weighing at least 70 to 80 kilograms. And being thrown over 20 meters high, how much strength did that require? This was not just 20 meters away, but 20 meters high. He couldn't do it himself. Blue-silver grass, Tang San shouted, and in the next moment, a thick blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing larger. It actually propped up behind Tang San. He stood firmly on the root of this blue-silver grass without any panic, his feet bouncing on it like springs. In the next moment, Tang San sprang forward, charging directly at Wang Feng. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect the blue-silver grass could be used this way. Indeed, Wang Feng was also taken aback. Just now, he had only used less than 1/10 of his strength, and with Tang San's current abilities being thrown over 20 meters high. Although he had excellent physical quality and soul power protection, he would surely be dazed from the fall. He didn't expect Tang San could use the blue-silver grass like this. Clever. At that moment, Tang San descended using the thick blue-silver grass, leaping high and throwing a punch directly at Wang Feng. That punch could knock me down? Xiao Qinyu thought to himself. With the force from over 20 meters in the air, his strength would clearly increase significantly. Wang Feng, however, just smiled, not dodging or avoiding, and threw a punch in response. Bang! The two punches collided, creating a slight sound. Immediately after, a figure was sent flying out. It was Tang San, who was knocked back several dozen meters. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself using the ghost shadow misty steps, staring in shock at the unmoving Pangu in the distance. Then he looked at his own trembling hand, which had just used the Xian Yuhan technique. It felt as if he had completely lost his sense of touch. Pangu, however, seemed unfazed, standing still without moving at all. So strong. Feng Ji's physical strength far exceeded mine. Tang San quickly thought to himself, I can't confront him head-on. The crowd was equally shocked. Just now, Tang San's strength was on par with Xiao Qinyu, who was possessed by a beast martial soul. Yet, it was Tang San who actively attacked, descending from over 10 meters in the air, only to be knocked back several dozen meters. Wang Feng didn't even move his body. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu suddenly shouted, Boss Wang, be careful, it's Tang San's soul skill bind. Once entangled, it's extremely difficult to break free. Just as he finished speaking, thick blue-silver grass began to grow wildly behind Tang San, writhing on the ground like dozens of giant pythons, charging towards Wang Feng. Is this Tang San's first soul skill? Wang Feng watched as the snake-like blue-silver grass rapidly emerged from the ground, climbing up to his feet. It quickly wrapped around his entire body. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was trapped in a giant tree's cage, completely immobilized. Ugh, Tang San's soul skill is too troublesome. Xiao Qinyu sighed. Boss Wang has also fallen for it. This is the blue-silver grass with the toughness of the mandala snake. Although Tang San's bind was just blue-silver grass, everyone had heard him say that it was the soul ring of a 400-year-old mandala snake, which added toughness to the blue-silver grass. Extremely resilient. Only a soul master with 2 soul rings could compete. That is above level 20. Even soul masters with the same soul ring, even those who could be possessed by martial souls, could not break free. It's strange, with Feng Ji's speed just now. He should have been able to dodge Tang San's bind, right? Xiao Wu felt a bit puzzled. She was also a speed-type soul master, and while this bind was powerful, as long as she was fast enough, she could avoid it. Unless Pangu, are you trying to test my bind? Tang San seemed to catch on to Xiao Wu's words, a smile appearing on his face. Sorry, Pangu, I know your physical quality is very strong. So this time I've added the toxin of the mandala snake to the bind. Although it's not lethal, it will gradually numb your body. Pangu, do you feel your whole body tingling now? This is the power of the mandala snake combined with my martial soul. The teacher once said, the longer the soul rings age, although it can enhance the soul master, the age does not necessarily mean the soul master is powerful. Instead, the soul ring that is most suitable for oneself will make the soul master stronger. Feng Ji's martial soul might be 500 to 600 years old, but might not necessarily be suitable for his martial soul. Good job, Tang San. Xiao Wu shouted loudly. Pangu, if you don't use soul power, it might be a bit difficult to defeat Tang San, and I'm also quite formidable. Yes, up until now, it seemed that Pangu had not used his soul power or his soul ring. The crowd looked at Wang Feng, curious if he would use soul power in his martial soul. He seemed not to have revealed his soul master level or martial soul yet. At this moment, if he didn't use it, he would probably lose, right? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Feng laughed and said, Tang-san, your toxin is not effective. Compared to the 500-year mandala snake I encountered in the soul-hunting forest, it's far inferior. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang-san was taken aback. Wait, the 500-year mandala snake he encountered in the soul-hunting forest? The crowd was unclear about Wang Feng's words, but at this moment, Tang-san was shocked, thinking, could it be that the 500-year mandala snake corpse that my teacher and I encountered was hunted by Pangu? If so, just then, boom! The blue-silver grass that was wrapped around Wang Feng's entire body, like a giant tree, seemed to be shattered by a terrifying force. Countless shattered blue petals flew through the air. It was as if it started raining, giving an extremely shocking feeling. A figure walked out from the midst of the flying blue petals. The crowd gasped, watching the scene, all speechless. Tang-san, he widened his eyes. The teacher said, unless one surpasses themselves by at least one soul ring, it is impossible to break free from a bind in one go. Moreover, Pangu showed no signs of being paralyzed at all. Sure enough, that 500-year mandala snake must have been hunted by Pangu. This is too abnormal. So strong. This Pangu of Tang-san is truly powerful. Xiao Wu looked at Wang Feng with sparkling eyes. To be able to break free from Tang-san's bind instantly, without using soul power. Even a level 20 soul master couldn't do that. The crowd was equally astonished. Boss Wang is too strong. Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, breaking free in an instant. Level 20, might have a chance to do that. Boss Wang hasn't even used soul power yet. What kind of martial soul does he have? What level of soul power? This confusion appeared in everyone's minds at that moment. Chapter 36, The Astonished Crowd. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at Tang-san and Xiao Wu, smiling. Tang-san, you can't defeat me. Why don't you both come at me together? If my body hadn't been reforged, I might really have struggled with this bind. But after the reforge, it's like night and day, completely incomparable. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. 1 against 2? And there was also a level 12 soul master. But looking at Wang Feng, who walked out from amidst the petals, it seemed like there was a chance. Soul masters are a group that emphasizes cooperation and teamwork. The strength they can exert far exceeds that of two. Tang-san is just a control-type soul master, but Xiao Wu is a true attack-type soul master. One controls, one attacks. They are an extremely compatible duo. Xiao Wu. Tang-san looked at Xiao Wu. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Pangu alone, unless he used real hidden weapons. But real hidden weapons must never be used against friends. All right, Pangu, be careful. Xiao Wu stepped forward, and a yellow soul ring lit up around her. The martial soul instantly manifested. Although it was 2 against 1, which seemed unfair, it depended on who was involved. Pangu is so powerful. 2 against 1 is quite fair. Moreover, this was Feng Ji's own request. Come on. Wang Feng waved his hand towards the two. As he spoke, Wang Feng became a little more serious. After all, these two are the male and female leads of Dolua continent. Although their strength is still weak, their cooperation might evoke some special power. But clearly, Wang Feng was overthinking it. A pink figure suddenly rushed in from afar. Faster than Tang-san. Huh. Xiao Wu's slightly raised rabbit ears moved, and she threw a punch at Wang Feng. Wang Feng raised his palm directly. Bang! The force seemed even greater than Tang-san's. No wonder it was a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit reincarnated into a human. Even at level 12, its strength was not weak. Wang Feng thought to himself. After blocking a punch, Xiao Wu's movements were extremely graceful. With her other hand, she grabbed Wang Feng's palm and climbed up his body, exhibiting incredible agility. The whole person seemed boneless, with angles that were extremely tricky. Wang Feng frowned slightly. This must be Xiao Wu's soft skill. Using her slender and flexible body, she could perform various high-difficulty techniques to entrap her opponent. Very troublesome. Thinking this, Wang Feng was about to stretch out his other hand to grab Xiao Wu. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Feng moved that hand, it was caught by several tough blue-silver grasses. It was Tang-san. These two were indeed a perfect match. Wang Feng's hand shook, and instantly, the blue-silver grasses were shattered. But at that moment, Xiao Wu's hands were already wrapped around Wang Feng's neck, like handcuffs, locking him in place, and her legs landed on the ground. With her back against Wang Feng, as long as she exerted force, Wang Feng would be thrown out. The neck is a weak point on the human body, Being restrained like this would instinctively cause one to lean back, and with Xiao Wu standing on the ground, she could use the earth's strength to throw Wang Feng out. In almost an instant, although Tang San and Xiao Wu had never cooperated before, they demonstrated an unimaginable synergy in their first collaboration. Everyone watched in shock. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to throw Wang Feng out while standing on the ground with her hands locked around his neck, Tang San suddenly shouted from a distance, "Xiao Wu, be careful. His neck is not a weak point." Xiao Wu was taken aback. Before she could exert force, she saw Wang Feng grinning, and despite Xiao Wu's hands tightly gripping his neck, he leaned back and threw her off. In midair, Xiao Wu performed an incredibly agile 360-degree spin, landing steadily on the ground, and then quickly rushed over again. She was extremely surprised. The human neck is a very fragile area, yet Pangu seemed utterly fearless. Could it be that his body was already as strong as steel? Following that, taking advantage of Tang San's cover with his entangling soul technique, Xiao Wu approached Wang Feng once more. She unleashed various soft techniques, either entangling Wang Feng's legs, or his arms, or even doing a handstand on the ground, using her feet to clamp down on Wang Feng's head. But no matter how she tried, Wang Feng remained motionless, instead using the special leverage technique he learned from Tang Hao's chaotic hammer method to throw Xiao Wu out again and again. From a distance, one could see a pink figure under the cover of the blue-silver grasses, continuously climbing closer to Wang Feng, only to be thrown out again. This continued for nearly half an hour. Xiao Wu was exhausted and sweating profusely, and Tang San was also panting heavily. "You two cooperate quite well, but you're still a bit too weak," Wang Feng said with a smile. Although Xiao Wu's soft skills were impressive, their offensive power was not strong. "Tang San, your entanglement is also very good, but it can only distract me." He spoke as if he were unaffected, without even a hint of breathlessness. "Everyone, Pangu, you're too unreasonable. You don't even attack and just wait for us to strike." Xiao Wu bent over, utterly exhausted. "If you have the ability, come and attack us. Your body is like steel. We can't hit you, but you can't hit us either." Saying this, Xiao Wu straightened up, put her hands on her hips, and pouted, saying, "My speed and evasion are super impressive. Is that so?" Wang Feng smiled. The next moment, he moved. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive air current burst out from where he stood, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. In everyone's eyes, time seemed to flash. Tang San's purple extreme magic eye suddenly appeared, but he couldn't even perceive Feng Ji's figure, and he couldn't help but shout, "Xiao Wu, quick!" However, he had only managed to say one word. The two words "get back" were not even finished. Xiao Wu had not yet come to her senses and hadn't heard anything, or rather, she hadn't heard Tang San's voice at all. Wang Feng's fist was already crashing towards her. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu's face turned pale. The power of this punch made her feel a sense of suffocation. Xiao Wu instinctively closed her eyes, not daring to open them, until after a long time, she finally opened her eyes. However, she saw that Feng Ji's fist had only stopped right in front of her, less than 5 centimeters away. Seeing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Pangu, you didn't hit me." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt an overwhelming silence around her. Xiao Wu looked at everyone in confusion. Even Tang San was staring blankly at her, as if he was witnessing something terrifying. She was momentarily stunned, feeling puzzled. As if realizing something, Xiao Wu suddenly looked back. What she saw left her utterly shocked. Behind her, a tree about 10 meters high, with dense branches and leaves, was now completely bare. Countless leaves flew into the sky. Crack! The tree swayed gently twice, and with a loud crash, it fell to the ground. The power of this punch had actually passed through Xiao Wu, directly breaking this tree. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was instantly dumbfounded. Everyone, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the air fell into a dead silence. Chapter 37. I'll help you recover. This scene was too shocking, especially for Tang San. This kind of ability resembled the true energy projection of martial arts masters he had seen in his previous life. From behind Xiao Wu, he directly broke a tree, the leaves flying everywhere scattered like colorful petals on everyone's heads. The children were completely stunned by this scene, because it was too shocking. They had never seen such a stunning sight. "Pangu, did you use soul power?" Tang San asked in shock. In Tang San's understanding, Soul power is a type of energy similar to internal force. It is not only used to activate martial souls, but also has many other uses, such as being used to cultivate Tang Sek's ultimate skills. Therefore, although he was shocked, he was much better off than the other children. That's right, I use soul power. Wang Feng opened his fist. Using soul power, a soul master can activate their martial soul. But in this world, soul power has even more uses. Especially after being refined and purified, as long as it's controlled well, it can be projected outside the body. Just like how Tang San uses the internal force cultivated from the Shantian Gong to unleash various Tang sect ultimate skills. Xiao Wu stepped back a couple of steps, looking at Wang Feng as if she were looking at a monster. She felt a bit scared, so it turned out that Feng Gu stood there, letting us attack, seemingly afraid to hurt us. Xiao Wu pouted. Although she didn't want to admit it, the reality seemed to be just that. That punch was a clear example. If that punch had hit my face, I, such a cute girl, would have cried and ended up looking ugly. Thinking of this, she hurriedly covered her face. Tang San was not very clear about the situation and only thought that Xiao Wu was a bit scared. So he hurried to her side to comfort her. Feng Ji's moves are very steady. He won't hurt you. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. No, I'm afraid of becoming ugly. Xiao Wu covered her face and muttered. Tang San, who had never interacted with girls before, completely couldn't comprehend Xiao Wu's quirky thoughts at that moment. Boss Wang, how did you do that? Xiao Qinyu came over, his face full of excitement and enthusiasm as he asked. What a powerful punch. Is it the power of the martial soul? It can actually go through Sister Xiao Wu and break that tree. Don't mention hitting the tree directly, even if I tried. I couldn't break it. I want to learn. Boss Wang, I also want to learn. That's so cool. Boss Wang, teach me. Wang Feng looked at the few people, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, it's very simple to learn. First, you just need to do one thing, and I will teach you. You'll learn quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu chuckled and said, Boss Wang, just say it. Let's give it a try. Lu Long, Ling Feng, and a few other kids also looked on. Tang Sen also looked on with curiosity. It's quite simple. Wang Feng looked around, then walked to a giant stone that was about 1/2 meter high and about 1 meter long and wide. Look, as long as you can do what I do. That's enough. After saying that, Wang Feng threw a punch. Crack. The center of the giant stone suddenly cracked, and then directly shattered into 6 equal pieces. Everyone was taken aback. Tang Sen twitched the corner of his mouth. This was a solid giant stone. With this punch, it must weigh at least several thousand pounds. Even a level 20 soul master, even with a power-type beast martial soul, probably couldn't do it. The most terrifying part was that the giant stone was directly broken into 6 pieces, very evenly, which meant that Feng Ge had good control over his strength. This was the most difficult part. What a nice day it is today. It's time to go back and practice soul power. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Wu. Oh, it's time for dinner. I'm a bit hungry. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Wu. Boss Wang. I can't learn it. I'm leaving. In an instant, a bunch of kids scattered and fled. How could they learn this? If they threw a punch, they would probably hurt their own arms, not the giant stone. Oh, Xiao Qinyu, why do you want to learn? Hurry and give it a try. Wang Feng looked at the only remaining Xiao Qinyu and waved at him. Xiao Qinyu was startled and thought, who can learn this? Boss Wang is too abnormal. His physical quality is too strong. Xiao Qinyu guessed in his heart. Could it be that Boss Wang's kingly annual martial soul is a mutated martial soul? That is why he has such terrifying power? Cough, cough, Feng Ge. After I become stronger, I will come to learn from you. Xiao Qinyu quickly waved his hand. Wang Feng sighed. You kids, I had planned to teach you this newly invented move, but you all don't want to learn. What a pity. Xiao Qinyu's mouth twitched. At that moment, suddenly Xiao Wu softly called out, squatting down with tears in her eyes looking at Tang San. Xiao San, my foot got injured in the battle just now. Can you carry me back later? Tang San was taken aback and quickly nodded. However, just as he walked over to squat down, he stumbled and almost fell. If he hadn't reacted quickly to support himself with his hands, he would have fallen flat on his face. I just used up all my soul power, and now I'm a bit weak, Tang San said awkwardly. A man can't say no, but Tang San felt a bit speechless. After fighting with Feng Ge for more than half an hour, the little soul power he had was completely exhausted. Xiao was probably similar, and because she was mainly attacking, she had been thrown out by Wang Feng again and again, making it easier for her to get injured. Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Sister Xiao Wu, I still have strength. I'll carry you. I don't want you. Xiao Wu gave him a disdainful look. Xiao Qinyu. At this moment, Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, Let me help you recover a bit. Upon hearing this, the three of them were stunned, looking at Wang Feng in surprise. Recover? How to recover? Pangu, can you recover? Tang Sen looked at Wang Feng with suspicion. Are you sure? Could it be that Pangu hunted a soul beast with recovery abilities? That's very rare. Moreover, it might not even be compatible with Pangu's martial soul. Xiao Wu also looked at Wang Feng with a face full of curiosity. Recovering soul power is a capability that only support-type soul masters might have. Boss Wang, don't joke with me. Your body must have a mutated martial soul. You are a proper battle soul master. How could you be a support soul master? Xiaoqing, you thought Wang Feng was just kidding. Wang Feng grinned and said, if you don't believe me, let me formally introduce myself. I am Wang Feng, a first-year work-study student, martial soul, Kingly Anua, level 16, support-type soul master. As soon as his voice fell, his palm opened, and a mysterious blue lotus quietly appeared. One of the lotus seeds on the lotus platform instantly blossomed into an extremely cool golden lotus. The golden lotus was robust and beautiful, as if it were an extraordinary blooming lotus, shimmering with golden arcs of electricity, crackling loudly, exuding an extraordinary aura. What a beautiful golden flower! Xiao Wu exclaimed. Immediately after, a deep purple soul ring slowly rose from Wang Feng's feet. The dazzling, mysterious, and noble purple light almost blinded the eyes of the three. The three instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, but they couldn't block the powerful aura brought by this purple soul ring. Looking at this purple soul ring, the three were instantly petrified. 1,000-year soul ring? Chapter 38. Teacher's determination, a 1,000-year soul ring? The dazzling purple color left Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiaoqing Yu all dumbfounded. A level 16 soul master, and the first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring? The three seemed to be dreaming as they stared at the purple soul ring rising from Wang Feng's feet, unable to come to their senses for a long time, because this was simply an unimaginable existence for them, especially Tang San. The teacher had said that the highest age limit for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years. Once it exceeds that, the soul master will not be able to bear the power brought by the soul ring. But how could Pangu have a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San felt extremely puzzled. A 1,000-year soul ring has at least surpassed 423, more than double. And looking at the color of Pangu's purple soul ring, it seemed quite deep, so it might not be a simple 1,000-year soul ring. Such soul beasts are very rare in the soul hunting forest, and even a soul sovereign might not be able to hunt them, right? How did Pangu do it? Tang San originally thought that even if Pangu's physical quality was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to absorb a soul ring exceeding 423 years. But a 1,000-year soul ring is too exaggerated. According to the teacher's research on martial souls, only by the third soul ring can a soul master choose a 1,000-year soul ring. 1,000 years? A trace of doubt flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. But she didn't say anything, just watching. Boss Wang, my God, a 1,000-year soul ring. How'd you get this soul ring? Xiaoqing looked at Wang Feng with a flushed face. It should be known that there are probably very few people in the entire Nodding City who have a 1,000-year soul ring. The headmaster of the academy seems to be level 40 and should have a 1,000-year soul ring. Even Ma Xiao Nua from the Spirit Hall is only a great soul master and hasn't reached level 30, so he doesn't have a 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San also looked at Wang Feng with great curiosity, wanting to know how this 1,000-year soul ring came about. Ha! Wang Feng looked at the even more surprised expressions of the others and thought to himself that it seemed he had played this well. A 1,000-year soul ring, although it was one of his goals for increasing strength, would be meaningless if it weren't for showing off. As for this 1,000-year soul ring, to be honest, I got lucky. Wang Feng coughed twice and said, I happened to encounter 2,000-year soul beasts fighting in the soul hunting forest, and when they both suffered injuries, I took the opportunity to hunt one down purely by chance. Most of what Wang Feng said was the truth. There indeed were 2,000-year soul beasts fighting. He just concealed the part about the Star Moon Fox and how he secretly used the power of the Golden Lotus to assist. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hunt down that 6,000-year Golden Lightning Leopard. Hearing Wang Feng's explanation, the three of them fell silent. Brother Feng, your luck is just too good. Tang San couldn't help but sigh. He felt that his ability to hunt that over 400-year-old mandala snake was already extremely lucky. 2,000-year soul beasts were both injured. Brother Feng reaped the benefits. However, Tang San knew that Brother Feng must have other secrets, otherwise he wouldn't be able to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring at all. But Tang San didn't ask too much. Everyone had their secrets. Brother Feng had his. Xiao Wu had hers. He had his, and even his father had his. There was no need to dig deeper. Comparing people only makes one feel worse. Xiao Wu let out a small sound of envy. 1,000 years conservatively estimated is equivalent to 100 of my 10-year soul rings. In other words, Brother Wang is equivalent to 100 of me. Xiao Huchenyu looked up at the sky, but secretly thought that there probably weren't many people in Nodding City who could hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. What Brother Wang said should be credible, but this luck was just too exaggerated. Wait a minute. Xiao Chenyu seemed to remember something and continued, Brother Wang, you just said you're a support-type soul master? If I heard correctly, Tang San and Xiao Wu also quickly recalled. That's right, I'm a support-type soul master. Wang Feng knew that the three of them must have their guesses, but he didn't elaborate. Xiao Yu looked at the broken boulders on the other side, pointed at them, and said helplessly, Brother Wang, are you sure you're support type? With that punch you just threw, even I, a battle soul master, would probably go limp on the ground. Now you tell me you're a support type soul master? Of course, Wang Feng smiled, lightly rotating the lotus in his hand, and a stream of golden light instantly enveloped the three of them. The next moment, Tang San felt the soul power in his body empty, like a withered little grass being nourished by spring rain, rapidly recovering. The fatigue from just now was swept away. The recovery is so fast, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Maybe in a little while, our soul power will be completely restored. We just fought for more than half an hour. Your soul power is far below mine, of course. It recovers quickly, Wang Feng explained. Moreover, I only used a bit of the Golden Lotus's power, just to restore your soul power. Wang Feng thought to himself that he hadn't even used the divine skills because it wasn't necessary, nor had he used the Golden Lotus's healing ability. As for the reason, it was indeed a support-type martial soul. Tang San looked at the Golden Lotus, which shimmered with lightning, and vaguely felt that it might not just be as simple as restoring soul power. What impressive recovery ability! Xiao Qinyu exclaimed. Personal soul power has completely recovered, and looking at Brother Wang, it seems he hasn't consumed much at all. However, thinking about Brother Wang saying he was at level 16, he felt relieved. Little San, quickly carry me back. My soul power has recovered, but my foot is still injured, and you're just in time to have strength, Xiao Wu said coquettishly. All right. Tang San nodded. With soul power, it seemed even his spirit had recovered somewhat. He was filled with strength. Carrying Xiao Wu back was naturally no problem. Seeing this, Wang Feng secretly smiled. He could actually heal Xiao Wu's injuries. But that way, there wouldn't be a chance for Little San to show off. Little San, brother can only help you like this. Anyway, you guys will fall in love. I just help you out in advance. Tang San carried Xiao Wu back to the school first, while Wang Feng chose to go to the Spirit Hall for Soul Master certification and soul power testing. Because of the compression and purification of soul power, Wang Feng wasn't very clear about the exact amount of soul power in his body. Level 16 was just an estimate he made himself. As soon as he walked into the Spirit Hall, Wang Feng heard several voices. Su Yuntao, where's the token? Don't tell me you gave it to that kid. If you gave it to him, how are you going to accompany my brother to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest today? Reapplying will take several days. If he has an accident in the soul hunting forest and loses the token, it will take even longer to find it. What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? A kid with a useless martial soul says he wants to hunt soul beasts, and you actually believe him? In the Spirit Hall, a beautiful woman was scolding Su Yuntao with an unhappy expression. Su Yuntao kept apologizing to the woman, trying to please her. Cici, don't worry. I'll borrow a friend's token later. If our Spirit Hall has regulations stating that he's a full innate soul power and really needs a soul ring to break through levels. That's why I gave him the token. Chapter 39. A face full of frustration, but you can't use your own token. He's not even a part of the Spirit Hall. Forget it. It's really impossible to communicate with you. If I don't get the token to help my brother hunt soul beasts today, I'll find another soul master. I'm not looking for you anymore. The woman was still somewhat angry. Su Yuntao felt a bit helpless. That little brat directly asked for the token. The Spirit Hall's tokens came in several types, all held by their Spirit Hall's attendants. He saw that the little brat was anxious that day, so he handed it over. He didn't expect that the next day his girlfriend would say she wanted him to accompany her brother to the soul hunting forest, and he didn't have the token at the moment. At this time, a laugh suddenly rang out. Master Su, are you in a hurry for the token? Here, I brought it back. Wang Feng walked over from a distance, looking at the two of them, secretly thinking, Tao Go, it's only been a day. And you become a puppy. It is worth mentioning that the woman beside Su Yuntao was the one he met at the entrance yesterday. Seeing Wang Feng, Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. You little brat, you finally came back. Su Yuntao looked at the token in Wang Feng's hand and couldn't help but laugh. What? Did you go to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest and come back? He didn't quite believe that this little brat could hunt soul beasts by himself. The woman beside Su Yuntao also revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. Little friend, don't try to show off by yourself. Hunting soul beasts is something best left to your teacher. As soon as this girl named Cici finished speaking, Wang Feng suddenly asked, Big sister, what level is your soul power this year? 21. Why? What did you call me? Cici was taken aback, and then her face darkened. Big sister? Am I that old? I'm only 21. Wang Feng looked at her in disappointment. Then you're too weak. Master Su, I'm here to test my soul power. Su Yuntao hurriedly stepped in front of Wang Feng, saying in a deep voice, You little brat, your full innate soul power. What are you testing for? Huh? Do you mean you've broken through? Su Yuntao stared at Wang Feng seriously. Of course, if I hadn't broken through, why would I come to your spirit hall? Wang Feng said irritably. Hurry up and take me to test my soul power. Su Yuntao, did you hear that? He said he wants to test his soul power. Cici laughed lightly and said, Just take him. I want to see how long this little friend can show off. When you come back, make sure to tell me what level he is. That big sister almost made this girl, who hadn't even reached 20 yet, explode on the spot. Su Yuntao had a troubled expression, thinking to himself that this little brat was asking for trouble. All right then, come with me. I'll take you to find Master Masino. Su Yuntao said helplessly. Saying this, he led Wang Feng upstairs. As they reached the second floor, Su Yuntao walked slowly and coughed a few times, saying, You wait. Just go out the back door. Going out for what? I want to test my soul power. Wang Feng said in disbelief. You, Su Yuntao, glared at Wang Feng. Do you really want to test your soul power? I don't want Cici to laugh at you later. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. Wang Feng immediately facepalmed. Master Su, I might not call you master later. To be honest, that girl isn't really suitable for you. Not suitable for what? Cici, looking very beautiful, asked, Are you complimenting her? Su Yuntao asked in confusion. Wang Feng sighed. Oh, I forgot that, Tao Gu. You're not a time traveler. You have no idea what not suitable means. That woman was at most a 5 or 6 out of 10. Tao Gu has been blinded by love and lost his normal standards of appreciation. What kind of person is making such a racket outside? At this moment, the two walked to the corridor, and suddenly an old voice came from the room next door. Hearing this, Su Yuntao sighed, pushed open the door, and walked in, saying, Master Matthew, it's me, Su Yuntao. An elderly man was sitting in a spacious office, dressed in clean soul master attire, with the emblem of 3 swords engraved on it, proving that he was a great soul master level battle soul master. It's you. Yuntao, what are you making such a fuss about outside? So reckless, Matthew said, looking at Su Yuntao and scolding him. I used to have this personality, which led to my inability to break through the threshold of level 30. Even now, it's hard for me to advance further. Why don't you learn from my mistakes? After speaking, a helpless smile appeared on Matthew's face. That's not it, Master Matthew. Su Yuntao quickly explained. It's mainly because of this little rascal. Before Su Yuntao could finish, Feng smiled and said, You must be Master Matthew, right? Hello. I'm here to test my soul power for soul master identification. Upon hearing this, Master Matthew looked at Wang Feng in surprise and said, Junior Academy? Little friend, are you sure you're here for soul master identification, not for awakening your martial soul? This child looks to be only 6 or 7 years old. Normally, children only awaken their martial souls at this age. How could someone so young come for soul master identification? Su Yuntao smiled awkwardly and said, Master Matthew, this child has already awakened his martial soul. I mentioned to you before that I encountered 2 children with very poor martial souls but innate full soul power in Holy Soul Village. He is one of them. Master Matthew suddenly understood. Su Yuntao had told him about this before, and he was quite surprised at the time. However, hearing that it was a waste martial soul, he felt a bit regretful. Matthew showed a kind smile and said to Wang Feng, Little friend, even if you have innate full soul power, now that you are in the Nodding Junior Academy, in order to become a soul master, you need to obtain a soul ring. which requires your Academy's mentor to accompany you to hunt soul beasts. Have you obtained a soul ring? Yes, Master Matthew. Wang Feng nodded. All right, then I'll take you to get tested, Master Matthew said with a smile. And don't call me Master anymore. At my age, I could be your grandfather. Just call me Grandpa Matthew. Wait, Master Matthew, this child is just joking, Su Yuntao said with a wry smile. He doesn't have a mentor with him. How can he hunt soul beasts? Little rascal, don't tease Master Matthew. He is already 80 years old. You need to respect him. Hearing this, Matthew was stunned and looked at Wang Feng with confusion. It was obviously impossible to hunt soul beasts and obtain a soul ring without a mentor. This little friend looked quite well behaved. Could it be that he was trying to deceive me for fun? Wang Feng sighed and said, I really have a soul ring. Since you don't believe me, I'll just show it to you. After speaking, a flash of brilliance flickered in Wang Feng's eyes, disappearing in an instant. Show? Su Yuntao looked at the little rascal in astonishment. The next moment his eyes widened. A dazzling purple light suddenly filled the entire office. The two were instantly stunned. This is a 1,000-year soul ring? Su Yuntao exclaimed. Master Matthew rubbed his eyes, and looking at the soul ring, he seemed to be suddenly struck dumb. Unable to say a word. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Boy from the Martial Soul Palace. A 1,000-year soul ring. In this small place of Nodding City. Who could possibly see a 1,000-year soul ring? This was simply unbelievable. After Wang Feng revealed his soul ring, he put it away after a moment. Su Yuntao and Master Matthew were still in a daze. A 1,000-year soul ring, it was too incredible. Ordinary soul masters. The first soul ring at most lasts a few hundred years. 1,000 years? Master Matthew and Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng, their eyes filled with deep shock. An unparalleled shock. Is that enough? Wang Feng frowned and said, using the soul ring is quite taxing for me, Grandpa Matthew. Can I proceed to test my soul power now? As he spoke, Wang Feng looked at the two, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The soul ring is hard to hide. Nodding City is not large, but it's not small either. There are bound to be people from the Martial Soul Hall. This is also Holy Soul Village. As long as a martial soul is used, it cannot possibly go unnoticed, and for soul master identification, it is necessary to reveal both the martial soul and the soul ring. There is no way to avoid it. Unless you don't come for soul master identification, then you probably won't even be able to graduate. After considering all of this, Wang Feng did not plan to hide his soul ring, because there was no way or meaning to hide it all. Earlier in Holy Soul Village, during the martial soul awakening, he could control the energy in his body to keep his test from exceeding innate full soul power, but this soul ring cannot be hidden. He couldn't just forcibly dye it a different color, right? Moreover, there was another plan behind this. All right, child, come, follow me. I'll take you to test your soul power. Grandpa Matthew excitedly stood up, so thrilled he didn't know what to say. Yuntao, quickly report to the Bishop of the Martial Soul Palace in Soto City. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng in shock and quickly walked out, his heart extremely excited. Innate full soul power, first soul ring 1,000 years. What kind of monster is this? Even if this little rascal's martial soul is trash, he is still a true genius, right? Grandpa Matthew, what is the Martial Soul Palace? Wang Feng continued to ask. As Master Matthew led Wang Feng toward the Martial Soul Laboratory in the side hall, he patiently explained, our Martial Soul Palace is just a low-level branch of the Martial Soul Hall. Above it, there are the Martial Soul Subhalls and the Martial Soul Main Hall. The capitals of the two great empires also have the Martial Soul Sacred Hall. The highest level is the Pope Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Matthew had already brought Wang Feng to the Martial Soul Laboratory for soul power testing. It was a very spacious room. As Wang Feng entered the room, he felt the soul power within him tremble slightly, as if it was being drawn by a force in the room. He couldn't help but feel curious. Looking at the walls around him, which were engraved with the small stones that Su Yuntao used to test martial souls, Wang Feng pondered. Is there a Pope Hall above that? Wang Feng continued to ask. Of course there is. Master Matthew's expression suddenly became serious, and his tone turned very respectful. The Dolua Offering Hall. That place is where all soul masters aspire to go. Only soul masters who reach the Dolua level are qualified to enter the Dolua Offering Hall. Wang Feng nodded. He had forgotten some of the settings of Dolua continent, but hearing Master Matthew talk about it now, it all came back to him. Your name is Wang Feng, right? Little Feng, before the identification, I want to ask you a question, Master Matthew said with a smile. What question? Wang Feng replied. Do you wish to join the Martial Soul Palace? Master Matthew continued. You should have just entered Nodding Academy, right? You haven't been accepted by a mentor yet. So if you want, you can directly join our Martial Soul Palace. After speaking, Master Matthew fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. Although this child had not been tested yet, Master Matthew could roughly estimate that this child's soul power should be extraordinary. 1,000-year soul ring, once absorbed, would surely directly elevate this child's soul power to level 20. Although Master Matthew had never seen a soul master with 1,000-year first soul ring, he had conducted countless soul power identifications in the Martial Soul Hall, making him extremely experienced. Master Matthew had also seen 400-year soul rings that directly allowed soul masters to jump up 2 or 3 levels. This 1,000-year soul ring, and judging by its color, it was probably more than just 1,000 years. The soul power it contained would definitely raise him to level 20, which was absolutely normal. The Martial Soul Palace? What's the difference? Wang Feng asked in surprise. If I join the Martial Soul Palace, does that mean I'm a dedicated soul master of the Martial Soul Palace? Does that mean I can't be at Nodding Academy anymore? Master Matthew was taken aback, then smiled and said, Child, you're indeed clever. That's exactly right. The Martial Soul Palace has its own academy. Once you join the Martial Soul Palace, you become a soul master of the Martial Soul Palace, and naturally, you will need to attend the academy established by the Martial Soul Palace for systematic learning. Of course, you will also gain more benefits, and these will be revealed once you enter a higher-level Martial Soul Palace. Grandpa has already reported to the Wuhuan Hall 2 levels above in advance, and someone should be coming soon. The Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City is just a low-level branch hall, and reporting to a higher-level Wuhuan Hall is already considered a breach of protocol. However, this child is truly remarkable. Good. Wang Feng said with a smile. I haven't even started studying at Nodding Academy yet, but I'm quite familiar with Master Su. If I can join the Wuhuan Hall, that would be great. After saying that, he chuckled inwardly. Haha, very well. Child, come and test your soul power. Matthew led Wang Feng to the center, in front of a floating yellow crystal ball. Smiling as he said, Come, inject your soul power into it. Wang Feng nodded and then poured his soul power into the yellow crystal ball. According to the rules, the soul power attached to a 1,000-year soul ring is extremely powerful, and being born with full soul power should allow you to directly become level 20, Matthew said slowly. But before he finished speaking, the yellow crystal ball suddenly erupted with distinct halos, although they weren't overly dazzling. Level 15? Why is your soul power only level 15? That's still quite high, but a 1,000-year soul ring should be extraordinary. Matthew was momentarily taken aback. According to his calculations, Xiaofeng's soul power should normally be at level 20. Could there be a problem? Grandpa Matthew? Wang Feng retracted his soul power and smiled. It seems I miscalculated the compression and purification of my soul power. It's only level 15, but that's just right, hee. No problem. Matthew frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange. However, even so, Xiaofeng is still a genius. He is worth reporting. Child, please wait here for a moment. The Bishop of the Soto City Hall will arrive shortly. I will then tell him about you. Soto City is a large city relatively close to our Nodding City in the Fasnuo province. With the bishop's strength, he should arrive quickly. He should make it before dark. Matthew said gently, By the way, what is your martial soul? Su Yuntao said, It's a blue lotus flower. It seems to be a new type of floral martial soul. Can Grandpa take a look? Wang Feng opened his palm and revealed a small golden lotus flower. However, he controlled it slightly, not showing its complete form, making it much smaller. A lotus flower? What use does it have? Floral martial souls are mostly only useful for contributing to city construction and cultivating plants. Matthew gently shook his head. This flower is very beautiful, but its usefulness is hard to say. Matthew didn't ask too much and chatted with Wang Feng about other matters. It wasn't until evening that Su Yuntao brought in 2 men. One was very young, dressed in extremely luxurious robes, with an extraordinary demeanor and refined features, as if sculpted by a master craftsman over many years. The other man, dressed in the bishop's attire of the Wuhuan Hall, had a cold expression and exuded a very strong aura. Lord Jekko, this way please. Su Yuntao said wearily but respectfully. The day's schedule had worn him out. Where's the child with the 1,000-year first soul ring? If I find out that you have falsely reported this, everyone in your Wuhuan branch will be punished. Bishop Jekko looked at Su Yuntao with some impatience. In such a small place, can a genius of this level really emerge? It's simply absurd. Having innate, full soul power is one thing, but to falsely claim that the first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, this is just bizarre. If it weren't for the fact that someone happened to visit our Wuhuan Hall and found this news interesting, I wouldn't have come to such a small place. Please, after you. Bishop Jekko initially addressed the mysterious young man beside him with great respect. The young man seemed to be only around 15 or 16 years old, and he spoke softly, yet his voice was incredibly melodious. Su Yuntao thought to himself, this young man is no ordinary person. He is exceptionally handsome, and even the bishop of the Wuhuan Hall, Jekko, shows him immense respect. It is known that Bishop Jekko is over level 70, a soul sage. The fact that he is so respectful indicates that this mysterious young man's identity is surely extraordinary. Before long, Bishop Jekko and the mysterious young man arrived at the Wuhuan laboratory where Matthew and Wang Feng were located. In almost an instant, several gazes intertwined in the air. Wang Feng looked at the two newcomers. Although he didn't know who they were, this middle-aged man was definitely from the Wuhuan Hall. The Wuhuan Hall must have at least a soul sage. The young man beside him, however, made Wang Feng feel quite curious. This young man was truly handsome, even more so than he was now. Wang Feng thought to himself. His current body had been reforged, and his features and skin were exceptional. Yet this young man seemed even more beautiful, exuding a unique charm. After only glancing at the two, Wang Feng lowered his head. Master Matthew, this is Bishop Jekko. Su Yuntao came over to introduce. Matthew hurriedly bowed to Jekko, but was directly interrupted by Jekko, waving his hand. All right, let this child release his soul ring for us to see, the 1,000-year soul ring, and by the way, tell me what level his soul power is. Matthew quickly approached Wang Feng and whispered a few words. Chapter 41, Always Acting. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and then raised his soul ring. The deep purple soul ring shone throughout the room, and that little golden lotus flower was exceptionally beautiful. As the purple soul ring rose, Bishop Jekko was stunned. It really is a purple soul ring? Even the handsome young man beside him was slightly taken aback, looking at the child who was only a few centimeters shorter than him, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. His soul power is level 15, Matthew quickly said. Bishop Jekko, this child is a genius. Joining the Wuhuan Hall will surely lead to limitless achievements. In Nodding City, he would be buried. I hope you can take him to a better academy. However, before Matthew could finish speaking, Bishop Jekko interrupted him, his voice heavyweight. You said his soul power is only level 15? Matthew nodded. Child, how did you obtain this 1,000-year soul ring? Bishop Jekko continued to ask. Wang Feng then repeated what he had told Tang San earlier. Two soul beasts fought each other. One is a golden lightning leopard, and the other is a star moon fox? That's quite interesting. The golden lightning leopard is an extremely rare 1,000-year soul beast, ranging from 5 to 6,000 years, while the star moon fox could be between 2,000 to 4,000 years. However, the star moon fox possesses very strong recovery abilities, indeed having the strength to battle the golden lightning leopard. Bishop Jekko, being a soul sage, was knowledgeable and said, It seems you were indeed lucky. When these two fought, at their moment of exhaustion, it was quite possible for you to take advantage. At this moment, the mysterious young man suddenly spoke. Why did you choose the golden lightning leopard instead of the star moon fox's soul ring? His voice was clear, like the sound of nature, and extremely pleasant to hear. Wang Feng glanced at him and recited the prepared answer. Because the golden lightning leopard is stronger, so I didn't choose the star moon fox. That's a normal child's answer. As soon as Wang Feng finished speaking, the young man shook his head, sighed lightly, and fell silent. Matthew and the others were puzzled. However, Bishop Jekko sneered. What a pity, what a waste. Matthew and Su Yuntao were once again filled with confusion. On the way here, the soul master from your branch hall told me about this child. Bishop Jekko glanced at Su Yuntao and said lightly, This child has innate full soul power, extremely high aptitude, and a very strong physical constitution. He just enrolled yesterday at Nodding Academy. I suppose many things are still unknown to him, and he excitedly ran into the soul hunting forest. A 1,000-year soul ring, for a soul master with a first soul ring, is simply impossible to absorb. Forcing absorption would only lead to explosion and death for the weak. He has innate full soul power and a very high aptitude. Perhaps he has a 1% chance of absorbing it. Unfortunately, if he had absorbed the Star Moon Fox's soul ring, he might have had a chance to survive. Bishop Jekko walked over to Wang Feng, took a look, and shook his head again. What a pity he foolishly chose the golden lightning leopard, which is at least over 5,000 years old. Even a 30-level soul master would not dare to absorb such a soul ring. Hearing this, Master Matthew's expression changed. Your Excellency, do you mean he won't live long? The mysterious young man spoke again in a voice like celestial music. With his innate full spirit power, his physical constitution far exceeded that of ordinary people, but if he forcibly absorbed the soul ring of the golden lightning leopard, even if he succeeded, his body would struggle to hold on. Moreover, every time he used the soul ring, the burden on his body would increase, and then the spirit power would quickly dissipate, because his body could not withstand the spirit power brought by a 1,000-year soul ring. The mysterious young man walked to Wang Feng's side, his star-like eyes locking onto Wang Feng's. For some reason, this child had a peculiar attraction to him. Therefore, his spirit power was only at level 15. Bishop Jekko said coldly, if he were a true genius, absorbing the spirit power of the golden lightning leopard at this moment. If he did so without any issues, he would only possess a full spirit power of level 20. That kind of person is a real genius, a million to find. But he is not. Bishop Kale pointed at Wang Feng, saying his talent is decent, but unfortunately he is too foolish, knows too little, and made the wrong choice. If he had chosen the Star Moon Fox, which has recovery abilities and a lower age, he might have had a slim chance of survival. Now, his spirit power will gradually decrease, and his body will slowly be unable to withstand the massive impact brought by the 1,000-year spirit power, until eventually it will fade away. Bishop Jekko looked at Wang Feng and asked, Child, don't you feel intense pain every time you use your spirit power? Upon hearing this, Matthew was suddenly startled, recalling that he had heard Wang Feng mention it earlier, but had not taken it seriously. Could it be true? Wang Feng nodded. Seeing this, Matthew's heart sank. So, he has no potential now. Bishop Jekko shook his head. What a waste of our trip. Meanwhile, in the room where Master was located at Nodding Academy. What? Master? You mean Brother Feng will slowly die? Tang Sen listened to his teacher's words in shock, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Brother Feng's first soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. How could he die? After returning to the academy, Tang San first sought out the master and spoke about Brother Feng's soul ring situation earlier. But unexpectedly, he received such a shocking response. The master sighed. Little Feng is just too anxious. He is so lucky, and he is so smart with a kind heart. He should have absorbed the soul ring of the Star Moon Fox to have a chance of survival, but he chose to absorb that of the golden lightning leopard. His innate full spirit power, based on your description, indicates that Little Feng's physical constitution is still exceptionally strong, but he cannot withstand the soul ring of the golden lightning leopard. That requires at least 5,000 years. I have never seen such a situation, but even if his talent is extraordinary, it will be difficult for him to survive. Now, pushing himself to absorb the soul ring. I fear each time he uses his martial soul, it will be extremely painful, and his spirit power will slowly dissipate. He won't last long. The master finished speaking, his face full of sorrow. That child, if he had a teacher to guide him, perhaps he wouldn't be in this situation. Master, is there any way to save Brother Feng? Tang Sen stood up, his face anxious. Brother Feng was his childhood friend. Difficult. The master shook his head. First, use rare materials to mitigate the impact of the golden lightning leopard soul ring. But such materials are extremely rare. They are hard to come by. Perhaps the Pope's palace has them. But even if we saved him, Little Feng's soul ring would drop to 100 years, not 1,000. His strength and potential would also greatly decrease. The Spirit Hall would never do such a thankless task. Second, at least a soul sage-level spirit master would need to suppress the golden lightning leopard soul ring. But that is also thankless. And even if he recovers, the small soul ring would also drop. Strength, potential, and upper limits would all decline. The Spirit Hall also wouldn't do such things. After hearing the teacher's words, Tang Sen was stunned. He never expected it would be this kind of situation. Brother Feng, how long can he still live? Tang Sen asked tremulously. The master remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. At most 6 or 7, and that's if he doesn't use his martial soul. If he uses it for a long time, it will greatly shorten his lifespan. There's also the possibility of sudden death. Tang Sen stood frozen in place. In Nodding City, Within the spirit hall, it was very quiet. Matthew looked at Wang Feng with a pained expression, tears shimmering in his eyes. Su Yintao was also looking at Wang Feng, feeling a sense of sorrow in his heart. No one expected it would turn out this way. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly spoke with a trembling voice, "Uncle Bishop, is there really no way for the spirit hall to save me? You are so powerful. You should be able to help me, right? If you can save me, then I will be fine." Silence. You? Bishop Jekko suddenly laughed in disbelief. "The price to save you is too great for you to bear. Even if we saved you, your strength and talent would be far inferior to what you originally had. At that time, being able to become a spirit master would already be a great fortune. So, child, I'm sorry, but you cannot join the spirit hall. I suggest you stop studying and return to your village, not to use your martial soul, and live out the rest of your life well." Bishop Jekko waved his hand. "But you all don't even want to try. How would you know?" Wang Feng stepped in front of Bishop Jekko, pleadingly saying. His face showed a hint of fear, as if he understood the conversation between Jekko and the mysterious young man earlier. Seeing this scene, Matthew and Su Yuntao felt a pang in their hearts. No need to try. Even if His Holiness the Pope were here, he wouldn't waste resources and manpower on you. Bishop Jekko looked at Wang Feng impatiently. "What a waste of my time. Child, you are extraordinarily lucky, but also extraordinarily unfortunate. If you want to blame someone, blame the gods for not favoring you. Step aside." As he spoke, Bishop Jekko was about to push Wang Feng aside, but was stopped by the mysterious young man beside him. "Jekko, enough." The mysterious young man's expression darkened slightly, as if he had heard the words "His Holiness the Pope," and his eyes showed some determination. "Yes." Bishop Jekko was taken aback, then respectfully replied. The mysterious young man walked up to Wang Feng, looking at this child who was only a head shorter than him. He took out a token from his bosom and handed it to Wang Feng. "Child, the spirit hall cannot help you, but this token can provide you with some assistance in life if you can survive. I give you a chance." Upon seeing the token, Bishop Jekko was slightly taken aback. "Your Highness, no need to say more." The mysterious young man waved his hand. "It's just a token from a spirit hall." Bishop Jekko smiled bitterly. "That token is not simple. It is a special token of the third rank from the spirit hall. On the token, besides a long sword and a hammer, there are 3 pairs of wings on both sides. It is incredibly mysterious, but it allows entry into most city soul hunting forests and the Spirit Master Hall. And it can also be used to claim a considerable amount of gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. This alone is enough to ensure a prosperous life for this hopeless child." Wang Feng looked at the special token silently. "All right, let's go." The mysterious young man finally took a deep look at Wang Feng. He had a vague premonition that perhaps he would see this child again, but he didn't know what that would be like. However, at this moment, seeing Bishop Jekko and the others leave, Wang Feng's face was very dejected. But in his eyes, there was a flicker of a smile. That's right. From the moment Wang Feng revealed his 1,000-year soul ring in front of Matthew and Su Yuntao, he had been acting. Chapter 42. The resolute Su Yuntao life is like a play, entirely dependent on acting skills. Sometimes there is no choice but to play along. Wang Feng sighed in his heart. Joining the Spirit Hall would certainly constrain him in the future, and most importantly, he would have to obey them. This was not what Wang Feng wanted, so he had to act, making Bishop Jekko of the Spirit Hall mistakenly believe that he had no potential value for cultivation, and thus give up. From the beginning of this act, Wang Feng had not intended to hide anything, but later thought about it. This place is Nodding City. Even if Matthew reported it, it would not reach the Pope's palace. It would only go to the mid-levels of the Spirit Hall. Wang Feng felt that there was no need to hide. Whether it was his martial soul or testing his spirit power, Wang Feng did not conceal anything. His spirit power was indeed only at level 15. The situation in the soul hunting forest, as Wang Feng said, is 7 parts true and 3 parts false. The inference made by Bishop Jekko suggests that when Wang Feng unleashed the 1,000-year spirit ring, he had thought about it this way, which is why he followed their line of thought, because he compressed and purified his soul power to only level 15. It doesn't look like he truly absorbed a 6,000-year spirit ring. Therefore, they would certainly think there's a problem, even coming up with certain conclusive ideas like a coffin lid. In fact, Bishop Jekko of the Spirit Hall is not too far off with his inference. If it were a truly innate, full soul power soul master, there would indeed be a chance to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, especially one with recovery abilities like the Starry Moon Fox. However, it is completely impossible for the Golden Light Thunder Leopard. If Wang Feng did not have the Meteor Tear, the best-case scenario might really be like this. Even if he did manage to absorb the 6,000-year ring with great difficulty, he wouldn't live long, slowly being destroyed by the vast soul power brought by this golden light thunder leopard. Wang Feng directly answered along with Bishop Jeko's words, making it completely undetectable that he was acting. This can be considered extremely clever. In simple terms, it means I predicted your prediction, which allowed me to successfully act without anyone noticing. However, it was that mysterious boy who surprised Wang Feng quite a bit. Based on his understanding of the Doloa continent, Wang Feng roughly guessed the other party's identity, but wasn't certain. The biggest gain might just be this token. Wang Feng looked at the token. It is similar to the third-tier special token in the hands of the master, although it doesn't have actual authority. It allows entry into the soul-hunting forest and provides a form of identity disguise. When go to other city spirit halls for soul power assessment, having this token will make things much easier. On the contrary, using this token to receive golden soul coins as subsidies became the least useful point in Wang Feng's opinion. Su Yuntao took Wang Feng down from the second floor. What a good child. Matthew looked at Wang Feng's back and sighed in his heart. Perhaps this is fate playing tricks on people? Encountering a rare spirit-beast conflict, but due to wrong choices, one misstep leads to another, resulting in the current situation. By the time they walked down the stairs, it was already dark. Su Yuntao, why did you make me wait so long? That woman was still in the hall. And upon seeing Su Yuntao bringing Wang Feng down, her face, already filled with resentment from waiting too long, turned almost instantly into anger. Then, looking at Wang Feng beside Su Yuntao, she couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong, little friend? Don't you know what level your soul power is? Did you hunt that spirit beast by yourself? She wanted to make a few more sarcastic comments, but Su Yuntao interrupted her with a grim voice. Enough, Cece, shut up. Cece was taken aback. How dare Su Yuntao speak to her like this? He had always been submissive to her, compliant in every way. Su Yuntao ignored Cece and directly took Wang Feng outside the spirit hall, leaving Cece standing there in a daze. Little brat, opinion. Su Yuntao heavily patted Wang Feng's shoulder. Wang Feng thought to himself, it seems I've acted too well. Brother Tao has been unknowingly moved. He doesn't even want to be a sycophant anymore. Master Su, don't be so sentimental, I won't die. Wang Feng said softly, besides, I haven't finished writing the story of breaking the sky for you to see. Hearing this, Su Yuntao's eyes felt a bit sour. The Iron Man couldn't help but shed tears. This little brat, although carefree, unexpectedly thought of him at this moment. Wang Feng thought, although Brother Tao is from the Spirit Hall, he is ultimately just a lower-level staff member, much more human than those higher-ups. Grandpa Matthew is the same. I'm leaving. Wang Feng waved his hand at Su Yuntao, leaving him with a lonely back. Seeing this, Su Yuntao wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and sighed deeply. Su Yuntao, what was that just now? Have you gotten bold enough to shout at me? At this moment, Cece ran out and said coldly, where's that little brat? I mocked him a couple of times. What is wrong? Is he your relative? Su Yuntao was simply too bold. Daring to shout? As long as this young lady's face turns cold. Let's see if you still dare not to obediently come apologize. However, Su Yuntao coldly looked at Cece and said, if you say one more word, do you believe I will kick you out? That icy gaze made Cece tremble. When had she ever seen Su Yuntao look at her with such a cold expression? It was as if he really wanted to kick her out. Cece shivered and quickly said softly, why Yuntao? I was wrong, you're angry. Su Yuntao glanced at her, feeling sad in his heart, and turned to walk directly into the spirit hall. Cece hurriedly followed him in, vaguely hearing the sounds of hurried apologies echoing. When Wang Feng returned to Nodding Academy, unexpectedly, he encountered two people at the entrance. It was Tang San and the master. Little San, master? What are you doing here? Wang Feng looked at the two, surprised. Unexpectedly, Tang San walked over, his face heavy. Brother Feng, did you just go to the spirit hall? Hearing this, Wang Feng's heart stirred, and he nodded. Yeah, I went for an assessment. After the assessment, it seems a certain bishop came and said I wouldn't live long, that my soul power would gradually dissipate, and he didn't agree to let me join the spirit hall, nor would he save me. But I, Brother Feng, don't believe it at all. I eat, drink, and sleep well every day. Living for 100 years is no problem. Upon hearing this, Tang San's previously heavy expression revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Indeed, Brother Feng is carefree, not afraid of anything. Tang looked at the master. The master sighed. Is indeed the style of the Spear Hall. If this child Xiao Feng had absorbed the spirit ring of that starry moon fox without any issues, they might have valued him and nurtured him. But unfortunately, it's the spirit ring of the golden light thunder leopard. Knowing Xiao Feng's situation, they probably won't expend effort to save him. Wang Feng looked at the master with some confusion. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I mentioned your 1,000-year spirit ring matter to the master in advance. Tang San quickly said apologetically. It's fine. I didn't ask you to keep it secret. Wang Feng smiled and shook his head. However, I asked the master to hope he can save you. Tang San continued. Save me? Wang Feng was taken aback. The master nodded, looking at Wang Feng, and said solemnly, Xiao San asked me, hoping I can help you. You have extraordinary talent, but you mistakenly absorbed the spirit ring of the golden light thunder leopard. Although you managed to absorb it with great difficulty, your body cannot withstand the pressure brought by the 6,000-year spirit ring. I believe the bishop of the spirit hall must have mentioned that the more you use your martial soul and soul power now, the shorter your lifespan becomes. Wang Feng's heart moved, and he smiled. But it doesn't matter. Even if I don't use my martial soul, I am still very strong. But you still won't live long. That's a fact. The master shook his head and continued. There are ways to solve this problem, but the spirit hall won't help you. However, I have a friend who is a soul sage. If I speak up, he should help you use his soul power to suppress the spirit ring of the golden light thunder leopard, helping you to clear your soul power within your body. However, even if this is the case, even if you can return to your original state, your soul power will be difficult to improve again. You can only preserve your life. After saying this, the master fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. Wang Feng thought to himself, Little San really is powerful, getting the master to help. The master's friend must be that famous Flender, right? Moreover, the premise is that you must become his disciple for him to act. The master continued, after hearing this. Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The righteous are indeed righteous, and the villains are villains. The characters in the Doloa continent are roughly the same. Chapter 1. Section 1. The Spirit Hall is unwilling to help, but this master will help on Xiao San's behalf, even if it is Flender who takes action. Thank you, master. But really, there's no need. Wang Feng smiled and said, Actually, I know my body. It may not be as bad as you think. I'm serious. There are some reasons I can't explain to you, but still, thank you. After saying this, Wang Feng waved his hand at the two and returned to the dormitory, leaving the two stunned in place. Chapter 43. Sorry, I feel it's a bit lacking. Watching Wang Feng leave, the master looked at Wang Feng's back, unable to speak for a long time. He is a stubborn child, the master said softly. For some reason, as the master looked at Wang Feng's back, he felt an infinite sense of emotion. Who wasn't a stubborn child back in the day? Perhaps, Brother Feng may not be what we think he is. Teacher, Tang San said quietly, Brother Feng has been very smart since he was young. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have accepted that 6,000-year golden, lightning, leopard soul ring. The master pondered for a moment, but still felt unable to understand. This was almost completely contrary to the theory he had proposed. Although Tang San also couldn't understand, he knew that Brother Feng had his own secrets. Just like he had his own secrets. For certain reasons, they couldn't be spoken out loud. Perhaps. The master shook his head, but over time it should become clear. If he truly has no issues, then this Brother Feng is indeed an extraordinary genius. Anyway, you still have a long time until graduation. Tang San nodded. However, if this child really has no problems, and he went to the Spirit Hall for identification but wasn't taken away, it might be a deliberate test to the Spirit Hall. I don't know how he managed it at such a young age. His mind is extraordinary. The master was very clever and seemed to have thought of something. Letting out a slight sigh, Tang San remained silent, both of them watching Wang Feng gradually disappear into the darkness, each with their own feelings. The next day, Wang Feng did not mention his identification at the Spirit Hall. He attended a few classes in the morning to refresh his somewhat blurry knowledge and settings about the Doloa continent. By noon, Wang Feng also did not stay at the academy, but went to the soul-hunting forest. Of course, this time Wang Feng was not going to the soul-hunting forest to obtain a soul ring, but to hunt soul beasts. And he was not alone. I have meteor tears, and even without meditation, I can absorb the energy of heaven and earth to become soul power, but the speed is too slow. Wang Feng thought on the way. After compressing and purifying soul power, his cultivation speed had greatly decreased. He had been meditating from last night until this morning, and even now, he still hadn't reached level 10. Compared to meditating for a few hours in the soul-hunting forest to compress and purify to level 15. This was simply too slow. Thinking about the subsequent levels, which would be even slower, Wang Feng realized that pure meditation would be too slow. At this rate, it would be difficult to achieve his goals in 6 years. And in 6 years, he would also be graduating. By then, if he went to Shrek Academy and hadn't reached level 30, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. The good intentions of the Master and Tang Sen last night made Wang Feng feel that he still wanted to check out Shrek Academy, especially since the system had given the location for a check-in there. But what if I increase my cultivation speed significantly by using my soul power in battle? Wang Feng pondered. This was actually possible. Battle can temper a person, and consuming soul power would naturally enhance the cultivation speed. Therefore, he wanted to go to the soul hunting forest. He could earn money and gain combat experience through fighting soul beasts. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was plenty of time in the afternoon and evening. Plus, he could show off. Wang Feng thought, and after finishing lunch, he bought a long robe and a mask, then headed straight to the soul hunting forest. Even though it was afternoon now, the outskirts of the soul hunting forest were still bustling with people. This soul hunting forest covered many cities in the Fastno province, not just Noting City. Therefore, there were many people. Various shouts echoed continuously. 3 short of a team? Come on, big spender. Our team has a level 26 Battle Soul Master and a level 25 Support Soul Master. Everything's ready. We can hunt soul beasts around 500 years. Prices are negotiable. 4 soul beasts around 400 years. We need a control-type soul master around level 15. Reward 50 silver soul coins. Wang Feng listened to these voices, and every time he thought of the days of playing with online friends in his previous life to team up for dungeons. These soul masters, because they were not nobles and did not have family support, could only rely on themselves to hunt, but it was very dangerous. So seeking help from others was quite normal. After scanning the area, Wang Feng's gaze suddenly fixed on 3 people in the distance. 2 men in black clothes and a woman in tight combat attire were standing quietly at a distance. The 3 did not shout, but stood silently with a sign. The sign read, Hunting 800-year soul beasts, looking for a recovery-type soul master around level 25. Reward, 1 gold soul coin. Seeing this, Wang Feng's heart stirred. A recovery-type soul master was just right for him. These 3 had a distinct aura that was different from ordinary soul masters. I am a recovery-type soul master. Do you need one? Wang Feng walked over, coughed a few times, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. At that moment, he was wearing a black robe and a mask, so even those familiar with him might not recognize him. It's best to keep a low profile. You? Upon hearing someone speak, the 3 turned their gazes toward Wang Feng. How old are you? One of the more robust men with a beard frowned and asked. This little kid looks about 1.50 meters, probably just 11 or 12 years old, right? Is he here to amuse them? Cough, cough. I'm around 12, Wang Feng said. But my martial soul has recovery abilities. You? 12 years old. Are you level 25? Kid, do you think we're fools? The other young man, who was sharpening his nails with a dagger, laughed and said, At your age, having level 14 or 15 is already quite good. Even with recovery abilities, the effect on us is very low. Hurry up, go play somewhere else. Don't disturb your older brothers and sisters. The bearded man waved his hand at Wang Feng. Hey, wait a minute. I really am level 15, but my recovery ability is super strong. No, my recovery ability is very powerful. Wang Feng coughed again, really if not, you can give it a try. Try what, kid? Don't joke with us. We're not in the soul hunting forest to protect a 12-year-old child. If you want to make money, go to the entrance of the soul hunting forest and wait for those soul masters who just came out. Help them recover their soul power. You should be able to earn quite a bit. The bearded man laughed. Uncle, come on, just give it a try. It's not like you'll lose anything, Wang Feng said with a smile. This method was indeed clever. It was possible for recovery-type soul masters to earn money this way, because not every soul master going into the soul hunting forest brought a recovery-type soul master. After all, recovery-type soul masters were still quite rare. So when they came out, most of them had already exhausted their soul power, and guarding the entrance to help them recover their soul power was indeed a way to make money. However, Wang Feng wanted to go deeper into the soul hunting forest to see more soul beasts and accumulate combat experience. The bearded man and the young man still wanted to say something, but the woman suddenly spoke softly. Let him try. Recovery-type soul masters are hard to find, and they don't need to be too powerful. This woman had a great figure, with curves and neat ponytail, fair skin, and a beautiful face, but unfortunately, there was a scar about 4 to 5 centimeters long on her face, which marred her beauty. All right, boss, we'll follow your lead. The young man grinned. Then the young man looked at the surrounding pedestrians. Hey, kid, you can help me recover a bit. The bearded man laughed. Just right. I still have more than half of my soul power left. I don't ask for much, just recover a quarter of my remaining soul power. After he finished speaking, the other two also looked at Wang Feng. You should know, this bearded man was not simple. He was a level 29 Great Soul Master. A quarter? Wang Feng hesitated a bit. What? Is that too much? The bearded man frowned. If you can't recover even an eighth of my soul power at once. That won't do. Wang Feng's hand slightly turned, and instead of showing the soul ring, he only revealed a small golden lotus flower, urging his soul power. Because recovering soul power requires soul skills, there is no need to activate soul rings. Wang Feng will basically not activate his soul rings unless in certain critical situations. Suddenly, strands of golden threads surged into the bearded man's body. In an instant, the bearded man shivered all over, as if he had been electrocuted, and began to shake violently. The other two immediately became tense. At this moment, Wang Feng smiled and said, Sorry, I think it's a bit too little. Let me restore you completely. Chapter 44, quite exciting. As Wang Feng's slightly hoarse voice sounded, the young man and the woman were genuinely taken aback. Old hey, what is going on? The young man put down the dagger in his hand and hurried to support the bearded man. He also gave the woman a glance, and she quickly walked to Wang Feng, her eyes filled with vigilance. Don't worry, his soul power is recovering. Wang Feng naturally knew that the two were probably watching the bearded man, and his condition seemed unusual. These soul masters were very vigilant due to their battle experiences. However, not long after, the bearded man suddenly let out a huge sigh of relief and shouted, Awesome. Upon hearing this, the young man and the woman were momentarily stunned. Just now, they had seen the bearded man twitching all over and thought it was a prank from this kid, not that he was actually restoring his companion's soul power. They didn't expect Old Hey to suddenly shout, which completely confused them. Old Hey, what is going on? The young man quickly asked, a bit curious. How much soul power have you recovered? The bearded man, referred to as Old Hey, looked at Wang Feng with some surprise in his eyes. Impressive, young man. Just now, my soul power was completely restored. I've never seen a level 15 recovery type soul master with such an impressive recovery effect. Hearing this, the young man and the woman simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Feng, their eyes filled with surprise. So, I should have met your requirements, right? Wang Feng smiled and said, the soul power he consumed to activate the Golden Lotus was only a little bit. In a while, he would be able to recover 1/5 of the soul power of a level 29 Battle Soul Master. Very good. Old Hey chuckled. Moreover, this recovery feels quite nice. Like you're giving me a massage, really exciting. Wang Feng knew it was because the Golden Lotus possessed the soul ring of the Golden Light Leopard, which had this effect. If it were a divine skill, it could directly cause soul masters to be paralyzed by the lightning threads. The young man and the woman looked at Old Hey speechlessly. All right, let us go. Arong is in need of a soul beast around 800 years old. Old Hey looked at Wang Feng and introduced himself. My name is Old Hey, just call me that. My martial soul is the Black Rock Bear. It's very slow, but has excellent defensive capabilities, a level 29 Battle Soul Master. This guy is Ling Run. His martial soul is a dagger with strong offensive capabilities. Level 28. Lastly, this is, Old Hey said, looking at the woman. I'm Si Rong. My martial soul is Iron Tooth Grass, which has strong control abilities. A level 3 control type soul master. However, it consumes a lot. The woman forced a smile on her face. After the three introduced their martial souls, they headed towards the soul hunting forest. The martial souls of these three were not particularly outstanding, but they seemed to know each other well, likely indicating they were part of a small team rather than random players. Wang Feng asked, the Black Rock Bear is a special martial soul among beast-type martial souls. Very resilient and tough. When a martial soul is activated, it moves slowly, but its body is covered with a layer of rock, making it especially durable. And its stamina is also good. Iron Tooth Grass is a very tough plant. Compared to blue silver grass, it's like comparing a stick to noodles. Very sturdy and quite good for control-type soul masters. By the way, what is your name? Si Rong looked at Wang Feng. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Wang Feng smiled slightly. My name is Miaba. Miaba. That name sounds quite cool. Lingren muttered. It doesn't sound like a name, more like a code name. Yes, it's a code name. Many people call me Miaba. Wang Feng replied. I've been called that so much that I almost forgot my real name. The three looked at him speechlessly, but they understood that this kid probably didn't want to reveal his real name, so they didn't ask further. The four entered the soul-hunting forest. Little Mia, you're a recovery-type soul master, quite fragile, so don't run around before the battle. Stay close to me and see Rome. I will protect you, Old Hayes said sternly. No problem. You guys just fight as you like. Keep your soul power up. Wang Feng smiled. Walking on the quiet path, the occasional cawing sound made Wang Feng feel as if he had returned to a primitive forest. Before long, the three encountered a 100-year-old flame hedgehog. Be careful, this flame hedgehog is highly aggressive, but from its size, it seems to be only around 500 years old. Rong seemed to be the backbone of the three, issuing orders. The weak point of this flame hedgehog is its waist and abdomen. The rest of its body is impervious. What a pity! If it were 800 years old, it would be great. Listening to Rong's introduction, Wang Feng looked at the flame hedgehog in the distance. The information in the library was mostly very rough. This flame hedgehog was particularly restraining to a plant-type soul master like him, because as long as he tried to control it, the flames on its body would ignite, making it very difficult for him to control. So, Ling Ren, make sure to aim for the kill. Go into stealth mode now, Rong said, experienced and calm. No problem. Ling Ren leaped up a giant tree in an instant, disappearing from the three's sight. Old Hay, protect us well. Be careful of the flame hedgehog launching its fiery needles. Rong continued. Old Hay's expression darkened, and after activating 2 yellow soul rings, his body began to expand, with a layer of dense rock particles covering his skin, adding a rugged look to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame hedgehog in the distance shot out several fiery needles, all of which were blocked by Old Hay. However, when they hit him, they made a clanging sound. His defensive ability is indeed impressive, Wang Feng thought to himself. The fiery needles shot by the flame hedgehog were very hot, and he didn't expect Old Hay to be so resilient. Seeing the needles ineffective, the flame hedgehog suddenly charged towards the three, stomping the ground with a thud. Ling Rei! Rong suddenly shouted, and she also activated 2 yellow soul rings, forcefully calling out her iron tooth, grass, martial soul, pressing it into the ground. Suddenly, several iron wires shot up from the ground, quickly wrapping around the flame hedgehog's front legs. However, the iron wires formed from iron tooth grass were quickly dissolved, but with its front legs hindered, the flame hedgehog, like a speeding car, flipped over from its head, lying on the ground and exposing its white belly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly fell from the tree above, landing on the flame hedgehog's abdomen with a swish, creating a burst of blood. The black figure nimbly jumped up from the abdomen, avoiding the splatter of blood. In the blink of an eye, this 500-year-old flame hedgehog was taken down by the three, experienced and with good coordination. Wow, the blood of this flame hedgehog is very hot. Fortunately, I dodged in time. Ling Feng walked down from a distance. It was him who had delivered the critical blow to the flame hedgehog at the crucial moment. However, this strike seemed to have consumed quite a bit of his energy. He probably used a soul skill. Let us keep going. This flame hedgehog should not be dead. We don't need its soul ring. Let it live for others. Rong said lightly. Chapter 45. Snatching soul rings. Is there such a rule in the soul hunting forest? Wang Feng asked in surprise. Not really, but killing it is useless. It would be a waste of a soul ring. So unless we encounter a suitable soul beast, most soul beasts we three will not kill. We just need to incapacitate them, Ling Ren explained with a smile. However, some soul masters are quite bloodthirsty. They might hunt soul beasts even without needing the soul rings. Everyone has different pursuits. Wang Feng nodded. It made sense. If you were to hunt soul beasts alone in the future without a team, there was no need to kill them. It seemed like a better way to train. I'll help you recover a bit. Let's try to keep our soul power at full. Wang Feng suggested. Do you have enough soul power? Rong looked at him doubtfully. We consume very little, but you're only level 16. You shouldn't have much soul power, right? Isn't it a bit wasteful to replenish us like this? No, not all. I would love to use more soul power, Wang Feng said eagerly, directly using his soul power to activate the golden lotus and provide soul power to the three of them. Besides, I think we should keep our soul power as full as possible. If we encounter a large and powerful soul beast later, it would be easier to deal with. Rong was taken aback, and after thinking about it, she agreed. After all, when facing a large soul beast, there wouldn't be much time to replenish. when Wang Feng provided soul power to Si Rong and Ling Ren for the first time. Both of them finally experienced the kind of refreshing feeling that Lao He had described. Lao He, this feels great. Lao He gleam, his whole body tingling from the soul power recovery, which was quite interesting. Ling Ren had a mischievous smile on his face, while Si Rong simply smiled. The four of them spent the entire afternoon in the hunting soul forest, hunting various soul beasts. However, most of them were not killed. They just incapacitated the soul beasts and let them recover slowly. As night fell, they hadn't encountered a suitable 800-year soul beast, and their luck seemed to be running low. Ling Ren leaned against a tree, his spirit completely exhausted. Lao He also sat on the ground, his robust body now slumped. Si Rong had beads of sweat all over her face. Only Wang Feng remained energetic, looking ahead. Throughout the afternoon, his soul power had been continuously consumed. But now that he stopped to meditate, his training speed noticeably increased. It seemed that the more he consumed, the faster his meditation and training became. They had just fought against a 700-year soul beast. Although they won, all three were very tired. Do you need a replenishment? Wang Feng's robust voice rang out. The three looked at Wang Feng in unison and asked, "Do you still have soul power?" They had encountered at least 10 soul beasts that afternoon. Normally, after battling 4 soul beasts, they would need to replenish their power. Yet, with this kid named Xiaomie continuously providing soul power, they had managed to fight 10 soul beasts in a full state. Xiaomie, are you really only level 15? Lao He scratched his head. I've seen recovery-type soul masters before, but even those in their 20s don't last this long. I can't help it. My greatest feature is endurance. Wang Feng chuckled awkwardly. Although he was only level 15, his soul power was extremely durable, plus the Meteor Tears provided automatic recovery effects. He still had 1/5 of his soul power left. Moreover, Wang Feng felt that he was close to reaching level 16. Although he didn't directly participate in battles that afternoon, he had been continuously consuming soul power. Lao He, you young kid, not very old, but you like to say some dirty jokes, Ling Ren said with a smirk on his face. But this is beyond just being persistent, right? We can't handle it anymore, can we? Sister Si Rong, can you still hold on? Bang! As soon as Ling Ren finished speaking, Si Rong slapped the back of his head. You've gotten bold, daring to tease me? Si Rong glared at Ling Ren. Wang Feng laughed a few times. After an afternoon of fighting, he found the group quite enjoyable. Ling Ren's personality was a bit cheeky, and he liked to make dirty jokes. Do you really still have soul power? Si Rong asked Wang Feng, frowning. She was a bit surprised. A level 15 soul master continuously providing recovery to soul masters above level 20 was already impressive. But now he still had soul power to give? That was quite unusual. It's okay. I should have enough to replenish each of you one more time, Wang Feng said without revealing how much he had left. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from afar. A faint purple mist suddenly covered their line of sight. It's the thorny purple spirit vine. Si Rong stood up abruptly. Looking at the indistinct vine in the distance, she shouted, "About 800 years. Just what I wanted." Ling Ren and Lao He also stood up, their eyes filled with joy as they looked into the distance. The purpose of this trip was to find a suitable soul ring breakthrough for Si Rong. The thorny purple spirit vine was just perfect. The thorny purple spirit vine releases a purple mist that affects a soul master's mind and has excellent illusion effects, making it one of the most needed attributes for control-type soul masters. Xiaomie, help us restore our soul power to full, Si Rong urgently said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng nodded. If it was about 800 years, he would need to take it seriously, especially since the three had fought all afternoon. And even if their soul power could be replenished, their mental state had significantly decreased. But the three were experienced, and Wang Feng felt that there wouldn't be any issues. After restoring the three of them, Wang Feng estimated that he had only a little soul power left. Ling Ren, remember to use that move. The thorny purple spirit vine is most afraid of fire. Si Rong instructed Ling Ren. Ling Ren had a soul skill called Flying Flame Strike, which could coat his dagger with a faint layer of flame, making it the best method to deal with this purple spirit vine. Lao He, take out the bitter root, Si Rong said as she brought out the materials she had prepared from her pack. It was a pale white root about the length of a finger, emitting a pungent smell. Wang Feng observed carefully. The three had indeed prepared very thoroughly, and their target was likely this thorny purple spirit vine. The bitter root was a special herb with no other use but its extreme bitterness, which could stimulate the senses. Once enveloped by the purple mist of the thorny purple spirit vine, the bitterness would stimulate the brain, preventing them from being entranced. This was the experience of a seasoned team. Wang Feng felt that this kind of battle was indeed much more fulfilling than the simple understanding in the academy. Wang Feng stood behind Lao He, watching the three fight from a distance. Soon, the 800-year thorny purple spirit vine was cut down by their well-coordinated teamwork. Ling Ren's flying flame struck nearly severed 10 of the thorny purple spirit vine's tendrils, rendering it unable to move. They just needed one final blow. The three, panting heavily, looked at this scene, their faces beaming with excitement. Great! This hunt is perfect! An 800-year thorny purple spirit vine. But Xiaomia's contribution was immense. Let's reward him with 2 gold soul coins later. Ling Ren said excitedly. Sister Si Rong, hurry and give this purple spirit vine the final blow. Okay, Si Rong nodded, taking a small sword and walking towards the distant purple vine. However, at that moment, a figure rushed over from the opposite side. Swish! The sudden appearance of the figure cut down the purple vine before Si Rong could reach it. A deep yellow soul ring slowly lit up. The three were instantly stunned. In the distance, a mocking laughter came. Sorry, I saw this thorny purple spirit vine first. It belongs to me. Trouble for you guys. Chapter 46. You're not an auxiliary soul master? The sudden change left all 4 of them frozen. The figure was extremely fast, taking advantage of the moment when the 3 were exhausted to strike. The speed was so quick that Si Rong and the others didn't even have time to react before the purple vine was killed, and the soul ring lit up. Only the one who killed the soul beast could absorb its soul ring. Lao He, Si Rong, and Ling Ren stood frozen in place. Si Rong halted her steps, having only taken 2 steps and still being quite a distance from the purple vine. At this moment, she could only watch as a deep yellow soul ring lit up on the purple vine, which she could not absorb. Standing beside the purple vine was a young man with a mocking smile on his face, a hint of pride in his eyes. The young man looked about 20, dressed in quite luxurious clothing, resembling a student from the academy, exuding a fierce aura of someone who was not afraid of anything. Kid, do you know that taking someone else's soul ring is a despicable thing to do? Ling Ren glared coldly at the young man. Si Rong quietly watched, her eyes icy. The timing of this young man's attack was too critical. He had taken advantage of the moment when they had just defeated the thorny purple spirit vine, immersed in the joy of victory, and at the same time, they were out of soul power. He struck with incredible speed. Really? The young man looked at Ling Ren in surprise. But we discovered this thorny purple spirit vine first, right? There was no way around it. You all acted first. And this doesn't count as stealing. If you discovered it first, why didn't you hunt it down? Old He said in a deep voice, waiting until after we made our move. The Wang Feng behind him couldn't help but shake his head at this. Old He was a simple and honest man. And to put it simply, he was an honest person. The boy's words were clearly just a trick. Old He actually believed him. Sure enough, the boy laughed a few times and said, there's nothing I can do. I just wanted to wait a bit longer before making my move to restore my soul power. I didn't expect you to act first. You can't blame me for that. After saying this, he stood motionless beside the purple spirit vine. It was obvious that he couldn't defeat the thorny purple spirit vine by himself. So he was doing this on purpose. This person should be a student from a high-level soul master academy. Si Rong observed the young man and coldly said, he should be at level 30, preparing to hunt soul beasts by himself to meet graduation requirements. Judging by his appearance and situation, it can't be wrong. Wang Feng nodded repeatedly. Feeling that this sister Si Rong had quite an impressive eye, she thought the same as he did. Amazing. So what now, Sister Si Rong? Ling Ren's face darkened. Are we just going to watch him take your spirit ring? It was hard to find a suitable spirit ring. If we give up just like that, who knows how long it will take to find another. An entire afternoon of fighting just for this soul beast, and someone else snatched it away. Who can bear that? I'm running low on soul power. Old He shook his head. What else can we do? Si Rong shook her head helplessly. He killed it first. So I can't absorb the spirit ring. Besides, it's not wise to engage with him now. Our combat power is virtually non-existent. This scoundrel has been watching us from the side, conserving his strength. We know nothing about his capabilities. If we engage in a fight, the only ones who will suffer will be us. Although there was still Xiaomia, he was just a healing-type soul master, and his soul power was probably depleted like ours, unable to use his martial soul to restore us. Engaging in a fight would also not be safe for him. After Si Rong finished speaking, Ling Run and Old He fell silent. Yeah, what else can we do? They couldn't absorb the spirit ring. If they fought, it would definitely be them who suffered, and they would also drag the innocent Xiao Mian to it, which wouldn't be fair or safe for him. As a healing-type soul master, his combat power was almost zero, and being so young, with no one to protect him, if that young man attacked and hurt him, who would take responsibility? At that moment, Wang Feng stepped forward and asked, "You guys aren't just going to let it go, are you? This guy is too despicable. Can you all really tolerate this?" The three of them. Strong-arming the spirit ring is indeed very despicable, and besides, there are no other people around to witness it. In these times, there are no phones to record criminal evidence, so what can we do about it? Wang Feng took a few steps forward and said, "Stop with the nonsense. You stole the spirit ring. You have to compensate, right? No more talking. 1,000 gold soul coins. If you can produce that, the spirit ring is yours. If not, you won't leave here today." 1,000 gold soul coins is indeed a bit exaggerated. Generally, hunting an 800-year-old soul beast, with all costs combined, would probably max out at around 100 coins. All right. To everyone's surprise, the young man first looked stunned, then disdainfully glanced at Wang Feng and said, "You want gold soul coins, huh? Catch." Saying that, the young man took out a gold soul coin from his pocket and threw it directly at Wang Feng. Whoosh! The young man had considerable strength, and the gold soul coin shot towards Wang Feng with a whooshing sound. Seeing this, the three of them changed their expressions. Old He suddenly used the last bit of soul power, leaped high, and directly caught the gold soul coin with his palm. However, a bright red mark appeared on his hand. "Ha ha! You an auxiliary soul master dare to ask me for gold soul coins?" The young man scoffed. "I really envy your naivety. Kid, if you could see the situation clearly, you wouldn't say such foolish things." After saying this, the young man's body suddenly trembled. A martial soul appeared behind him, and then 2 yellow soul rings rose from his body. "I am the martial soul of the Kanjiing, and I'm currently at full soul power in peak condition. Kid, do you still want gold soul coins?" The young man emitted a powerful aura, and his entire being seemed like a soaring eagle. No wonder his speed was so strange earlier. This Kanjiing martial soul, although strong in power, was extremely fast. It could be used for reconnaissance and many other purposes. Seeing this, Si Rong and the others sighed repeatedly. "Xiaomia, just give it up." Old He simply bandaged his injury and said softly, "It can't be counted." Wang Feng snorted coldly. "If he doesn't give the gold soul coins, we'll stay here. He absorbs the spirit ring, and we'll deal with him. Anyway, in an hour, the spirit ring will disappear. For soul masters to absorb spirit rings is extremely dangerous. If they are attacked, the consequences will be dire." Sure enough, upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed, and he coldly said, "You really are refusing a toast and instead opting for punishment. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat." With that, the young man leaped high, his claws like wings, diving down at incredible speed. "Be careful," Si Rong exclaimed, quickly shouting, wanting to use her soul skill to trap the young man. But she couldn't even activate her martial soul. Lingren watched anxiously as well. Wang Feng was positioned relatively far away, as he was a healing type, keeping away from the battle zone, still about 20 to 30 meters from them. Lingren couldn't rush over in time. They could only watch as the young man descended like an eagle ready to catch its prey below. Wang Feng squinted, neither dodging nor evading. Seeing the young man rushing towards him at such speed that he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, the three of them gasped in surprise, thinking to themselves that it was bad. But just at that moment, before the young man's hands could grab Wang Feng's shoulders, Wang Feng's hand seemed to enter bullet time, quietly grabbing the young man's arm first. Then Wang Feng's body shifted to the side, with a side kick. This kick landed directly on the young man's stomach, as if it had kicked the food out of him. A piercing pain surged from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Boom! Wang Feng let go, and the young man crashed into a distant tree, leaving a human-shaped imprint on it, causing the tree to sway dangerously. A loud sound echoed. Instantly, Si Rong and the others were completely stunned. They heard a broken voice coming from the imprint on the tree. "Why, you're not an auxiliary soul master, right? How can you have such strength?" Chapter 47, Skyward Throw. At this moment, Wang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, I am an auxiliary soul master. My current martial soul is recovery." He spoke seriously, but Si Rong and the others were left speechless. The young man staggered out from the indentation, angrily shouting, "Bullshit! How can you, an auxiliary soul master, have such quick reactions and strength. Do you think I'm being stupid? There are auxiliary soul masters in the academy. And even if a few have decent physical qualities, how could they compare to you? This kid looks young. Either he's hiding his strength or concealing his martial soul. Is it not allowed for an auxiliary soul master to be stronger than you? Wang Feng laughed. You stop talking nonsense. If you can't produce the gold soul coins for compensation today, I'll let you know that this world is full of malice towards you. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately roared. You little brat are quite arrogant. A prestigious soul master about to graduate and enter the soul respect realm. If I get taken down by a kid, that would be too embarrassing. He initially didn't want to use soul skills against this kid, but now he changed his mind. Li Ying sneered. That kick earlier, while it hurt him a bit, was not enough to make him lose his combat capability. Moreover, he still had soul skills he hadn't used. He thought he didn't need to. Who knew this kid seemed to have a trick up his sleeve? Soul skill, Eagle Doppelganger. Li Ying shouted, and 2 yellow soul rings quickly lit up, with a large gray eagle rising behind him. Immediately after, Li Ying started swaying left and right rapidly. It looked extremely bizarre, with phantom images appearing around him. Incomprehensible? Wang Feng thought, are you kidding me? Kid, are you seeing things? Ha ha ha. Li Ying's voice came from the phantoms, carrying a hint of arrogance. Xiaomia, be careful, Ling Ren shouted. His soul skill is very strange and difficult to defend against. When he attacks, you must be extremely cautious. After speaking, Ling Ren's expression darkened. He couldn't see clearly the young man's figure jumping left and right. It's making me dizzy, Lao Hei said, staring at Li Ying's figure, feeling disoriented. What kind of soul skill is this? Is it meant to disrupt the enemy's vision? It should be... Si Rong nodded, watching Li Ying, who kept jumping back and forth in the distance. Just then, Li Ying moved. He charged toward Wang Feng in a curved trajectory, surrounded by phantoms that made it hard to discern which was the real one. Then, Li Ying began to spin around Wang Feng, as if trying to make him dizzy, but the surrounding phantoms increased even more. This soul skill is really troublesome, Ling Ren thought. Don't say, I'm really getting dizzy. Lao Hei shook his head. Xiaomia's physical quality should be the result of hard training. Although he narrowly avoided that attack just now, he is ultimately an auxiliary soul master. Si Rong frowned, and not a battle soul master. Once he uses a soul skill, it will be hard for Xiaomia to resist. Wang Feng stood still, watching the rapidly spinning Li Ying around him, feeling somewhat amused. He hadn't used much strength with that kick earlier. He just used force against force to kick the guy away. Unexpectedly, this level 30 battle soul master was still somewhat resilient and flashy. Just then, among the myriad of shadows, a figure suddenly burst out, almost at a hidden speed, and hugged Wang Feng from behind. Let me show you my newly created soul skill, Skyward Toss, Li Ying shouted, suddenly lifting Wang Feng while spinning wildly, leaping dozens of meters high. Seeing this, Si Rong and the others changed dramatically. Li Ying's 2 soul skills were truly cunning. Ling Ren's heart tightened. First, use Eagle Doppelganger to blur the enemy's vision and senses. Then at this moment, use the second soul skill. This skyward toss is probably meant to lift Xiaomia into the air and slam him down. Look, Li Ying's hands are like claws, and his feet are locked, resembling a falcon capturing prey while flying in the sky, and he's spinning rapidly, making it impossible for Xiaomia to move at all. Ling Ren, being an agile battle soul master, saw the trick at a glance. Upon hearing Ling Ren's analysis, Si Rong and Lao Hei were instantly stunned. So strong. This move of his can probably lift even someone as large as Lao Hei. Si Rong frowned tightly. This is already nearly 20 meters high. Falling from such a height, even a level 30 battle soul master, no matter how strong their physical quality, would be severely injured. Kid, are you scared? Li Ying said ominously, binding Wang Feng completely. Super scared, but wait, you don't need to be scared either. What am I scared of? Li Ying snorted coldly. At this point, Li Ying had already leaped to a high point, and the 2 of them were about to fall in an instant. Goodbye, kid. Li Ying smiled mockingly, planning to let go of Wang Feng and float away. However, as soon as Li Ying let go, he realized he was still falling. Looking down, Li Ying's face changed dramatically. Kid, let go. Wang Feng had suddenly bound Li Ying's hands and feet instead. Let go. Wang Feng laughed. This skyward toss is quite interesting. How can I not personally experience a soul skill I created myself? The 2 of them fell rapidly. Li Ying panika. If he kept falling like this, he wasn't made of iron and wasn't a defensive type of battle soul master. Wouldn't he be smashed to pieces? Kid, let go. Li Ying showed angrily. No, let go. And I can let you land safely. Li Ying was getting more anxious. No way. The ground is our mother. Let's dive into mother's embrace together. Please, I'm begging you. Let go. Li Ying trembled. The whistling wind rushed past his ears. This kid had no idea where he got the strength to bind his hands and feet so tightly. Calling me daddy won't help. Boom. In the eyes of the three, within a few seconds, the two of them almost crashed to the ground simultaneously, creating a wave of air. Huh. Is this skyward toss a soul skill meant for mutual destruction? Ling Ren was instantly stunned. How could they fall together? The two were unaware of the scene. Quick, go check. Si Rong hurriedly urged. Xiaomia might be hurt. The three quickly rushed towards the landing point of the two, and when they looked closely, they were stunned. They saw the little boy in a black robe shaking off the dust from his body, and upon seeing the three approach, he grinned. You guys are here? The three looked at Wang Feng, examining him closely. Si Rong swallowed hard and asked, are you okay? Falling from such a height. Even Lao He would be dizzy and spitting blood. How come he looks like nothing happened? I'm in pain all over. Wang Feng smiled. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They thought to themselves, does he look like someone in extreme pain? Where's that guy? Lao He asked. Wang Feng seemed to remember something and quickly jumped out of the small pit they had fallen into, pointing at the hole inside. Look, isn't he right here? The three looked and gasped. Compared to the unscathed Wang Feng, Li Ying was in a terrible state. At that moment, his eyes were rolling back. Blood was oozing from his mouth, and he lay there like a dead fish. When we fell, just now, I used him as a cushion, Wang Feng said with a smile. In reality, both of them had fallen together. However, Wang Feng's physical quality was extremely strong, so even falling from nearly 20 meters high, he had suffered no harm. But Li Ying was in a miserable condition. At that moment, he was probably severely injured, with several ribs broken. The three suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Why didn't he let you go just now? Ling Ren felt puzzled and said, is this cloud sky projection really a soul skill that leads to mutual destruction? When Li Ying jumped up holding Wang Feng, he was in a high-speed spinning state both when he leaped and when he fell, making it hard for the three to see clearly. They couldn't hear the conversation between the two either. Who knows? Wang Feng shrugged. If he doesn't say, is this his new soul skill? He probably hasn't mastered it yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been used as a cushion by me. It seems so. New soul skills generally require time to get familiar with, and this kind of attack is very dangerous. Lao He couldn't help but mockingly glance at Li Ying and kicked him casually, saying, are you stupid? You dare to use a soul skill that you're not familiar with, and you let someone use you as a cushion? This kind of move clearly requires you to retreat after launching your enemy into the air, yet you just follow them down? So foolish. Li Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Wang Feng, but he couldn't say a word. It's not that he wasn't familiar. He was bound by this kid. He couldn't retreat at all. Just now, the two fell together. But who would have thought this kid came out unscathed? Hurry up. Check if he has any gold soul coins. Wang Feng hurriedly urged the three. Otherwise, this trip would really be for nothing. After defeating a monster, you have to loot the corpse. It's a fine tradition. All right, I'll go first. Lao He seemed quite experienced, his rough hands directly rummaging over Li Ying's body. Before long, he pulled out a small pouch. There should be dozens of gold soul coins, which is still a decent haul. Lao He opened the pouch, and his face turned black instantly. Why are they all silver soul coins? Only a few gold ones? So poor. Lao He was speechless. No wonder he had to rely on robbing other soul rings. Damn it. Lao He spat several times in frustration. Li Ying's mouth twitched again. Wang Feng thought to himself, hunting soul beasts alone means either one is very strong or has no connections and money, unable to find someone to help. So, it's quite normal for them to do some despicable things. Lao He, let me search. Wang Feng glanced at Li Ying, walked over, and reached out to feel around. Soon, he pulled out a white ring that looked somewhat like a ring. What's this? Wang Feng said in surprise. Could this guy have gotten married? With someone like him? Is it possible that someone would marry him? Upon seeing this ring, Li Ying suddenly struggled violently, but his body only twitched. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. So excited, could it be a token of love? Wang Feng wondered. At this moment, Si Rong suddenly said in a deep voice, Xiaomia, this isn't a ring. This should be a soul guide device. I didn't expect this guy to have such a precious soul guide device. Hearing the words soul guide device, Wang Feng was instantly stunned. He certainly knew about this, Xiao San had a famous soul guide device called 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. It had 24 cubes, a divine artifact for spatial storage. It's good to carry around. Looks great. It was gifted by the master. A soul guide device? Damn. Could it be that this guy has hidden good things inside? Lingren said excitedly. Since all three of them had no soul power left, Wang Feng directly activated his soul power to enter the ring. However, as soon as Wang Feng checked, a few woven books suddenly appeared in his hand. Nothing useful, just these few books. Wang Feng lamented. What a miser. This soul guide device was probably something he got lucky with. If he had to buy it, he probably couldn't afford such a precious thing. The interior of the ring was small, only 2 or 3 cubic meters, far inferior to Xiao San's. But Wang Feng found it novel and quite useful. He could store some miscellaneous items in it, making travel much more convenient. Books? What kind of books? Si Rong asked curiously. Upon seeing them, her face instantly turned red as she scolded Li Ying, perverted little man. Wang, Ling Run, and Lao He were stunned. Looking at the books, their expressions varying. Lao He's face turned red. Wang Feng and Ling Ren found it amusing because the few books were actually adult content. 6,666. Damn it, a soul guide device, such a precious thing. And you actually use it to store this kind of stuff? Wang Feng laughed at Li Ying, who was exposed. You really are a talent. Chapter 49, a year later. Changes. The other two burst into laughter upon hearing this. All right, let's go. Si Rong commanded. Don't waste any more time. Xiao Mia, this trip relies entirely on you. You defeated it, so this soul guide device naturally belongs to you. This Xiao Mia was quite mysterious. Although he claimed to be level 16, his recovery ability was stronger than many soul masters above level 20. He also possessed a very strong physical quality, making him worth befriending. I won't be polite then. Wang Feng didn't refuse. Getting a soul guide device for storage was the biggest gain of this trip. Wang Feng tossed a few books he held to Li Ying, saying, Since this is your treasure, we won't take what you love. We'll return this to you. With that, he slapped the books onto Li Ying's face. The four exited the soul-hunting forest and bid farewell to each other. Wang Feng quickly returned to Ding Academy. Outside the soul-hunting forest, there were many people from all walks of life, soul masters from various cities in the Fast-Nuo province. Plus, with him wearing a cloak and mask, Wang Feng wasn't worried at all that Li Ying would recognize him. Even Si Rong and the others probably wouldn't know which city he was in. This trip was very rewarding. It seems that battling others or hunting soul beasts alone is beneficial. Wang Feng touched the iron ring in his pocket, wondering what material it was made of. A soul guide device. Having this thing is like carrying 2 or 3 suitcases. Although it's not very big, it's very convenient for storing things. It's the biggest gain of this trip. He felt it could be used to scam soul rings. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Wang Feng's mind. He could hunt soul beasts alone, keep an eye on his surroundings. And if anyone dared to show up to steal the soul rings, he could let them take it. Then he could confidently rob them. What a great way to get rich. So shameless, better not. Wang Feng shook his head. Long-term doing this could lead to trouble and attract attention. After some contemplation, Wang Feng began to meditate and practice until the next morning, feeling that he had reached level 16 in his training. The speed had increased significantly. It seems that my daily life should be this fulfilling yet boring from now on. Thus, Wang Feng followed the scheduled plan every day, either attending classes to learn various basic knowledge of the continent or going to the soul-hunting forest to battle soul beasts. Sometimes, he would also visit the master to chat with Xiao San and Xiao Wu, have meals together, and occasionally exchange various discussions. However, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and the master had no idea that Wang Feng went to the soul-hunting forest almost every day, because in the afternoons, he had his own free time. Xiao San would go do part-time work, and they would only gather occasionally. Everyone had their own affairs. In the mornings, he studied. In the afternoons, he hunted in the soul-hunting forest, and in the evenings, he meditated and practiced. Because he fought soul beasts almost every day, Wang Feng gained a deeper understanding of various soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest, learning a lot about their characteristics, habits, flaws, etc., even surpassing much of the knowledge known by many instructors. The improvement in combat brought about an increase in training speed. In fact, it aligned closely with Wang Feng's thoughts. Maintaining a high-intensity combat state could enhance the speed of soul power cultivation. Moreover, every night, while meditating, Wang Feng would think about the meditation cultivation method, specifically the route of soul power within his body. In Xiao San's view, it was somewhat similar to an internal power route, since he had previously followed the meditation methods provided by the academy. But after practicing for a long time, Wang Feng felt that these meditation methods were somewhat lengthy. Thus, he could only take risks to modify these routes, as he had become quite familiar with them from daily practice. However, this improvement comes with risks. The Academy's mentor once said that one shouldn't easily modify the way of meditation, otherwise it might lead to a state similar to going mad. But Wang Feng wasn't afraid, as he had Meteor Tears as a safeguard. Therefore, he was quite bold and gradually cultivated the Academy's meditation method, eliminating many lengthy and cumbersome paths, making it more concise and efficient, which greatly increased the speed of soul power cultivation. Of course, there were indeed a few instances of losing control midway, where he felt as if he might explode, but all were calmed down by Meteor Tears. Even so, the period from 16 to 17 was relatively quick, taking only a little over 10 days, but from 17 to 18, it took almost 2 months, and from 18 to 19, it took a full 4 months. It wasn't until the end of this semester that Wang Feng felt he was close to reaching 20, compressing and refining soul power. This path he chose made Wang Feng doubt whether he could reach level 30 in the remaining 5 years. Modifying the meditation method and battling soul beasts had greatly accelerated his improvement, but the actual speed still far exceeded Wang Feng's expectations. However, the benefits were naturally as Wang Feng had anticipated. His soul power was even more durable compared to soul masters above level 30. This was the huge benefit brought by being more refined. Wang Feng casually chose a nearby city to secretly test his soul power level, while concealing his appearance. Because he possessed the token given by the mysterious boy, he had the right to self-assess. Therefore, Xiao San was still unaware of his soul power level. In fact, as long as it wasn't an assessment to upgrade his soul master rank, but merely a level assessment, he didn't need to show his soul rings. Moreover, he randomly chose a martial soul branch in the surrounding cities for the assessment, so the previous Bishop Jekko wouldn't even notice him, let alone the higher-ups. Actually, even without the assessment, Wang Feng could roughly calculate his soul power level. He just wanted to test the token given by the mysterious boy at the Martial Soul Hall. Clearly, the authority of this token was somewhat beyond Wang Feng's expectations. Most of the lowest-level martial soul branches held this token in great respect, allowing one to receive about 10 gold soul coins per month at the Martial Soul Hall, which was already a considerable amount. However, Wang Feng didn't claim it. He merely used this token to disguise himself and enter the Martial Soul Hall for a level test. I must say, Wang Feng found that he had quite a talent for disguise. Perhaps due to the influence of his past life, he had some understanding of makeup, one of the 4 major dark arts of Asia at that time. His disguise was so effective that even Xiao San could be fooled, which made Wang Feng quite proud. Coupled with this token, Wang Feng could guarantee that even Bishop Jekko and that mysterious boy wouldn't know his situation. However, at higher-level martial soul sub-halls and even higher martial soul main halls, although this token was still useful, its power would be significantly diminished. During the long battles in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng also got to know Si Rong and her companions quite well. The 3 of them were part of a mercenary-like organization. Since their talents were not outstanding, they couldn't enter advanced soul master academies for study. They directly graduated into society and took on jobs hunting soul beasts for work and soul coins. Such teams were quite common and were often hired by many noble families to hunt soul beasts. Wang Feng temporarily joined them, and when Si Rong and her companions had tasks, he would venture into the soul-hunting forest alone to fight soul beasts. When there were activities, they would do them together. By the end of this semester, Wang Feng had earned about 100 gold soul coins from hunting soul beasts, which was a significant amount. It's important to note that in Doluo continent, 1 gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family to live well for several months. Wang Feng estimated that its purchasing power was equivalent to around 10,000 RMB. 100+ coins would be equivalent to over 100,000. Previously, in Holy Soul Village, he had slowly developed and saved for several years, and he had only a few gold soul coins. Meanwhile, Wang Feng purchased special refined iron from a nearby city's blacksmith shop to forge a set of weighted clothing, weighing over 400 pounds for daily training. This refined iron is very expensive and lightweight. A piece the size of a thumb is extremely heavy, wearing a full set of protective gear. Although it doesn't seem to change his physique much, it is indeed very heavy. Moreover, wearing such weighted gear has its benefits. It can enhance the speed of soul power cultivation. This is something Wang Feng discovered after getting used to it. Because if you don't control your body with soul power while wearing this weighted gear, it will have a significant impact. If you step down with 400 pounds, you can easily leave an imprint. Therefore, to control the weight of your body, you must use soul power, as only then can you walk normally. Constantly using soul power requires concentration, which naturally increases the speed of cultivation. Furthermore, wearing it means you have to use soul power even while eating and drinking, controlling your body at every moment. Otherwise, if you're not careful, even bumping into someone could seriously injure them. However, this kind of weight is something that ordinary soul masters cannot endure. Without Wang Feng's physical qualities, wearing 400 pounds of protective gear every day would have likely caused various injuries to their bodies long ago. Time passed, and after more than half a year, the first semester came to an end. Wang Feng, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu were heading back to Holy Soul Village for the first time. Chapter 50. Are you trying to cause trouble for me? At the gate of Nodding City. Brother Feng, Xiao Wu is also going back with me, said Tang San. After more than half a year, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown taller. Tang San looked more robust, likely from his daily blacksmithing exercises, and his face bore a hint of determination. Next to Tang San, Xiao Wu was looking around curiously, seemingly wondering where the Holy Soul Village mentioned by Xiao San was located. All right, Wang Feng nodded, glancing at Xiao Wu. Although she was still wearing Nodding Academy's uniform, she had also grown taller like Tang San. However, compared to him, they were still a head shorter. Hey, that guy Xiao Chenyu has already gone to the Intermediate Academy. I wonder how boring it will be for him in the next few years, Xiao Wu pouted. Luckily, I still have you to play with, Xiao San. Brother Feng is too strong. I can't beat him, so I don't want to feel uncomfortable. The three of them set off toward Holy Soul Village, chatting along the way. The Junior Academy had few students. After Xiao Chenyu left, there was basically no one who could spar with Xiao Wu. Only Tang San could practice with her for a long time. Wang Feng rarely joined in because he needed to greatly lower his strength to spar with them. Most of the time, Wang Feng was either immersed in the Soul Beast Forest or studying meditation cultivation methods. Brother Feng, your soul power hasn't decreased, right? Tang San suddenly asked. You've sparred with us a few times this year, and I feel like your strength hasn't decreased at all. I wonder if your soul power has decreased. Tang San was clearly still concerned about Wang Feng's 1,000-year soul ring, even though Wang Feng had said at the time that there would be no impact. However, in the past year, Tang San had rarely seen Wang Feng use his martial soul. Even during the occasional matches with them, he relied solely on his physical abilities to compete evenly with them. Yes, Wang Feng shook his head. My soul power hasn't decreased. Hearing this, Tang San felt relieved. As long as it hadn't decreased, it meant that the side effects of the 1,000-year soul ring might not be as severe for Wang Feng as Master had imagined. Then we might surpass Brother Feng. You should still be at level 15, right? Xiao Wu waved her fist and said, next time, Xiao San and I will definitely defeat you. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, suddenly felt a bit dazed. For the past 6 months, he had been immersed in combat training and various research, without paying attention to the soul power improvements of the two. Although he lamented that his own training speed was very slow due to the compression of soul power, it seemed that even at this slow pace, he was still much faster than most people. I'm really looking forward to it, Wang Feng said with a smile. At this point, he couldn't help but glance at Tang San. He vaguely remembered that in the original story, during this year, Xiao San's father left, and he officially established a brother-sister relationship with Xiao Wu. It was probably time to go back and see old Jack. Wang Feng looked at the small village with curling smoke in the distance, and his gaze suddenly became a bit ethereal. Saint Soul Village. Hey, Xiao San. Your village looks pretty good too. They finally arrived at the entrance of the Soul Village in the afternoon. A year seemed not to have brought too many changes to this small village. The water in the central stone pillar fountain at the village gate was still clear. Occasionally, a few villagers passed by the entrance, carrying various kitchen utensils on their way home, sometimes accompanied by a few mischievous children chattering away. What is that stone pillar in the middle? There are 2 handprints on it. Xiao Wu hopped over to take a look and asked. That a masterpiece by Pangu. A few years ago, our Saint Soul Village was still very barren. It wasn't like it is now, with clean stone roads and beautiful fountain gardens. Tang San walked over and explained with a smile. At that moment, they suddenly heard a familiar voice from a distance. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, why are you back? The old and familiar figure of old Jack came from afar. After a year, Wang Feng noticed that there were more wrinkles on Grandpa Jack's face. Time had aged him. It's winter break, so we came back early, Wang Feng said as he walked over to support old Jack. You kids, really? Such a long journey. Old Jack glared at Wang Feng, but then said, it's good that you're back. Suddenly, old Jack looked at Tang San, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao San. Your father, Grandpa Jack, I'm going back to see my father. Tang San said excitedly, and then took Xiao Wu toward the blacksmith shop. Xiao Wu initially wanted to see the story behind the stone pillar, but, hearing Tang San's rare excitement, she directly followed him. Uncle Hao should be gone, right? Wang Feng suddenly said. Yes, he has gone. How do you know? Old Jack nodded and instinctively replied. Yes, he has gone. Xiao Feng, how do you know? Wang Feng did not answer, only supporting Grandpa Jack as they walked to the blacksmith shop, watching Tang San lost in thought inside. This guy Tang Hao is really irresponsible. Old Jack said angrily. After handing me the letter, he just left without considering Tang San's feelings. I'll go give the letter to Tang San. Saying that, he walked in and handed the letter to Tang San. Wang Feng thought to himself, Uncle Hao must have come to see Xiao San, right? However, given Uncle Hao's personality, it was unlikely he would meet Xiao San directly. He probably watched secretly from some corner. Thinking this, Wang Feng walked in and saw Tang San looking dejected. He said, Xiao San, actually Uncle Hao should have come in Notting City to see you. Upon hearing this, Tang San was stunned. Really? I occasionally saw that he came several times, always secretly watching you. Sometimes it was when you were working, sometimes when you were in class, Wang Feng said with a smile. So, you don't have to be sad. Uncle Hao cares a lot. He just might have some reasons for not wanting to meet you. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes turned slightly red. I understand. Thank you, Fengge. Wang Feng waved his hand and said, I'll head back first. You and Xiao, we should tidy up your home. Saying this, Wang Feng supported old Jack and walked out. Wang Feng walked along the village. Most families brought some small gifts, and after doing these things, he arrived at the familiar small grove he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it had only been a little over a year, Wang Feng felt a sense of dreamlike separation. This small grove held too many tears he had shed back then. Touching the familiar big trees and the various marks of traps left on them, stepping on the creaking branches and weeds underfoot, Wang Feng snapped a blue silvergrass, chewed it a bit, and sighed, this is truly the place where the dream began. Before long, Wang Feng suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the familiar and rough chirping sounds ahead, giving him a sense of DJVU. On the ground in the distance lay a small blue bird, now twitching and covered in blood. Small was misleading. It was at least half the size of Wang Feng. But wait, why does this scene seem so familiar? Wang Feng looked at the small blue bird, shocked. What the hell, you can't be the little bird I saved over a year ago, can you? Why are you injured again? Are you trying to scam me? Chapter 51. A year this scene was too familiar to Wang Feng. More than a year ago, when Wang Feng had just awakened his blue Lotus martial soul, he was about to test the effects of the first form, the golden Lotus, when he encountered this bird. It was also lying on the ground, gravely injured. But compared to back then, this small blue bird was much larger now. However, Wang Feng remembered clearly that although this bird had grown a lot, its outline had not changed much. Now, a year later, with a touch of nostalgia, Wang Feng came to the small grove, not expecting to encounter this bird again. The bird turned its head and looked at Wang Feng, seemingly taken aback. Then it weakly chirped a few times. Wang Feng walked over and looked at this small blue bird, or rather, it should be called a big blue bird. Compared to a year ago, it was larger, its feathers more vibrant and smooth, and it had grown a long fleshy crown on its head, looking a bit silly. But it was indeed the bird he had saved. However, its injuries were severe. The marks of your injuries were caused by a soul beast, right? Wang Feng frowned and said after looking at the bird. With his experience of battling various soul beasts over the past year, he could almost tell at a glance that the injuries on the bird were caused by a soul beast. There shouldn't be any soul beasts around here. How could this little guy think about fighting a soul beast? Wang Feng was puzzled. An ordinary small bird, under normal circumstances, even the weakest soul beast would be a one-bite problem. Could it be that it provoked a soul beast? Wang Feng took another careful look and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it must have been injured by a spirit eagle around 700 years old. You got some guts. Eagle-type soul beasts are usually extremely fierce, especially those flying in the sky. They're particularly difficult for soul masters to deal with. Unless you're a very high-level soul master who can fly, it's hard to handle. The little blue bird chirped a few times, seeming to feel a bit wronged. Could it be that you've also become a soul beast? Wang Feng suddenly thought of something, looking at the now surprisingly large blue bird. Generally, how could a small bird grow this big in a year? Did you also gain some kind of fortuitous encounter? Wang Feng's mind raced with wild ideas. He secretly thought, perhaps this little bird also received some kind of lucky chance? Or maybe it transformed into a small bird. Thinking of this, Wang Feng suddenly laughed, seemingly amused by his own wild thoughts, and patted the bird, smiling and saying, "If that's the case, brother, you really have it tough." After joking, Wang Feng suddenly fell silent, a hint of loneliness on his face. He suddenly started to think of his previous life. In this world where he was all alone, it was too lonely. The little bird looked at Wang Feng in confusion, completely unaware of what he was saying. "Stop chirping. I can't understand bird language." Wang Feng waved his hand, thought for a moment, and sighed, "Forget it. It really seems we have a connection. Anyway, I'm not the same as I was a year ago. Saving you, an ordinary bird, should be no problem." Moreover, it felt like there was a true connection between him and the bird. As Wang Feng spoke, he released the first form of the golden Lotus martial soul, slowly channeling the power of the martial soul into the little bird. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped the little bird. The big blue bird, bathed in golden light, emitted excited chirps. Its injuries were healing at almost visible speed. Over the past year, Wang Feng had rarely used the other abilities of the Golden Lotus. This perverse healing ability consumed a great deal of energy. Even when Si Rong and the others were injured, he only used ordinary ointments and did not employ it. He also refrained from using the temporary boost to soul power. However, at this moment, Wang Feng had no reservations. After all, it was just a little bird that understood nothing. As he exerted all his strength, Wang Feng felt the soul power within him surge out like a flood breaking through a dam. "What the heck is going on? I should be much stronger than I was a year ago," Wang Feng murmured. The swift depletion of his soul power surprised him. A year ago, although he had a lot of energy and soul power due to the Meteor Tears, after reconstructing his body, he had been steadily compressing and practicing his soul power. Now, he was almost at level 20, with soul power far richer and more durable than a year ago. Back then, saving a dozen near-death little birds was not a problem at all. Could it be that this little bird has also become stronger? Wang Feng frowned, and only when his soul power was reduced to a trickle did he realize that this little bird had finally recovered, but had drained him completely. Is this healing really that costly? Fortunately, he still had a few drops left. Wang Feng staggered a bit. He was still carrying 400 pounds of heavy protective gear. If his soul power completely ran out and he couldn't control his body, he feared he could trample a path back to the village. The big blue bird flapped its wings and flew up, circling above Wang Feng while chirping joyfully. "You really are a little troublemaker." Wang Feng looked at the blue bird and felt inexplicably sentimental. It was rare to have such a connection with a little bird. Looking at it, Wang Feng felt a strange sense of fondness. "All right, I'm leaving now. Don't get hurt again next time." Wang Feng waved goodbye to the blue bird and slowly walked away. As he walked further, he could still hear the blue bird's reluctant chirps. However, Wang Feng did not know that shortly after he left, the blue bird began to undergo even more drastic changes. After lingering in the woods for a while, the sky was nearing dusk. Soon, Wang Feng exited the forest. "Brother Feng, you're here, just in time to help me witness something." On a nearby mountain, Tang San and Xiao Wu were waiting. "What witness?" Wang Feng walked over, feeling intrigued. "I want Xiao Wu to be my sister," Tang San said solemnly. "I want another family member. Brother Feng, my father is gone, and you're the person I'm closest to in Holy Soul Village. You understand me better than anyone." Wang Feng glanced at the two. It seemed they had already discussed this and agreed upon it. Their expressions were a bit solemn, and their eyes held a special emotion. "Sure. I need to ask you 2 questions first," Wang Feng said seriously. The two were taken aback and nodded. Wang Feng chuckled, cleared his throat, and first looked at Tang San, asking, "Little San, do you wish to become Xiao Wu's brother from this day forth and forever, in both good times and bad, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow, to cherish and protect her until the end of time?" Hearing this, both were stunned, never having heard such a special vow before. "I do," Tang San said firmly. Wang Feng nodded slightly and turned to Xiao Wu, asking similarly, "Xiao Wu, do you wish to become Tang San's sister from this day forth and forever, in both good times and bad, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow, to cherish and protect him until the end of time? Xiao was momentarily stunned, but responded earnestly, I do. Clap. Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, Good. Then from now on, you two are siblings. Upon hearing this, both felt the profundity of the vow, and they involuntarily held hands, gazing at the distant sky. Wang Feng looked at their backs and also gazed into the distance. A year had passed just like that. Chapter 52. It's a pity you won't have a chance to know. Deep in the soul-hunting forest, a figure swiftly leapt through the trees, moving with extreme agility. When it landed on the branches, it only caused a slight tremor without making any sound. As the figure moved, it seemed to be scouting the surroundings. Moments later, the figure appeared among a crowd in a clearing. There were no large soul beasts nearby. And 2,000 meters ahead was a 1,000-year-old golden squirrel. The figure that landed was Ling Run. After speaking, Ling Ren looked at the teammates ahead. Wang Feng, Si Rong, and Old He. Also further back was their employer, a noble lady, along with one of her attendants. The noble lady was named Lin Shan, a noblewoman from the main city of Fasnuo province, currently at level 30, who had hired their team to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. The reward was generous, 50 gold soul coins per person. Golden squirrel? Wang Feng frowned slightly. This type of soul beast is very sensitive to smell, and it might have already detected us from 2,000 meters away. Wang Feng, dressed in a black robe and still wearing a mask, spoke with a slightly cold tone. He had reached level 20 by now. To be precise, after finishing the new year in Holy Soul Village and returning to Nodding Academy, he had reached level 20. However, after reaching level 20, he had been searching for suitable soul beasts for his second soul ring in the soul-hunting forest, but unfortunately, he had not found a satisfactory soul beast. Therefore, he paused his search and took on this commission with Si Rong and the others to take a break. If we were detected by the golden squirrel, we might face an attack from soul beasts during the night. Wang Feng continued, We are deep in the forest. No one knows if higher-level soul beasts will come by. I suggest we temporarily leave this deep area and set up camp outside for the night. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Si Rong nodded and took a longer look at him. Over the past year, this child had matured significantly. Although he never revealed his actual age, Si Rong sometimes felt that little Ming should at least be 15 or 16 years old, sometimes even more alert and intelligent. The more they interacted, the more she felt this way. Of course, Si Rong would not know that Wang Feng was only a little over 7 years old. No way. We can't waste time here. I need to go back tomorrow. At this moment, the noble lady Lin Shan spoke with a slightly sharp voice. Hearing this, Wang Feng frowned slightly, looking at Lin Shan and her attendant, who was dressed in a long black robe, obscuring their figure. This noble lady was quite generous, offering 50 gold soul coins for hunting 1,000-year soul beasts. If it weren't for the fact that their team of 4 was somewhat famous, they might not have been able to take on this commission. After a year of battles, Si Rong, Old He, and Ling Ren had all reached around level 32, with Si Rong even reaching level 33. They all had their third soul ring. However, Wang Feng intended to find his own soul ring and would not be joining them. Still, the amount of gold soul coins from this commission was indeed high, and since he had temporarily not found a suitable soul beast, he accepted this commission with Si Rong and the others. She is the one paying, so let us listen to her. Si Rong glanced at the sky and did not refuse. Leaving the depths of the soul-hunting forest at this moment would waste a lot of time. All right then. Wang Feng nodded. Thus, the 4 set up camp in place, eating the prepared dry food. Little Ming, you should be close to level 20 by now, right? Old He asked quietly while eating the prepared biscuit. When the time comes, we'll help you hunt the soul beast together. You're so strong. I feel like you could handle a soul ring close to 2,000 years. Wang Feng chuckled a few times, saying we'll talk about it then. The 3 were still unaware that Wang Feng had already reached level 20. By the way, Old He, what do you think about that old servant of Lin Shan? Wang Feng casually asked. Probably around our level, I guess. Old He shook his head. Why bother thinking about it? Our employer is this noble lady anyway. Wang Feng smiled, but there was something strange in his heart. This noble lady Lin Shan and her old servant beside her seemed somewhat eerie. However, Wang Feng couldn't quite put his finger on it. He speculated that the old servant next to Lin Shan might be much stronger than Si Rong and the others, possibly having around level 40 strength. But the strange thing was, if this old servant had over 40 levels, logically speaking, there was no need to hire them to hunt soul beasts, let alone offer such a high price in gold soul coins. Was it just for insurance? Over the past year, Wang Feng and C. Rome's group had taken on quite a few commissions to hunt soul beasts. They had received many requests from certain noble youths. But none were like this. A soul master with over 40 levels was certainly capable of killing 1,000-year soul beasts, not to mention those that were 3 or 4,000 years old. However, if it was just for insurance, that made sense. With doubts in mind, Wang Feng entered the tent he had set up to meditate and cultivate. Although his soul power had hit a bottleneck and could not be improved, it seemed to have become a habit. The bright moon hung high in the quiet night, when suddenly, a scream pierced the silence. At the first sound, Wang Feng's eyes snapped open, and he rushed out quickly. Outside the tent, he saw 2 people lying on the ground, and the screams were coming from their mouths. Laohe and Lingren. Looking at the 2, Wang Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Their hands seemed to have been severed by a sharp weapon, and more strangely, it appeared that they had just woken up from sleep, with confusion and terror still on their faces. Beside them stood an old servant and the noble Lady Lin Shan. Behind Lin Shan, C. Rong was bound and seemingly just awake, her face filled with fear, not knowing what had happened. Was it you who did this? A flame of anger burned within Wang Feng, as if a volcano was about to erupt, his chest heaving. Teacher M.O., why does it seem like he wasn't affected by your soul skill? However, the noble Lady Lin Shan did not respond, only frowning at Wang Feng as if somewhat puzzled. Impossible. Teacher Mo looked at Wang Feng with some curiosity. This kid was just an auxiliary soul master. My soul skill, Nightmare, can temporarily deprive sleeping people of awareness and sensation unless their level is higher than mine, but these 3 are only in their 30s. And this kid is just a recovery soul master, at most in his 20s. It's impossible for him to be immune to my nightmare. However, if he wasn't asleep, my nightmare wouldn't take effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, looking at Wang Feng with some exasperation. Kid, you really are lucky, huh? You didn't fall asleep. Wang Feng coldly stared at the 2, walking over to Lao He and Ling Run, looking at the 2 who were in extreme pain. Feeling like a fool, he sensed something was wrong and thought he should have terminated the commission early. Wang Feng pulled out the dagger beside Ling Run, stood up, and coldly stared at Lin Shan and the old servant, the murderous intent born from his anger starting to spread. Xiaomieran, he is a soul master with 4 soul rings, and his soul skills are very strange. I was just keeping watch and dozed off for a moment, and he quietly severed my hands, Ling Ren said through gritted teeth before fainting. After fighting for over a year and taking on many commissions, they never expected to fall into this situation today. Run. Lao Hei's pupils contracted, and he fainted as well. Wang Feng tightened his hands, wanting to use the golden lotus, which had healing abilities, to treat the 2's condition. However, doing so would put him in a dangerous state without soul power. Kid, you wouldn't want to make a move against us, would you? Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng, picking up the dagger, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, don't struggle. As an auxiliary soul master, no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly defeat Teacher M.O. Just come with us obediently. After saying that, the old servant beside Lin Shan suddenly emitted a powerful aura. 4 soul rings rose from under the old servant's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Xiaomi, run first. These 2 won't take our lives for now. They probably want to use us to feed soul beasts. Si Rong shouted from behind, you run first. If he dares to chase, he won't care about us here. Hearing this, Wang Feng suddenly regained his senses and finally understood the purpose of the 2. Earlier, during a certain commission, they had heard someone say that some nobles in the hunting soul forest specially raised specific soul beasts, training them for a long time until they reached a certain age before hunting them. But the cultivation period for soul beasts was long, without special methods. They couldn't be cultivated at all. Later, a cruel method of using humans to feed beasts gradually became popular among certain noble circles, which involved taking low-level soul masters to feed soul beasts, allowing them to break through to a certain age. This cruel breeding method was extremely rare. At that time, the 4 had found it a bit absurd, and even Wang Feng felt a bit horrified and didn't pay much attention to it. He never expected to encounter it for real. What do you know? I have my eyes on you among several teams, because you 4 are the strongest, but not so strong as to be outrageous, just right for Huanger to break through. Kid, I advise you not to struggle. If you side with me, I can spare your life. The other 3 should be enough for Huanger to break through to 1,000 years. You should be surplus. Lin Shan smiled at Wang Feng. Although she was quite beautiful, with the excellent genes of a noble family. At this moment, her face, still considered beautiful, gave off a venomous vibe like a scorpion. After saying that, Lin Shan slapped Si Rong on the neck, knocking her unconscious. "Kid, don't think about putting up a fight," the old servant said indifferently. "Don't think that just because you're a level 20 auxiliary soul master, even a level 40 auxiliary soul master would be easy for me to kill. The lady is right. If you side with us, you can still keep your life." "Heh," Wang Feng sneered. Lin Shan's words were all nonsense. Not a single one was true, merely trying to prevent him from escaping. Wang Feng remained silent, only activating the golden lotus, radiating light, enveloping Ling Ren and Lao He, ensuring they wouldn't die from excessive pain and blood loss, just protecting their vital points. In the blink of an eye, the blood flowing from their arms solidified, and their injuries healed extremely quickly. But they did not wake up. They seemed to still be in a coma. Seeing this, Lin Shan and the old servant's eyes lit up with amazement as they looked at Wang Feng. "Kid, your martial soul seems to be able to do more than just restore soul power?" Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng in shock, her eyes flashing with strange light. "It can even heal injuries? And the effect is so remarkable. Teacher Mo, have you ever seen this kind of martial soul?" The old servant looked at Wang Feng in astonishment as well. As a soul master over 40 levels, he had seen a few who could heal, but most could only heal minor injuries. This kind of severed hand injury was hard to recover from quickly, almost non-existent. Yet this kid's martial soul could rapidly heal such injuries? No, there is something even more outstanding. Wang Feng looked at the two, took a deep breath, his expression emotionless. His eyes filled only with killing intent. "It's a pity you won't have a chance to know." As his voice fell, a deep purple soul ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. Chapter 53, Second Form, Red Lotus Burning the World. Wang Feng's body trembled with anger. The purple soul ring slowly rising from his feet. He had to admit that he had underestimated this world. There were many soul beasts, martial souls, and soul skills that he couldn't even imagine. Over the past year, his strength had steadily increased, and he had grown more adept at fighting soul beasts, understanding more, along with his hidden strength, giving Wang Feng a surge of confidence. After sailing smoothly for more than a year, he never expected such a thing to happen today. Lao He, Ling Ren, and Si Rong had fought alongside him for over a year, although he and Ti fully revealed his strength to them. They had developed a great friendship. In this year, Wang Feng learned that Old Black had a wife and a 5-year-old child who would likely awaken their martial soul next year. The money he earned was handed over to his wife for safekeeping, and their family was harmonious. Although Ling Ren liked to talk big, he actually had a childhood sweetheart he had been in love with for 6 years, studying at a high-level Soul Master Academy in a city north of the Tiando Empire. And she had quite a talent. Most of the gold soul coins he earned were sent to this lover. Si Rong, on the other hand, came from Balak City in the Balak Duchy of the Tiando Empire. She was originally a student at the high-level Soul Master Academy in the city, but accidentally offended a senior with a powerful background shortly after enrolling, leading to her expulsion from the academy. A scar from a knife cut marred her originally beautiful face. At the time of her expulsion, Si Rong didn't even seek help from healing soul masters because no one dared to assist her. Later, without timely treatment, the scar became difficult to remove. After wandering for a while, she ended up in the Fastno province. Wang Feng was aware of their situations and many past events. Most of these stories were shared while the three of them lay in the grass of the soul-hunting forest, gazing at the sky, either out of exhaustion or self-mockery. At this moment, Wang Feng didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Ling Ren and Old Black would end up with their hands severed, incapacitated on the ground. Even if they survived, their hands would be hard to recover. The only one who seemed to be relatively okay was Si Rong. Clearly, it was because she was a control-type soul master, so the other two were not taken seriously and were merely restrained. I still underestimated this world. Wang Feng looked at the two in front of him, a growing chill in his eyes. These three were real people and had been his companions for the past year. Even though he had hidden some things, he considered them friends in his heart. Perhaps because he felt like a traveler who had seen Doa continent and knew a lot about its stories, he had a sense of innate superiority, as if he could know everything. However, in reality, he remembered the main story characters quite clearly, but when he truly found himself in this world, he knew nothing about characters and stories beyond the protagonist Tang San. Just like now, he knew nothing about this soul master in front of him, who was over level 40. He only knew that the opponent used soul skills. 1,000-year soul ring? How is that possible? Teacher MO. A support soul master who barely reached level 20. How could he possibly have 1,000-year soul ring? When Lin Shan saw the soul rings on Wang Feng at this moment, she was truly stunned. 1,000-year soul ring appearing on a soul master over level 40 was normal. But how could it appear on a level 20 soul master? Kid, who are you? Old servant looked at Wang Feng with a frown. The first soul ring being 1,000 years, something he had never seen before. But what good does that do? The moment his voice fell, seemingly dismissive, he suddenly struck. The old servant called out sharply, flipping his palm, and a lamp-like martial soul appeared. However, the flame burning in the center of that lamp was white, very strange. Oh really? Wang Feng sneered, feeling his whole body filled with strength under the enhancement of his soul power. The next moment, Wang Feng charged directly at the old servant, his short sword spinning in a circle, reflecting a cold light under the bright moonlight. The speed was fleeting. Such speed. Too bad I happen to be your nemesis. The old servant was taken aback. This was not a speed that a support soul master could possess. However, even in surprise, the old servant remained calm, and the soul rings on his body grew increasingly bright. Soul skill, radiance. The incantation was recited. In an instant, the oil lamp martial soul in the old servant's hand burst into brilliant light. The white flames became even brighter, almost turning the night into day. All the surroundings transformed into a vast white world. Wang Feng's figure suddenly stopped. Because his line of sight, too, was the same. He could see nothing around him. A very powerful soul skill. Wang Feng's view was nothing but a void of white, and he became alert in his heart. At this moment, a white fireball suddenly came from behind, as if merging with the white space, silently crashing down. Soundless. Wang Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. He sidestepped, and the white fireball brushed past him. The scorching heat made Wang Feng's skin feel incredibly burning. Immediately afterward, dozens of white fireballs began to rush toward Wang Feng in this white world. The brightness was overwhelming and blinding. The soul master inside could only close his eyes, and even if they opened them, they would see nothing. They could only rely on pure reflexes. However, no matter how many fireballs there were, Wang Feng managed to dodge them all. Each one barely missed him. The temperature of these fireballs was extremely high. Even Wang Feng wouldn't dare to meet them head-on with his flesh, although his body had been reforged and had become very strong after more than a year of training. These flames were not ordinary flames. Ha ha ha, kid. Are you feeling desperate? The voice of the old servant echoed around, making it impossible to discern his location. My soul skill, radiance, can make you lose your vision and slowly torture you to death. You're not an ordinary kid. Your speed is completely unlike that of a support soul master, and your strength must not be lacking too much either. You have 1,000-year soul ring and are still alive. Your physical quality must be very strong. I won't let you near me. The old servant's cunning voice rang out, echoing around, impossible to pinpoint. It seemed close at hand, yet also seemed thousands of meters away. One had to say, this old servant was incredibly cunning. Almost as soon as Wang Feng activated his soul rings and charged at him, he had already analyzed a lot of information without any carelessness. Although Wang Feng had strong vision and could see mosquitoes clearly hundreds of meters away at this moment, in this white world, he had lost his sight. No matter how strong his vision was, it was useless. If it were a soul master of the same level, perhaps they would have already been tortured to death. Wang Feng closed his eyes, his expression unchanged, while evading attacks from all angles based on his physical prowess. He pondered countermeasures in his mind. This soul master was evidently not simple. He was not an ordinary soul master. He had extremely strong control abilities and even very powerful long-range attack capabilities. For many battle soul masters, he was indeed a nemesis. Even Wang Feng's close combat strength could not be exerted. This soul master, perhaps in overall strength, was not stronger than some 1,000-year soul beasts. But he was much more troublesome. Wang Feng moved around, but no matter how he moved, he could not escape the range of the old servant's radiance. It seemed to be moving along with him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the old servant could clearly perceive Wang Feng's every move, trapped by the radiance. This kid is indeed not ordinary. Even without vision, he can rely on pure battle instinct and reaction speed to dodge my white flame fireballs. The old servant muttered. Even a level 40 agile-type battle soul master might not be able to do so perfectly. Just as he spoke, over 100 fireballs rushed toward Wang Feng. More and more. This kid is probably not simple. Miss, we cannot leave him alive. The old servant said in a deep voice. He still had means left. Lin Shan, next to him, wearing a special eye mask, seemed to be able to see the scene within the radiance. Then kill him to avoid trouble. The first soul ring being 1,000 years and still alive, possessing such strong physical quality, is impossible for an ordinary person. He probably has a very powerful force behind him that we cannot afford to offend. Lin Shan said decisively. Just now, Wang Feng's killing intent was very clear to her. All right, the old servant said solemnly, and then the 1,000-year soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. Soul skill, sea of fire. As he spoke, countless flames began to burn wildly in the white space. North, south, east, west, above, below, all were flames, slowly closing in on Wang Feng's position. The white flames, carrying a scorching temperature, made the space feel hot. What a powerful soul master. Wang Feng stood in place, his eyes tightly closed, feeling the scorching heat around him, which signaled a crisis. After all, he was a soul master of over level 40, experienced and cunning, unlike an ordinary soul master. If I hadn't reached level 20, I might really have trouble dealing with you. Dragging this flame out would only hurt me. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Unfortunately, I have already reached level 20. The blue Lotus martial soul has also produced a second form. The surrounding scorching white flames quickly spread closer, but Wang Feng spread his palm and gave a slight tremor. In an instant, the second lotus seed among the 4 lotus seeds of the blue lotus quietly bloomed. This lotus was not golden, but a striking red, as red as blood. 12th grade infernal red lotus. Wang Feng looked at this red lotus, rapidly channeling his soul power. The second form was something he had barely managed to activate when he reached level 20 not long ago, which was the current second form. Flames? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. Under this red lotus inferno, all fires in the world are nothing but younger brothers. Gather for me. Wang Feng had not fully explored the capabilities of the red lotus yet. However, at this moment, it was just the right time to test its abilities. As he spoke, the red lotus in Wang Feng's hand radiated a blazing light, and the dazzling rainbow light almost transformed into a towering flame column that broke through this radiant white light world and shot up toward the night sky. Countless white flames around seemed to funnel into the center of the red lotus in Wang Feng's palm, pouring in, almost in the blink of an eye. The sea of white flames was completely absorbed. At that moment, a subtle essence of energy flowed from the red lotus back into Wang Feng's body. It was soul power. Could absorbing flames also convert into pure soul power? Wang Feng was taken aback. Unfortunately, I currently have no soul rings, and my soul power cannot be enhanced. He had not had the chance to experiment with the second form of the red lotus, but now he had finally explored its capabilities. As the flames dissipated, a faint layer of flames appeared around Wang Feng, enveloping his entire body. From a distance, he looked like a battle god bathed in flames, capable of incinerating everything in the world. Chapter 54. Who can escape the heavens? Wang Feng took a step forward, and the surrounding dazzling light was swallowed by the red lotus. The scene around restored to its original state. At the same time, he also saw Lin Shan and the old man from the Soul Sect in the distance. At this moment, the two were staring at Wang Feng in shock, their eyes filled with endless astonishment. How is this possible? How could he not be dead? The old servant muttered in disbelief. How did he walk out of the brilliance? Could it be that he broke through the brilliance? Absolutely impossible. How could a level 20 support soul master break my brilliance? Lin Shan was so scared that she couldn't even speak as she looked at Wang Feng, who was approaching engulfed in bright red flames. At this moment, Wang Feng's mere aura could make others retreat without a fight. Is that a martial soul? Lin Shan trembled. It seems there is something wrong with the flower in his hand. I remember his martial soul was a golden little flower, which could restore soul power for those 3 guys. So why is it like this now? The old servant also realized something. But at this moment, how did this little devil's martial soul turn into a red flower? Twin martial souls? The old servant was inexplicably horrified. But twin martial souls shouldn't look like this. Why are the forms so similar? This soul master who had lived for over 50 years had never seen such a bizarre martial soul. Teacher Mo, what should we do? Lin Shan trembled. The old servant's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath. He coldly said again, soul skill, radiance. The white flames flared up violently again, burning fiercely, as if to cover the world. However, this time, the intense white light had not fully enveloped Wang Feng before it was instantly swallowed by the scorching red lotus, breaking through all illusions. You have no chance left. Wang Feng took a deep breath, step by step, walked in front of the old servant. At this moment, seeing Wang Feng approach with a fierce aura, both of them were completely stunned. This Soul Master over level 40 belonged to the range category, combining control and strong attack. But clearly, his physical quality was not strong. At this moment, all of his soul skills had no effect on Wang Feng at all. Wang Feng changed his hand, condensing a flicker of flame through the red lotus, placing it in his palm, and flicked it with his finger. The flame landed on the old servant. This was a special flame condensed from the red lotus, and just a flicker consumed most of Wang Feng's soul power. However, the old servant suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to scream in pain, but no sound came out. The tiny flame the size of a fingernail, upon landing on him, ignited like it found dry kindling. The crimson flames seemed to want to burn away all the evils of the world. Almost in the blink of an eye, the old servant vanished, completely vanished. Not even a speck of dust remained. That flicker of flame ultimately returned to the red lotus, burning faintly, as if it was about to extinguish at any moment. Lin Shan beside him was instantly dumbfounded. A level 41 Soul Master just disappeared like that, silently. What on earth was that? Endless fear surfaced in Lin Shan's mind. The youngest little devil among the four, whom they originally thought would be the easiest to deal with because he was just a recovery-type Soul Master, turned out to be the most powerful and abnormal among them. Don't kill me. Lin Shan knelt down, her face filled with terror as she begged for mercy. Not kill you? Wang Feng said lightly. Give me a reason not to kill you? Lin Shan's mind raced, as if she thought of something, and spoke in a trembling voice. You should be level 20, and haven't found a suitable soul ring yet, right? I can offer you the Millennium Soul Beast raised by our family. It should have several other Millennium Soul Beasts nearby. With your strength, those Millennium Soul Beasts will be no match for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng gave her a half-smile and said, Really? Then take me to see it. If there truly are suitable soul beasts, rest assured, this flame of mine will never fall on you. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Shan's face. Then you follow me, Lin Shan said as she walked ahead. Wang Feng glanced at Ling Run, who was temporarily stabilized, as well as Lao He and Si Rong. They should wake up soon. Just in case, Wang Feng turned his palm, switching to the first form of the Golden Lotus, to grant the three a divine state and temporarily enhance their soul power, making their auras stronger to avoid attracting any soul beasts later. After doing this, Wang Feng followed Lin Shan, slowly moving deeper into the forest. After walking for less than an hour, Lin Shan suddenly stopped. She whistled softly and said, "We arrived." I'll call out. As the whistle sounded, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from afar, as if some massive creature was approaching. Wang Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed to be not an ordinary Millennium Soul Beast. Could it be a 10,000-year Soul Beast? This hunting soul forest was a relatively high-level hunting ground, where 10,000-year Soul Beasts could be found, but very rarely. Wang Feng had not considered that his second soul ring would be a 10,000-year one. In his plan, 3 would be 10,000-year ones. Moreover, given his current state, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring might truly lead to death. The immense soul power brought by a 10,000-year soul ring could instantly cause his body to explode, leaving no time for Meteor Tear to be reforged. The previous 6,000-year one was already sufficiently abnormal. It almost caused Wang Feng to perish, but fortunately, he did not explode immediately. Instead, his body gradually deteriorated, allowing Meteor Tear some time to be reforged. If it were even stronger, 7,000-year, Wang Feng might have exploded and died instantly. Another reason was that even if his current body could barely withstand it without exploding instantly, the process of body reforging would cause the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated within him to vanish. It's worth noting that when he absorbed the 6,000-year soul ring, due to his body slowly disintegrating, all the soul power he had stored was gone. Wang Feng did not want to keep doing this. Every time he absorbed a soul ring, his body would be reforged, and he would have to start cultivating soul power from scratch. It was too difficult. There is another reason. He can't defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Previously, it was just luck. Wang Feng could not possibly defeat the 6,000-year soul beast at that time. And even now, Under full power, he might only have a chance to defeat that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. A 10,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a human soul emperor of over level 60. Wang Feng is only at level 20 now, with just one soul ring. Even if he has Red Lotus at this moment, he still cannot defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Therefore, Wang Feng did not create a second soul ring. He is planning for a 10,000-year one, which he has thought deeply about. Luck can happen once, but it cannot happen a second time. Thus, Wang Feng's goal is set in the range of 8,000 to 9,000 years, which is much easier to absorb, unlike the first time. With the second form of Red Lotus, he still has some fighting power. Roar. A ferocious roar came. In that roar, there seemed to be an extremely cold aura. The temperature around dropped dozens of degrees instantly. Wang Feng couldn't help but look towards the distant soul beast, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took a deep breath. It was a gigantic light blue lizard, over 10 meters tall, with a pair of fleshy wings, and its body was covered in light blue ice spikes, fierce and menacing. With its roar, a faint black soul power slightly burst forth. Truly a 10,000-year soul beast. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha, kid, you've fallen for a trap, right? This 10,000-year soul beast, the Ice Royal Lizard, is a 10,000-year soul beast raised by our family. We're just here to bring it food." Wang Feng looked at her indifferently. Lin Shan retreated a few steps under Wang Feng's gaze. But looking at the huge soul beast in the distance, a surge of confidence arose in her heart, and she said in a deep voice, "It is already a 10,000-year soul beast. Kid, if you dare to kill me, you won't survive either." Hearing this, Wang Feng smiled. At this moment, the Ice Royal Lizard walked towards the two, exhaling frosty breath that turned the surrounding ancient trees into snow-covered trees. Its eyes looked at them, filled with bloodthirsty intent. Wang Feng also noticed that the Ice Royal Lizard had a gaping wound on its abdomen, deeply injured but frozen over. "Raised by your family?" Wang Feng laughed loudly. "You are really too stupid. Do you think you can command this 10,000-year soul beast now? Fool, do you know that in its eyes? You're just food. You should know, I alone wouldn't be enough for it to eat." As he spoke, Wang Feng suddenly walked up to Lin Shan, grabbed her shoulder, and directly threw her towards the Ice Royal Lizard. Good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavens have their ways of retribution. If you don't believe it, look up. Does heaven spare anyone? Kill you? I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Let this old beast raised by your family eat you. In midair, Lin Shan landed at the feet of the Ice Royal Lizard, her mind blank. Chapter 55. Heavenly Scale Flame poisoned Lin Shan, who was thrown over, was stunned. The Ice Royal Lizard, with eyes as big as lanterns, stared at her, its gaze familiar to her. It seemed to have the expression of enjoying its prey. This gaze was one she had seen before when she threw other soul masters to the Ice Royal Lizard. She never expected that it would be her turn. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't have food in the future," Lin Shan screamed, adding, "And your child. If you don't want your child to die and become a soul ring, you better listen to us." In her desperation, the fear of death caused Lin Shan to scream repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in the Ice Royal Lizard's eyes intensified. It opened its mouth towards Lin Shan and roared. Thick saliva drenched Lin Shan completely. However, it did not eat Lin Shan. "Child?" Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Lin Shan's family dared to raise a 10,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest? It seemed that it was not merely raising it, but rather threatening it. A 10,000-year soul beast has already developed real intelligence. Go kill him. Lin Shan wiped the stinking saliva off her body, pointing at Wang Feng, and said in a deep voice, "Ice Royal Lizard, you should be smart. Your child's life is in our hands. If you don't want your child to die, then kill him. Otherwise, your child, who has been poisoned by the heavenly scale flame poison, won't survive a month without our antidote." This seemed to infuriate the 10,000-year soul beast, the Ice Royal Lizard. It opened its massive mouth wide, roaring as if it would devour Lin Shan at any moment. Lin Shan's face turned pale with fear, yet she remained silent. Soon after, the Ice Royal Lizard turned around and walked towards Wang Feng, its eyes cold and filled with killing intent. "Little brat, didn't expect it, did you? It really wants to eat me as food." Lin Shan stood up, took a deep breath, and said coldly, "Unfortunately, you've overestimated yourself, thinking that our family can raise a 10,000-year soul beast without any leverage. You think I would just bring you here without any preparation?" After saying this, Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng with a confident smile on her face. Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, It seems you're not a fool. But what? Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. Lin Shan sneered. When you came with me, it was destined that you would only have a dead end. Is that so? Wang Feng looked at the approaching ice royal lizard and suddenly shouted, Wait. If your child is really poisoned by the heavenly scale flame poison, you don't need them to give you the antidote. I can help you cure your child. As soon as the words fell, Lin Shan was taken aback. The ice royal lizard also paused in midair as it understood human language. You are controlled by them. They will never let your child fully recover. They will only use your child to threaten you. Wang Feng said slowly, but I can completely heal your child. After saying this, Wang Feng fixed his gaze on the ice royal lizard. Seeing this, Lin Shan seemed to panic, and she shouted loudly, Ridiculous. The heavenly scale flame poison is a deadly poison produced by a 30,000-year soul beast, the heavenly scale flame Jiao. This kid is so weak that he can't possibly cure it. Do you believe him? If he harms your child, ice royal lizard, don't regret it. A few years ago, a 53rd level soul king from Lin Shan's family accidentally encountered the ice royal lizard's cub in this soul hunting forest. He immediately used the heavenly scale flame poison, which he purchased at a high price from the outside, on this cub. This poison is the nemesis of this ice-type soul beast, and it was used to threaten and force the ice royal lizard to hunt soul beasts in the forest for the benefit of the family's descendants. Kid, I advise you not to fantasize. Why would believe you? Who do you think you are? Lin Shan said calmly again. Yes, why would it? The ice royal lizard seemed to be asking Wang Feng. Is it worth a try? Wang Feng said lightly, If it doesn't work, you can eat me anytime. However, the ice royal lizard did not move. Seeing this, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, Kid, it's impossible. The ice royal lizard cannot trust you. At least here, its child's life is guaranteed. At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the distance. This figure ran to the ice royal lizard and made a few chirping sounds. After a moment, the ice royal lizard landed from midair, its killing intent diminishing a bit, and it turned to look at Lin Shan. Immediately, Lin Shan was stunned and said in a deep voice, Are you really going to believe him? Why? Lin Shan looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared, her mind filled with confusion. It was a star moon fox, and, judging by its size, it seemed to be over 3,000 years old. Most likely, it was a friend of the ice royal lizard. At this moment, Lin Shan watched as the star moon fox ran up to that kid and called out to him affectionately. Seeing this scene, Lin Shan's expression immediately darkened. It's you. Wang Feng exclaimed in surprise at the suddenly appearing figure. This star moon fox was the one he encountered when he obtained his first soul ring. But how did it appear here? This soul hunting forest is not the same as the one 400 miles outside of Notting City. It is a higher level soul hunting forest. Could it be that it moved because its strength has increased? The star moon fox called out a few times to Wang Feng. You mean it agrees? She's your boss? You came to this soul hunting forest to heal her child, right? I see. Wang Feng looked at the Icy Emperor lizard, feeling relieved. If this Icy Emperor lizard didn't believe him, he would have to choose to temporarily escape. It turned out that the connection among soul beasts made things easier. At that moment, the Icy Emperor lizard let out a loud roar, and a frozen opening in its abdomen suddenly split open. A wave of intense heat emanated from within. A roughly 2-meter-high Ice Emperor lizard cub fell out from its abdomen. The cub was entirely red and had an extremely high temperature. But when it landed on the ground, it didn't have the strength to stand up and only let out a few weak whimpers. Seeing this, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder the Ice Emperor lizard fell off. Although its soul power was red, it was very faint. It must have been using its own strength to suppress the toxins in its cub, which likely caused its own power to decline. From a distance, Wang Feng felt a wave of intense heat coming from the cub. However, he smiled. You can't heal this cub. Lin Shan, seeing that smile, became even more anxious. She took a few steps back and said angrily, The deadly poison produced by 30,000 soul beasts, especially the most well-known poison for ice-type soul beasts, can only be suppressed by the antidote we formulated. Unless the Tianlin flame dragon comes in person, it can absorb the flame poison. Chapter 56. The significant 10,000-year soul ring. The Icy Emperor lizard had been staring at her. If that little brat really healed it, she would undoubtedly die. Wang Feng glanced at her as if looking at a dead person. The Star Moon Fox led Wang Feng to the cub's side. After carefully examining it, Wang Feng smiled again. This smile not only made Lin Shan even more anxious but also sent chills down her spine. What a pity, what a pity, Wang Feng said with a smile, It's really a pity. If it were any other poison, I might not be able to completely resolve it, but this poison, fortunately, I can completely resolve. Yes, if it were any other toxin, Wang Feng could only use the healing ability of the Golden Lotus to try to suppress the toxicity. But full recovery would be unlikely. However, this was precisely flame poison. What do you mean? Lin Shan asked in confusion. But the next moment, she understood. Wang Feng spread his palm, and a scorching red lotus appeared in his hand. As soon as the red lotus appeared, the Isia Emperor lizard took several steps back, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Even the Star Moon Fox let out a few howls and retreated repeatedly, as if it had an inherent fear. Absorb. Wang Feng urged the red lotus with his soul power, and it burst into brilliant light. An incredibly terrifying aura emanated from the red lotus. Suddenly, the entirely red Isia Emperor lizard cub let out a painful howl. Waves of scorching red light points suddenly floated out from the cub's body and were slowly absorbed into the red lotus in Wang Feng's hand, transforming into pure energy that replenished Wang Feng's soul power. The red marks on the Isia Emperor lizard cub's body disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. So refreshing. Wang Feng exhaled. The flame he had just used to extinguish that old servant had drained most of his soul power. Now, after absorbing the flame poison from the cub, his soul power was fully restored. This red lotus seemed capable of absorbing anything related to flame. The white flames released by that old servant were almost instantly absorbed by the red lotus, and the flames produced were incredibly terrifying, as if they could burn even souls. At that moment, the Isia Emperor lizard cub slowly opened its eyes. Although its body was still very weak, it seemed to have awakened. The poison had completely disappeared. Upon seeing this, several pairs of eyes went wide with shock. This was the flame poison of a 30,000-year soul beast. How could it be healed so easily? Lin Shan sat down on the ground, completely dumbfounded, her eyes filled with endless despair. How on earth did this happen? What kind of martial soul does this little brat have? The Star Moon Fox also looked at Wang Feng with immense curiosity, remembering that this lifesaver had once used a golden flower to save it. Unexpectedly, it had now transformed into red. The Isia Emperor lizard cub stood up, letting out a few weak cries. At the same time, the Isia Emperor lizard suddenly lay down, its momentum dissipating, and it looked at the Isia Emperor lizard, whose eyes, previously filled with killing intent, were now filled with tears. As its body fell, a chill spread outwards. Wang Feng frowned slightly. As the Isia Emperor lizard's aura had weakened further, the cub hurriedly ran to its side, snuggling against the Isia Emperor lizard and whimpering. The Star Moon Fox also approached, exchanging glances with the Isia Emperor lizard before walking up to Wang Feng. The Star Moon Fox called out to Wang Feng a few times, although Wang Feng didn't understand beast language. The calls of the Star Moon Fox seemed to convey some strange mental message, instantly conveying its meaning to him. Are you saying that this Isia Emperor lizard is done for? Because it has been alleviating the pain caused by the flame poison for its cub for years. Its strength has been depleted too much, and its lifespan is nearly exhausted? Wang Feng was taken aback. So, this Isia Emperor lizard had been hiding the cub in its body to alleviate its suffering. No wonder that scar, although not large, should have been easy for the Isia Emperor lizard to heal, yet it hadn't healed but had only used ice to seal it. It must have kept the cub inside its body for these years, tried to use its own power to resolve the flame poison in the cub. But it could only lessen the pain and not completely resolve it. The Star Moon Fox nodded and continued to call out a few more times. A few months left? Was it planning to capture Lin Shan and then use its last strength to kill its enemies for revenge? Wang Feng glanced at Lin Shan. The Star Moon Fox called out a few more times, and this time, Wang Feng was slightly stunned. Wait, are you saying it can actively become my soul ring? But I have to protect this cub? Wang Feng couldn't help but look at the Isia Emperor lizard. Just then, the Isia Emperor lizard's eyes were also looking at him. Interesting. The true strength of this Isia Emperor lizard must have decreased, perhaps only around 9,000 years. But it was still a 10,000-year soul beast. It seemed to be the best situation Wang Feng could have hoped for. He hadn't expected this situation. He thought that being able to leave safely was already the best outcome. But he never imagined that the Isia Emperor lizard would choose to do this. You say is grateful to me. It has consumed many humans. But it is precisely because of these humans that it has had a continuous supply for years, enough to alleviate its cub's suffering. For humans, it will eventually die. Wang Feng recounted the message conveyed by the Star Moon Fox. Dying at the hands of others is not as good as becoming my soul ring now. At least I saved a child. After hearing this, Wang Feng fell silent. Yes, it would eventually die. The soul-hunting forest was for soul masters. It would not die at his hands, but would die at the hands of others. All right. Wang Feng did not hesitate for long and replied calmly. I will protect your child well. An actively revealed soul ring from a soul beast is much easier to absorb than one obtained through hunting. It can be said that there is no better choice than this. After hearing Wang Feng's words, the icy emperor lizard let out a loud roar, seemingly conveying some message to its cub. Then, a faint black soul ring slowly rose from its body. The icy emperor lizard's eyes also slowly closed. Looking at the significant black soul ring, Wang Feng's eyes were quite complex. However, before absorbing it, Wang Feng directly used the red lotus, this time without any hesitation, urging the flames from the red lotus to fall on Lin Shan's in the distance. Boom! This time, Lin Shan's body burned slower than that old servant. But in less than 10 seconds, she was gone. This made Wang Feng feel quite strange. Not even a particle of ash remained. The infernal fire red lotus, its flames, though unavoidable, seemed to be different. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng felt no emotion. I thought that coming with Lin Shan would allow me to find a suitable 1,000-year spirit ring and then kill her. But unexpectedly, I encountered a 10,000-year spirit beast. Even more unexpectedly, I ended up obtaining a 10,000-year spirit ring myself. Although it was a bit dangerous, how could one obtain such a non-threatening 10,000-year spirit ring without going through some peril? If I had followed Lin Shan here, I probably wouldn't have had such a good opportunity. Opportunities often just slip by. If you don't seize them, they're gone. Wang Feng looked at the red lotus in the center of his palm and then at the faint black spirit ring. Feeling somewhat emotional, it was time to absorb this 10,000-year spirit ring. This time, the absorption should be much easier. I never expected my second spirit ring would be a 10,000-year one, and this time it relied on this red lotus. Otherwise, Chapter 57, Terrifying Second Spirit Skill. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. Wang Feng sat in place, the red lotus blooming in his hand, drawing the faint black spirit ring slowly into his body. The Xingyue fox beside him watched Wang Feng curiously. This was the second time it had seen its savior absorb a spirit ring. The first time he almost died, his body nearly shattered by the power of that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. And this time, it was the power of a 10,000-year spirit beast. Could he withstand it? The faint black ring enveloped Wang Feng. An immense energy surged into his body. However, this time, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. Last time, the energy from that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard's spirit ring was violent, frenzied, and filled with resentment, full of destructive force. It was uncontrollable. Almost the instant it entered his body, it caused Wang Feng's body to rapidly disintegrate. But this time, it was completely different. The Icy Emperor Lizard bore no resentment towards me, and even felt grateful, so the energy that surged into me was destructive but not violent or frenzied. Most importantly, I could control it. Wang Feng thought to himself. The difference between being controllable and uncontrollable was immense. He thought of spirit beast sacrifices, but clearly, this was not a spirit beast sacrifice. The Icy Emperor Lizard's strength was far from enough to absorb it. However, it allowed him to control this energy. The energy that surged from the black spirit ring was almost immediately controlled by Wang Feng and directed into the blue lotus in his sea of consciousness. The second lotus seed in the center of the blue lotus bloomed into a red lotus, and vast amounts of energy surged into the red lotus. In an instant, the red lotus began to grow rapidly. The petals started to expand, its size increasing from merely palm-sized to blooming rapidly with the incoming energy. As if awakening, it transformed into a brighter, clearer, and more vibrant red lotus. Soon after, the petals of the red lotus slowly became covered with a layer of ice crystals, as if adorned, adding a dreamlike icy color to it. However, the lotus leaves and flowers were still scarlet, reflecting the ice crystals and shimmering with a brilliant scarlet light. Dazzling yet filled with explosive power, it was as if the red lotus was cloaked in a layer of icy crystal. As the red lotus completed its absorption, there was still some power left in the spirit ring. Wang Feng controlled this remaining portion, spreading it throughout his body, finally gathering it in his heart. Although it was still extremely painful, compared to the previous violent and uncontrollable energy that rampaged through his body from the first spirit ring. It was much better. Moreover, being able to control it meant that Wang Feng could guide this 10,000-year spirit ring's energy into his heart, into the Meteor Tears, purifying this energy for his own use. An endless stream of energy, under Wang Feng's control, rushed into the spirit ring and then into the Meteor Tears in his heart. Streams of refined spirit power were compressed and extracted from the Meteor Tears. The energy surged like a rising tide, continuous and unending. If this energy were uncontrollable, Wang Feng would have already self-exploded. Even if it could be controlled without the Meteor Tears, Wang Feng's body would not be able to withstand the power brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring. It could be said that this absorption, if not for the ice, yet Emperor Lizard willingly becoming his spirit ring, with no resentment in the energy and no adverse effects on his mind. Allowing him to calmly control this energy, he would have had no chance to absorb it at all. Even with the Meteor Tears, it might not have worked, because the immense energy from the 10,000-year spirit ring could instantly cause his body and consciousness to explode. And the Meteor Tears would not have had the chance to reconstruct his body. After a long time, Wang Feng opened his eyes, his gaze bursting with rainbow light. Two spirit rings slowly rose from his body, one purple and one black. His spirit power level was estimated to have reached 23. Wang Feng took a deep breath. This 3-level increase, if it were at a normal speed, would probably take him at least half a year to achieve. Most of the energy from the 10,000-year spirit ring was used to enhance the Red Lotus and break through the cultivation bottleneck, while a small portion was compressed and purified by the Meteor Tears. Even that small portion, under normal circumstances, would be enough for an ordinary spirit master to jump directly from level 20 to level 30, then explode from the surge of power. But for Wang Feng, the process of spirit power compression and purification only increased him by 3 levels. It seemed that in 5 years, I should be able to reach level 30. Moreover, I now also possess a 10,000-year spirit ring, meeting the conditions to check in at Shrek Academy. A hint of joy surged on Wang Feng's face. He need not rush for a 3rd spirit ring. Feeling the explosive energy within him, his body felt lighter, indicating a boost in physical quality. Although it wasn't as significant as the first time when his body was reforged, the improvement was still quite apparent. Since he was still wearing weighted armor, Wang Feng felt it even more distinctly. If I were to divine myself now, I could easily crush that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng clenched his fists, feeling he could also contend with a 10,000-year spirit beast. Even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat unscathed. When I reach level 30, I should have the chance to defeat a 10,000-year spirit beast. It's important to note that a 10,000-year spirit beast is equivalent to a human level 61 spirit emperor. If Wang Feng were to face those previous 40-plus level spirit masters again, even without using the Red Lotus, he could kill them the moment they attempted to strike. He wouldn't give them a chance to unleash their spirit skills. The remaining 7 levels would be progressively harder, and this rapid 3-level increase still needed to be consolidated. Wang Feng pondered, then spread his palm open, and the icy crystal Red Lotus bloomed. This Red Lotus was clearly much more beautiful than before absorbing the spirit ring, with ice crystals adorning the petals, reflecting the bright red and plump petals inside. The combination of ice and fire was full of contradictions and splendor. Let's see what your power is like. Wang Feng stood up. The Xingyue fox, which had been sleeping beside him, rubbed its sleepy eyes and looked at Wang Feng, howling a few times. The 2-meter-long Emperor lizard cub also opened its sleepy eyes, somewhat dazed as it looked at Wang Feng, with lingering sadness still in its gaze. Wang Feng said to the 2 spirit beasts, "You 2 little guys, step back a bit." The Xingyue fox obediently led the Emperor lizard cub back. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he momentarily ignored the 2 spirit beasts and sprang high into the air from a nearby tree, leaping several dozen meters high. Then, Wang Feng activated the Red Lotus in his hand, extracting a petal wrapped in ice crystals and channeling spirit power into it. The petals of the Golden Lotus were a divine spirit skill, capable of providing an all-around double enhancement, accompanied by a lightning paralysis attack. And this Red Lotus, Wang Feng sensed the terrifying power within it. After inputting half of his full spirit power into the extracted Red Lotus petal, he directly threw it forward. The vividly colored petal wrapped in ice crystals, illuminated by the rising sun in midair, radiated strange glimmers of light. Boom! Wang Feng could almost feel the terrifying power within the petal. With a thought, the next moment the ice crystal shattered. Terrifying flames erupted from the ice crystals. Boom! Within a radius of over 100 meters, two terrifying energies of ice and fire swept through, wreaking havoc on everything. The enormous range left even Wang Feng with no escape. Wherever it passed, everything turned to ashes. Immediately after, it was covered by a thick layer of ice. All the large trees within a diameter of about 200 meters were almost instantly turned to ashes by the flames, and even the ground had formed a pit. Wang Feng's clothes were burned to ashes, and his body was covered with a thick layer of ice, with countless ice shards shooting towards him, making a ping-pong sound. After a moment, Wang Feng looked at the scene before him and was taken aback. This second soul skill was a massive area of effect attack, and it seemed to be quite powerful. This power would certainly be fatal for any defense type soul master below level 40. Wang Feng took out a set of clothes from his soul guide device and draped them over himself, gazing at the flattened ground with a hint of shock in his eyes. Staring at the ice crystal red lotus in his hand, Wang Feng thought to himself, if I were to detonate all the lotus petals and the entire red lotus, that would be. Wang Feng shook his head and pondered. This second soul skill should be named Flame Fury Lotus. After naming the second soul skill, Wang Feng descended from the sky and happened to see the Star Moon Fox and the Ice Royal Lizard Cub staring at him. The two soul beasts showed signs of fear in their eyes, clearly startled by the recent terrifying explosion. Even now, the ground in front of them still emitted hissing sounds from the burning, and ice shards were embedded in the surrounding trees and soil. Wang Feng approached the cub and examined it for a moment. The Ice Royal Lizard resembled the salamence from the Pokemon he was familiar with in his previous life, but it was entirely ice blue, including its wings. At this moment, the cub was only 2 meters tall, while a 1,000-year-old Ice Royal Lizard could reach 10 meters. It was evident that this cub was very weak. Given its size, I obviously can't take it out. However, if it stays in this soul-hunting forest, it would easily be hunted by soul masters. Wang Feng pondered, then decided that he would have to visit this cub frequently. After all, this was the soul-hunting forest, established by humans. There were guards patrolling, and a creature as large as the Ice Royal Lizard couldn't possibly be taken out. I'll come to see you often, Wang Feng said to the Star Moon Fox. When I become stronger, I'll find a chance to take you both out. If you encounter any soul masters or soul beasts in the forest, just run around as much as you can. If you get hurt, it won't matter. As long as you're not dead, I can heal you, understand? He directed this comment at the Star Moon Fox, as its intelligence was much higher. The Ice Royal Lizard Cub was still quite naive. The Star Moon Fox nodded and then called out a few times to the Ice Royal Lizard behind it, seemingly conveying information. After Wang Feng gave a few more instructions, he turned to leave. By this time, the sun was already up, and when he returned to the camp, Si Rong, Old Hay, and Ling Run were all awake. Their injuries had mostly healed, except for the fact that they had lost their arms. Wang Feng thought that if he were stronger, with the healing ability of the Golden Lotus, it wouldn't be difficult to regrow their arms. I know you all have some questions, Wang Feng said, looking at the three of them, who were silently staring at him. Both of them are dead, and your injuries were healed by me. After leaving the soul-hunting forest, just leave the city you are in. The noble lady's family is not simple. If they find out that the two of them died in the soul-hunting forest while hiring our team, and you survived, they definitely won't let you go. However, there are many teams outside the soul-hunting forest, and even if they find you, as long as you disperse, they won't waste their efforts looking for you. After finishing speaking, Wang Feng looked at the three of them. The lady, Lin, was a noble from the Fasnuo province, which was just one of the many provinces of the Tiando Empire. Wang Feng estimated that the strongest among them should be around level 60, and he had no confidence or time to deal with them. Moreover, Lin Shan and that old servant were dead beyond recovery, not even leaving a trace. Once Si Rong and the others quietly disappeared from the Fasnuo province, he wouldn't be able to trace them. All right, Old Hay and Ling Ren nodded, not saying another word. It was already hard enough to stay alive. That's fine. I wanted to leave the Fasnuo province a long time ago. Si Rong suddenly smiled and asked, where do you think we should go? Old Hay and Ling Ren were both stunned. Wang Feng was also taken aback. I won't be leaving the Fasnuo province for the time being, he said. He had a disguise, and even his name was fake. Si Rong and the others had never seen his face, so Lin Shan's family would have no way to track him down. However, in about 5 years, I will return to Soto City in the nearby Barak Kingdom, Wang Feng said. Then I shall head to Soto City first. The Barak Kingdom is part of the Tiendo Empire, and under the current circumstances, it is no longer under the control of the Tiendo Empire. They only provide tributes every year, and the Fasnuo province has no authority here. Rong smiled slightly. Although Old He and Lingrun had lost their hands, it didn't mean they couldn't fight. At the very least, they wouldn't starve. Then we'll wait for you in Soto City. After saying this, Rong looked at Old He and Lingrun, seemingly seeking their opinions. The two exchanged glances and nodded seriously. All right, then I will come to Soto City to find you. Wang Feng took a deep breath and looked intently at the three of them before leading the way out of the soul-hunting forest. It was already close to noon. Outside the soul-hunting forest, the sun shone brightly, and the warm sunlight bathed the world. As Wang Feng stepped out of the forest, he felt an unusual warmth, a sensation he had never experienced before. The sunlight shone on his black robe, creating spots of light as if it wanted to penetrate the robe and illuminate the youthful body beneath it. Wang Feng turned his head to gaze the majestic soul-hunting forest in the distance, feeling a ripple in his heart. After taking a glance, Wang Feng turned around, his black robe gently lifting as he slowly disappeared into the crowd. 5 years later, in the Barak Kingdom, Soto City, the Tiendo Empire had 4 major kingdoms, each with its own military force, among which the Barak Kingdom was the strongest. Besides the main city of Barak, another city was also quite famous. That was Soto City, located in the heart of the most fertile Lima plain within the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Barak. At this moment, inside the luxurious Rose Hotel in Soto City, heavily guarded, 2 figures were fighting in the lobby. They seemed to weave layers of dense webs in midair, making the air feel exceptionally heavy and cold. Come on, third brother. A girl dressed in a pink outfit shouted loudly from beside the counter. However, the worry in her eyes betrayed her inner tension. Before long, the battle seemed to come to an end. One of the men was wrapped in countless tough, deep green blue silver grass, resembling a zongzi, making it difficult for him to move. This man was quite tall, with dazzling golden hair and deep blue pupils. Even though he was bound and unable to move, he still wore a faint smile on his face. A level 29 weapon soul master can force me. Daimu Bai. To this point, I must say, you're impressive. Unfortunately, if I were the same level as you, I would have truly lost today. After saying this, another man standing opposite him frowned and said lightly, What do you want to say? This man was about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in blue tight-fitting clothes, with a belt embedded with 24 gemstones around his waist. His figure was well-proportioned, and while he wasn't particularly handsome, he gave off a friendly and approachable vibe. That's too bad, the handsome man, who called himself Dai Mubai, chuckled. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. White Tiger, Vajra, transformation. A cold voice came from Dai Mubai's mouth, followed by a purple soul ring rising from beneath his feet. Immediately, his entire body began to swell slightly, and his aura became incredibly powerful. Even the other guests hiding in the distance felt that surging power, as if a ferocious tiger was about to pounce. With a gentle shake of his arms, he shattered all the blue-silver grass around him into pieces. The explosive powder scattered in all directions, making the hall appear hazy. Upon seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu in the distance were both stunned. Is this the soul skill of a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San took a gentle breath of cold air. At this moment, Dai Mubai, under the influence of his martial soul, had grown significantly in stature, looking extremely intimidating. The absolute perception of strength and level is something your blue silver grass cannot compensate for. Dai Mubai said lightly. The White Tiger Vajra transformation allows me to double my strength and speed in half an hour. Under this enhancement, the toxins contained in your blue silver grass have no effect on me. You cannot defeat me. Tang San remained silent, only sighing slightly in his heart, thinking that indeed, there are always people stronger than oneself, and there are greater worlds beyond this one. No wonder the teacher wanted us to come to Soto City and attend Shrek Academy. There are indeed many talented, strong individuals outside. Although 5 years of cultivation had allowed him to grow significantly, possessing a second martial soul and reaching level 29, he was still far ahead in New Oding Academy. However, upon arriving in Soto City, he found that encountering even an ordinary person was astonishingly strong. Were you so proud of? At that moment, Xiao Wu walked over and angrily supported Tang San, saying if Sangu was also level 37, you would definitely lose to him. Hearing this, Dai Mubai chuckled, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, he noticed the two of them brighten up, as if they had seen something. Brother Feng, over here. Xiao Wu and Tang San waved their hands toward the entrance behind Dai Mubai. More exuberant, Xiao Wu shouted even louder, we're over here. There's a guy here bullying us because of his level and soul rings. You have to give him a good beating. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh silently, thinking these two are still unyielding. He turned around to look. Chapter 59. I'm afraid one punch will knock you down. Dai Mubai turned around and saw a boy standing at the door, lazily leaning against the threshold. Even with Dai Mubai's discerning eye, he couldn't help but praise. What a handsome kid. He was extremely confident in his appearance and physique, but upon seeing the boy at the door, his confidence suddenly diminished greatly. The boy was dressed in black athletic wear made of very special material. Even Dai Mubai couldn't tell what kind of quality it was. He also wore a deep green trench coat, with the sleeves rolled up, hands in his pockets, and military boots on his feet. His legs crossed, and seemingly having been there for a while. He looked to be about the same age as Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai frowned and said, this boy is about 175 centimeters tall, taller than those two kids. His black hair was not long, somewhat messy, but didn't give off a feeling of disorder or dirtiness. Rather, it felt lazy. However, when Dai Mubai finally saw the boy's face, he realized that this boy was certainly not a lazy person. The sharpness in his brows contained a certain edge, especially those pitch-black pupils resembling deep-sea whirlpools, capable of immersing one within them. His perfectly proportioned features on a sharply defined face gave a feeling of being just right, as if reaching a peak. He's so handsome. The guests in the hall couldn't help but exclaim softly, seemingly attracted by Xiao Wu's sudden reaction. Especially the two twins following Dai Mubai, their eyes sparkling. Damn! Dai Mubai felt an extreme sense of competitiveness rise in his heart as he looked at the boy at the door. With a light sound, after hearing Xiao Wu's call, the boy pulled his hands out of his pockets, a faint smile on his face, and walked over. Are you there, big brother? Dai Mubai asked. Do you also want to spar with me? Brother Feng, beat him up. Xiao Wu waved her fist at Dai Mubai. Tang San stopped her from the side. This person is very strong, in the current state. Even if we join forces, we cannot win. Tang San frowned and said, there's no need to let Brother Feng take risks. It's been 5 years. Brother Feng has grown a lot. Tang San thought as he looked at the figure walking from afar, waves of emotion stirring in his heart. Over the past 5 years, although Xiao Wu and he often met with Brother Feng's strength had always been a mystery. Undeniably, Brother Feng's strength had not diminished. Over these 5 years, this had also shocked the teacher, as it was evident that Brother Feng had not experienced the decline in soul power as the master had predicted due to the 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, Brother Feng's vitality was even more vigorous. Although he couldn't be certain, Tang San, who practiced the authentic Xuanmen's Xiantian skill, faintly sensed that Brother Feng's life force was exceptionally strong. However, he and Xiao Wu had never seen Brother Feng use his soul power, and in every battle over the past 5 years, Brother Feng had not utilized his soul power. Tang San thought to himself. This point had made the teacher extremely curious as well. The teacher was also unsure and could not deduce how high Brother Feng's soul power level was. In fact, the teacher even said that this child Xiao Feng might be an existence that he would find difficult to understand in his lifetime, and Xiao Feng's existence might defy many common sense rules of the Soul Master world. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu said playfully, Sangu. Have we ever won against Brother Feng in these 5 years? Tang San lowered his head in thought and replied, I think there was once. Was there? I don't remember. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Cough, cough. Tang San coughed a few times and said, you forgot. There was once when you were being mischievous, trying to make Brother Feng admit defeat, dragging me on the ground and rolling around, refusing to get up. Before Tang San could finish, he was covered by Xiao Wu's hand. Her face flushed as she looked at him. Shut up. Xiao Wu huffed. That was your idea, Sangu. You wanted to win too badly. I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't say that. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a bitter smile and said, all right, it was me. Hee hee. Xiao Wu then revealed a smile and said, even if we team up, we still can't beat Brother Feng. But I feel that Brother Feng's strength is definitely stronger than that lewd guy. After saying this, Xiao Wu waved her hand at the boy in the distance again. Tang San fell silent for a moment. In fact, his thoughts were more delicate. Tang San had a vague feeling that every time Brother Feng fought against him, he might not have exerted even half of his strength. Also, Brother Feng's soul power and soul rings were now a mystery. Xiao Wu once asked Brother Feng about his soul power and soul rings, but Brother Feng just smiled and said nothing. What was even more frightening was that Brother Feng's understanding of soul beasts seemed to rival even that of his own teacher. It should be noted that his second soul ring, the Ghost Vine, was killed by Brother Feng for him in the second year. At that time, he was only at level 20, and this Ghost Vine, over 700 years old, was an extremely terrifying plant-type soul beast, possessing a very strong neurotoxin. When it attacked, it would also release seeds that parasitized on the human body, capable of transmitting this neurotoxin while absorbing nutrients, making it extremely troublesome. At that time, the master had originally wanted the principal of New Oding Academy, a soul engineer over level 40, to help him hunt a ghost vine of about 600 years. But Brother Feng directly brought him into the soul-hunting forest, accurately found the ghost vine, and subdued that over 700-year-old ghost vine in no time. In just a few minutes, he left the then Tang Sin dumbfounded. Later, Brother Feng asked, Xiao San, this ghost vine is too weak, only 700 years old. Why not try for 1,000 years? Tang Sin remembered that he was almost scared to death at that time and directly refused. Are you kidding? The teacher said the limit for a second soul ring is only 700 years. This ghost vine is already the best. If it's 1,000 years, I might explode. Thinking of these things, Tang Sin couldn't help but sighed deeply. At this moment, the boy walked up to Dai Mu Bai, curiously eyeing him. You are Dai Mu Bai? Dai Mu Bai felt uneasy under the boy's gaze and said lightly, I am Dai Mu Bai. Do you really intend to spar with me? The boy couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it. I'm afraid one punch will knock you down. His nonchalant words made Dai Mu Bai's anger surge. In the distance, both Xiao Wu and Tang Sin couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, that's definitely Brother Feng. Xiao Wu smiled, always more arrogant than others. Then I want to see how you plan to knock me down with one punch. Dai Mu Bai forcefully suppressed the fire in his heart. As the dignified evil, a white tiger, and the leader of Shrek Academy, it was the first time he had heard someone dare to speak to him so arrogantly. Kid, I'm very angry right now. Tell me your name and rank. Dai Mu Bai looked at the boy in front of him with a somewhat gloomy expression. His aura grew stronger, emanating a powerful presence that enveloped the surroundings. My name is Wang Feng. As for my rank, if you could take one punch from me, I'll tell you. The boy, who called himself Wang Feng, pulled out a fist from his pocket. Good. Dai Mu Bai clenched his fists, and the surrounding energy began to slowly swirl and condense around him. The surging power felt almost tangible. Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai's legs sprang up like springs, soaring high into the air, his momentum increasing as he resembled a fierce tiger leaping through the mountains, launching a deadly strike towards his distant prey. The red light in his eyes was as bloodthirsty as ever, exuding a chilling aura. Dai Mu Bai, enveloped in a faint golden light, unleashed a punch that came crashing down towards Wang Feng like a comet. The fierce energy created a roaring sound that echoed through the hall, causing the chandelier on the ceiling to sway uncontrollably. Watching this punch, Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions turned serious, as they sensed that Dai Mu Bai, in his fury, likely had even more power to unleash. However, Wang Feng simply stood in place, yawned, and casually threw out an ordinary punch. Dai Mu Bai seemed further provoked by Wang Feng's nonchalance. The violent power of the white tiger martial soul was fully concentrated in this punch. The two fists collided, and in an instant, Dai Mu Bai's expression changed drastically, feeling as if his punch had struck a mountain. He didn't even have the confidence to withstand a slight tremor. Following that, a tremendous force far beyond his imagination surged from the opponent's fist. The terrifying power traveled from his arm throughout his body. Dai Mu Bai was instantly sent flying. An explosion of energy erupted in the air. Boom! Like a baseball hit by a powerful swing. Dai Mu Bai's body crashed through a stone pillar in the hall and barely landed on the ground, sliding several meters before stabilizing. The tiles on the ground were pulled apart, creating a long crack. Dai Mu Bai knelt on the ground with one hand supporting himself, his entire body trembling as if he would collapse at any moment. The air was eerily quiet. On the other side, Wang Feng, however, had not moved an inch, simply shaking his hand. Are you okay? I might have used a bit too much strength just now. Wang Feng waved at Dai Mu Bai. In reality, Wang Feng had used quite a bit of strength earlier, at least 50 or 60%. Saying this was naturally to show off. Life without showing off was meaningless. Meanwhile, The onlookers, trembling in fear, stared at Wang Feng with wide eyes. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Wang Feng in shock. In terms of strength, Brother Feng had never lost to anyone, Tang San thought to himself. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but recall the first time Brother Feng fought with him. This is too strong, Xiao Wu exclaimed. When we spar with Brother Feng, we've never seen him use this much power. After saying that, Xiao Wu tilted her head to look at Dai Mubai and quietly muttered, or is this guy just a pretty face with no real strength? Was that 1,000-year soul skill just a show of strength? Dai Mubai, who was a distance away, twitched his mouth fiercely at those words. What pretty face? Xiao Wu, what are you saying? Tang San glared at Xiao Wu. Hee, I'm the boss of Nodding Academy. Of course I know everything, Xiao Wu said proudly. Tang San sighed. That's impossible. Dai Mubai's strength is definitely real. Brother Feng must have been saying that on purpose. He must have used a lot of strength. But I didn't expect him to be even stronger than this 37th level Soul Master. That punch just now was at least twice his normal strength, or even stronger. Xiao Wu pouted. At this moment, Dai Mubai slowly stood up, his legs still trembling slightly, but he was not injured. You've won. Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng and said in a deep voice, I, Dai Mubai, am not someone who can't accept defeat. However, this room was originally reserved by me. Manager Wang, just give it to them. I don't want it anymore. I'll compensate for the damage in the hall. Manager Wang, who was far away, nodded obediently. You're called Wang Feng? Dai Mubai returned to his original appearance, his clothes slightly tattered. He waved to the twin sisters in the distance and glanced at Wang Feng, saying, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't use your martial soul, or your soul power, and your spirit rings? What do you say? Wang Feng glanced at the two twins and thought to himself, Dai Mubai is indeed charming. That's interesting. Dai Mubai placed his hands on the shoulders of the two twins, gently rubbing them, seemingly trying to relieve the pain in his body with their soft skin. Looking at you, you should be about the same age as me, or maybe even a bit older. Dai Mubai scrutinized Wang Feng several times and suddenly noticed that the twin sisters beside him were also staring at Wang Feng. He quickly pressed down on the two twins, causing them to let out a soft sound, and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Damn it, why are you looking at other men with such interest while in my arms? No one has ever been able to defeat me with just one punch without using their soul at such a young age, Dai Mubai said with a faint smile. But don't worry, we'll have another chance to meet. As for your two friends, they should be coming to Shrek Academy, right? They're only about 12 years old. See you later. After saying that, Dai Mubai swaggered out of the door with the twin beauties. But hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but step forward and shout, Hey, you stinking old tiger, have some shame when you talk. Just now, was that a struggle? Brother Feng just casually threw a punch and almost knocked you down, okay? And don't flatter yourself. What do you mean by about the same age as you? Brother Feng is at most just over 12, only a couple of months older than Sangu. He is 2 years younger than you. How can you be so shameless? As soon as she finished speaking, Dai Mubai, who was about to exit, stumbled and almost fell at the door. He turned around and looked at Wang Feng, his eyes filled with shock. What the hell is this? You're telling me this guy is 12 years old? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng, swallowing hard. That guy named Tang San was already powerful enough. At that age, he didn't even have a level 29. Now this big brother of theirs is playing with me? Dai Mubai estimated in his heart that this brother Feng's strength should be at least level 40 or above, and he must possess an extremely rare power-type beast martial soul to be able to easily defeat his white tiger Vajra form with just one punch. Now, you're telling me he is 12 years old? Dai Mubai thought to himself, it seems there are quite a few monsters in Shrek this year. Seeing Dai Mubai quickly disappear at the door, Xiao Wu was so angry she stomped her feet. What the heck, this guy? Xiao Wu curiously asked. But how did he know we were coming to Shrek Academy? After saying that, Xiao Wu mumbled a few words and pulled Tang San, running up to Wang Feng. Brother Feng, why did you come so late? Xiao Wu said with a smile. Did you arrive early and just watch the show? Yes, I did come early. Wang Feng nodded, watching Tang San and Dai Mubai fight. He had indeed come early. Tang San and Xiao Wu had told him a few days ago that they would come to Soto City today. And of course, he had seen the first battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai. However, he did not intervene and just quietly watched. That Dai Mubai, could he be a person from Shrek Academy? Tang San suddenly said. He is only 15 years old and has already reached the 37th level of Soul Master. And his martial soul is one of the strongest I've seen so far. I rarely hear about anyone this powerful from other intermediate academies. Wang Feng nodded. Xiaosun was still as smart as ever. Brother Feng, have you become stronger again? Xiao Wu squinted her eyes and said, how about I and Xiao San have another match with you? It's been a while since we VE competed. Hearing this, Wang Feng had not yet spoken when Manager Wang of the hotel hurried over. Looking at the mess in the hall, he smiled wryly and said, 3 soul masters. Can you let this small shop off today? If this keeps up, won't you tear down the hotel? That's right, Xiao Wu, let them go. Wang Feng laughed a couple of times and said, you guys, hurry up and go rest. The Red Rose is a nice place. I need a rest too. I've been on the road and I'm a bit tired. Let's go to Shrek Academy together tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, the 3 of us have fought enough times. In fact, when we returned to Holy Soul Village, I even had a few real fights with Tang San. A real fight means having Tang San combine all the hidden weapons he made against me. Although it's dangerous, we've done it several times. This clever little Xiao Wu, after being bullied too much, sometimes drags Tang San into playing dirty. Wang Feng didn't want to fight anymore. Xiao Wu pouted and had no choice but to pull Tang San upstairs. Seeing this, Wang Feng shook his head and said to Manager Wang beside him, I've also booked a room here. The room number is pure white innocence. Please take me up. Hearing this, Manager Wang checked and nodded. At that moment, a girl suddenly appeared at the door. She walked in, glanced around the hall, and frowned slightly, seemingly curious about what had happened in this place. Then, the girl walked over to the front, looked at the price list at the counter, and said, Manager, are there any rooms available? I want a pure white innocence. The girl had a soft and pleasant voice with a hint of heroism. She wore a white long dress, had short hair that reached her ears, a well-proportioned figure with youthful freshness, and her skin was as white as snow. But there was a hidden pride in her brows that was hard for ordinary people to notice. Sorry, the last special room of pure white innocence has already been booked by this gentleman, Manager Wang said, looking at the girl's extraordinary attire and not daring to be negligent, casting a glance at Wang Feng. Booked? The girl in the white dress looked at Wang Feng, and when she saw his appearance, her eyes lit up slightly, and her voice became softer again. Then, can you let me have this room, friend? Her voice was incredibly gentle, her appearance exquisite, and her demeanor sweet and pure. Any ordinary man would find it hard to refuse. Wang Feng observed the girl for a moment and said, Sorry, I don't have the habit of giving my room away. Why don't you choose another one? The girl was taken aback by the rejection, seemingly surprised that she would be turned down. She frowned, looking at the extraordinarily handsome young man, suppressing her discomfort at being rejected, and continued, How about this? I'll give you 50 gold soul coins if you let me have this room. That should work, right? This time, although her tone was still gentle, it carried a hint of pride. Saying this, the girl took out a heavy bag from her pocket. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. How about I give you 100 gold soul coins if you just walk out of here? As soon as he said this, the girl's expression changed. Chapter 61. What a coincidence. I'm also an auxiliary system soul master. Wang Feng took out a bag from his soul guide, also heavy, and waved it in front of the girl. The girl's expression changed. It was the first time in many years that she had been rejected on her first outing, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, it was done in the same way that left her without a reason to argue. Are you a soul master? The girl took a deep breath, suppressing her rising emotions. If you could take out so many gold soul coins, you must be a soul master, right? The Spirit Hall provides subsidies for soul masters. A rank 21 soul master receives 10 gold soul coins every month. The subsidy from the Spirit Hall is a significant source of income for many soul masters before level 40. The young man in front of her appeared to be around 15 years old and likely above level 20. His clothing was not extravagant, but just right, and being able to produce such a large sum of soul coins was not due to family background, but rather because of the Spirit Hall subsidy. You don't need to use your 10 months of subsidy to show off, the girl frowned and said, still forcibly suppressing her discomfort. If you're a soul master, we could be friends. By the way, I am an auxiliary system soul master. Generally, everyone wants to be friends with auxiliary system soul masters, as healing or enhancement abilities are types that most soul masters really appreciate. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, famous across the continent, is well liked and can attract title Diloa level experts to join because of this. Moreover, the girl was confident that with her appearance, even if she were not an auxiliary system soul master, any boy would be willing to be her friend. The girl also thought that this boy was extremely good-looking and quite to her liking, which made her say such a rare thing. If it were someone ugly, she wouldn't even bother to respond and would just leave. What a coincidence. Wang Feng smiled. I'm also an auxiliary system soul master. I'll just keep my room here. Can't you choose another one? He had probably already guessed who this girl was. Similar types repel each other, while different types attract. The abilities of two auxiliary system soul masters cannot enhance each other. Otherwise, it could lead to extremely serious consequences. Why you a big man? How could you be an auxiliary system soul master? The girl was stunned, looking at Wang Feng, unable to recover her senses for a moment. Manager Wang nearby couldn't help but think, what the heck, you just knocked Xiao into that state with one punch. And you dare to claim to be an auxiliary system soul master? However, Manager Wang did not dare to say this out loud. You did that on purpose, didn't you? The girl looked at the smile on Wang Feng's face a bit angrily and said, what is your name? Saying this, the girl stared intently at Wang Feng. My surname is Hua. My name is Shagua. Shagua? The girl frowned, feeling that the name was extremely strange, but she huffed and said, Washagwa. I'll remember you. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he walked upstairs. Manager Wang couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. What's so funny? The girl asked. Cough. Cough. I just think that name's quite funny. Manager Wang coughed a few times, thinking to himself that this girl was really naive. Asking someone for their name without giving her own first, who would tell her? He wondered which spoiled young lady she was. The girl looked at Manager Wang with a puzzled expression, murmuring the name a few times. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, her face turning red, as if steam was rising from her head, and her hands clenched tightly together, making her body tremble with anger. Bastard, how dare you play with me? The girl stomped and was about to go upstairs, but after thinking for a moment, she turned and left. Next time if I see you again, I'll make you pay. How dare you offend me? I'm so angry. The girl stomped her foot hard in place, and then turned to Manager Wang. Are there any remaining rooms? No. Miss, would you like to go to another hotel? Manager Wang frowned. Ning Rongrong glared at Manager Wang and turned to leave. In the pure white innocence room, Wang Feng stood by the window, watching the girl leave, shaking his head. What a spoiled and proud Ning Rongrong. I didn't expect to run into her first. Wang Feng turned around, looked at the white room, and lay down on the big white bed. After resting for a while, Wang Feng took a shower to wash off the dust. Not long after, he heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu. Fengge, my brother and I are going out to explore. You should come too. Soto City is huge, much bigger than Notting City. Xiao Wu was full of energy, clearly having dragged Tang San out with excitement. Sure, I'll go for a stroll too. Wang Feng looked at the bright sunshine outside and felt a bit moved. After discussing, the three of them left the hotel. The warm sunlight bathed them, and Wang Feng felt quite comfortable as the three strolled leisurely. Before long, Tang San stopped, looking at a shop in the distance. The shop sign had a special pattern, featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning tyrant dragon. Xiao Wu, Fengge, I'm going to check it out, Tang San said after contemplating for a moment, and walked inside. ISNT, that the emblem of the spirit hall? I'll go take a look too. Xiao Wu followed him in. Wang Feng, however, did not go in with them, because he knew that the owner of this shop should be the dean of the Lake Academy, Flandra. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Feng continued to stroll around Soto City. Various shops were dazzling, resembling a big city. Suddenly, while Wang Feng was wandering, he heard a girl's angry voice in front. Give me back my money. Do you know who I am? You dare to steal from me? If you don't return it, watch out for me. Little girl, this bag of gold soul coins was picked up by me off the ground. You say it's yours. So it's yours. Call it and see if it answers. Wang Feng looked into the distance and saw a crowd gathered. He couldn't help but laugh. In the distance, a beautiful girl in a white dress was furiously staring at two men. The two men had playful grins on their faces, with strong fluctuations of soul power emanating from them, and they were exceptionally tall and sturdy, holding several bags of gold soul coins in their hands. Isn't that Ning Rongrong? Wang Feng walked over to take a look. There were whispers all around. This girl is really unlucky. How did she get involved with those two rascals? Zhang Si and Wang Wu. They are regulars in the soul fighting arena. It seemed that this girl had just bought something and accidentally dropped her money on the ground, only to have it picked up while she was distracted. It was probably not going to be returned. How can Zhang Si and Wang Wu, being soul masters, have the gall to bully a little girl? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Feng found it somewhat amusing. Ning Rongrong, this young lady, came out alone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her social skills were quite poor. Although she spoke gently, she was actually very proud inside, and likely only faced teasing from such ruffians. However, Wang Feng didn't plan to step in to help. Ning Rongrong, this young lady, came out alone, and there must be people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School secretly following her. So there was simply no way anything would happen. Just as Wang Feng was about to turn and leave, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted over, and a white figure appeared right in front of him. Big brother, what are you doing here? The sudden appearance of the figure spoke with some surprise. It was Ning Rongrong. Wang Feng was taken aback. At that moment, Ning Rongrong grabbed Wang Feng's shoulder, turned her head, and looked at the two men with an arrogant expression, saying disdainfully, "You bastards dare to steal my money? My big brother is here now, and he's an auxiliary system soul master, very powerful. He is going to knock you both down." After saying that, Ning Rongrong raised her snow-white chin and coldly stared at the two men. Wang Feng thought, this little girl is quite vengeful, huh? Ning Rongrong had just caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of her eye, and, seeing that he hadn't left yet, ran over directly. "Ha! An auxiliary system soul master? Little beauty, you think your big brother, an auxiliary system soul master, can knock us two battle soul masters down?" One of the men laughed out loud. "Do you believe that with a few punches, I can knock him down?" His name was Wang Wu, 22 years old, a level 23 battle soul master with a mantis spirit. The other was named Zhang Si, also 22, a level 24 battle soul master with a special plant spirit. The two were known as the Flying Mantis Duo in the soul fighting arena. "I don't believe it." A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and she still arrogantly said, "If you have the ability, then knock my big brother down." Wang Feng. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Kid, so you're her big brother? Come here. If you can beat either of my brothers today, I'll return the money to you." Wang Wu said with a smile, looking handsome. "But with one punch from me, your face will probably end up swollen." Wang Feng looked at the two and said, "I don't know her. If you want to beat someone, just beat her. It won't take a few punches. With one punch, I can make her cry." Saying this, Wang Feng shook off Ning Rongrong's hand. "Get away. Don't touch me. I don't know you." "Ning Rongrong, you bastard. You played me at the Rose Hotel. And now you want to back out? I will drag you into this too. Let you get beaten up later. Big brother, I promise I will never disobey you again." Ning Rongrong pretended to speak in a wrong tone. "They're bullying me, and you just stand by and watch? That kid, you really have no backbone." Wang Wu couldn't help but laugh. "Your own sister was bullied, and you're being so cowardly? Are you even a man? Come over, take 3 punches from me, and I'll return the money to you." Chapter 62, Get Lost. Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, sure enough, the more beautiful the woman, the better they are at deceiving people. Ning Rongrong was clearly betting that he was an auxiliary system soul master, obviously wanting him to embarrass himself. But that was normal. Wang Feng remembered that in the original story, Ning Rongrong initially appeared as a seemingly gentle, but actually willful, proud, and self-satisfied rich girl. It was only after entering Shrek Academy that she gradually improved. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures were whispering to each other. "Hiss, I say, boss. When did our young lady recognize a big brother? This should be her first time out of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? I don't know. The young lady is very smart, although she could be a bit proud at times. But from my experience, that kid probably has some conflict with the young lady. She should be doing this on purpose. Should we step in? What are you talking about? Since there's a conflict, he's the young lady's enemy. Let it be taught a lesson. We can step in later. We must not expose ourselves easily." At this moment, as Ning Rongrong spoke, the crowd began to point at Wang Feng. "All right then, come at me." Seeing this, Wang Feng grinned and took a few steps forward, looking at the two. Since trouble had come knocking, how could he be afraid? Even if he couldn't shake it off, he would face it head-on. That was his style. Ning Rongrong stepped back a few paces, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, thinking to herself, "Humph, you bullied me at the Rose Hotel. Now you deserve it." But then she thought, if this bastard gets beaten up, she couldn't just walk away. No matter what, watching him get beaten would make her feel better. At worst, she would hire someone to treat him later, and that would be even. When Wang Feng spoke, the crowd immediately parted to make space. "We agreed. This is a sparring session, not me bullying the weak." Wang Wu said with a smile, "You want these bags of gold soul coins, so you're sparring with us. Stop talking nonsense, just come." Wang Feng waved his hand towards the two. He really had no interest in fighting these 2 20-something level soul masters. They were too weak. Good kid, quite arrogant. Seeing this, Wang Wu smiled as well, and without saying another word, he directly summoned his spirit. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, slowly rose from beneath his feet. A green mantis appeared above his head. Mantis possess, Wang Wu shouted lightly. His body began to transform slowly, and then he kicked off the ground, launching a punch directly at Wang Feng. Instantly, the crowd scattered once more. Some looked at Wang Wu's spirit with envy. After all, this was a true soul master. You must understand that soul masters occupied only a small part of the common populace. Seeing this punch coming, Ning Rongrong's expression changed slightly. Auxiliary system soul masters were not physically strong compared to these attack-type soul masters, and the difference was stark. If this punch hit, that bastard should get hurt, right? Oof. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, not wanting to see this scene. After all, this bastard had played her. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Ning Rongrong hurriedly turned her head to look, but was stunned. She saw Wang Wu, for some reason, had been knocked back, lying on the ground in the distance, his palms seeming to have gone limp, trembling all over. What just happened? A question mark slowly appeared in Ning Rongrong's mind. She looked around and saw that the crowd had their eyes wide open as if they had witnessed something incredible. At this moment, Wang Feng stood still, patted his chest, and then walked towards the two. What do you say, little brothers? Wang Feng looked at the other one. Zhang Gusi, you don't come over. Zhang Si quickly took 2 steps back, looking at the incredibly handsome youth with some fear. Just now, Wang Wu had landed a solid punch on this youth's chest. However, the imagined scene did not occur. The youth puffed out his chest, and it was as if Wang Wu was a bent spring, jolted back and fell to the ground in one round. It was bizarre. However, as someone who had fought countless battles in the soul fighting arena and lost every time, Zhang Si had a lot of experience. This youth seemed extraordinarily strong. He was definitely not a support-type soul master. That little girl was trying to deceive them. Money, I'll give it to you. Zhang Si tossed a few bags of gold soul coins to Wang Feng and cautiously helped Wang Wu away. Seeing this, everyone else also dispersed, secretly thinking that this youth was not simple. He should not be a support-type soul master. How could a support-type soul master be so physically strong? Wang Feng turned around and walked towards Ning Rongrong, a faint smile on his face. This smile made Ning Rongrong feel uneasy, as if a hunter was surveying and about to hunt small animals. What do you want? Ning Rongrong took several steps back, raising her head and looking at Wang Feng without fear. The arrogance brought by her pampered upbringing was not so easily dispelled. I don't want anything, Wang Feng said, tossing the gold soul coins in his hand with a smile. Thanks, I earned a few hundred gold soul coins for no reason. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and quickly said, That's mine, get it back to me. Get it back to you? Wang Feng tucked the gold soul coins into his pocket and suddenly looked Ning Rongrong up and down, laughing. Okay, didn't you just call me big brother? Call me good brother a few times, and I'll return it to you. Wang Feng was not some kind-hearted person. This girl, Ning Rongrong, had deliberately caused him trouble earlier. How could he not teach her a lesson? You. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, her eyes glaring at Wang Feng in anger. Calling him big brother just now was only to pull this jerk down with her. It was all a charade. How could she, the young lady of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, call a stranger good brother? Such an ambiguous title was impossible. I see you have no money on you now, right? Wang Feng shrugged and said regretfully, if you don't have gold soul coins tonight, you might end up sleeping on the streets, keeping company with the beggars outside the city. Wang Feng chuckled and continued, I heard that the beggars outside the city don't bathe for over half a year. Being with them, eating food picked from garbage, must be a whole new experience for you. After saying this, Wang Feng turned to leave. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned pale with fear. She realized she was out here all alone. The gold soul coins were in this jerk's hands. If he really didn't return them, wouldn't she be in a dire situation? Just thinking about it made Ning Rongrong feel extremely terrified. No, absolutely not. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward a few steps, her face flushed. You give me the gold soul coins, and I'll shout. Wang Feng paused, looking at Ning Rongrong as if waiting for her performance. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, feeling a strong sense of humiliation. She struggled to say good for a long time, but couldn't find a second word. The more Ning Rongrong thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was about to shout good, a bag of gold soul coins suddenly landed on her. Accompanied by a lazy voice, it said, Forget it, you're a bit young, and I'm not interested in you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Take your gold coins and scram. After saying this, Wang Feng turned and left. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze for a long time before finally bursting into laughter, the tears in her eyes still not dry. Meanwhile, the two people who were about to intervene stopped. This kid is interesting, daring to bully our young lady. Boss, should we intervene? No. The sect master instructed that as long as there is no danger, letting the young lady experience the outside world is fine. Besides, I think this kid might be to her liking and could keep her in line. Wang Feng hurried away. He stopped not because he didn't want to hear her call him good brother, but because he sensed he was being locked onto by two gazes. It should be the bodyguards secretly protecting Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had two title de law, so although he wasn't too afraid, if they took note of him, it could become troublesome. Wang Feng shook his head. Besides, he really only wanted to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. She was young, and Wang Feng wasn't very interested in her. Although she was indeed very pretty, far surpassing many stars from his past life, it didn't matter much. Wang Feng returned to the hotel as night fell. Suddenly, a vibration echoed through the hotel. Wang Feng glanced towards Tang San's room, recalling something. Could it be that San was refining something? Let me think. In the original story, it seems that during the day, Xiao San went to that shop and obtained a stone, using that stone to forge the Tang sect's inner door hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle, which can break through internal energy. In the Dolua world, it has a terrifying effect on those highly defensive battle soul masters. Thinking of this, Wang Feng felt a bit surprised. Over the past 5 years, he had tried all the hidden weapons on Xiao San. To be honest, as long as one had a certain speed, Xiao San's external door, hidden weapons, and traps weren't much. However, the Dragon Whisker Needle was one of the top-ranked hidden weapons in the Xiantian treasure record, extremely powerful. He wanted to try it out. He wondered if the Dragon Whisker Needle could break through his defenses. Wang Feng stroked his chin, pondering the plan to go to Shrek Academy tomorrow, and sat cross-legged on the bed for his habitual meditation and cultivation. The next day, bright and early, Tang San and Xiao Wu came to wake Wang Feng to head to Shrek Academy together. After leaving Soto City and heading south, they soon saw a vast expanse of golden farmland, which reminded Wang Feng of his childhood in the countryside during autumn, with fields of rice. The master said that if they went out the south gate and followed the official road, they would see Shrek Academy. Looking at the distant farmland, Tang San felt a bit refreshed and said, I wonder what Shrek Academy will be like. Why is it outside the city? Xiao Wu, feeling curious, plucked a nearly ripe ear of rice and playfully fiddled with it. Because it's poor, Wang Feng replied. Indeed, it's just poor. In the original work, Shrek Academy is located outside for this very reason. No way, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Tang San frowned slightly. How could it not be? Wang Feng said with a smile. Otherwise, who would build the academy outside the city? But once you get there, you'll know. Wang Feng was also a bit curious about Shrek Academy. After all, he had only read about it in the novel and had never seen it in person. After walking for a while, Xiao Wu, acting cute, climbed onto Tang San's back, wanting him to carry her. It wasn't until the three of them came into view of a small village that Xiao Wu jumped down. That should be it, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. But it looked rather strange from afar. The three of them walked towards the small village, not far away. Before they got close, a long line extended from the entrance all the way to where they were standing. It really looked shabby, Wang Feng said speechlessly. He had to check in at Shrek Academy. Joining was inevitable. At the entrance, there was a table where an old man sat, seemingly checking the students who came to register. Behind the old man was the entrance, above which hung a plaque with the words Shrek Academy crookedly carved on it. Next to it was a picture, which was the legendary Shrek monster, looking somewhat like a slime. Wang Feng silently complained in his heart. It looked like a humanoid bag, green and somewhat cute. Slimes are considered the weakest monsters in many fantasy novels. As for this Shrek, it really did match Xiao Wu's description, Wang Feng thought. Shabby and even worse than Nodding Academy. Is this really Shrek Academy? Wang Feng. It certainly is. This is Shrek Academy, known for granting a title of Baron upon graduation. A nearby child's mother seemed to share Xiao Wu's deep skepticism. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but think, just like in the novel. However, such promises were probably just a gimmick to attract outsiders to register at Shrek Academy. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be many people coming to Shrek Academy. Places like Shrek Academy resembled those youth classes from his previous life. Wang Feng felt a jolt in his heart. In his previous life, youth classes gathered exceptionally intelligent children from all over the country, those who had special abilities and could only be described as phenomenal by ordinary people. Most of their achievements when they grew up were outstanding, but youth classes have become rare in modern times. They were truly genius types. Thinking of this, Wang Feng felt that Shrek Academy wasn't much different from those youth classes of his past. Those who could recognize 2,000 characters at 3 years old, while he was just playing in the mud. Those who could solve the Pythagorean theorem at 7, graduate from college at 10, and complete postdoctoral studies at 12 were simply like characters in a rebirth story. Wang Feng silently complained in his heart. He had learned a lot about such information and felt deeply that the intelligence level of humanity was probably raised by these kinds of people. However, if I returned to modern times, wouldn't I also be considered a genius? Wang Feng sighed. As these thoughts arose, he felt a wave of loneliness and quickly shook his head, trying to clear the chaotic thoughts from his mind. At that moment, a commotion arose ahead. I advise you all to inquire properly about our Shrek Academy before coming here. Don't just rush to register because of the promise of becoming a baron upon graduation. It will only waste your registration fees. The old man stood up, looking somewhat impatiently at the long line behind him. Shrek is a kind of monster. Among soul beasts, it is also a very peculiar creature, so we only accept monsters. Ordinary soul masters with poor qualifications, under 12 years old, and have not reached level 21 should leave directly. Don't waste your time and money. After the old man finished speaking, seemingly to assert his authority, his body shook, and 6 soul rings lit up beneath his feet. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Chapter 64. Can you not drink water first? Soul Emperor Strong. Sure enough, after hearing the old man's words, most of the people in line were frightened and left in droves. This saved Wang Feng and the others a lot of time. After a while, someone softly asked, "May I pass?" The moment the gentle female voice sounded, many people turned to look. Wang Feng recognized the voice without needing to see who it belonged to. "Brother, that girl is really pretty," Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang Sen nodded and said, "She is indeed pretty, not worse than you, Xiao Wu." He was speaking the truth. That girl was indeed quite beautiful. So he agreed with Xiao Wu. However, after he finished speaking, Xiao Wu's expression changed, and she stepped on Tang San's foot, snorting. Little San's survival instinct isn't very strong. Wang Feng chuckled. Little San, who came from ancient times, had never been in love and had not been influenced by modern culture, had almost zero understanding of girls. In modern times, he was a solid concrete and steel straight man. Such a life-threatening question could easily be answered by a modern person, making Xiao Wu happy. Tang Sen looked at Xiao Wu with a confused expression, clearly saying what he thought was true and agreeing with Xiao Wu. Why was she angry? "Little San, come here. Let me teach you a few tricks," Wang Feng said. Although he was also a nerd in his previous life, as well as a top-level fire mage, he had read plenty of various internet jokes, and dealing with this was a piece of cake. After hesitating for a moment, Tang San walked over. Wang Feng whispered a few things in Tang San's ear. "If Xiao Wu asks again later, just say this." Tang San listened in surprise. After a while, Xiao Wu suddenly looked back and pulled Tang San to look behind, saying, "Brother San, there are many pretty girls. There's one behind us." Behind them stood a girl with a cold expression, but she looked slightly younger than Xiao Wu. Her skin was very fair, her features delicate, with a standard youthful face. But her chest was exceptionally impressive, likely more spectacular than many 18 or 19-year-old girls, giving a shocking impression. Wang Feng casually glanced, and then calmly looked away, thinking to himself that was too much. It was completely against the rules. Don't look, don't look." Wang Feng steadied his mind and didn't look again. This girl should be Zhu Zhuqing. As for Tang San, based on the answer Wang Feng had given him, he first looked back, then turned around with a confused expression and asked Xiao Wu, "What pretty girl? Where? Can't you see her?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, "She's right behind us." "But I only see you, a pretty girl. I don't see any other pretty girls," Tang San said blankly. Anyway, these were the lines Wang Feng had taught him, and Tang San could recite them perfectly, feeling that there was no obstacle in saying them. Xiao Wu's face suddenly flushed. She glared at Tang San in embarrassment and then stepped on his foot, angrily saying, "Brother, what are you talking about?" Tang San looked at Wang Feng with some confusion. Didn't Wang Feng say that if Xiao Wu heard this, she would be happy? Why did it seem like nothing changed? Oh, a dullard can't be sculpted. Wang Feng shook his head. With Little San's straightforward head, it was really hard for Xiao Wu. "You guys, are you going to register or not?" At this moment, the old man in front pulled the 3 of them back to reality. "Let's go together." Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward and paid the registration fee. They all revealed their martial souls, and the old man even felt their muscles and bones for a while. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect blue silver grass to cultivate so quickly. Your muscles and bones have developed well. You must have exercised a lot, right? The old man smiled at the two. Tang Sin nodded and smiled, saying, Teacher, do we count as monsters? Yes, yes. The old man nodded and waved to Dai Mubai in the distance, saying, Mubai, come here and take them in. Dai Mubai walked over, first glanced at Tang San, smiled politely, and then looked around. What are you looking at? Xiao Wu said angrily, sneaking around. Are you thinking of something bad again? Dai Mubai coughed a few times and said quietly, is it him? Him? You mean Brother Feng? Xiao Wu was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh, saying, what's wrong? Are you afraid of Brother Feng, you big tiger? Ahem, how could a soul master be afraid? I'm just very curious. Dai Mubai seems to have some shadows. After all, being knocked away by a punch doesn't feel good. Who are you talking about? The only girl in white who just passed and stood next to Dai Mubai asked curiously. This Dai Mubai is a level 37 soul master, and someone just now wanted to get their registration fee back, but was scared away. He should be powerful, right? Could he be afraid of others? Curious? Xiao Wu chuckled and pointed ahead. Isn't he right in front? Don't worry. If you dare to bully me and Sangu at the academy in the future, we'll let Feng go punch you away. Dai Mubai looked ahead and happened to see the figure that haunted him in his nightmares last night. Ning Rongrong also looked over and was stunned. Wang Feng didn't know that at this moment, at the entrance, a girl in white was squinting her eyes and staring at him, her expression very complex, filled with surprise, shyness, and anger, but all replaced by calmness. It's him. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. How did he come to Shrek Academy? ISNT it for those under 12? Is he the Fonga you mentioned? He looks about the same age as the one next to me. Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai. Fonga has a special physique and grows quickly. He is only 12, a month or two older than me, Tang Sin replied. Oh, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit of unexpected joy and some anger. This guy is only a little older than me. Does he have enough soul power? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Dai Mubai also seemed very interested, looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu. But Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, then shook their heads. We don't know either. We're not clear about Feng Gu's soul power level. Over the past 5 years, although the three have fought many times, Tang San and Xiao Wu rarely let Wang Feng use his soul power. Even when he did, it was just a small part of his power. Don't know? Dai Mubai was taken aback. ISNT here, big brother? Forget it. I want to see how high this kid's soul power is. In the distance, an old man looked at Wang Feng and said, Young man, you look like you should be over 12, right? This young man in front of me is as tall as Dai Mubai and looks at least 15. I've developed well. I just turned 12 this year. Wang Feng said. Wang Feng thought that Zhu Zhuqing behind him didn't look like she was 12 either. All right, stretch your hand out. The old man waved his hand. Wang Feng walked over, stretched out his hand, and the old man squeezed it slightly, his expression changing slightly. Your muscles and bones look a bit strange. I can't quite say why. The old man frowned, feeling something indeterminate. He walked in front of Wang Feng, and, like he did with Tang San, squeezed his calves and arms. The more he touched, the more shocked the old man became. This kid's bones are like fine iron. Is this real? The muscles are incredibly solid. Can this develop? Forget it. Show me your martial soul first. The old man felt a bit puzzled, but continued. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, extended his palm, and a blue lotus appeared in the center of his palm. I don't think I've seen this martial soul much before. The old man stared blankly at the blue lotus. However, Zhu Zhuqing behind him, looking at the blue lotus, brightened up, thinking it was very beautiful. What a pretty little flower, Ning Rongrong also exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen this kind of martial soul. Feng Gu's martial soul is amazing, not just beautiful, haha, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Dai Mubai looked at it, seemingly pondering this martial soul. At this moment, Wang Feng spoke. I call it the blue lotus. What about your soul rings? Without soul rings, I can't judge your level. You're a bit special. Show me 2 soul rings regardless of their age. Even if you pass. The old man glanced at the blue lotus, picked up the cup of water on the table, seemingly feeling a bit thirsty, and was about to drink it all at once. 2, huh? Wang Feng pondered, but teacher, can you not drink water first? What? Are you afraid I'll spit it out? The old man chuckled. Relax, I've lived for decades. What kind of little monster haven tea I seen? You want to shock me? Hurry up and show me your soul rings. Let me see. After saying that, the old man drank the water. At this moment, Wang Feng's whole body moved slightly with soul power. Two soul rings slowly appeared from under Wang Feng's feet. The moment they appeared, it was as if the air was trembling. One purple, one black. PFF. The sound of water spraying suddenly rang out. Chapter 65, Oscar's Sausage. Purple, 1,000-year soul ring. Black, a 10,000-year soul ring. As the two soul rings rose from under Wang Feng's feet, the surroundings became exceptionally quiet. The expressions of the remaining few people present were all different. First was the old man, who had just swallowed the water and immediately sprayed it out, turning into a mist in the air, his murky eyes now full of shock as he looked at Wang Feng. He looked like a modern person seeing a real monster. The others, including Zhu Zhuqing, who had been calmly observing, were now also staring at Wang Feng in disbelief. Tang San and Xiao Wu, watching from the village entrance, had their eyes wide open. Ning Rongrong, equally shocked, had her mouth slightly agape, her eyes showing an expression of disbelief. As the heiress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never seen a first or second soul ring that was 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. This guy's too amazing. A 10,000-year soul ring? Dai Mubai felt his mind short-circuit slightly. Wait, he only has two soul rings. The first is 1,000 years. And the second is 10,000? How is that possible? This short-circuiting was entirely because it exceeded his understanding. Because Dai Mubai had never seen a first soul ring that was 1,000 years old. Generally, 100 years is already quite rare. And even the 100-year soul rings have distinctions. Not to mention 1,000 years. Dai Mubai had hardly seen even 500-year soul rings. The second soul ring being 10,000 years is excessive. A 10,000-year soul ring can only be absorbed as the fifth soul ring, right? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng, his eyes filled with deep shock. As a student of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai knew that the absorption of soul rings is closely related to one's physical quality and martial soul. But no matter how strong the physical quality is, there is a limit to absorption unless one surpasses their physical limits. However, remembering that punch from yesterday, Dai Mubai vaguely understood that Feng Gu's second soul ring was indeed 10,000 years old. Tang San said softly. Xiao Wu nodded. They both knew that the first soul ring was 1,000 years. Moreover, because the first ring was a 6,000-year soul ring, the teacher had also mentioned that it would be difficult for Feng Gu to control this 6,000-year soul ring, and his body would gradually decline due to being unable to bear the 6,000-year soul ring. Yet in fact, Feng Gu had not only not declined over the years, but had become stronger. Even his second soul ring was 10,000 years old. It's terrifying. Tang San recalled that the teacher had said that Feng Gu's existence surpassed his understanding and could no longer be judged by common sense. I said, Teacher. Wang Feng put away his soul rings, looked at the old man, and smiled. I passed, right? I told you to not drink water first. The old man seriously scrutinized Feng for a long time, wiped his face, then shook his head and sighed. Monsters are really getting more and more. You passed, Mubai. Take him in together. Wang Feng walked towards the entrance, paused slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong, but did not stop at all. Dai Mubai instinctively took 2 steps back, coughing a few times. You all come with me first. There are a few more tests. Perhaps the shadow from that punch was a bit too large. Especially upon learning of the other party's 2 soul rings, his heart felt even more overshadowed. Regarding the soul rings, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai were all extremely curious, but knew it wasn't the right time to ask. So you are called Wang Feng. The girl in white stared at Wang Feng, her tone very gentle, her fair and delicate face adorned with a soft smile that made Tang San and Dai Mubai feel quite comfortable. Even Xiao Wu felt that this girl was very approachable. Only Wang Feng knew that this Ning Rongrong was not as simple as she appeared. Hello, I am Wang Feng. Wang seemed to say with a serious face, as if he had never seen Ning Rongrong before. Ning Rongrong's expression froze, her hands tightening slightly. She turned around and said softly, I'll go in first. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong stepped inside first. Then I'll take you in as well. This village isn't complicated. You'll see the second test area and the teacher as soon as you walk in. Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment and said, I'll need to return outside for a bit. It seems like a familiar face has arrived. A familiar face? You aren't planning something bad, are you? Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai warily. I remember there seems to be a very beautiful girl behind. Dai Mubai frowned and said, What bad idea? Am I that kind of person? It's just that this person's aura is somewhat similar to mine, and there's a complementary feeling with my martial soul. Such martial souls are extremely rare because if we cultivate a tacit understanding and work together, we can unleash some very powerful martial soul fusion techniques. The 5 words martial soul fusion technique were familiar to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Wang Feng felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, Tang San and Xiao Wu's martial souls were quite compatible. One is a rabbit, and the other is grass. Rabbits eat grass. If there were a carrot martial soul, wouldn't that be even more fitting? Dai Mubai led the 3 into the village entrance, pointing to a place where some people were gathered. That place is it. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go out for a moment. Saying this, Dai Mubai hurried back to the entrance. This place is really simple. Xiao Wu looked around. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Selling sausages, delicious sausages, big and long. You can use them and eat them. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar sausages are delicious and sweet. Only 5 copper coins for a taste of the exquisite flavor. Wang Feng looked not far away at a man dressed in gray, with short hair and a full beard, pushing a cart. The cart reminded Wang Feng of the street vendors from his previous life. He remembered that during elementary school, there were many such vendors at the school gate selling various fried foods. The most memorable was the wolf-toothed potatoes. Moreover, such street vendor carts had accompanied Wang Feng through middle school, high school, and even university, always exhibiting an incredibly tenacious vitality. Is that Oscar? Wang Feng looked at the cart and the bearded man from afar. Third brother, I want one. Xiao Wu, who had caught a whiff of the aroma, exclaimed happily. I'll go line up. You help me buy one. Xiao Wu glanced a few times, her mouth watering. Tang San nodded. I think it looks really delicious as well. Wang Feng smiled and walked over with Tang San. Just then, a figure suddenly walked out from the front of the line, heading straight to Oscar's cart. Then they bought 3 sausages and walked up to Wang Feng. I'll treat you guys. The figure was none other than Ning Rongrong. She chuckled lightly, holding the 3 sausages in her hand, though she held them at arm's length. Treat us? Tang San was taken aback, thinking this girl is quite nice. It's our first meeting, and she's treating us to food. Isn't this a bit much? Tang San said politely, there's no need to be so courteous. There's nothing to be courteous about. Ning Rongrong waved her hand lightly, looking at Wang Feng with a glint of amusement in her eyes. By the way, I still owe you a favor, my friend. He might not have told you, but yesterday on the street, he helped me retrieve several hundred soul coins that I accidentally dropped. I really need to thank him properly. However, he didn't leave his name. I only just found out. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's tone grew a bit strange, as if she was gritting her teeth. Feng, is this true? Tang San looked at Wang Feng. Chapter 66. Ning Rongrong, would rather starve. Wang Feng glanced at Ning Rongrong. This girl is kind-hearted. She probably has already heard about the strange sausages from Oscar, and that's why she did this on purpose. Otherwise, why would she only buy 3 and not get 1 for herself? Perhaps even those taking the second test bought Oscar's sausages. There might be some, Wang Feng replied. Then we'll benefit from your kindness. Tang San smiled as he took one of the 3 sausages Ning Rongrong bought and handed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at the sausage. It resembled a hot dog from his previous life, or a grilled ham sausage, cut to soak up flavor and looking very delicious. However, Wang Feng knew it was made using soul power. To be honest, he didn't care about Oscar's strange incantation at all. Good food is supreme. Who cares how it comes about? Just as Wang Feng was about to take a big bite of the sausage, Ning Rongrong beside him flashed a sly look in her eyes. You idiot, if you find out how this sausage was made after eating it, you'll probably throw up. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. She had already learned the secret of the sausage from several candidates who had eaten it, and although it made her feel nauseous, that was exactly why she did this. But just then, Dai Mubai rushed over from a distance, shouting, "Wait, don't eat." Dai Mubai hurried over and said to Oscar in a low voice, "Little Oscar, how many times have I told you not to sell sausages at school? Don't you know? Do you want everyone to throw up?" Oscar walked over with a bitter smile. Is this uncle also a student of the academy? Tang San felt a bit incredulous. This bearded uncle is also a student? What uncle? Little Oscar is only 2 years older than you guys. Dai Mubai shook his head. His martial soul is a rare food-type martial soul, and he has naturally abundant hair, which is why he looks this way. Is there something wrong with the sausages? Why can't we eat them? Tang San asked curiously. Ning Rongrong thought it was bad. If Dai Mubai had come a bit later, Wang Feng would definitely have eaten it. You can't eat it. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Little Oscar, make a new sausage for us to see. This isn't appropriate, is it? The future juniors are watching, Oscar said awkwardly. Especially this beautiful junior in a white dress. If she saw how he made it, it would probably be hard to talk to her later. He had just given her a 30 discount. Hurry up. They will definitely be students of our academy in the future. Do you still want to hide it? Dai Mubai raised his fist. Don't make me do it myself. Seeing this, Oscar could only chuckle a few times and then, in a somewhat soft and lewd voice, said, I have a big sausage. After saying that, Oscar stretched out his hands, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet. The soul power gathered in his palm, and a martial soul resembling a sausage slowly transformed into a real sausage. This strange and ambiguous incantation immediately caused Tang San and Ning Rongrong's expressions to change drastically. Although Ning Rongrong had heard about the strangeness of the sausage, hearing it in person made her feel nauseous. Tang San felt the same, especially since this was meant for Xiao Wu. The sausage in his hand felt a bit hot, and he quickly handed it back to Ning Rongrong, saying this, I appreciate the kind gesture. Dai Mubai's cold companion behind him also frowned and shook her head. Wang Feng, on the other hand, found it quite interesting and watched with great interest. Oscar sighed. Ning Rongrong took the sausage, her face looking a bit unpleasant, knowing Wang Feng definitely wouldn't eat it now, so she could only hand the sausage back to Oscar. Don't. Just then, Wang Feng grabbed the sausage from Ning Rongrong's hand and smiled. It's still your kind intention. Rongrong was taken aback. At this moment, Wang Feng walked over to Oscar and asked, Do you have any condiments? Do you want to eat? Oscar was stunned. Of course. How could these 3 be her kind intention? Wang Feng smiled and said, Besides, good food is innocent. Upon hearing this, Oscar was touched. Good food is innocent. Yes, yes. Yes, I have all kinds of condiments here. Junior, in the future, as long as you want to eat, I'll give you a 50 discount. This sentence struck a chord deep in Oscar's heart. Give me the condiments. I'll mix them myself. Wang Feng walked to Oscar's cart, looked around, and felt quite pleased. Although it wasn't as good as the grilled stalls from his previous life, Oscar's cart clearly had quite a few condiments, similar to pepper, cumin powder, spicy powder, and some sauces as well. Wang Feng sprinkled the condiments on the 3 sausages. Taking a sniff, it smelled really good. Wang Feng's fingers moved, and under the watchful eyes of the others, he took a bite of one. After finishing, he savored it for a moment, reminiscing about the feeling of eating grilled ham sausages and hot dogs in his previous life. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai swallowed hard, not out of greed, but in awe. Amazing, Dai Mubai muttered. He was the first to see someone who could remain unfazed and finished Oscar sausage in 1 bite, eating 3 in total. So strong. He knew he could never do that himself. Is this grilled sausage really that delicious? Pangu is very particular about food. How could he eat this? Tang San murmured. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She clearly wanted to mess with him, but he didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he even ate 3 of those sausages to consider her feelings. He must be feeling nauseous right now, right? With that thought, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed for the first time in her life. What are you all looking at me for? Wang Feng was unaware that Ning Rongrong was in self-reflection at that moment. He looked at the others, saying it's really delicious, and you must add more of the seasoning. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, but still felt tempted. All right, give me another one, Wang Feng suddenly said to Oscar. You want more? That's great. Oscar felt even more touched. Normally, no one wanted to eat his grilled sausages, even though they were edible, but someone actually liked the sausages he made. Oscar quickly made 2 more and handed them to Wang Feng. Wang Feng sprinkled some seasoning on the sausages, but didn't he eat them himself. Instead, he walked up to Ning Rongrong with a smile and said, as the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. I'll treat you to one. You want tea refuse, will you? Here, please. As he spoke, Wang Feng offered the grilled sausage to Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong was not that easy to deal with. She suspected that he had already learned the secret of the sausage and was intentionally making her eat it, planning to make her vomit after she finished. But what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that she didn't mind the sausage at all. She wasn't someone who was overly delicate. Wang Feng was now using her own tactics against her. At that moment, all eyes were on Ning Rongrong. Feeling a bit flustered, Ning Rongrong took 2 steps back. Are you kidding? You wanted to eat this? That's even worse than killing me. I don't want to eat it, thank you. Ning Rongrong forced a smile. No, you wanna? Wang Feng took a few steps closer to Ning Rongrong. This is my heartfelt gesture. Ning Rongrong shook her head, stepping back firmly. No, I want tea. Ning Rongrong would rather starve than eat this. Wang Feng gazed at Ning Rongrong, his dark eyes like a deep pool, captivating. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, her heart racing unexpectedly as she felt a strange thrill. "You're even prettier than I imagined," Wang Feng suddenly said. "Huh?" Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, stunned and confused, not understanding why he suddenly said such a thing. Just then, Wang Feng swiftly placed the sausage into Ning Rongrong's cherry-like mouth. Suddenly, the air became eerily quiet. Chapter 67. Should I just not test? The atmosphere felt frozen. Several gazes were fixed on the white-clad girl, their eyes wide. Wang Feng's speed was too fast. How could Ning Rongrong react? Not to mention Ning Rongrong, even Dai Mubai and Tang San didn't have time to react. The grilled sausage was already in Ning Rongrong's mouth. Anger, disgust, and various emotions surged into Ning Rongrong's mind through the sausage in her mouth. "You!" Ning Rongrong glared at Wang Feng, completely caught off guard by this underhanded trick. He even complimented her beauty, and she had thought she was feeling a strange rush because he understood her feelings at that moment. After all, no one wanted to eat that sausage. Moreover, it was forced upon her. "Fengge, you've gone too far." Tang Xin coughed a few times. Dai Mubai also coughed a few times and said, "Wang Feng, why do you have to force her? Although this was your kind gesture, there was no need to make a girl suffer." However, their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Wang Feng. To be honest, they also wanted to play like that, but they were still a bit hesitant. Zhu Zhuqing, who was behind Dai Mubai, frowned at Wang Feng. Just then, they suddenly heard a crunching sound, and when they looked closely, it was Ning Rongrong gently chewing on the sausage. Seemingly aware of everyone's gaze, Ning Rongrong's face turned red. While chewing daintily, she softly said, "It seems pretty fragrant." She didn't know why she felt a mix of numbness, spiciness, and a hint of sweetness while eating, even though she found it quite disgusting in her heart. Everyone, Wang Feng was also a bit astonished as he watched Ning Rongrong. He had thought she would spit out, but was she pretending? Wang Feng looked at Ning Rongrong oddly, thinking that perhaps the people of Dalua continent also couldn't escape the deliciousness principle. After finishing, Ning Rongrong elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and looked at Wang Feng. "Thank you. I didn't expect this sausage to be quite delicious." Seeing Ning Rongrong's sincere response, Wang Feng was also puzzled. Did this young lady adapt so quickly? Or was she just putting on a brave face, not wanting to embarrass herself? Or did she genuinely like it? "No need to be polite. You're welcome," Wang Feng smiled. "Next time, let us have grilled sausages together." Ning Rongrong gently nodded and said, "You said it. I'll remember. Next time we'll eat together." Wang Feng looked at Ning Rongrong's serious expression, confused. What was going on? Did she take a casual remark seriously? Just then, Xiao Wu ran over, tilting her head. "What are you guys talking about? Brother, where's my sausage?" Tang Xin felt a bit embarrassed and explained what happened with Oscar. "You guys are such dirty men. How can you have such a crude spell?" After hearing this, Xiao Wu blushed and muttered, "I'm not eating anymore." Seeing this, Wang Feng thought this seemed like a normal reaction. "All right, Tang San, Xiao Wu, I'll take you directly to the final test." Dai Mubai clapped his hands, redirecting their attention. "Going directly to the final test. Is that appropriate?" Tang San looked over and saw several other candidates still lined up. "Don't worry." Dai Mubai walked over to the teacher of the second test and whispered a few words. The teacher smiled and said, "No problem. Having these two candidates this year is worth it. You can take them directly to the fourth test." Hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, not understanding the reason. "Teacher, why can they go directly to the fourth test while we have to take it one by one?" A boy said unhappily. "Is there a difference in treatment at Shrek Academy?" The teacher smiled lightly and said, "There really is a difference. If your soul power is above level 25, you can also skip the test and go straight to the last one. But do you have soul power above level 25? At 12 years old, reaching level 21 soul power is already a true genius in many primary soul master academies. Level 25? The boy immediately fell silent, but continued to look suspiciously at Tang San and the others. "I don't believe it. I've never seen a soul master who is 12 years old with level 25. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Wang Feng shook his head, thinking it was like those news stories about 10-year-olds going to college. Unless you see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Even if it appears in various news reports, many people still doubt it. Simply put, things that you haven't seen that exceed your imagination and common sense will be directly denied and disbelieved. This is also the origin of many contrarians. A 12-year-old level 25 Soul Master is roughly equivalent to a 10-year-old child going to college. For other Soul Masters, it would be incredibly unbelievable, especially since these gifted children are usually fawned over and praised, making it hard for them to accept the reality. Don't believe it? Dai Mubai sneered. Taking out a white crystal ball. Tang San, Xiao Wu, you two showcase your soul power on this testing crystal. It's specifically for testing soul power below level 30. If it exceeds that, it will explode. This second test is naturally for specifically testing soul power. Tang San nodded and walked over to input his Xiantian Gong, inner strength. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, shining like dazzling gems. Seeing this scene, the boy was instantly stunned. This kind of light was clearly a sign of reaching level 30. In other words, this person was at least level 29. The teacher in charge of the test was also surprised, exclaiming in amazement. Then, Xiao Wu stepped forward to test, cheerfully inputting her soul power, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The dazzling light continued to shine. Another level 29. The boy was so frightened that he took several steps back. It seemed that I could go directly to the final test as well. Ning Rongrong smiled lightly and walked over to take the crystal ball. A clear light appeared. Although it was not as high as Tang San and Xiao Wu's, it was definitely not low, at least around level 26. Wang Feng, do you want to test? Rongrong was about to hand the crystal ball to Wang Feng when suddenly a figure flashed by, and the crystal ball in hand disappeared. This figure was none other than the aloof girl who followed Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong looked and found that this silent and aloof girl seemed to have a soul power level 1 rank higher than hers, with a somewhat more vigorous glow. It seems that this year, the monsters of Shrek Academy are increasing, the testing teacher remarked, both surprised and delighted. You four can go directly to the final test. Go. At this moment, Dai Mubai hurriedly said, Wait, Wang Feng, do you want to test? After speaking, Dai Mubai paused. He was actually very curious about what level of soul power a person with 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings would have. Because when soul masters absorb soul rings during a breakthrough, they generally receive different levels of enhancement based on the age of the soul ring. When Dai Mubai broke through with his third 1,000-year ring, he went from level 30 to level 33 directly. Dai Mubai couldn't imagine how high a level a 20-level soul master would reach after absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Would they jump directly to level 30? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all looked at Wang Feng. Zhu Zhuqing walked over and handed the crystal ball to Wang Feng. I might as well not test. Wang Feng smiled. You all have seen my soul rings. They must be above level 25. Come on, Fengge, just test it. Xiao Wu blinked. Yeah, Fengge. Let us follow the procedure, Tang San echoed. The testing teacher looked at Wang Feng with interest. Young man, don't worry. Testing at 1T decrease your soul power. Moreover, this crystal ball can withstand soul power below level 30, including level 30. As he said this, the testing teacher looked at Wang Feng strangely and asked, Could it be that your soul power is above level 30? Would this crystal ball explode? The teacher's words seemed to echo the thoughts of Tang San and Dai Mubai, all of them looking at Wang Feng. My soul power is not above level 30. Wang Feng shook his head and said, Hearing this, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of relief. If it really exceeded level 30, that would be too outrageous. A 12-year-old soul emperor? What a joke. However, Wang Feng smiled and said, Although my soul power does not exceed level 30, this white crystal ball will still explode. How about you change it? His soul power was no longer something that a normal crystal ball could measure. Upon hearing this, the testing teacher was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Young man, don't joke with me. Are you trying to bully a teacher who lacks knowledge? Over the years, I have tested thousands of students, but I have never seen anyone below level 30 who could explode a white crystal ball. He had never seen it. Tang San and the others had never seen it either. All right then. Wang Feng did not hesitate and slowly input his soul power into the white crystal ball. Almost in an instant, crisp cracking sounds rang out. Everyone's expressions changed in an instant. Chapter 68. It really will explode. The crisp cracking sound stimulated everyone's eardrums. Boom! The next moment, the crystal ball suddenly shattered completely, turning into a pile of white crystal particles. Everyone looked at this scene, dumbfounded and speechless. Even the testing teacher stared blankly. I told you. Wang Feng shook his head helplessly. It really will explode. His soul power indeed did not exceed level 30, and should be at the threshold of 30. However, this white crystal ball could not withstand his soul power. The reason was simple. It was like a 1 cubic glass jar, being able to withstand 1 cubic of iron, but not necessarily able to withstand 1 cubic of osmium. Osmium is a metal with a density 3 times that of iron. The same volume weighs more. His soul power's quality density was too high. Although the total amount remained unchanged, this crystal ball could not withstand the quality of his soul power. So you really haven't exceeded level 30? The testing teacher looked at the shattered crystal ball, realizing that the light emitted by it was indeed similar to that of the boy named Tang San. This indicated that his soul power level should also be just slightly higher than Tang San's, possibly just reaching level 30. But how could the crystal ball have shattered? The teacher could not understand, and this scene exceeded his imagination. It was the first time he had seen such a situation in many years. As the testing teacher, he could not comprehend it, and the others looked just as confused. Could this have something to do with the quality of the soul power? Tang San pondered, thinking that his soul power was actually Xiantian's skill, which was somewhat special compared to ordinary soul master soul power. It was the inner strength cultivated from authentic Taoist methods. Essentially, soul power is also a kind of inner strength. If the quality of the soul power is too high, then the crystal ball might indeed not be able to withstand it. Compared to Tang San, the others were both surprised and puzzled. This is too strong, this soul master. Ning Rongrong felt a bit strange, feeling some jealousy and unwillingness. We are both support-type soul masters. How could I, a genius of the 7 treasures glaze tile school, be 4 levels lower than him? And he can even shatter this crystal ball. But my support ability is the strongest. The difference of 4 levels doesn't mean anything. Ning Rongrong thought. Wait, I can't let you, Wang Feng, look down on me. This probably can only be explained by the academy? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng and thought, this year's monsters are getting more and more powerful. Not to mention breaking the crystal ball. Wang Feng seemed to be a bit higher than Tang San, probably right at the level 30 soul power. After Wang Feng shattered the crystal ball with his soul power. Not to mention the other candidates, even Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were completely speechless. Mubai, take these 5 to the 4th test. The teacher waved his hand again. Dai Mubai nodded, glanced at the shattered crystal on the ground, and led Wang Feng and the others into the academy. On the way, Dai Mubai explained to the 5. The academy has 4 tests for enrollment. You have all seen the first 3. The 3rd test is to evaluate the candidates' application of their martial souls. The level of soul power and the rarity of the martial soul cannot completely prove a soul master's value. For example, Tang San, your blue silvergrass is a very ordinary martial soul, but your true strength is determined by your understanding of your martial soul and how you apply it. This is what you meant when you said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Dai Mubai said slowly. When the 2 fought at the Rose Hotel, he had heard Tang San say this. Tang San nodded. Understanding the application of martial souls is indeed the most important thing for soul masters. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it is to control the martial soul. If we only focus on soul power levels and martial souls, we soul masters will not go far. Dai Mubai continued. Therefore, the 4th test is a comprehensive test. To be precise, it tests your practical combat ability and whether you have combat experience. Can you endure the damage caused by battles? In the ever-changing battles, how should you use the power of your martial souls? Sometimes combat is the best opportunity to train us soul masters. This applies to soul masters of any attribute, whether they are attack type, support type, or control type. As they walked, Dai Mubai gradually instilled the academy's basic philosophy into the 5 of them. Wang Feng nodded slightly. Dai Mubai's words and the concepts of Shrek Academy are quite advanced and scientific in today's Dolua world. With such high requirements, how many students can your academy have in a year? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. No wonder the academy is just a small village. Is it? As Feng Ge said, too poor? Dai Mubai coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, but he quickly straightened his expression and said, you're right. Our academy doesn't have many students each year. In the 20 years since the academy was established, we've only recruited 42 students in total. So we average just a bit over 2 each year. This year, having 5 at once is quite a record. Moreover, out of these students, only 14 have graduated. Hearing this, the others were stunned. So few? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Are the graduation requirements very high? Of course. Dai Mubai's tone was very serious. The requirement to graduate from the academy is to reach at least level 40 before the age of 20. Excluding many who died during cultivation from hunting soul beasts or dropped out, only 14 have graduated over the years. But don't underestimate these 14. After leaving Shrek Academy, they all became renowned figures. Among them, the most powerful has already become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. This graduation requirement is indeed quite high. Xiao Wu gasped in awe. Wang Feng shook his head. Even for an academy that only takes in monsters, a graduation rate of only 30% is low. At this point, Dai Mubai suddenly chuckled bitterly. It's precisely because of this that the academy lacks funding. The Ballot Kingdom originally wanted to sponsor us, but because it required the academy to pledge loyalty to the kingdom, it was rejected by the dean. If my family hadn't sponsored some this year, the academy might have gone bankrupt. But even so, the dean has said, better not lower standards. Absolutely no compromise on any requirements. Dai Mubai spoke with a hint of reverence. The academy recommended by the teacher is indeed extraordinary. I'm very fortunate to have come to Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled. The others also felt a bit emotional. They didn't expect Shrek Academy to have such a background and situation. They soon arrived at an open area where Dai Mubai pointed ahead. Wang Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. An area about the size of 2 football fields lay before them. On one side of the open space, a rugged-looking middle-aged man in his 50s was dozing in a rocking chair. Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng frowned. A soul sane at level 70 or above is very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. After listening, the man opened his eyes, stood up, revealing an extremely muscular build. From a distance, he looked like a bear with muscles all over, giving off a strong sense of oppression. He resembled those super strong men from the previous life. Wang Feng thought to himself. The exposed arms were thicker than the thighs of girls in their 20s. Ha ha ha, interesting. This year, we have 5 monsters over level 25. Come over and let me see. Zhao Wujia waved at the group. The others exchanged glances and stepped closer. Zhao Wujia sized them up a few times, his gaze very gentle and with a friendly smile. He said, not bad, not bad. My name is Zhao Wujia, and I'm your teacher for the 4th test. In previous years, I hardly ever saw monsters over level 25 at the age of 12. This year, 5 have come all at once. Let's have some fun. I'll give you a stick of incense this time. During this time, you can get to know each other and discuss. After a stick of incense, the test will begin. If any one of you can withstand my attacks for a stick of incense this time, you all pass, even if it's just one person who lasts until the end. After saying this, he looked at the stunned group. At this moment, Dai Mubai hurriedly walked over and said, Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate? How? Do you think they're essay problem? The dean isn't here now. I'm the boss, and my word is final. Zhao Wujia's tone did not waver at all. No, that is not what I meant. Dai Mubai walked to Zhao Wujia's side and lowered his voice. What I mean is that a stick of incense is too short. Would you consider raising a bit? 2 sticks of incense, I think, would be more appropriate. After finishing, Dai Mubai secretly glanced at Wang Feng. If Tang San and the others were to face Zhao Wujia, a stick of incense might not be enough. But with Wang Feng added into the mix, Dai Mubai felt it might be different. A guy who could knock him flying with one punch in the Diamond White Tiger form. With the first 2 soul rings being 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings, and able to explode a crystal ball even before reaching level 30. A stick of incense should be manageable as long as teacher Zhao doesn't go all out. Dai Mubai believed he had some judgment. Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai, a question mark slowly emerging in his mind. Are you saying that your teacher Zhao is old and can't swing a knife anymore? 2 sticks of incense? To deal with a mere 5 kids who haven't even shed their baby hair, do you still need 2 sticks of incense? His tone remained unyielding, even slightly cold. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he quickly walked over, not trying to persuade further. Dai Laohu, is this teacher Zhao powerful? Xiao Wu frowned and asked. All 5 of us are level 25 soul masters. Isn't it too simple to only hold out for 1 stick of incense against him? Teacher Zhao, it's not a matter of being strong or not. He is a very rare battle soul master. Dai Mubai coughed a few times and said, Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, an extremely powerful beast martial soul with unparalleled defensive capabilities, completely flawless. At the same level, it's almost impossible for other soul masters to deal effective damage to him. Of course, You might think bear-type martial souls are mostly heavy and might assume his speed isn't great, but that's only relative. Against you guys, he won't be lacking at all. His powerful attack capabilities and unparalleled defensive abilities leave many same-level soul masters helpless against Teacher Zhao. Even if he just stands there and lets you hit him, you might not even be able to shake him or inflict any damage. Therefore, Teacher Zhao is also known as the Unmoved King in the Academy. After speaking, Dai Mubai looked at the four. With such a strong reputation, what level is his soul power? Xiao Wu asked, is he a soul emperor? At this moment, Dai Mubai didn't answer, and Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. He's not a soul emperor. He should be a soul saint. I've heard my father and others mention the title of Unmoved King. 10 years ago, the Unmoved King Zhao Wujia had a conflict with the Spirit Hall, and at that time, the Spirit Hall sent 16 bishops to besiege him, all of whom were at least level 60. At that time, the Unmoved King Zhao Wujia was also over level 60. Now he must be even stronger. I guess he should be over level 70. After hearing this, everyone, except Wang Feng, was stunned. Soul Saint? They all took a breath. Dai Mubai nodded and said, you're right. Teacher Zhao is at least a soul saint over level 70. Moreover, all 7 of his soul rings are focused on defense and strength. You can imagine how terrifying that is. Don't say you 4. Even if I were to join, I might not last a minute against him. 4? But there are 5 of us. Xiao Wu questioned, are you saying Pangu isn't human? Wang Feng, no. I didn't say that. Don't misquote me. Dai Mubai glared at Xiao Wu. What I meant was with Wang Feng here, it would be much easier for you. This remark seemed quite novel. Dai Mubai, is Wang Feng that powerful? Ning Rongrong looked at Wang Feng. This is actual combat, not just comparing soul power and soul rings. According to what you said, one also needs to have a deep understanding and application of one's own martial soul. Moreover, he is a support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong said this with some surprise. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Wang Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity, seemingly surprised and puzzled by Dai Mubai's words. I think so too. Tang Xin smiled and said, all right, Brother Dai has already shared a lot of useful information with us. Let's introduce ourselves to each other first. My name is Tang San. My weapon spirit is Blue Silvergrass, and I'm a level 19 control-type spirit master. This is Xiao Wu. Her bee spirit is a rabbit, and she is a level 29 attack-type spirit master. Ning Rongrong. Her weapon spirit is the 7 treasure glaze tile, and she is a level 26 support-type spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing. Her bee spirit is the nether cat, and she is a level 27 agility-type spirit master. After the 4 introduced themselves, their gazes unanimously fell on Ning Rongrong. Are you from the 7 treasure glaze tile sect? Tang Xin looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. The 7 treasure glaze tile is known as the most powerful support-type spirit master sect in the continent. I didn't expect to have a combat partner from the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. Ning Rongrong glanced at Wang Feng and smiled lightly. I sneaked out too. My support ability can provide you all with a 30% boost in power and speed for the duration of 1 incense stick. That's definitely not a problem. However, I have no offensive abilities. After speaking, Ning Rongrong looked at the others. A 30% boost in battle for spirit masters of the same level is a critical and vital enhancement. If they are of different levels, it means the possibility of challenging higher levels. Moreover, as the levels increase, the boost also increases. For many spirit masters, this is a highly sought-after combat partner. Sure enough, after Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Tang San and the others were in awe. Hee, then our chances of winning are even greater. Xiao Wu said happily. Tang San nodded, a smile on his face, clearly delighted to have a support-type spirit master with boosting abilities as a partner. Even the cold Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong with a bit more softness. This made Ning Rongrong feel a bit proud, but suddenly, she looked at Wang Feng beside her and saw that he seemed completely indifferent. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Wang Feng, what about you? Ning Rongrong looked at the silent Wang Feng and couldn't help but ask. Ning Rongrong's words instantly drew the attention of the others to Wang Feng. Before Wang Feng could answer, Dai Mubai spoke up. He should be the strongest attack-type weapon spirit master among you. I suggest you let him be the main attacker later. Dai Mubai thought he might never forget the punch from the Rose Hotel, so he made the suggestion in advance. However, after Dai Mubai finished speaking, he noticed that Tang San and Xiao were looking at him in a strange way. Even Ning Rongrong was looking at him in shock. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Did I say something wrong? If I remember correctly, Wang Feng told me he was a support-type spirit master. Ning Rongrong blinked. Dai Mubai smiled and said, Ning Rongrong, don't joke with me. How could he possibly be a support-type spirit master? After speaking, Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng. Coincidentally, I am indeed a support-type spirit master. Wang Feng said with a smile, level 30, weapon spirit green lotus. As for my ability, I can quickly heal your injuries. As long as you're not dead, I should be able to wake you up. So later, you can confidently go all out in battle. After Wang Feng finished speaking, Dai Mubai was stunned. Ning Rongrong was stunned. Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned. Wait, Brother Feng's support ability isn't restoring soul power? When did it turn into healing ability? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Wang Feng in confusion. Can it change like that? Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, on the other side, squinted his eyes and looked at Wang Feng, thinking, this kid Dai Mubai just suggested I increase to 2 incense sticks, and glanced at this guy. It shows that this little brat is the reason why Dai Mubai said that. Otherwise, with Dai Mubai's judgment, he would never say something like that. Wait, I want to be the first to knock this kid down. 2 incense sticks? Chapter 70. Do you think I, Zhao Wuji, am honest? Healing-type support spirit masters are also rare compared to enhancement-type supports. Moreover, being able to wake someone up as long as they're not dead? What does that even mean? I bet there are hardly any healing-type spirit masters in the entire continent who would dare to say such a thing. The most shocked was naturally Dai Mubai. You're telling me a level 30 spirit master who can knock me flying with one punch is now telling me he is a healing-type spirit master? The kind that hides behind the battlefield and heals injured teammates? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng, momentarily unable to accept such a drastic change. Healing type? You can wake someone up as long as they're not dead? Is that real? Ning Rongrong slightly opened her mouth. If it really were a healing-type spirit, it would have already gained fame throughout the continent. However, just now, Ning Rongrong had never seen Wang Feng's mysterious and beautiful flower spirit. Zhu Zhuqing also found it hard to believe. Truly healing-type weapon spirits are extremely rare. Indeed, Wang Feng nodded, so we're going to start fighting soon. You all can go wild. Whatever skills you have, just use them on this teacher Zhao. If you get injured, it's on me. I'll be in the back healing you and treating your injuries. For Wang Feng, team battles are not an opportunity for improvement. He is simply too strong. Unless he has a one-on-one match with Zhao Wujia, that might be okay, but that's a matter for Tang San. Wang Feng plans to find another opportunity. However, not participating isn't good either, and Tang San and the others need this battle to bond and adapt to combat. Wang Feng felt this was a good opportunity to showcase his healing abilities, mainly because he didn't want the others to get seriously injured. In the original story, Wang Feng remembers clearly that in this battle, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San all suffered varying degrees of injuries. With Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu fainting and needing a day to recover, Oscar's sausage couldn't help. Not to mention Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San and Xiao Wu are very close to him. He doesn't want them to be injured and temporarily unable to heal. Battles must involve injuries. But healing also needs to be timely. Over the past 5 years, Wang Feng himself has been injured numerous times. Brother Feng, but I remember your support ability was to restore soul power? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Even now, Xiao Wu remembers 6 years ago. The day outside the small woods when Brother Feng punched a small tree behind her and helped her and Tang San restore their soul power. How did it change to healing now? Hearing Xiao Wu say this, Dai Mubai and the others were stunned again. Does he have 2 abilities? Restoring soul power? Impossible. Cough, cough, my spirit's abilities depend on my mood, Wang Feng said calmly. For example, if I don't want to fight right now, my spirit ability will lean towards healing as support. If he told them that his spirit had various forms, explaining it now would be too troublesome. Hearing this, everyone was left bewildered. Is there such a spirit? All right, enough chit-chat. Wang Feng quickly said, Tang San, hurry up and formulate a battle plan for them. Oh, okay. Tang San quickly nodded. Dai Mubai somewhat disorientedly withdrew to the side, quietly watching, feeling that this battle might be quite interesting. Soon, Tang San had formulated the battle plan. Xiao Wu as the main attacker, him controlling Zhu Zhuqing as auxiliary attack and containment, with Ning Rongrong and Wang Feng providing support at the back. Simple and direct, but the specifics still depend on actual execution. At this moment, the incense stick had almost burned out. All right, kids, prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wujia's loud voice came, and after finishing, He took out another incense stick and directly inserted it into the ground. It was at this moment that Ning Rongrong quietly began to turn around. Her soft and beautiful voice, accompanied by her flowing white dress, gently resonated. The 7 treasures turned out to be glazed. As her voice fell, colorful light shone from Ning Rongrong, making her look like a celestial fairy descending to earth, and in her palm, a jewel-like 7-treasure pagoda suddenly appeared. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, swirling and emitting a faint glow. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. Ning Rongrong chanted softly. The first soul ring shone brightly, and she then lightly tapped the pagoda with her fingertip, and 3 beams of light fell on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Immediately after, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate, and the second soul ring shone brightly, with 3 rays of light floating out from the treasure tower and landing on the 3 people. In an instant, the 3 felt as if their bodies were filled with power, and their bodies felt lighter. That feeling was like eating ice cream in the scorching summer. A delightful and indescribable sensation. Go for it, Ning Rongrong said at the end. On the other side, Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect the 7-treasure glazed tile school to be here this year. Interesting. I wonder how happy old Flander will be when he sees this. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wujia did not give the 3 any chance to attack proactively, and directly rushed towards Ning Rongrong. Seeing the scene, Tang San thought it was bad. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's speed was not fast. Just as he was about to get close to Ning Rongrong, his blue-silver grass instantly activated, and black long vines grew from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, locking her in place and quickly pulling her in another direction. Haha, you fell for it, didn't you? Zhao Wujia saw this and was not surprised, but rather pleased. He turned his steps and charged directly towards Wang Feng beside Ning Rongrong. This kid is definitely up to something, and I must resolve him first to avoid future troubles. Zhao Wujia, a soul sage over level 70, had the instincts of a seasoned warrior, and with Dai Mubai's earlier suggestion, he was extremely alert. Be careful, Fengge. Suddenly, 2 exclamations rang out. It was Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San could only control one, and chose to save Ning Rongrong, mainly because the master had said that if the soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were encountered, they had to be dealt with quickly. So he assumed Zhao Wujia wanted to deal with Ning Rongrong first, because once Ning Rongrong was dealt with, the support effects on the 3 of them would be cut off. Who would have thought that Zhao Wujia was actually being deceptive and slyly targeting Wang Feng? Very strange. Even Wang Feng was a bit confused. Wait, why is Zhao Wujia coming for me right away? This is not scientific. I clearly haven't done anything or said anything. And I didn't even announce my soul ring. In theory, Zhao Wujia shouldn't know much about the 5 of them, otherwise. He wouldn't have recognized them as members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school only after Ning Rongrong released her soul skill. Why is he targeting me right away? At this moment, Wang Feng felt a bit puzzled. At the moment of crisis, although Wang Feng was confused, he did not intend to confront Zhao Wujia head-on. Instead, he shook his palm, and his martial soul quickly lit up. The golden lotus blooms quietly. A stream of golden light surged from the golden lotus and fell on Zhao Wujia. Take this, Wang Feng shouted softly. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Wait, isn't your martial soul a healing one? Why are you using it on Teacher Zhao? However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. They saw Zhao Wujia, who was charging fiercely towards Wang Feng, suddenly flush in the face just 2 steps away from Wang Feng, staggering, his legs going weak, and he fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia reacted quickly, stumbling backward a few steps, making a big jump to quickly get 10 steps away from Wang Feng, looking at him with a gloomy and vigilant expression. What has happened? Kid, what the hell was that? Zhao Wujia's face was somewhat unpleasant. Just now, he had been overwhelmed by an inexplicable impulse and desire, which was difficult to suppress, to the point that his legs felt a little weak, and his whole body felt quite comfortable. But it was too comfortable to the extent that he lost control over his fighting spirit. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have even cried out in comfort, which would have been too embarrassing. This kid is indeed up to something. Teacher Zhao, let me heal you, Wang Feng said with a smile. Nonsense. I have no injuries at all, Zhao Wujia retorted. What soul skill did you use just now? It's so strange. It feels just like taking a special drug. Do you think I'm an easy target who doesn't understand anything? Zhao Wujia's expression showed he was experienced, and that Wang Feng wouldn't be able to deceive him. Hearing this, everyone seemed to understand a little. Looking at Wang Feng in shock. I really was healing you. Wang Feng waved his hand. But my healing has some effects on enemies. Do you want to try something even more stimulating, Teacher Zhao? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Could it be that Wang Feng's healing ability has a genuine healing effect on allies, but has reverse side effects on enemies? That's amazing. This completely solves the problem of healing-type soul masters being vulnerable to attacks during battle. Just now, even Teacher Zhao couldn't avoid being affected. Zhao Wujia looked at this little brat with a gloomy expression, faintly feeling that a stick of incense might not be enough. Chapter 71. The Great Battle with Zhao Wujia. Seeing Zhao Wujia seemingly lost in thought, Wang shouted loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" At this shout, everyone suddenly woke up. Xiao Wu, as the main attacker, rushed toward Zhao Wujia first. She lightly tapped the ground with her feet and leaped up. At the same time, a vine appeared perfectly at the landing point of Xiao Wu, lending her strength. It was naturally Tang San's blue silver grass, working in perfect harmony with Xiao Wu. Standing on the vine, Xiao Wu compressed it like a fully drawn bow and shot toward Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng had perfectly avoided Zhao Wujia, and now that he had come to his senses, they naturally had to attack with all their might. However, when Zhao Wujia saw Xiao Wu charging at him, he merely smiled faintly, neither dodging nor scattering, as if he were a wooden post, just waiting for Xiao Wu to attack. Although Xiao Wu found it a bit strange, she did not let the opportunity slip by. Having already mastered the use of her martial soul, she spread her legs in a scissor shape and completed the martial soul possession in midair, aiming for Zhao Wujia's neck. Bang! Bang! Two low sounds echoed. Xiao Wu's fierce kick, with enough power to almost break a small ordinary tree, landed on Zhao Wujia's shoulder, but it couldn't inflict any damage at all. In fact, it didn't even make him move an inch. Good cooperation, using the resilience of the blue-silver grass to increase the power of the downward strike. But little girl, you're a girl, and your strength is naturally too small, Zhao Wujia said calmly with a smile. Xiao Wu remained silent, but frowned slightly. At that moment, a series of vines grew from beneath Zhao Wujia's feet, pulling him into the air. The toxins in the vines instantly caused Zhao Wujia's feet to feel numb. Then the vines disappeared in an instant, and without the support of the vines, Zhao Wujia found himself in midair, completely useless even with a 1,000-pound weight. However, Xiao Wu's feet were still clamped onto Zhao Wujia's shoulder. Bend down. At that moment, Xiao Wu slightly spread her hands, and the vines appeared instantly, grabbing her hands and bending her body into an extreme arc get-down. With a twist of her feet, Xiao Wu used the force of her legs combined with the assistance of the vines to fling Zhao Wujia down. Wow, that's some serious coordination. This rapid sequence of events surprised Zhao Wujia greatly. Such coordination could not be achieved without years of practice. Zhao Wujia did not know how many times Tang San and Xiao Wu had fought together with Wang Feng. In the past 5 years, they had rarely fought against each other, mostly teaming up to fight Wang Feng, and their tacit understanding far exceeded Zhao Wujia's imagination. Just as he was about to land, Zhao Wujia attempted to brace himself with both hands. If he crashed directly to the ground, he would not fare well either. But just as his hands were about to spread out, a ghostly figure appeared behind him silently. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Clang! Clang! A series of attacks rang out, forcing Zhao Wujia to use both hands to flip backward while simultaneously unleashing his soul power. 7 soul rings instantly lit up from his body to resist Zhu Zhuqing's attacks from behind. Unable to brace himself, Zhao Wujia could only unleash his soul power and crash down, producing a loud explosion. Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly light flashed, and before Zhao Wujia landed, she lightly jumped up from behind, avoiding Zhao Wujia's attack. The timing was extremely clever. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to coordinate with Tang San and Xiao Wu to complete this attack. A tremendous sound suddenly erupted. It was hard to tell how heavy Zhao Wujia's body was, but when he crashed to the ground, it caused a violent tremor and a cloud of dust. For a moment, the three of them stared intently at the spot where Zhao Wujia had fallen. "Third brother, did we hit too hard?" Xiao Wu asked, slightly nervous. Tang San shook his head and said, "It's not that simple." Zhu Zhuqing stood at a distance, her appearance slightly transformed after the martial soul manifestation. One eye was a dark green and the other a clear blue, her claws sharp as blades, exuding a cold light, her gaze icy. Next, you will face Zhao Wujia's storm-like attacks, Wang Feng thought to himself. He didn't intend to intervene. He knew that if he did, this battle would be too easy, and the three of them would hardly be injured. Moreover, only 1/3 of the incense stick had burned. At this moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Wujia pushed himself off the ground, pulling his head out of the ground as if pulling a radish. After shaking his head, he appeared before Tang San and the others, as if he had fully recovered. Instantly, the pupils of the three narrowed sharply. They finally understood what Dai Mubai had said earlier. Even if teacher Zhao stood still and let them hit him, it would be hard to cause any damage. A soul sage over level 70, wanting to hurt teacher Zhao with just a few soul masters below level 30 was nearly impossible. Not at this moment. Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings lit up, and his body was even more robust than before, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, covered with a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his explosively muscular body looked just like a powerful golden bear, exuding a tangible sense of pressure that rushed towards them. This is bad. Teacher Zhao is about to use his soul power, Dai Mubai thought, realizing the situation was dire. Just now, it was merely because teacher Zhao had been careless, combined with the perfect cooperation of Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement, that allowed the three of them to gain an advantage over teacher Zhao. But even so, it wouldn't be possible to cause any real damage to him. Instead, at this moment, Zhao Wujia's soul power surged, radiating a fierce and domineering aura, clearly indicating he was going to take this battle more seriously. Come on, the sun is just right today, and I've shaken off most of my sleepiness, Zhao Wujia said earnestly, obviously looking for a way to save face. Dai Mubai wanted to laugh but held it back. Now that I'm awake, let's get serious for a moment. Zhao Wujia shouted, come on, let us continue. With that, Zhao Wujia stepped towards Tang San. He realized that the cooperation between these two was too seamless, especially that kid who used blue silvergrass, which was somewhat troublesome to control. If he could take care of that first, the three of them would collapse instantly. Xiao Wu, seeing Zhao Wujia approaching, Tang San called out, his shoulders sinking. Xiao Wu lightly jumped, stepping onto Tang San's shoulder and leaping high into the air. Again, Zhao Wujia sneered. That same trick won't work on me. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia also leaped high, intending to catch the little rabbit that was bouncing around in midair. But just then, several vines wrapped around Xiao Wu, and just as Zhao Wujia punched toward Xiao Wu, the vines immediately redirected her. At the same time, the vines assisted Xiao Wu, who kicked sideways towards Zhao Wujia. From a distance, it looked as if a hammer was tied to the tip of a vine, changing its trajectory in a strange manner and smashing towards Zhao Wujia. Meteor hammer, Wang Feng noted. This was a combined technique of Tang San and Xiao Wu. He had experienced it many times, but this technique would be hard to work against the incredibly defensive Zhao Wujia. Unless the vine was tied to him, a kick could still cause Zhao Wujia some damage. Xiao Wu was too light, and her power was too weak, making her attack very limited. As expected, when Xiao Wu kicked Zhao Wujia, it only momentarily stunned him without any significant effect. At the same time, another shadow moved toward Zhao Wujia, with 2 soul rings lighting up from his figure. Zhu Zhuqing, coming from the side, moved at an incredible speed. As she approached Zhao Wujia, her body spun, leaving behind numerous afterimages, flashing with countless cold glimmers. That cold light was naturally her second soul skill, Ghostly Claws. This soul skill reminded Wang Feng of the 9 white bone claw, which looked somewhat similar. In an extremely short time, she could launch hundreds of attacks on the enemy, specifically targeting the weakest spot. At this moment, she aimed for the back of Zhao Wujia's legs, a particularly tricky spot. The 2 attacks caused Zhao Wujia's eyes to flash with golden light. The next moment, the first yellow soul ring on his body surged up. A roar erupted from Zhao Wujia's mouth. Golden light exploded. At the same moment, Zhu Zhuqing let out a scream in midair, sent flying by the roar, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her consciousness becoming blurry. Similarly, Xiao Wu suffered even worse. She had just kicked Zhao Wujia. The recoil force made her spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. The vines wrapped around her also shattered, and she fell from midair. Even Tang San in the distance felt his blood surge uncomfortably as the vine shattered. But he quickly used blue silvergrass again to catch Xiao Wu, bringing her into his embrace. Although that was Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, it instantly dismantled the trio's offensive. This was the true strength of a level 76 soul sage. Following that, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly and swiped his palm towards Tang San from a distance, like a fan. At a critical moment, with only a third of her consciousness left, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a trace of blood flashing in her gaze as she looked at Zhao Wujia. A charm-type soul skill? Zhao Wujia was taken aback, but instead of being alarmed, he was pleased. He saw a flash of golden light in his eyes and directly locked eyes with Xiao Wu. Almost instantly, as their gazes met, Xiao Wu fainted. Tang San seized the fleeting opportunity created by Xiao Wu's moment of struggle, using Ghost Shadow to dodge Zhao Wujia's palm. Zhao Wujia did not pursue, merely standing still. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Tang San called out anxiously. But at this moment, Xiao Wu had already fainted, and he couldn't wake her up. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was slightly gloomy. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had also fainted. Let her be, she's fine. It's just backlash. Her soul power is vastly inferior to mine, and my martial soul, the Great Power King Bear, is particularly effective against charm-type soul skills. Let her sleep for a night, and she should recover by tomorrow, Zhao Wujia said with a smile. I shouldn't need to make another move, right? Even if you include that little girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you won't last even a stick of incense. However, just as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, 3 beams of golden light suddenly came from afar. They accurately landed on Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. The radiant light enveloped the 3 of them, causing everyone present to be momentarily stunned. Almost in the next moment, third brother, you're holding me a bit too tight. I'm fine now. Just now. I felt all warm and comfortable. Xiao Wu's voice rang out cheerfully. Instantly, the entire clearing fell silent. Chapter 72. Zhao Wujia's frustration. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing also slowly woke up, seeing herself lying in Dai Mubai's arms. Her face immediately turned cold. Let me down. After speaking, Zhu Zhuqing lightly jumped up and landed steadily on the ground. Dai Mubai said, I just held you for a few seconds. He looked at Wang Feng in the distance. What do you mean by recovering tomorrow? Wang Feng smiled and said, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing continue. Brother, stop staring at me. I'm fine now. Xiao Wu waved her hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said with a grin, I feel strong all over again. Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu, unable to believe, You really are okay now? Although it wasn't a fatal injury just now, it was definitely a serious one. How long has it been? You've healed? Even the blood energy surging within Tang San had calmed down in an instant. But he was too concerned about Xiao Wu to notice. This healing ability is too exaggerated, right? In the distance, Ning Rongrong was gaping, almost thinking that this battle was already lost. But now, the 3 of them seemed to have instantly returned. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell on Wang Feng. Her eyes filled with gratitude, but her look toward Zhao Wujia was even colder. Xiao also looked at Zhao Wujia and said, Teacher Zhao, we already know your first soul skill. This time, you won't be able to catch us so easily. Also, that incense stick has already burned 2/3. Teacher Zhao, come on, let's continue, shall we? Xiao Wu said with a hint of sarcasm, using Zhao Wujia's own word from earlier. Zhao Wujia turned his head stiffly to look at Wang Feng. This little brat, just now, upon learning that the opponent only had healing abilities, coupled with a strange effect on himself, he and T focused his attention on him. Unexpectedly, this little brat turned out to be the hardest to handle. This perverse healing ability almost made it seem like the 3 were reborn with full health. If Tang San and the others could last through the last third of the incense stick, it wouldn't be too easy. Moreover, looking at how relaxed this little brat seemed, it appeared that he hadn't consumed much soul power. This means that unless he truly killed or severely injured the 3, they would always be revived with full health. But he absolutely couldn't truly kill or severely injure them. If the dean were here, he would probably scold him for injuring 2 of them like that. Little brat, I really underestimated you. Zhao Wujia looked at Wang Feng, shook his head, and said, Then let's do it. If we can fight until the last moment. Even if you win this match. Indeed, 1 incense stick is completely insufficient. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Bai and brought a few more incense sticks. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at Tang San. Wait, teacher. Tang San's face looked a bit gloomy. What's wrong? Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San. If possible, I would like to have another match with you. This time, I will only use one person. Tang San said slowly, if I can last through an incense stick by myself, then we pass the exam. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone except Wang Feng was stunned. Brother, how can you do it alone? Xiao Wu said anxiously. Tang San shook his head. Xiao Wu. Although Brother Feng's healing ability is impressive, I don't want to see you get hurt again. Every time I see you injured, I feel pained. After all, I didn't protect you well. I won't allow this to happen again. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy, Tang San, really is a devoted husband. He can't stand seeing Xiao Wu get even a little hurt. I have a premonition that in battle, one is bound to get hurt. Only by getting hurt can one have deeper experiences, and the battle experience will grow. Over the past 5 years, he has fought many soul beasts and doesn't know how many injuries he has sustained or how much blood he has shed. Tang San's protective mentality, as a devoted husband, is somewhat beyond my understanding. After all, I'm just a single dog and can't relate to that for now. Wang Feng watched quietly. He knew that Tang San wanted to showcase all his strength. Are you sure? Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San. His courage commendable, indeed. He really thinks I, Zhao Wujia, have grown old. Tang San, we are a team, and it's not good to leave you alone like this, Ning Rongrong said as she walked over with a frown. So, I will still need you to enhance my abilities. Tang San smiled and said, don't worry, consider it as my loss, and you all will pass the exam. This is just my battle alone. Ning Rongrong nodded and thought for a moment before saying, my father once said that a team must have the appearance of a team. If you lose, none of us can be considered to have passed the exam. Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. The little girl speaks well. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained silent. Tang San's insistence was for Xiao Wu. They couldn't say much. And what Ning Rongrong said was also correct. Wang Feng felt curious about Ning Rongrong, as she seemed to be two extremes. He knew that she was currently hiding her arrogance, but the side she was showing now was indeed extraordinary. After making the decision, Tang San walked back onto the plaza with Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng, feeling somewhat bored, walked to the side. He naturally knew the outcome and that it wouldn't differ much unless he applied his divine soul skills on Tang San. But that wouldn't change the final result. It would just make it easier for the three to attack. He and Zhao Wujia's soul power were vastly different. It wouldn't matter if various attributes doubled or tripled. This was still under the condition that Zhao Wujia didn't go all out. Almost at the moment when Tang San made his move, everyone except Wang Feng and Xiao Wu changed their expressions. Soon after, the plaza began to tremble. Tang San's hidden weapons seemed to emerge in endless streams, as if he had countless of them all over his body. They frantically smashed towards Zhao Wujia from various angles. Zhao Wujia unleashed 5 soul skills in succession, but could not completely capture Tang San. The bone-piercing nail, flower-style crossbow, controlling crane to catch dragon, ghost shadow mistrak, Xian Jade hand, along with various toxins, and the ultimate techniques from the Xianmen treasure record were expertly executed by Tang San. Dai Mubai and the others were left in shock, until finally, Tang San unleashed his second martial soul for the second time, the Haotian hammer, and struck Zhao Wujia with a punch, making him dizzy. In the end, Tang San was also sent flying by Zhao Wujia's palm. The arena instantly fell silent. At this moment, an incense stick had already passed. Zhao Wujia's face looked somewhat awkward as he stood up, with blood flowing from his nose. This battle had left him feeling extremely frustrated. On one hand, he couldn't use his full strength and had to control his power. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might injure Tang San. On the other hand, he wasn't good at strength and was greatly disadvantaged by Tang San's hidden weapons, precise calculations, and the final mysterious hammer. In contrast, the three of them had fought desperately, revealing all their trump cards. However, to be able to fight him to this extent was already not easy. Zhao Wujia sighed, feeling his anger had nowhere to vent. Tang San was also not feeling well. His face was somewhat pale, and a bit of blood spilled from his mouth. With Dai Mubai supporting him, he barely managed to stand up. At this time, the spectators began to discuss. Tang San, what kind of attack methods did he use? I've never seen them before, Ning Rongrong said in surprise. Xiao Wu proudly replied, that's called hidden weapons. It's third brother's ultimate skill. It's extremely powerful. So far, I've only seen one person who could dodge third brother's hidden weapons. Teacher Zhao saw it for the first time. His speed is not good, and for third brother, he's completely a live target. Hidden weapons? Dai Mubai murmured, I didn't even see the trajectory of those things just now. It's too fast. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last long. But seemingly recalling something, Dai Mubai asked, wait, you said someone could dodge Tang San's hidden weapons? Who? Is it Soul Saint? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu curiously. Not a Soul Saint. At this moment, Tang San's voice was somewhat low. It's Brother Feng. So far, only he has been able to dodge all my hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Wujie was taken aback. Those tricky things Tang San used earlier were extremely cunning, and even if he had prepared, he wouldn't be able to dodge them. Unless it was a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, they would need to be at least level 60 or so to dodge them all. That little brat, with the terrifying healing ability, could dodge all of Tang San's hidden weapons? Wang Feng smiled at everyone, saying nothing, and waved two beams of light that landed on Tang San and Zhao Wujie. The two seemed seriously injured, but in reality, their injuries were quite light. Not long after, they both recovered. Tang San also removed the dragon whisker needle from Zhao Wujie's body. I don't believe it. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. Tang San did not explain. It didn't matter whether they believed it or not. Half a year ago, he had truly fought against Brother Feng. Although he was slightly weaker then than now, he had also used all his trump cards. Aside from not having the dragon whisker needle, there wasn't much difference. But he still didn't manage to hurt Feng Ge. Feng Ge's speed and reaction were so fast that even Tang San found it hard to imagine. Therefore, over the years, Tang San couldn't fathom Wang Feng's true strength. I don't believe it either. Zhao Wujie's anger was immense. He rubbed his face, realizing that his recovery wasn't quick. He still had several large bumps on his face, remnants of the toxins that hadn't been eliminated. However, his body felt warm, and he had no injuries left, which made him even more astonished by this little brat's healing ability. After speaking, Zhao Wujie seemed to think for a moment, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Wang Feng with an oddly intense gaze. Tang San, you guys have all passed. But this kid, he doesn't count. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms and rubbed them, producing a series of crackling sounds. You brat, come and spar with me. Zhao Wujie looked at Wang Feng, his eyes seemingly burning with flames. Since Tang San says you're so impressive, just right. I wasn't satisfied with our previous fight. Come and let me enjoy myself. Hearing this, everyone instantly froze, shocked as they stared at Zhao Wujie. Wang Feng, Teacher Zhao, this is a bit unreasonable, Dai Mubai said quietly. After all, Wang Feng was a healing-type soul master. If you say that again, I'll personally step in and help you loosen your bones. Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. Teacher, we are a team, Ning Rongrong quickly added. Why are you bullying Wang Feng alone? That's too much. Oh, so concerned about him. Do you like this kid? You're talking nonsense. I don't care anymore. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze wavering as she dared not look at Wang Feng and fell silent. Zhao Wujie retorted at both of them, leaving them speechless. Teacher, can I team up with Tang San? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, spoke up. You little kitty, how can you spar with me? Just stay there. At this moment, Zhao Wujie seemed like a powder keg, ready to explode. It was clear how frustrated he had been from the previous battle. If he didn't find someone to vent his feelings on, it would be hard for him to calm down. Everyone was anxiously running in circles. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly spoke. All right, since you sincerely asked, I will generously fulfill your request. As soon as he said this, everyone was instantly stunned.